Martin Gardner sat on the porch of his desolate home, clutching a photo album he had received years after the tragic event. That album had become a symbol of his loss, a living reminder of a terrible tragedy. Martin's gaze fell on the photographs of his small and innocent children, Talon, Saya, Savi, and Yazi. These photos were all he had left from his happy days. When he looked into their eyes, he could almost hear their children's voices filling the house with laughter and warmth once upon a time. Martin's first child, Talon, was just 4 years old. He was the source of happiness for his father. The man fantasized about spending all of his free time with him, teaching him everything he knew, and drinking beer with him in the future, when Talon would be a real grown man and Martin himself would be gray and important. Little Sia, who was only 3 years old, always ran to her father when he returned home from work, remembering to bring her cloth doll with her. She always asked Martin to kiss her and her doll before bed. This always brought a smile to her father's face, and he took this sweet ritual seriously and respectfully. Savi, a 2-year-old girl, was quiet and intelligent. She enjoyed flipping through books and watching animal movies. Martin frequently sat her on his lap and read her favorite stories to her. He saw in her the potential of an intelligent and serious woman who would go on to achieve great things in life. Yazi was the youngest, a very small baby with deep black eyes. Martin looked into her eyes and saw a vast world. Her eyes were identical to those of her mother, Shanynthia Gardner. Martin recalled how grateful he was that she had given him this beautiful world, full of love, comfort, and children's laughter. But that world was shattered one fateful day. Shanynthia Gardner was born in late 1980s in Memphis, Tennessee. Little is known about her early years, except that she was the daughter of Eleanor Snodgrass, who lived in Madison, Alabama's cozy cabins. Shaninthia's childhood and youth were as typical as any other girl's at the time. She was a young brunette with curly hair, slim and attractive. The girl was always surrounded by loyal friends and demonstrated exceptional talent. Shanynthia was endowed with a genuine creative spirit. She possessed a unique talent for songwriting. Music was her passion, and singing was her way of expressing herself. Her vocal abilities piqued the interest of the locals, and she became a local celebrity. However, singing was just one of her many interests. Shanynthia was captivated by the world of fashion and photography. She looked fantastic in front of the camera and could transform everyday situations into works of art. Despite her colorful hobbies, Shanynthia was a generous woman who made time for religion. She was a regular churchgoer who took good care of her family. Shaninthia's life appeared to be predetermined, with a promising future ahead. Shanynthia was just 14 years old when she met D. Trail Clayton. It began with a casual introduction via mutual friends, and they quickly discovered common ground and became friends. When they grew up and graduated from high school, their relationship became more serious, and the two officially became a couple. Shanynthia and DeTrail spent a lot of time together, and everyone thought they were responsible and stable young people. However, there were some questionable incidents on their records. Both were involved in minor offenses, such as traffic violations or disorderly conduct on the streets. In 2008, things became more serious. D-Trail was accused of assaulting a woman, and even though it was unintentional, he faced serious consequences. The guy got lucky, and all charges against him were quickly dropped. Shanynthia and DeTrail did not have a formal relationship, but they lived together. In 2008, the couple welcomed a son named Dalian. Shanynthia became a caring mother, not only to him, but also to the children of his previous relationship. Sonia Clayton, D-Trail's mother, saw Shanynthia not only as a woman in love with her son, but also as a member of her family. Shanynthia was known for her devotion and care for her children, making her unique in Sonia's eyes. However, the lovers' relationship did not last long, and little is known about what happened between them. Despite the breakup, they maintained some distant communication. Shanynthia continued to be a good wife and mother. Shanynthia became involved in a minor incident when Dalian was only 2 years old. It was a minor infraction, possibly a parking ticket or a minor argument of little consequence. It was also insignificant in light of what lay ahead for her. Marrying Martin Gardner marked a new chapter in Shaninthia's life. Fate had brought her to this man who appeared to bring joy and stability into her life. Shanynthia, on the other hand, won Martin over with her kindness and affection for children. In her eyes, he saw an ocean of feminine tenderness and wisdom. Their story progressed rapidly. In September 2013, they decided to begin their lives together and moved into an apartment complex in southeast Shelby County. The wedding marked the start of a new chapter in their life together. Shortly after the celebration, they welcomed their first child, Talon, and in 2014, little Sia was born. Soon, two more girls, Savi and Yazi, joined their large family, making them even happier and busier. Martin and Shanynthia had 4 children together, plus 1 from her previous relationship. For the young mother, children always came first, and she enjoyed working part-time at the children's hospital. Furthermore, she was actively involved in a center that raised funds for children. It was her calling, and she gladly dedicated her life to assisting those in need. Shanynthia was on the phone with her husband, Martin, around noon on Friday, July 1, 2016, an ordinary day with no sign of anything unusual. Her voice was calm, as it often is. She informed her husband that she was going to watch a movie with the children. There was no indication that something terrible would occur on this ordinary day. And then, as the spouses were having a quiet conversation, an incomprehensible madness began to unfold. Shanynthia abruptly changed. She took a kitchen knife and entered the living room. There, she assaulted her own 6-month-old daughter, Yazi. The defenseless little girl, unable to fight back, was caught in a horrible trap. Her life was cut short in an instant by the hands of her most loved and closest person. Dalon, the oldest of the children, who was only 7 years old, witnessed the terrifying scene. A terrible tragedy unfolded before his eyes, which he was too young to comprehend. The boy only had one thought. He needed to do something to save his younger brother and sisters. Panicked and desperate, he fled the house. Shanynthia did not stop there. A young woman followed her son out of the house, armed with a knife, ready to carry out her nightmarish plan. She rushed after Dalon, but the terrified and desperate man screamed so loudly that he drew the attention of the neighbors. A couple of neighbors heard his screams and dashed outside to see what was going on. They found themselves witnessing a nightmare that would not leave their minds. Shanynthia halted her progress when she realized Dalon was being watched. However, the horror was not yet over. Shanynthia returned to the house where Savi and Talon had been waiting for her, distraught. She went up to the bedroom where the children were. It was the final moments of their innocent lives. Meanwhile, those who witnessed the nightmare did not waste a moment. They quickly contacted emergency services, requesting assistance and rescue for little Dalon and his younger siblings. At the time, none of them could have predicted the tragic consequences for this peaceful street. When deputies arrived, they discovered an eerie scene inside the home at 7449 Southern Hill Drive. They discovered a bloodied Shanynthia and her 4 children lying motionless, lifeless. The sight shocked everyone. Shanynthia sat with her cell phone in her hand. She slowly dialed her husband, Martin's number. Her voice was quiet and cold as she admitted to killing her children. The tragedy that had occurred in their lives was the horrific event that would live on in this quiet neighborhood. It was already too late when the prosecutor's office and the special unit arrived. There was only an eerie silence in the house that had once been home to the happy Gardner family. Blood and horror lurked around every corner. The investigators carried a bloody knife, silently witnessing the heinous crime. Chaplains arrived to help and were taken aback by what had occurred, as were specialists ready to assist Dalon. The horror he had experienced necessitated immediate action. While the necessary information was gathered and investigations were underway, law enforcement requested that residents remain inside their homes and not go outside. Some people did not need this request. They were still scared and uncertain. Their home appeared to be the only safe place. A major operation compelled sheriff's officials to restrict access to the apartment complex, including the golf course and country club. Shanynthia was apprehended and placed in custody without bail. Her trial date was immediately set for July 5th. Society could not ignore the horrific events that were unfolding in Shananthia Gardner's life. Regardless of how monstrous she appeared, she was a mother and partner who exuded love, care, and joy. Michelle Gimon, a co-worker, claims Michelle vigorously defended Shananthia on social media, speaking out about the unfairness of the allegations. She also mentioned an important issue: postpartum depression. Cases like this have sparked debate, and Dr. Joel Reisman, a psychiatrist at the University of Tennessee Medical Center, confirmed that the killing of children by their own mother is uncommon and usually accompanied by mental health issues. He also mentioned the state's lack of mental health funding, which prevents many families from receiving the necessary support. Dr. Diane Barnes, a psychology and postpartum health specialist, differentiated between postpartum depression and postpartum psychosis, emphasizing that they are completely different conditions with distinct symptoms. While Shananthia's exact condition required further investigation, Dr. Barnes doubted that women suffering from postpartum depression would commit such acts. She leaned toward psychosis. The investigation into Shananthia Gardner's case was difficult. Craig Morton became her defense attorney, but he chose not to speak to the media about the case in its early stages, believing it was too early for such discussions. Shananthia did not speak during the court hearing on July 5, 2016, and instead appeared via video link. Judge Lewis Lambert questioned her, but the young woman did not respond. Shananthia was admitted to the Mental Health Institute following her trial. Shananthia's next of kin arrived at the courthouse but declined to comment to reporters. Jennifer Nichols, Morton's attorney and prosecutor, intended to file a motion to preserve evidence in the case, including information gathered through social media. Shananthia faced formal charges in January 2017 for aggravated child abuse, aggravated murder with a deadly weapon, aggravated child abuse, and child neglect. The mysterious and gruesome investigation continued, leaving the community waiting for justice and answers to numerous questions. The hearing featured testimony from Shananthia's loved ones. On that fateful day, Sonia, D-Trail's mother, was undoubtedly shocked to learn of the tragic event. She rushed to the scene in a desperate search for her grandson, Dalen. Sonia insisted that what had occurred had nothing to do with the young woman she once knew. She expressed her belief that something supernatural, possibly diabolical, was behind it all. As time passed and the initial shock subsided, Sonia began to speculate on possible motives. She speculated that the young couple was in the process of divorcing, and Shananthia may have made the terrible decision to end it all for fear of being alone while caring for 5 children. Despite these reflections, Sonia found it difficult to believe. Shananthia, as she knew her, was incapable of such a heinous act. Dalen's father, D-Trail, also refused to believe Shananthia was guilty. He admitted that, while he was never his son's guardian, he was always able to see him after his relationship with Shananthia ended. However, November 2014 was the last time he saw his son. He noticed that Shananthia's actions and decisions became increasingly radical as time passed. Every attempt he made to contact his son was unsuccessful, and he was simply not permitted to be involved in his life. However, Shananthia's friends and family had long noticed that she had experienced a completely unexpected upheaval. The young woman began to feel strange discomfort, which progressed into severe anxiety, paranoia, and, worse, panic attacks. Her behavior became erratic and unpredictable, and many people suspected that it was due to postpartum depression. This came as a surprise to those around her, as Shananthia appeared to be a strong and dependable woman. She had always been in control, but now she appeared to have lost her footing. Many people were perplexed as to why this tragic situation occurred due to her abrupt behavioral change. The first signs of strange behavior appeared in March 2015, and neither her friends nor family could figure out what was going on. Shananthia once left work early to pick up her children. With 5 children in the car, she drove down an unknown road away from their home. At the time, her husband Martin assumed she had gone for a walk and to relax in a park, which was typical of her daily routine. However, as time passed, she never returned home. Martin, deeply disturbed, decided to issue an APB for his wife. Shanynthia drove east with 5 children in the cabin, covering more than 74 miles between Memphis and Corinth. But she didn't know anyone here, and there seemed to be no particular reason for her visit. She was later discovered in the emergency room at St. Francis Hospital, but police never explained how or why she ended up there. Shallow cuts were discovered on her neck and one of her wrists. If she attempted suicide, her only witnesses would be her children, who were too young to understand what was going on. Authorities eventually returned Shanynthia home, but her behavior became even more bizarre. She informed Martin that someone was threatening her and their family. Her husband was taken aback because Shanynthia provided no information about who it could be or why, and there had been no previous instances of such threats. Shanynthia also began complaining about her job and workload while spending time with family and friends. She claimed that she felt terrible about it. She soon began to claim that some of her co-workers intended to harm her. Despite these abnormalities, Shanynthia demonstrated no signs of abuse or violence towards her children or others. The long wait for trial was not easy, and it was significantly delayed due to the defendant's numerous psychiatric evaluations. The COVID-19 pandemic added to the trial's length, which was longer than anyone had anticipated. The non-jury trial started in 2021. The defense centered its strategy on Shanynthea's mental illness claim. The prosecutors acknowledged the defendant's mental illness, but they maintained that she was still capable of distinguishing between right and wrong and was aware of the illegality of her actions. Finally, Shelby County Criminal Court Judge James rejected Shanynthia Gardner's defense, and she was found guilty of all charges in December 2021. Shanynthia, 34, appeared in court in February 2022 for her sentencing, accompanied by her husband Martin. Judge James sentenced her to life in prison for each count of murder, plus 15 years for each additional count of child abuse and neglect. Shanynthia will only be eligible for parole after serving 51 years in prison, including the 5 years she served prior to her sentencing. Shanynthia will be eligible for parole in around 46 years, when she will be 80 years old. Following the sentencing, the prosecutor stated that he agreed with the decision because it was consistent with their desire to obtain justice for Martin and his children. Martin, in turn, felt relieved to learn that Shanynthia would never be able to harm any children again. Sonia Dallon's grandmother joined others, including neighbors, family members, and law enforcement officers, for an evening vigil at the family's apartment complex in memory of the innocent victims. Those who came to say their goodbyes held red and white candles and prayed several times for the souls of the deceased. The Reverend Pastor of the Baptist Church stated that the vigil marked the start of a healing process for the entire community because, in the end, the only thing those present could do was support the surviving baby and his father. D-Trail did not attend the memorial service on his behalf. Sonia told the media that he was too angry to attend the ceremony. The president and CEO of Shanynthea's workplace, the Children's Hospital, also expressed their condolences on behalf of the entire staff. Martin's colleagues established a social media account to assist him with funeral arrangements for his 4 children. Martin demonstrated incredible fortitude and nobility during the ceremony, speaking briefly about his children and family. In his final speech, he stated that his home was happy when his children and Shanynthia were present, and that is how he will remember it forever. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. On the pleasant evening of October 30, 1975, it was summer in the Bellhaven, Greenwich suburbs. The night before Halloween, Martha was doing her best to persuade her mother to let her go out for mischief night, where she and her friends would pull harmless practical jokes around the neighborhood. Dorothy, Martha's mother, eventually listened to her cries and allowed her to leave after some tenacious persuasion. As the hours passed, Dorothy called some of her acquaintances out of concern for her missing child, only to discover that nobody had seen Martha. It didn't take long to begin looking for her. Martha would be discovered bludgeoned to death with a golf club over 200 feet from her home beneath a pine tree. What took place on the evening of October 30th What secrets lie behind the walls of exclusive Belle Haven, and who could have done something so horrible to such a young soul? Rich in culture and history, Greenwich is one of Connecticut's oldest communities. This seaside town offers you both the lively and thrilling city life and the quaint New England ambiance. And it's only a 50-minute train ride to New York City. No one would have imagined that such a wealthy society would have its hands defiled behind the bar golden doors, and the residents of Belle Haven were well known for their wealth and status. Martha Elizabeth Moxley, a social butterfly, was well known for being outgoing and having a good time. Along with her older brother John, Martha was the youngest of Dorothy and John David Moxley's children, born on August 16, 1960. In 1974, the family moved to a large new estate in Connecticut after Martha's father was transferred from his job in Piedmont. It may have been a significant adjustment for everyone when Martha moved to the affluent neighborhood of Belle Haven, 3,000 miles from her home, but she was incredibly flexible. She quickly gained a large number of friends, and her lively demeanor and self-assurance frequently attracted peers. She was chosen as Western Junior High School's most popular girl in just 9 months of living there. Martha became well known among the males as a result of her quick rise to fame. One lady who had everything going for her was Martha. She was well known for being gregarious, athletic, and artistically gifted. Martha looked to have an easy time of it. In an interview, her brother John recalled that she was a pleasant, cheerful, and easy to get along with child who was pleasant to be around. Martha was characterized as a family-oriented individual despite her enormous popularity. She would frequently spend her free time playing with her cat Tiger or drawing about the house. She did, however, have a wilder side. Like any other adolescent child, Martha would spend most of her days at the Belle Haven Club in the summer of 1975, either swimming or playing tennis. She would frequently mingle with other kids from upscale clubs beside the pool. It was said that the children of these groups were of a distinct breed. They attended prestigious academies and boarding schools and were wealthy, even by Greenwich standards, in contrast to her other pals. One family in particular stood out among these children, the Skakels, who were the notorious Kennedy's cousins. It was well known that Martha had a close relationship with Thomas and Michael Skakel. The Moxleys lived next door to the Skakels. Ethel Skakel and her husband Robert F. Kennedy had 2 nephews, Michael and Thomas Skakel. Additionally, the families were related, and Robert was the late President John F. Kennedy's brother. Rushton, Ethel Skakel's brother, and his wife Anne had 7 kids. These included Michael Skakel and Thomas Skakel, who were 15 and 17 years old respectively when Martha was murdered in 1975. The Skakels were not a contented family. Later, Michael Skakel would point to a repressive Catholic morale and sexual attitude, chronic illness, and drunkenness as recurring reasons for domestic strife. After Anne Skakel died of brain cancer in 1973, her alcoholic husband Rushton Skakel continued to deteriorate. He frequently left the kids unattended at home, with unrestricted money and little supervision. According to Michael Skakel, his mother's passing caused an even greater degree of disorder to take over our home. They were only 150 yards away from the Moxleys. Because there was no parental supervision, the Skakels frequently had a steady stream of teenagers at their house. In the privacy of Belle Haven's gated enclave, Martha was enjoying her best summer days. She smoked, had a few beers, and occasionally sneaked out throughout her adolescent years. Martha wrote about a few incidents that occurred during these holidays in her diary. A lot of them were about the Skakel boys. Martha was particularly worried about the improvements Thomas was giving her. On that date in 1975, she wrote, "Dear Diary, me, Jackie, Michael, Thomas, Hope, Maureen, and Andra. When driving in Tom's car, I was practically sitting on Thomas's lap because I was only steering. He kept putting his hands on my knee, then I was driving again, and Tom put his arm around me. He kept doing stuff like that." Martha also left a message for Michael on September 19, 1975, stating, "Michael was so totally out of it that he was being a real asshole in his actions and words. He kept telling me that I was leading Tom on when I don't like him except as a friend. I said, well, how about you and Jackie? You keep telling me that you don't like her and you're all over her. He doesn't understand that he can be nice to her without hanging all over her." It was clear that Martha felt conflicted about the Skakel brothers and frequently questioned whether she should leave their home. Although she continued to worry about her personal comfort and safety, Nobody could have predicted what would happen next. The hour of mischief, October 30, 1975. Martha tried to persuade her mother to allow her to go out with her friends. Martha did everything she could to win her mother's approval, while her father, John, was away on business. Dorothy finally caved in to her daughter's persistent pleading and allowed her to spend the night out. Bellhaven was a safe neighborhood. Since everyone entering and leaving the area was thoroughly screened, crimes were extremely rare in such a secure area. Along with her pals, Helen and Jackie Jeffrey, Martha went out. In order to meet with Kennedy cousins, the three of them headed to the Skakel's house. As the night wore on, midnight finally arrived. Dorothy's worry didn't kick in until 2 in the morning because she was accustomed to her daughter occasionally skipping her curfew. She initially believed Martha might have simply spent the night at her friend's house. When she called Sheila, Martha's best friend, to ask where she was, she discovered that she hadn't seen Martha since 9:30 p.m., which was around the time when all of the children returned home. When 3:30 a.m. arrived, Dorothy was so anxious that she called Thomas Skakel, their neighbor, who gave Sheila the same response. She eventually gave up about 3:35 a.m. and ended up phoning the cops for assistance. Almost soon, the local Greenwich officers were dispatched to the Moxley residence. Dorothy and they quickly looked around the neighborhood and found nothing unusual. In the end, the officers reassured Dorothy and requested her to wait until morning. However, just before they left, they forwarded Martha's information to all the stations in the area so that they may be on the lookout for any Martha sightings. Dorothy quickly dozed off while she waited for her daughter to arrive by the window. When Dorothy hurried to Martha's room the next morning, October 31, 1975, she discovered her bed was vacant. A strong, eerie feeling had begun to wash over her as the cops were brought in once more. She was aware of a problem. Dorothy was unable to wait, so she and her son John began to search the area. The first place they looked was the Skakel home. Dorothy had never visited her neighbor's house in the 15 months that they had been here, and the first thing she saw there was their hostile dog. She knocked on the door, somewhat frightened by the terrifying experience, and Michael, the younger Skakel sibling, opened it shortly after. Dorothy insisted on finding anything, though, so she asked to peek at the camper parked outside. She thought Martha might have merely slept off in the camper's back, but when she looked inside, she discovered it was also empty, shattering her hopes. By this point, the local community had heard of Martha's disappearance, and the police, accompanied by friends and neighbors, had arrived to examine Bellhaven's grounds. Shortly after, shaking with terror, Martha's friend Sheila hurried to the Moxley home. She struggled to find the right words to express what she had just seen while crying. Sheila begged Martha's mother to dial 911 in order to get assistance. She claimed that Martha is not moving and that a horrible incident had occurred. They needed assistance since she had been attacked. Jean, Dorothy's companion at the moment, requested her to remain still while he returned to see what had transpired. John arrived at the scene and discovered something horrifying. The missing teen was laying face down beneath a large pine tree at the border of the Moxley property, 200 feet from her home. The shattered golf club was protruding straight through the back of her neck, and the back of her head was bludgeoned. Martha's slacks and underwear were pushed down to her ankles, and her clothing was covered in bloodstains. A broken 6-iron golf club was found close to the teen, and it was used to repeatedly hit Martha in the head. The club was discovered broken into 3 pieces due to the power of the contact. Except for the handle's grip, the parts of a broken golf club were scattered on the ground close to her body. When the body was found, the police officers were taken aback. In the past 30 years, Greenwich had not seen a violent crime case, much less one as horrible as this one. Given the gravity of the issue, the local police were ill-equipped to deal with it. A crew from the Connecticut County Station was assigned to conduct a more in-depth inquiry. Martha's body was transported for an autopsy. After forensics at the scene tried their utmost to collect as much evidence as they could, the autopsy revealed no signs of sexual assault, and the first cause of death was determined to be the blunt force of her head. Later on, it was found that young Martha Moxley lived out her days as a virgin. In order to determine the precise timeline of the homicide, Greenwich local police officers began collecting alibis from every witness they knew while the inquiry was still underway. The Skakel brothers were the first on the list. Both lads gave their separate alibis for the time of the murder, When they were questioned by the police on the same day, Thomas Skakel told investigators that he last saw Martha outside his home at 9:30 p.m. He claimed that after saying farewell to her, he immediately went inside to watch The French Connection with Kenneth Littleton, the family's new live-in instructor. Soon after, Thomas returned to his room to finish a paper on Abraham Lincoln for school. However, his teachers denied ever assigning such a task. Eventually, 2 polygraph tests were administered to Thomas. Thomas cleared the second one, but the first one's findings were still unclear. Michael Skakel said investigators that he had driven to his cousin Jimmy Turn's residence at approximately 9:15 p.m. and returned at approximately 11 p.m. Although they lacked concrete evidence to establish Michael as a suspect, the police were instantly suspicious of his statement. In the fall of 1976, Kenneth Littleton, then 24 years old, was also the subject of an investigation. Before leaving the residence, he reported to the police that he heard sounds outside sometime between 9:30 and 10 p.m. Michael, his older brother, Thomas, and 2 other Skakel boys were not at home when Littleton checked on the 7 Skakel children. According to Detective Solomon's statements, he claimed he did not see anything when he was out, but he did hear some sounds, like rustling leaves coming from the bushes on the property. Littleton went on to say that it wasn't until 10:25 p.m. that Thomas joined him in front of the television. Within half an hour, the other Skakel guys returned home. According to reports, Littleton was unaware of Martha Moxley's identity. Despite failing many lie detector tests, Littleton was never charged with any involvement in the case, even though the night of her murder was really his first night at the Skakels. 2 shocking pieces of evidence were discovered by authorities throughout the ongoing inquiry. A Tony Payne golf club had been used to stab and beat Martha Moxley. Upon closer examination, the same golf clubs were discovered at the Skakel residence, but one was missing. These golf clubs bore Anne Skakel's initials etched on them. When their father, Rushton Skakel, learned of Martha's death, he hurried home after spending the previous day hunting. He was very cooperative with inspections and statements at the start of the inquiry, but he quickly ended his interactions with the police. On the recommendation of their lawyers, the Skakels stopped cooperating with investigators on January 22, 1976, and refused to answer any further questions. The alibis Martha's friends provided were the second item that caused a lot of people to wonder. Martha Moxley and her friends went out on the evening of October 30, 1975, to take part in Mischief Night, where the locals would ring bells and play practical jokes like toilet papering houses. Her pals claimed that Martha was spotted kissing her elderly escapee brother, Thomas, after flirting with him. Shortly afterward, one of her companions said that they had last seen Martha and Thomas fall inside the fence near the pool in the Skakels' backyard at approximately 9:30 p.m. Over the next few months, police are planning to conduct more than 200 interviews. To finish the process, each of them takes many polygraph tests. No one has an obligation to cooperate with the police. But in most instances, individuals who have some knowledge that may lead to the identification of an individual who has committed a violent crime are more than pleased to contribute that information to the police. So it's most unusual when an individual possessing information decides that he does not want to give information to investigators, stated Donald Brown, the state's attorney for Fairfield County at the time of Martha's murder. Initially, a lack of information caused the case to become cold for nearly 20 years. Following a suggestion that William Smith Kennedy, another member of the Kennedy family, might have been involved in the murder, Martha Moxley's case was revived in 1991. Although his ties to the Martha Moxley case were eventually severed, William was on trial for assault charges, and the entire incident ultimately resulted in the case being reopened with fresh leads. Dr. Henry Lee, a famous forensic pathologist, was brought in by the police the same year. Technology was not available in 1975, but Dr. Lee was able to use it. Clothes discovered in the Skakel family's trash soon after the murder were among the things Dr. Lee looked at. Dr. Lee concluded that the hair belonged to a Caucasian male. "We found some hairs and fibers. Some of the hair is microscopically similar to hers, other hair is dissimilar to hers." He was unable to produce a match since he lacked a hair sample from any of the potential suspects. However, Dr. Lee was able to offer a potential explanation for Martha's murder after looking through the photos taken at the crime site. Someone attempted to apply force as seen by the blood stain on her body. It implies a murder with a sexual motive. Michael soon emerged as the case's main suspect. Rushton Skakel reportedly engaged a private investigator shortly after to discreetly clear his family name. He hoped that material would surface that would raise doubts about other individuals, including Kenneth Littleton, a past suspect. But his scheme failed miserably. The Martha Moxley investigation now involved private investigators Jim Murphy, a former FBI agent, and his sidekick, Willis Billy Krebs, a former lieutenant in the NYPD. It was discovered that both Tom and Michael Skakel had lied to the police when the two men questioned them about what they had done the night of Moxley's death. It was actually closer to 10 p.m. when Thomas Skakel last saw Martha outside his house, not 9:30 p.m. Additionally, Thomas and Martha did some inappropriate things outside of his house before he returned inside. Krebs claims that once Thomas acknowledged this, he started to cry, but his attorney interrupted him before he could say anything more. When Michael Skakel got home from his cousin's house at about 11 p.m., he told the investigator that he didn't go to bed. In fact, he had climbed a tree outside the window of Martha Moxley's bedroom and done something improper. Dominic Dunn, a writer and author, obtained the investigator's report and forwarded it to state inspectors. Even though Frank Garr, a former officer on the case, expressed his suspicions regarding Michael Skakel, they were previously disregarded for lack of evidence. His theory would gain further impetus from this report. The Moxley case was covered in 1982 by Leonard Levitt, an investigative writer for Newsday, a newspaper based in Long Island. He had a similar hypothesis regarding Michael as well. He revealed that she recognized her assailant because there were no resistance wounds. The fact that she was repeatedly struck with a golf club suggests that she was angry, which made this situation unique. It also suggests that the two must have known each other, making it a crime of passion. It took Levitt 20 years to cover Martha Moxley. According to the report, the police were presented with shocking admissions from Thomas and Michael Skakel. On the night of the murder, Thomas and Michael both admitted to the investigators that they had misled the police about their testimonies. Thomas informed them that he went inside his home after 9:30 and then out again to spend an additional 20 minutes with Martha. He now says that, at around 10 or 10 o'clock, he left Martha after they had a sexual encounter. The story he told doesn't make sense if you go back and look at it today. An investigator and a one-person grand jury were tasked with reviewing the Martha Moxley case in 1998. Judge George N. Thim determined after reviewing the evidence that Michael Skakel should be charged with her murder. In his late 30s, Michael was charged with Martha's murder. The court took nearly 20 years to provide justice. After a 3-week trial that mostly relied on circumstantial evidence, he was finally found guilty. Part of the golf club, a 6-iron, had been found by investigators from a set that had belonged to Michael's mother. Regretfully, though, authorities lacked tangible proof linking Michael to the murder inquiry. He said he was watching Monty Python's Flying Circus at a cousin's house, miles away from the murder site. Nevertheless, jurors subsequently stated that his inconsistent behavior and the incriminating remarks he had made had persuaded them. Skakel's old classmates later provided testimony throughout the trial. It seems that Michael had even admitted to them that he had killed Martha while he was a student at a lawn institution, a specialty institution designed to help problematic teenagers get back on their feet. Gregory Coleman, a former classmate, testified during the June 2000 pretrial hearing that Skakel told him, "I am going to get away with murder. I am a Kennedy." Coleman also claimed that Michael had mentioned that he was attempting to make advances on the girl, but she was not complying, so he drove her skull in. However, Coleman passed away from a heroin overdose in August 2001, therefore he did not return to testify in Michael's murder trial in 2002. Although the Skakel secrets were kept carefully guarded, Michael in particular was known to have a troubled history. There was quite a stir when rumors circulated that Michael had stayed inside a lawn school. It was during a group session at his reform school that Michael confessed to killing Martha on the evening of October 30. Joe Reese, the proprietor of the school, denied that any such claims had ever been made. Nevertheless, during the Skakel trial, numerous witness statements supported the story. 2 of Michael's old Elan school classmates came forward to testify. John D. Higgins was one of them. Michael claimed he only remembered bits and pieces of the crime, and Higgins characterized the experience as a weeping, dazed, and bewildered confession. However, Michael boldly declared that he was certain he would get away with killing Martha because of his family name, according to Gregory Coleman, the other witness. Robert Kennedy Jr., Michael Skakel's cousin, became a fervent supporter when Skakel was sentenced to prison in August 2002. He only thought that his relative was being falsely accused by political propaganda and had never committed the murder, Kennedy stated. "I know Michael Skakel and I know he didn't commit this crime." During a 1997 interview with CBS 48 Hours, with the help of ghostwriter Richard Hoffman, Michael Skakel recorded his autobiography, Dead Man Talking, A Kennedy Cousin Comes Clean. One particular audio that was played during the trial was especially damaging. Michael claimed to have been intoxicated, smoked marijuana, and had abnormal cravings on the night of Martha's death. Skakel was terrified when Dorothy Moxley knocked on his home that morning. On the tape, he stated, "I was still high from the night before, a little drunk." Michael claimed to have asked himself, "Did they see me last night?" because he was afraid that someone from the Moxley household would catch him in the act. He claimed that when he was on their tree, he committed a few improper behaviors. However, the prosecution contended that Michael was speaking of being observed using the golf club to beat Martha. Michael's defense countered that he had an alibi for the period of time Martha was murdered, and that there was no tangible evidence to convict him. However, Michael was portrayed by the prosecution as a jealous teenager during the trial. According to them, Michael was under the influence of drugs and alcohol when he was angry at being rejected by his crush, and he ended up acting on his ideas after obtaining the murder weapon. The jury returned a guilty judgment on June 7, 2002. Skakel received a prison term ranging from 20 years to life. Shortly after the commencement of its fourth day of deliberations, the state Superior Court jury declared its judgment shortly after 10:30 a.m. In the crowded, quiet courtroom, Skakel and Rush looked nearly incredulous as the foreman announced the verdict. It was one of the most terrible and complex cases in the Northeast, encircled by a whirlpool of celebrity and fortune, and the people celebrated the justice served. The Moxley family's 27 years of agony came to an end. Mrs. Moxley broke down in tears as she addressed a large crowd of reporters and television crews outside the courthouse. Mrs. Moxley claimed to have prayed in front of the judge. "My prayer started out, 'Dear Lord,' again today, like I have been doing for 27 years. I'm praying that I can find justice for Martha. You know, this whole thing was about Martha." She added, "This is Martha's day. This is truly Martha's day." Michael's attorneys and supporters battled to get his conviction reversed while he was incarcerated. All 4 of the appeals that were submitted were rejected. Then, on October 23, 2013, Michael was given a new trial because his defense lawyer, Mickey Sherman, had not represented him in a way that was constitutional. Consequently, on November 21, 2013, Skakel was freed on $1,200,000 0 bond. The prosecution made every effort to have Skakel's conviction upheld. They were successful. The Connecticut Supreme Court ultimately decided by a vote of 4-3 in December 2016 that his representation was, in fact, legitimate. But the dispute didn't end there. In a subsequent 4-3 verdict in May 2018, the court overturned its earlier result, finding that Mickey Sherman, Michael's attorney, had not presented any proof of Michael's alibi at the initial trial. Retrying Michael is still an option for the prosecution, although it will undoubtedly be challenging given the deceased witnesses and other issues. In a statement released, Michael's legal team commended the court's ruling, stating that it had made the correct choice. Michael, who insists he is innocent, has been wrongfully imprisoned, according to the attorney. But the Moxleys are still convinced that Michael is guilty, Dorothy declared. "I have no doubt that he did it." After hearing the evidence against Michael Skakel, the jury in the 2002 trial returned a verdict that John Moxley, her 59-year-old son, claimed still gave him comfort. "There's a comfort level on our part that we know what happened," he stated. Now 55, Michael Skakel resides in Westchester County, New York, with his aunt. In addition to trying to get over the trauma of his previous conviction and incarceration, he spends his day caring for his 15-year-old son, George. Legally, he must request permission from the court before leaving Connecticut or New York. "I'd like to put this nightmare behind me so I can begin to have some semblance of a life with George, without all of this hanging over my head," he wrote in his email. "I lost 11 and a half years of my life. I miss George's childhood altogether, I know I will never get those years back, but I feel lucky to spend time with George now. For more than 40 long years, Martha Moxley's death was a constant source of anxiety for the Greenwich neighborhood, as well as her family and friends. Although many still maintain that the verdict against Michael was contrived, the state of Connecticut did not receive fair justice for Martha's death, and a mother lost her daughter as a result. Many people think that because of his wealth and connections, Michael left as a free man. John David Moxley, Martha's father, fought for his daughter's justice until his death in 1988. Even now, the Martha Moxley affair continues to bring the Kennedy family notoriety. The 2016 book Frame Up: Why Michael Skakel Spent Over a Decade in Prison for a Murder He Didn't Commit was written by Robert F. Kennedy, Jr. Martha's 84-year-old mother, Dorothy Moxley, said she was at a loss for words after reading the book. She went on to say that in her whole life, truth had never been so perverted and controlled. She continued to suspect Michael of killing her child. A whole chapter of Kennedy's book was devoted to defaming Martha's father, John. He made many accusations against the Moxley family and questioned his whereabouts on the night of the murder. And as of December 2019, Michael Skakel is still at liberty. The people of Greenwich will always remember Martha Moxley. Before she could fully mature from her adolescent years, a young, attractive girl was deprived of her youth. The Kennedy men have buried victims of tragedies before. Although there is still a lot of conjecture surrounding this case, we offer our sincere sympathies to the family of the dead. The trial between Michael and the Moxley family was a war fought by the entire United States. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. A young woman was discovered deceased on the floor of her own apartment. The police launched an investigation and quickly discovered several very concerning facts. It turned out that the residents of this complex had long noticed something unusual and lived in fear. Throughout the investigation, detectives discovered more and more horrifying details until they arrived at an unexpected truth. But this was only the beginning. Stephanie Bennett was born on August 30th, 1979, in the small town of Rocky Mount, Virginia. Stephanie's parents divorced when she was a child, so she lived with her mother. However, their father lived nearby, so the young woman saw him almost every day. Stephanie's father eventually remarried, and she gained a stepsister named Diana. Stephanie attended Roanoke College, which is 350 kilometers from her home. In her final year, she met Walter and they began dating right away. After college, the couple relocated to different cities but remained together. Stephanie moved to Raleigh, North Carolina, with her stepsister Diana and a mutual friend, Emily. They rented an apartment in the Bridgeport residential complex, which is located in a quiet, peaceful neighborhood on the city's outskirts. The young woman found a job at IBM, and her boyfriend relocated to Greenville, South Carolina, to pursue an engineering degree. Stephanie stayed in Raleigh for about a year. By that time, she and her sister and friend were planning to move to different cities. The young woman, who was only 23 at the time, was planning to move to Greenville to be with her boyfriend. And the couple had already begun looking for a place to rent. In May, Stephanie went to Greenville, where she and Walter looked at several apartments and chose a suitable option for rent. When she returned to Raleigh, her friends and sister were no longer in the apartment Emily had moved to. He then called her sister Diana, who in turn contacted Stephanie's colleagues. Stephanie didn't show up for work that day, which was very unusual. Stephanie was always responsible and would have told her boss if she was sick. If she was sick at home, she would have answered the phone. Diana asked her friend to go to their apartment and see if everything was fine. When they knocked on the door, there was no answer, so Diana requested that the apartment manager open it with a spare key. As soon as the man walked into the apartment, he saw a horrifying sight. Stephanie lay lifeless on the floor of the room, naked and bruised on her neck. The manager immediately called the police. Detectives found Stephanie's documents and confirmed that the deceased was indeed her through a photo on the laundry basket cover which was under the window in Emily's bedroom. Investigators noticed leaves and concluded that the killer may have entered the apartment through the window. They also discovered that the home phone was in the closet in Emily's room and the cable was cut, Apparently, the perpetrator was hiding there too. The perpetrator took the object he used to kill a victim with, as the police were unable to find it in the apartment. Meanwhile, investigators interviewed all the residents of the complex, hoping someone might have seen the killer. During these conversations, the police learned that something strange had been happening in the residential complex. For several months, people regularly noticed someone peeping at them through the windows of their apartments. They complained to the manager, but the management of the complex could not find the person. Interestingly, at least once this person was seen at Stephanie's window. In addition, several months ago, an unknown man near the lake near the complex assaulted a young woman who went for a run. After this incident, Stephanie was afraid to stay alone in this apartment and wanted to move to Greenwell as soon as possible. Detectives studied the area around the complex and discovered something strange in the bushes. They found dozens of pieces of women's underwear, which as later turned out belonged to Stephanie. The police thought the killer took them out of the apartment, but then for some reason threw them in the bushes. However, shortly after this version was refuted, it was discovered that a teenager from the neighboring apartment regularly sneaked into Stephanie's room and stole her underwear, which he then threw into the bushes. When investigators questioned all of the residents, he admitted this, but denied being involved in the murder. His DNA sample was taken, but it did not match the one obtained from the killer's sperm. As a result, he was no longer suspected of the offense. The police believe the most obvious candidate for the role of the killer was the same man who repeatedly peeped into the complex's female residents. After interviewing everyone who had ever seen this person, the detectives compiled an approximate portrait. It was published in newspapers but produced no results. Investigators conducted a routine check on the victim's boyfriend. He voluntarily gave his DNA, which did not match the killer's sample. Furthermore, Walter was hundreds of kilometers away from her home at the time of the murder and could not physically be present. After that, the police approached all of the complex's male residents and asked them to voluntarily provide their DNA. This also yielded no results. The experts found no matches among the 283 samples collected at this point, and they had no serious leads. Detectives set up surveillance of the residential complex, hoping to catch the man who was spying on the residents. They were surprised by how quickly they achieved success. On June 3rd, police noticed a man approaching several ground floor windows and peering into the apartments before stopping at one. This individual began to satisfy himself, and the police arrested him immediately. This pervert turned out to be Christopher Lee Campen, who had previously been caught spying and was convicted of stalking a woman 3 years before. The detectives believed they had finally apprehended the murderer, but were disappointed. Christopher's DNA did not correspond to the sample found on the victim's body. He was charged with being fine, but he was no longer considered a suspect in the murder investigation. Since then, the police have continued to investigate the case, but they have found no substantial leads. A year later, the lead detective learned about a lab in Florida that could determine a person's ethnicity using DNA. However, he had doubts about this technology, but he didn't want to miss such an opportunity as a test. He sent the DNA of 4 of his colleagues of different ethnicities to the lab. The experts succeeded in their task 100%, and the detectives sent them the DNA of Stephanie's killer. The lab determined that the DNA belonged to a white person, but this information did not help the police much. In August 2003, the victim's father offered a reward of $100,000. However, in April 2004, they yielded no results. Detectives decided to interview all residents of the complex again after hearing testimony from multiple witnesses. They suspected that the man arrested for voyeurism was not the only one who walked around the complex and looked into other people's windows. With the first man's identity and photographs in hand, the investigators wanted to speak with the residents who had seen the voyeur again. Unfortunately, no one had ever seen his face. This man frequently appeared at night and was almost always dressed in a hoodie. However, some witnesses said they saw him without the hood but could only see that he had long hair. The Texas interviewed several dozen people until they finally reached a man who saw this person right in front of Stephanie's window before her murder. His testimony was already with the police, but this time he remembered something else. The witness claimed that he saw this person a few days after the incident during daylight hours while walking his dog near the wooded. It was related to the murder, so during the initial questioning the police did not receive this information. One thing is for sure, detectives only obtained this information 2 years after Stephanie's death. Now they knew they should be looking for a man with a Labrador, judging by the fact that this person was walking his dog in the area. He must have lived nearby, and here the detectives noted one interesting fact behind the forested area where the witness saw the man there. The man was very thin with long hair and always wore baby clothes. Many people thought he was trying to attract as little attention as possible in his case, however it worked. Just the opposite. The police decided to find out more about this person and talk to an elderly resident who, according to the staff, kept an eye on everything happening in the complex. And here they were in for a very unexpected turn when they told her they were investigating the murder of Stephanie Bennett. The woman replied, "Haven't you arrested anyone yet? Everyone knows it was that guy with the big dog." The detectives were, to say the least, shocked. It took them 2 years to get to this person, and the residents of his complex initially suspected this man, but none of them deemed it necessary to share their suspicions with the police. It turned out that Drew had moved out of that complex and settled on the other side of town. The investigators decided to talk to him and came to his apartment, but no one responded to their knock on the door. They came there several more times at different times of the day and never received an answer. Either the man was never home, or he purposefully refused to open the door for them while they attempted to locate him. The police questioned his former neighbors at his old home, and they were able to locate several witnesses who revealed troubling information. A woman on the floor above noticed Drew with a young boy. They were walking down the street a few days after Stephanie's murder, discussing something. According to the witness, Drew told the boy to stop contacting the police and not tell them anything. Investigators quickly concluded that the young man in question was the same teenager who had stolen underwear from the victim's apartment. Several women had reported being afraid of Drew after spotting him during runs or walks in remote areas. The man would either closely observe or follow them. Detectives who had been unable to speak with Jews located his workplace and went there. He was a chemist at a fertilizer production laboratory, and the investigators managed to catch him at his workplace. He immediately stated that he had not heard of Stephanie Bennett's murder, which was strange considering that he lived just a kilometer away from her complex at the time. The man clearly had no desire to talk to the police and told them he was very busy at the moment. Drew told the investigators that they could come to his home at an appointed time, and he would answer all their questions. The detectives met him at his apartment, and the man finally opened the door to them. During the conversation, he stated that he had never walked his dog near Stephanie's complex. However, given that the police had many witnesses who had repeatedly seen him in that area, the investigators immediately understood that he was lying. The man also claimed that he did not wear glasses even though his driver's license indicated that he was required to wear them while driving, and several witnesses had reported that the man who was peeping into the windows of other apartments wore glasses. As expected, Drew refused to voluntarily provide a DNA sample. The detectives then decided to conduct surveillance on him, hoping to obtain a sample in a different way. However, this proved to be a very difficult task since the man did not leave behind any items that could be sent to the laboratory. For example, during lunch breaks he would leave work, sit in his car, and just stare. At one point the man did not eat anything, so the investigators could not obtain any objects with his DNA. Once they noticed Drew throwing an empty water bottle into a garbage bin, detectives took it and sent it to the laboratory, but experts were unable to extract the DNA sample from it. According to one version, Drew took someone else's model and purposely threw it on the street, knowing that he was being watched. After that, the police decided to obtain his garbage, but here too, they were unsuccessful. For several days they never saw Drew take it out. Interestingly, the man's neighbors also could not remember ever seeing him with the trash bag next. Investigators asked Drew's boss for help. The woman agreed to help them obtain any item from his workplace that might contain Drew's DNA. She watched him for several days but couldn't get any of his belongings. Drew rarely ate at work, never threw anything away, and she couldn't find a single hair on his desk, which seemed odd given that the man had fairly long-haired. Investigators were already convinced that Drew was purposefully concealing all traces to prevent them from obtaining his DNA. One day, the boss noticed him tying his hair back with a rubber band and then bending down to pick up all the hairs that fell in the process. After that, the woman decided to invite him for a lunch break at a cafe to supposedly discuss some work matters. But even there, the man was extremely cautious. He mostly ate with his hands, put all the used napkins in his pocket, and even took the straw and cup with his drink for dessert. They ordered banana pudding, and Drew finally used a pour. However, the results were too imprecise, as more biological material was required for a thorough comparison. Finally, the detectives received a warning to search Drew's workspace. They hoped to find some items that contained his DNA. The investigators were concerned that if the man found out about the search, he would flee, so they decided to conduct it in the evening. They discovered gloves, which the suspect was required to wear when working with chemicals, among his belongings. The detectives suspected his DNA was inside, so they took them and replaced them with another pair. They were still concerned Drew would try to flee, so they kept him under surveillance for several days until the laboratory confirmed that the gloves did, in fact, contain his DNA. On October 18, 2005, police quietly surrounded the laboratory, where a man worked and waited for him to exit. Investigators were concerned that if they attempted to arrest him inside the building, he would kidnap or assault one of his colleagues. Their concerns were justified when the man emerged from the building and was apprehended right away. He was discovered to be carrying a loaded pistol and appeared to be aware that the police were just steps away from apprehending him. Throughout a 6-hour interrogation, Drew remained silent, refused food and water, and barely moved. Detectives eventually had to place him in a wheelchair to move him around the area. After obtaining a search warrant for his apartment, investigators discovered a laundry basket taken from Stephanie's home. His belongings also included 9 pistols, 2 rifles, 40 knives, a sword, and a machete. The detectives also discovered a set of lockpicks and handcuffs. They also discovered a notebook with the names of dozens of women and quickly located them to ensure their safety. One of the women was a resident of his complex who had complained about Drew earlier in the investigation. She claimed that he had been watching her on the street and that his gaze made her uncomfortable. Drew's concerns were confirmed when police discovered her underwear and tampons in her home, as well as a copy of her high school graduation tape. Drew had broken into her apartment, removed the tape, made a copy, and returned the original. He kept these items for quite some time, even after moving into his apartment. They also left a check in his apartment. They also submitted a check in the name of a woman who was killed in 1999. Investigators discovered that Drew lived in her city at the time, and that the woman was shot with a relatively rare caliber gun, which was found in the man's collection during the search. Drew became a suspect in this case, but he first had to face trial for Stephanie's murder. A month after his arrest, the prosecution announced that they would seek the death penalty. The trial was scheduled to begin the following year, and Drew spent that time in solitary confinement, but it never took place. On January 1, 2006, a man was found dead in the same cell. Despite all precautions, he managed to take his own life. Investigators were certain Drew had killed Stephanie Bennett, but after a search of his home, the inevitable question arose: how many other victims could this person have had? At the very least, he was almost certainly responsible for the woman's murder in 1999. However, detectives were almost certain that Drew had been involved in additional crimes. The police discovered several intriguing facts about his biography after thoroughly researching it. Drew was raised in a family of 3 brothers. Their father constantly humiliated and beat the children until the mother fled with them to another state. As a result, Drew became a very withdrawn teenager, and this only intensified in the future. Despite this, he received a good education and got a decent job as a chemist his colleagues said he was. Very smart, but his social skills were practically non-existent. He had no friends. He didn't talk to anyone at work and always tried to keep as far away from the team as possible. However, the judge concluded that the prison staff had taken all necessary precautions but were unable to stop the man. Stephanie Bennett's father attempted to sue the management of the residential complex for ignoring residents' reports of a peeping Tom and not paying enough attention to the safety of residents on the premises. In his opinion, there was not enough lighting around the building at night, and anyone could walk there unnoticed. He also learned that the window in his daughter's apartment had been broken, but the complex management did not rush to fix this problem even though it was. Please leave your thoughts on this story in the comments, and thank you for watching. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. What caused the beauty queen's life to be stolen? It is said that beauty is a strong force that can save the world, but regrettably, it does not always translate into happiness and can even cause problems. Gorgeous girls are constantly the focus of attention and typically have a large following. But in addition to admirers and customers, famous beauties and crowned beauty queens are surrounded by a large number of jealous people, well-wishers, and obsessive stalkers who sometimes act erratically. The terrible death of young Kimberly Oliveira became one of the most startling and impactful cases in South America. The girl who competed for the title of Miss Brazil and won other beauty pageants was cruelly and deceitfully deprived of her life. Her aspirations for popularity and recognition were drastically different from what the model had anticipated. People adored Kimberly's freshness and beauty, and her name did become well known outside of her home nation. Both the numerous heights she may have still attained and the horrible way she passed away in her prime period appalled them at the same time. Kimberly Oliveira was who? On February 26, 1998, Kimberly Karen Mota de Oliveira was born in the small, charming Brazilian town of Manacapuru, which is part of the state of Amazonas municipality of the same name. She grew up with her two younger brothers as the only daughter and eldest child in Nyla and Jose Oliveira's family. It might be claimed that the girl, who had Indian, Spanish, and Brazilian ancestry, won the genetic lottery. Her stunning appearance attracted the attention of everyone in her vicinity like a magnet. Kimberly was petite and feminine, with a brilliant smile, thick, opulent hair, and perfect skin. With both adults and peers comparing her to an angel, the beauty was accustomed to widespread attention, affection, and admiration. She loved swimming, participated in dancing and gymnastics from an early age, and was very particular about her looks and demeanor. She learned foreign languages, went to the theater frequently, read a lot, and did exceptionally well in school at the same time. Kimberly, who was already in her teens, started taking part in beauty pageants where she won prizes and posed for ads and clothing catalogs. Given that her mother, Nayla, was also a well-known beauty in her younger years and had won multiple titles, including Miss Manicure, she was certain in high school that she wanted to tie her life to the modeling industry. But after being married, Nayla gave up her modeling profession to support her family and raise their 3 kids. Kimberly enjoyed to pose in front of the camera and recognized her exceptional physical characteristics. She participated in exhibitions, was frequently featured in fashion magazines, and was formally crowned the most beautiful girl in her hometown. She was also a strong candidate for Miss Brazil and made it to the finals of the Miss Amazonas competition in 2017, ready to compete again. She might have advanced to renowned competitions like Miss World or Miss Universe if she had won. Oliveira was well aware, nevertheless, that charm and beauty were insufficient to prevail at this level. There, contestants are also assessed on their moral character, education, philanthropic endeavors, and other factors. Candidates for the title of Beauty Queen must also be free of criminal histories, legal troubles, and nude picture shoots. Kimberly avidly supported sports, good eating, and a healthy lifestyle on her social media sites. She also shared pictures from different photo shoots, talked about her life, and just engaged with her increasing fan base. Her page on a well-known social media platform reached tens of thousands of followers by 2019. The model wanted to inspire and motivate her followers by being a role model. She made the decision to go to college when she was 19 with the goal of becoming a dentist by enrolling in medical school. Kimberly relocated to Manaus, the capital and largest city, in order to accomplish this. Her maternal uncle Henry lived in the state of Amazonas. She went from a small, peaceful area to a large, busy city after passing the required tests and starting university, eventually relocating to her family home. Oliveira made friends, adjusted to her new surroundings fast, and managed to balance her education with involvement in various projects and sports commercial campaigns. Tenacious and crafty admirer. When Kimberly had free time between studying and picture assignments, she would typically hang out with her pals in different locations as a big group. A dashing young man called Rafael Fernandez Rodriguez approached Kimberly and her close friend as they were having a good time at a well-known club in the fall of 2019. He offered to buy Oliveira a beverage because he wanted to get to know her. The model, however, who was used to the increased attention and knew how to respond to such circumstances, graciously rejected, stating that she was not alone and that she didn't require anything. Rafael merely went after apologizing for the disruption. However, the girl was still unaware that the stranger had planned and choreographed the entire incident. In actuality, the man had been paying close attention to the young model on social media for a year or two, but he had never tried to get in touch with her until that day. He chose to appear to be seeing her for the first time and only want to meet her because he was familiar with the locations the beauty frequented. Rodriguez, who was 31 at the time, had just gotten divorced and was completely enamored with the prospect of meeting Kimberly and falling in love with her after reading on social media that the model had relocated to Manaus. He likewise relocated to the city, where he rented a large apartment in a posh residential complex and promptly secured a lucrative position in corporate law, thanks to his legal education. He then started carrying out his strategy, keeping a careful eye on Oliveira and waiting for the ideal opportunity to speak with her. Rafael made the decision to come out of hiding and began sending the girl private messages on social media, inviting her out on a date, following the failed attempt to meet at the nightclub. For several months, he also consistently liked and commented on every post the model made on her profile. Since she frequently found herself in similar circumstances, and this man didn't especially stand out, she ignored the obstinate follower and gave him no particular attention. In an attempt to win their friendship and trust, Rodriguez then modified his strategy and added Kimberly's friends, classmates, and even family to his list of acquaintances. This strategy worked, and he was able to get her phone number from a close friend. Then, the maniacal stalker started sending her messages on instant chat, proposing to meet up. The man examined the thing he admired, well, being aware of her preferences, travel habits, musical tastes, and so forth. He began going to training sessions outside, sometimes led by Oliveira herself, and it was only there that he was able to get her attention. After speaking for a while, they started phoning and contacting each other frequently on social media. Despite the fact that the two young people were about 10 years apart in age, Rafael was able to attract the girl's attention because he was well prepared. The man approached the girl with caution, attempting to court and please her in a lovely way without frightening her away or causing her to forget about him. His strategy was successful, and Kimberly and Rafael formally began dating in March 2020 after declaring their relationship. The passionate owner, the handsome and romantic man who tried his hardest to earn the beauty's love, showed his true nature. He immediately began tracking his sweetheart's every action as soon as they started dating, demanding to know where she went, who she spoke to, who messaged her, and everything else. At first, the girl even thought it was funny because she had never been restrained or managed before. But things became worse every day, and Rafael started acting more aggressively and invasively. He now made decisions over who Kimberly could block, who she could reply to, when she could go live, and which pictures she could share on social media. She soon became weary of this. They got into a heated dispute as he tried to establish personal limits the man couldn't breach. Rodriguez had to make amends and provide an apology. He offered the girl a big bouquet of flowers and invited her to a fancy restaurant. After every fight, he said this again. The man promised Oliveira he would never leave him and provided her expensive presents or romantic dates at hip places to keep her from leaving him after he had followed her so long and relentlessly. Kimberly was complaining to her friends more and more about her partner, claiming that she was unable to move further without his consent. Even at the university, Rafael prohibited her from talking to men. He also stole her phone without her consent, reviewed her messages and calls, and then made a scene. At times, he became so enraged that the girl worried about her safety. Her friends acknowledged that this was unusual and suggested that she speak with the man seriously before leaving him before it was too late if nothing changed. Knowing that she would soon have a successful modeling profession, diploma, defense, international travel, fashion magazine photo shoots, popularity, and recognition, Kimberly also realized she didn't want to live this way. She didn't want to sacrifice all for shaky relationships with an obsessive and unstable owner who tried to control, limit, and treat her like an object. Final judgment by the beginning of May 2020. Kimberly made the decision to end her relationship with Rafael after 2 arduous months, but she wasn't sure how to do it without making him angry. She waited for the ideal opportunity to break the news, but there was no longer any room for delay. Kimberly always spent Mother's Day with her mother, which was observed on May 10 in Brazil, but she was unable to visit her homeland to celebrate her mother because of the COVID-19 pandemic's restrictions in 2020. Rather, Kimberly shared a picture of them together, along with heartfelt words of appreciation and a heartfelt message. Nayla was receiving treatment at the hospital at the time following her cancer diagnosis. Kimberly and a few pals, including Rafael, went for a run at the park after posting. Everyone who saw the pair that day said they were having a lovely conversation and weren't fighting, and only her close friend was aware that the model had already decided she was going to split from her boyfriend that night. Kimberly called her uncle at midday and informed him that she would be spending the day with Gabriella, her best friend, but would go back home to sleep. She later called Henry once more. promising to return by midnight and requesting that he not lock the front door since she had forgotten her keys. While at her friend's house, Kimberly practiced what she was going to say to her boyfriend. She picked her words carefully to avoid offending him and causing any angry outbursts, and even though it was really tough, she finally seemed to have found the right delicate phrases and was prepared for the crucial conversation. Henry followed instructions and went to bed, completely trusting his niece in the evening. Raphael showed up at her friend's house in his brand new white Audi at around 9 o'clock in the evening. Kimberly said goodbye to Gabriella, smiled as she walked out to him, and sat down beside the driver in the passenger seat. Nobody ever saw the girl alive again, and the couple's disappearance was strange. When Henry awoke on the morning of May 11 and saw that his niece was not home, he got quite concerned. Kimberly always let him know when she would be coming back and if she was going to spend the night at a friend's house. Her phone was off when he tried to reach her. Gabriella informed him that Kimberly had gone out with her boyfriend and had not been in contact since. It was odd that Raphael didn't answer when Henry called him. The fact that the girl had never before skipped her university classes was quickly revealed. By midday, Henry went to the police to report the girl and her boyfriend's absence because he was certain that his niece was missing and that no one had seen her. The authorities, however, simply sneered at him, claiming that Olivera and her partner were adults who could travel anywhere they pleased without anybody knowing. The missing girl's pals and Henry started their own search. Raphael's flat was their first stop, but nobody answered the door. Additionally, his car was not in the parking space. Kimberly's loved ones knew she would never go missing without alerting anybody, even though everything suggested the two had actually gone somewhere together. In the evening, Henry informed his sister Nayla of the situation over the phone. He couldn't wait any longer because his relative, who was suffering from a serious illness, had been attempting to get in touch with her daughter all day and had a suspicion that something wasn't right. Since Kimberly avoided trouble, didn't maintain bad company, and didn't have any hazardous habits, he tried to reassure her that nothing negative could have occurred to her. Kimberly's pals started sharing her pictures on their social media profiles and in other groups. Give up inquiring about the whereabouts of the girl and her boyfriend Raphael. The teenage model was well known, so when word spread that she had vanished, thousands of followers joined the hunt. But that didn't work either. Unsettling finding in a locked apartment. The police didn't start investigating until May 12, almost 2 days after the pair vanished. Raphael's apartment was the subject of a search warrant, since it might hold information regarding the young people's location. However, everyone was astonished by what the authorities found when they broke through the locked door and entered the building. Sadly, there was nothing that could be done to save Kimberly, who was in one of the rooms. The young girl's lifeless body was covered with a sheet and lay on the bedroom floor in a big pool of her own blood. Additionally, the bed had multiple huge blood stains, and practically every room had blood smears and traces on the carpets and floor coverings. In order to prevent anyone from suspecting that a body was in the flat, the criminal clearly fled after realizing that his attempts to conceal the evidence were ineffective and turned the air conditioner on full blast to slow down the body's decomposition. 4 stab wounds, 2 to the neck and 2 to the chest, were discovered on the victim's body by the forensic specialists. The huge kitchen knife that was used was found in the adjacent room, along with the criminal's unmistakable fingerprints and bloodstains. The offender simply threw it on the ground without making any attempt to remove it or remove any traces. The girl was probably attacked unexpectedly because there were no defensive wounds or indications of a struggle on her body. She was killed on the floor after being struck in the neck, severing her carotid artery, but it seems the attack took place on the bed. The owner of the residence was missing, along with his documents, bank cards, car keys, and a few personal belongings. The condition of the room suggested that he had departed quickly. Raphael was reclassified as the main suspect in the heinous crime, even though he had previously been listed as missing. However, where can we search for him, and is it possible that he has already left the country? Find the elusive perpetrator. The forensic analysis verified that the missing Rodriguez's fingerprints were on the crime weapon. Any lingering suspicions regarding the man's guilt were eliminated when it was discovered that the apartment was occupied solely by the criminal and the victim at the time of the incident. Police stations all around the state received alerts about Raphael right once, and social media was used extensively to spread the word that a dangerous criminal was being sought and to ask for any information regarding his whereabouts. The white Audi that the man was driving was also searched for. Detectives examined every report from watchful residents because they knew that every minute mattered. In the nearby state of Karakarui, a white Audi was discovered smashed in a ditch on the side of the road on May 13. It turned out that the suspect owned the vehicle. Raphael was seen speeding on surveillance footage. He apparently lost control. The vehicle went off the road and flipped over. The extent of the driver's injuries and his whereabouts were unknown, though. After an unsuccessful attempt to cross the border, there were rumors that he may have hitched a ride to the Venezuelan border and then fled there. It was quickly discovered that the individual hurt in the collision had, in fact, been taken to a nearby town by a passing vehicle. After removing nearly all of the funds from his account, Rodriguez took a taxi to the closest bank and then continued on to the border town of Boa Vista. He then made an attempt to flee prosecution by walking across the border into Venezuela. Luckily, limitations brought on by the deteriorating COVID-19 scenario prevented him from leaving the country. They wouldn't let the man pass. Detectives discovered that the suspect opted to hide in the forested area while waiting for the situation to calm down, instead of returning to Boa Vista, a city of around 300,000 people, and trying to blend in. The fugitive was located in a small hut deep in the forest, nearly hidden by the surroundings, after a few days of searching. But things didn't go as planned with the arrest. Men brandishing machetes, whom Rodriguez had hired from the local community for personal protection and lavished them with cash, unexpectedly attacked the cops. Thankfully, there was no violence. The authorities warned the bodyguards that helping the criminal might have major legal repercussions for both them and Raphael, as they displayed their badges and indicated that they were there to capture a dangerous criminal. The authorities had all the proof of the primary suspect's guilt by the time he was taken into custody, so there was no use in disputing it. According to surveillance footage, Kimberly got into his car, drove to his house, and climbed up to his apartment. A few hours later, Rodriguez fled the site by himself. It's interesting to note that the couple seemed at ease, smiling and having a great conversation in every video. Raphael casually left the apartment without showing signs of fear, regret, or guilt. The suspect gave a pretty odd account of what happened that day, but he acknowledged his guilt under the weight of the evidence. He claims that after deciding to enjoy a romantic evening, he and his sweetheart went to his place and shared private moments. After that, Raphael decided to examine Kimberly's phone while she was taking a shower and discovered that she had been conversing with other men on social media. Before he confronted her about it, he went to the kitchen and took a big knife and concealed it behind a pillow. He said he merely intended to frighten her in case she tried to trick him, not to hurt her. Raphael began grilling Olivera about who she was speaking to as soon as she lay on the bed after taking a shower. "I'm not talking to any men," the girl responded with a simple smile. Rodriguez was furious about this. He became aware that his sweetheart was making fun of him and lying. Reaching for the knife, he swiftly struck her heart twice. Without having time to comprehend or fight back, the victim tumbled from the bed onto the floor, where the assailant struck her neck twice more, killing her. Raphael tried to hide the evidence after realizing what he had done, but he soon realized it was pointless. He just covered the body with a sheet and turned the air conditioner on full blast to make the room as chilly as possible, slowing the decomposition process, because he couldn't remove the body from the apartment undetected, and the suspicion would still be on him. Witness statements. Gabriella, Kimberly's closest friend, gave a witness statement in which she gave an entirely different account of what happened. That night, she said, Kimberly had finally made the decision to quit her relationship with her violent and mentally ill partner. Knowing that one incorrect word could make Raphael furious, she had taken her time crafting her response. Knowing that Kimberly's behaviors were always unexpected, Gabriella argued that Kimberly would never have joked about messaging other guys or been intimate with a man she intended to leave. Rodriguez's ex-wife, another witness, attested to his cruelty and his unpredictable outbursts of rage that affected everyone in his vicinity. Their divorce was primarily caused by his hostility. Raphael's mother, Fatima, was his sole advocate, claiming that he was a wonderful man who never intended to hurt anyone. She blamed her boy's immorality on Kimberly, her ex-daughter-in-law, and everyone else. After the trial, Rodriguez's father realized what a monster he had created, but he did not survive to witness the sentencing. By standing in front of a train, the old guy decided to take his own life. His widow maintained that it was an accident, claiming that her husband fell onto the rails by accident after feeling ill. The surveillance footage, however, unequivocally demonstrated otherwise. By obtaining fresh psychiatric assessments, the defendant's legal team continually postponed the case and promoted the narrative of his insanity. Raphael was ultimately found to be competent to face trial for his horrible deed. Almost a year and a half after the heinous incident, the trial started in October 2021. Raphael was given a remarkably light sentence of just 14 years in prison, which was later lowered by another year, despite the overwhelming proof of his guilt. The defense's successful claim that their client committed the crime while in a rage was the reason for this result. As a result, he was given a much lower sentence rather than life in jail. Nyla Oliveira, Kimberly's mother, died on October 28, the day of the sentencing, following a protracted fight with cancer. From her hospital bed, where she was in critical condition, she had watched every court session via video call. Her heart stopped a few hours after the verdict was declared. In less than a year and a half, the Oliveira family lost two members they loved, their beloved sister and daughter, then their mother and devoted wife. Since her son was the only close relative she had left following her husband's passing, Rodriguez's mother resolved to wait for him to be released from prison. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Elisa Claps, a high school student from Italy, disappeared in her hometown of Potenza in September 1993 She was unaccounted for almost 20 years. Elisa was last seen in person at the nearby Holy Trinity Church, where she had met up with a friend. It's commonly said that it's difficult to spot a dangerous criminal with a perverted mindset among regular people. Their ability to blend in is frightening. To those around them, they seem completely normal, average, and unremarkable. Their ability to cover their tracks, leaving crime scenes painstakingly devoid of evidence, is even more disturbing. This is the exact reason why it can be difficult for law enforcement to find and apprehend these criminals. It can take years, during which time they may carry out their heinous crimes. Let's examine this disturbing case now. On January 21, 1977, Elisa Maria Claps was born in the southern Italian town of Potenza, which is surrounded by mountains. She was the youngest of her family's 3 children. Her father ran a small tobacco shop, and her mother was a simple clerk. Elisa grew up with Gildo and Luciano, her 2 older brothers. The Claps family, who regularly attended Sunday services at their neighborhood church, was well known for being devout and strict. Driven by her desire to help people, Elisa was a bright and ambitious student who aspired to become a doctor. She was described as being very friendly, kind, and compassionate by those who knew her. She was naive and trusting at the same time, always having faith in other people. She had a natural ability to connect with people and quickly form friendships. Despite the attention she received from her peers, Elisa had never been in a romantic relationship by the time she turned 16. The boys at school definitely noticed her because of her lovely long hair and warm smile. However, because she came from a religious family, she graciously turned down every date invitation. In the early summer of 1993, an admirer became unsettlingly devoted. Danilo Restivo, a local, started displaying unwelcome and persistent interest in Elisa. The town was filled with disturbing rumors about Danilo, who was 5 years older. Elisa made an effort to avoid this strange man, who whenever he had the opportunity tried to entice her into remote areas. She was unable to be harsh or contemptuous due to her upbringing and innate kindness, and Danielle appeared to take her politeness as encouragement. In her private journal, Elisa wrote about Danielle, acknowledging that he both scared and made her feel sorry for him. Though she was careful never to be alone with him, she always tried to be polite because she saw how lonely and troubled he seemed. She always found a reason to get out of his presence as quickly as possible, usually by saying she had important errands to run. The Claps family took a vacation to the peaceful seaside town of Monte Giordano in the middle of August of that year. Elisa froze one day as she and her brother Gildo were walking through the quiet streets. She signaled to her brother not to leave her side by holding his hand tightly as Danilo approached them. As though they were old friends, Danilo greeted Elisa and even asked her to accompany him, insisting that he needed her help with something. Gildo knew right away that something was amiss. As he led his sister away, he made up an excuse. He later questioned Elisa about whether Danilo had harmed her and why she had reacted that way. Although the man had never physically hurt her, Elisa admitted that he had been following her and that she was afraid of him. Around 5 p.m. on September 11th, the Claps family's phone rang. Elisa responded, and as she conversed with the person on the other end, her attitude rapidly changed. Her brother did not miss the growing somber and agitated expression on her face. Gildo inquired as to who had called after Elisa hung up. "It was Danilo," she said. Elisa adamantly declined Gildo's offer to confront him, claiming she could take care of it on her own. She thought she had everything under control and didn't want to cause any trouble. The enigmatical absence at church. Elisa's parents and brothers departed early on Sunday, September 12, 1993, for a day trip to Naples, which is roughly 90 miles away from Potenza. Elisa had remained behind, intending to join her close friend Elena for the morning service at the nearby church. Her family had returned from Naples by noon, and as everyone waited for Elisa and Elena, her mother made lunch. However, the girls had yet to return home as time went on. Someone knocked on the door at 1:45 p.m. Elena appeared nervous as she stood on the doorstep. She inquired as to Elisa's return, stating that they had become separated at the church and were unable to see one another. Elena claimed that she thought Elisa had already arrived at her house, but her account sounded flimsy, and she shifted uneasily, as though she were concealing something. Elena's distress increased when the family informed her that Elisa was still missing. She eventually acknowledged that she hadn't been truthful under duress. After the service, Elisa had actually stayed behind to talk to a young man. The two girls had planned to meet at the park afterwards before going to lunch, and the talk was only expected to last 10 minutes at most. However, neither 10 minutes nor an hour later did Elisa appear. As they conversed, Elisa grudgingly disclosed that Elisa's intended meeting with the young man was Danilo. Gildo's face turned pale at this. He alerted his brother and parents that Elisa might be in grave danger and that they should begin looking for her immediately. Danilo Restivo. Who was he? On April 3, 1972, Danilo Restivo was born in Irice, a tiny commune in the Sicilian province of Trapani. He came from a reasonably well-off family and was the youngest child. He was pampered and used to getting what he wanted as a child, and he was taught early on that there would never be any real repercussions for his actions. Regardless of the trouble he caused, his father was always there to support him. The Restivo family relocated to Potenza in the early 1980s, where Danilo's father, Mauricio, founded a prosperous company. In a matter of years, Mauricio rose to prominence as one of the richest and most powerful people in the city, developing close ties with local government and law enforcement. Danilo was notorious for being strange, impolite, and unsettlingly violent when he was in school. He was a reclusive and vicious youngster who was notorious for abusing animals, a habit that apparently gave him a deranged sense of fulfillment. In addition, he had a disturbing fixation on sharp objects. Despite being caught spying on girls in locker rooms on multiple occasions, Danilo appeared unaffected by any kind of intervention or discipline. He showed no remorse or desire to change, and he persisted in these actions with a stubborn, almost compulsive determination. Danilo Restivo had no true friends, and was a recluse who was mostly shunned by his peers. He would frequently cut the hair of gullible girls because he had the unsettling habit of always having scissors with him. Parents complained repeatedly, but this unsettling behavior was ignored. Danilo would collect a large collection of hair clippings and take his trophies home. Strangely, his family didn't seem to notice any warning signs, and instead dismissed this behavior as simple, childish mischief. Danilo's actions became more concerning as he grew older. His cruelty was not limited to animal abuse. He seemed to enjoy hurting other people. He still had trouble relating to people, especially girls, with whom he frequently acted aggressively and made an effort to threaten or harm them. The initial victim. Sonia, Danilo's younger cousin, was roughly a year and a half younger than him. They frequently walked home together from the same school. Danilo would often invite her to remote locations after class, making up a variety of reasons to entice her away. But Sonia was suspicious of her cousin. Her mother had specifically warned her not to go anywhere with him by herself, and her instincts told her to exercise caution. After promising to show Sonia a secret hiding place, Danilo was able to persuade her to follow him in the spring of 1987. Sensing that something was wrong, Sonia made the safe decision to bring her younger brother, Angelo, who was 11 years old. The three of them went into a wooded area where an old deserted shack stood after school. Danilo proposed a game in which players would be blindfolded. After Sonia and Angelo agreed to temporarily trust him, Danilo covered their eyes with blindfolds. There was a tense silence. Uneasy, Sonia shifted her blindfold just enough to get a glimpse and saw something horrifying. Her cousin was approaching Angelo, getting ready to attack and taking a pair of scissors from his backpack. Sonia startled her younger brother by screaming as loudly as she could. Angelo jerked away in an instinctive reaction, still with his eyes covered. Danilo's hand swung down, but the scissors sliced his shoulder rather than his neck. Danilo appeared to be stunned by the sight of blood and Sonia's shrill cries, which allowed the kids to flee in the few seconds they had left. With their cries resonating through the forest, Sonia and Angelo fled the shack and fled for their lives. Danilo screamed threats and demanded they keep quiet about what had happened as he pursued them. Sonia and Angelo outran him and made it to safety, motivated by their instinct for survival and sheer terror. What had happened appalled the parents of the injured children. They hurried Angelo to the hospital, where medical professionals were able to treat him in time to save his life. Despite suffering severe blood loss and nearly dying, the boy managed to survive. The parents reported the incident to the local police that same day, filing charges for attempted assault with deadly intent, but the case was quickly dismissed, and Danilo was spared any serious repercussions. There were rumors that his father shielded his youngest son by using his considerable influence. With the help of a local priest, Mr. Restivo assured Angelo's family that Danilo would be committed to a mental health facility for required therapy in order to stop similar incidents in the future. He also paid the family a sizable amount in compensation and paid for Angelo's medical bills. Soon after, the parents of Sonia and Angelo made the decision to relocate their family to Naples in order to avoid any more interactions with their dangerous relative. Although Danilo's father made solemn vows, he never fulfilled them. Danilo never even saw a specialist and was never sent for treatment. Mr. Mauricio Restivo was too worried that his son's reputation and social standing would be permanently harmed if he were to be classified as mentally unstable or a danger to others by a formal psychiatric evaluation. A perilous preference. After parents and students repeatedly complained about Danilo's violent and intimidating behavior, he was expelled from 4 different schools. He ultimately had to turn to homeschooling to finish his coursework and obtain his diploma. Since he was considered physically capable of serving, Danilo was drafted into the military at the age of 18. However, due to his unpredictable and erratic behavior, he was released within a few months. He went back home and remained protected by his powerful and affluent father, who continued to absolve him of responsibility. Danilo's actions only became more unsettling with time. When he fell in love, he would stalk girls, spy on them through their windows, make eerie late-night phone calls while remaining silent, and harass them in an uncomfortable way. His attempts to show romantic interest frequently turned violent, including luring them to abandoned places or attempting to chop off strands of their hair. Danilo's responses to these girls' rejection of his advances were frightening. He sent them letters outlining his disturbing fantasies or packages containing fictitious explosive devices marked with words like boom. Since Danilo's father always stepped in to protect him, no amount of complaints to the authorities seemed to have any effect. Danilo felt unstoppable and above the law because of this ongoing cover-up. He seemed rather innocuous to outsiders, more like a peculiar locality than a cunning or dangerous person. People like Elisa felt sorry for him because of his dishonest appearance, and they even wished they could assist. The church is the target of the missing girl's search. Elisa's brothers and parents immediately began a frantic search. The local church where she was last seen was their first destination. Elisa had intended to confront Danilo Restivo that day to request that he stop pursuing her and give her some space. According to her friend, a number of witnesses were promptly located who attested to seeing the high school student conversing with Danilo outside the church. However, none of them were able to provide information regarding the two's subsequent whereabouts. In an effort to talk to Danilo, Elisa's mother tried calling the Restivo residence, but Mauricio, Danilo's father, picked up the phone and wouldn't let her talk to his son. The Claps family drove to the Restivo home, growing more and more alarmed, but nobody answered the door. They had no choice but to report Elisa missing to law enforcement. Maurizio met officers at the Restivo residence and informed them that his son had left for Naples on some errands and would not return until the next day. Authorities quickly learned, however, that Danilo was in fact at home. After returning home, the police demanded to speak with Danilo and took him to the station so they could question him. His father kept getting in the way, making it hard to get definitive answers, so they had to do this. Danilo's account was riddled with contradictions. He acknowledged that he had talked to Elisa at the church, but he said she had left shortly after, leaving him to pray. He gave a hazy and contradictory account, and it was obvious that he was lying because of his obvious nervousness. After leaving the church, Danilo was unable to explain where he had gone and was unable to produce the clothing he had been wearing that day, which he seemed to have thrown away. Additionally, investigators found a pair of his shoes that had been left in a bleach-filled tub for almost 2 days. Any possible blood traces had, of course, been eliminated. Danilo was unable to provide a satisfactory explanation for the suspicious cut on his hand, which detectives also noticed. He was unable to provide the precise location of the incident, but he stated that he tripped and cut himself on something sharp as he was leaving the church. His story was further undermined by the fact that the wound looked as though it had been caused by a sharp blade. The suspect is safe with the prosecutor. Danilo's father moved quickly to defend him in spite of his evasive behavior, refusal to give up his clothing and shoes for examination, and convoluted web of contradictory statements. Maurizio promptly engaged 2 of Naples' top defense lawyers to defend his son. In light of these challenges, the investigating police asked the city's chief prosecutor for authorization to acquire a warrant in order to search the suspect's house and confiscate his clothes and shoes in the hopes of discovering any evidence connecting him to Elisa's disappearance. They required legal authority. Surprisingly, the city's chief prosecutor showed no concern in the face of overwhelming evidence linking Danilo to the young girl's disappearance. He declined to grant a search warrant for either the church where Elisa was last seen or Danilo's house. The church was only briefly searched, and Father Domenico Sabbia, the lead priest, steadfastly refused to let anyone into the padlocked wooden staircase secured upstairs room. The prosecutor refused to issue a warrant to conduct a thorough investigation of the church and the rooms that are adjacent to it, despite pressure. Father Domenico suspiciously used the past tense when referring to Elisa right away, as though he was aware that she was dead. 3 weeks following Elisa's disappearance, Danilo was featured as the main suspect and his photo was displayed in a local news segment about the case. After this broadcast, dozens of women called the police station to report that Danilo had been harassing and stalking them. They disclosed his unsettling fixation on women's hair and his propensity to carry scissors, which he used to try to covertly chop off strands of hair from gullible victims in parks, city streets, and even on public transit. Dedicated investigators' persistence allowed them to ultimately accuse Danilo of making false statements. He received a sentence of 2.5 years in prison in the spring of 1995. However, his sentence was commuted to community service, ironically at the same church where Elisa had vanished, after less than 2 months in prison. A new investigation and a new prosecutor. When police detained a criminal organization's leader in 1999, the investigation into Elisa's disappearance came to a standstill. Despite his lack of knowledge regarding Elisa's case, he revealed damaging details about the city's top prosecutor. He claimed that the prosecutor had engaged in corruption by taking bribes, concealing crimes, and purposefully sabotaging investigations. These claims led to a major shift, even though they were regarded as hearsay and the informant was subsequently charged with defamation. Elisa's case was given to a new lead investigator and prosecutor, who essentially began from scratch. They were eventually given a search warrant for Danilo's home this time. The search turned up something concerning, even though the exact clothes and shoes he had worn on the day Elisa vanished were not there. Danilo's room was filled with a large collection of hair strands from many different girls. Investigators discovered a sizable box containing pictures of nude and semi-nude women beneath Danilo's bed. By spying on his victims in showers, locker rooms, fitting rooms, and even through their home windows, he had taken these pictures himself. Sadly, he also retained a different collection of pictures showing women who had had limbs amputated. Although his severe psychological problems were evident, this did not lead to any new information in the case of Elisa Claps, who went missing. 6 years after Elisa's disappearance, police attempted to search the church once more, but Father Domenico refused to let them into the locked upstairs room. By using his connections and portraying the investigation as an effort to desecrate a place of worship, he went to considerable measures to stop the search, and even mobilized churchgoers against the officers. A letter from the beyond and a move. Even after the new investigation, Danilo left his hometown and set out on a lengthy journey across Europe because there was no conclusive evidence against him. He persisted in stalking women and cutting their hair whenever he could, but he had to be more careful without the protection of his powerful father. Danilo would immediately relocate to a different city or even a different nation if his actions were likely to result in legal repercussions. An unexpected letter, purportedly written by Elisa herself, was delivered to the Claps family in the early 2000s SS. According to the message, she was still alive and well and had fled to Brazil with a romantic partner. The author requested that her family not try to find her or get in touch. However, the handwriting clearly differed from Elisa's. By comparing it to her personal diary and school notebooks, anyone could see the difference. In addition, there were numerous obvious grammatical mistakes in the letter, indicating that the author was not well educated. Unsurprisingly, the Claps family's own investigation revealed Danilo to be the source of their suspicions. He had somehow chosen to write the letter while he was visiting his parents, posing as Elisa in an unsuccessful attempt to deceive her loved ones. A fresh victim. Heather Barnett, 48, was killed in a vicious crime that shook the sleepy British town of Bournemouth on November 12, 2002. When her 2 teenage children got home from school, they made the terrible discovery. The mutilated and lifeless body of Heather was discovered in a pool of blood on the bathroom floor. Her skull displayed evidence of multiple blunt force trauma, most likely from a hammer blow, and her throat had been slashed. The removal of her breasts and their placement next to her head, however, was the most unsettling part of the crime. A lock of hair that wasn't Heather's was in her hand. There had been no struggle to tear this hair out. The scissors had cut it neatly. Furthermore, Heather had had a portion of her own hair cut. These unsettling specifics raised the possibility that the crime was ritualistic. Investigators quickly focused on Fiamma Marsango and her husband Danilo Restivo, Heather's odd neighbors. The victim's house was only a short distance away from the couple's residence, which was next door. Danilo had approached her inappropriately and Heather had complained about him on multiple occasions. She told a friend that she was afraid of her husband, even though they were married, right before the crime. Heather took custom orders from her home and worked as a seamstress. Under the guise of commissioning clothing, Danilo frequently attempted to visit her. He insisted on going inside to discuss specifics, even though he never placed any specific orders. Heather discovered her house keys were gone 2 days prior to the tragedy, following one of Danilo's visits. At the time, she assumed she had just lost them and didn't relate this to her neighbor. Regretfully, she hadn't managed to change the locks yet. Even before the police and emergency personnel arrived, Danilo was among the first individuals on the scene. He said he was on his way home when he heard Heather's kids screaming in terror and hurried to assist. Officers brought him in for interrogation, but they soon let him go because he seemed incompetent and unthreatening. But after his most recent visit, Heather's kids pointed to him as a cause for concern, stating that they were also uncomfortable around their odd neighbor and brought up the missing keys. The police chose to closely monitor Danilo because they had no immediate reason to search his house. They soon discovered him performing a disturbing act. Danilo was discovered stalking a young woman and trying to cut a lock of her hair while holding scissors on the street. He was taken into custody by officers, who also searched his car and requested his identification. They discovered an unsettling assortment in the trunk, including extra pairs of shoes, a change of clothes, and a set of knives. This, along with his questionable actions, ultimately produced sufficient proof to secure a search warrant for his home. When investigators searched Danilo Restivo's house, they were shocked by what they found. They discovered multiple albums containing hair he had cut from different women. Sneakers and clothing were soaking in a tub filled with bleach in the bathroom. The missing keys belonging to Heather Barnett, which are currently in Restivo's room, were the most damning piece of evidence. Although there were blood traces on the clothes, the samples were too badly ruined by the bleach to be identified. But Danilo's DNA was found on a towel in Heather's restroom, indicating that he used it to wipe blood splatter off his face. A body in the attic of the church, and two beliefs. Authorities discovered Danilo's troubling past as they investigated the murder of Heather Barnett. He had been the main suspect in the disappearance of a high school girl in his hometown 9 years prior. The girl's body had never been found at the time, and investigators had not discovered enough conclusive evidence. But now that there was ample evidence of his violent tendencies and no powerful father to defend him, Danilo was put on trial, convicted of premeditated murder, and given a 40-year prison term without the chance of release. Then, in the attic of the same church where Elisa Claps had last been sighted, construction workers found her mummified remains in March 2010, 17 years after she had vanished. Father Domenico Sabbia had refused to let the police in through the locked door, concealing her body. Although it was obvious that Father Domenico had kept a horrible secret, he had long since died by this point, and it was impossible to pinpoint exactly what part he'd played in hiding the crime. There were unsettling parallels between Elisa's body and Heather Barnett's case. The cause of death was a slashed throat, and her chest had been similarly mutilated. Her underwear had also been soiled, indicating a violent personal attack. Bloodstains on Elisa's deteriorated clothing matched those of Restivo, who had hurt himself during the attack, and fingerprints were found at the scene. An uncanny signature that mirrored the evidence from Heather's murder was a lock of hair in Elisa's hand that wasn't hers. Since Restivo was already serving his 40-year sentence in the UK, he was tried in absentia for Elisa Clap's murder. He was found guilty once more based on overwhelming evidence, and this time he was sentenced to 30 years in prison. He will be extradited to Italy to serve an extra 30 years for the heinous attack on Elisa. After serving his sentence in the UK, although Restivo's involvement in other unsolved murders and disappearances has not been proven, authorities suspect that he may have had many more victims. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. We will examine two cases today that you are most likely unfamiliar with. Both cases occurred in the United States of America, one in Maine and the other in New York City. Two 19-year-old women encountered unanticipated events that ended their plans and aspirations and permanently altered their families' lives. Michaela Conley, 19, lived in Bar Harbor with her mother and stepfather. The town of Bar Harbor is located on Mount Desert Island in Frenchman Bay, Maine. It provides access to the nearby Acadia National Park's mountains and cliffs. When Michaela was 4 years old, her father passed away. On May 31, 2018, Michaela picked up her friend Jaliek Keene at Logan Airport in Boston and drove him back to Bar Harbor. Conley and Keene attended Mount Desert Island High School together. Before graduating in 2015, he played running back for the Mount Desert Island High School football team. According to a friend and coach, he had just finished playing football for the Krausevo Royal Crowns, an amateur team in Serbia. He is thought to have been returning from Europe when Michaela Conley met him at the airport. The same evening, she took him back to her Bar Harbor home on Eden Street, which is directly across from the Connors Emerson School. Michaela and Jaliek decided to go for a walk after leaving the house at around 2 in the morning. Michaela never came home. Later, Jaliek went back to Michaela's house the following morning and informed her mother that he had left his wallet and cell phone in Michaela's room and wanted to get them back. Danielle Timoney, Michaela's mother, was shocked to hear that her daughter had not spent the night at home. Jaliek claimed that after a fight with Michaela, he left her alone and walked away. According to Jaliek, He had not seen Michaela. Michaela's mother then reported her daughter's disappearance to the police. Court documents are the most trustworthy source of information. One such document that describes Michaela's fate will now be read to you. A detective who worked on the Michaela Conley investigation provided this testimony. Thomas Pickering, a detective in the Maine State Police Major Crimes Unit North, is your affiant. As of February 2012, your affiant has been a detective. Due to my own investigative efforts and the efforts of other Maine State Police detectives and other law enforcement personnel who shared their findings with me as part of the investigation, I have first-hand knowledge of the facts and circumstances that are described below. Although this affidavit does not contain all of the information we have learned during our investigation, I think it is enough to show that there is reasonable suspicion that Jalek Keene committed murder. The Maine State Police contacted your affiant on June 1, 2018 in Bar Harbor, Maine. On June 2, 2018, around 11:32, Bangor RCC reported a missing person from Bar Harbor. After arriving at the Bar Harbor Police Department, your affiant was informed by Maine State Police Sergeant Jason Richards of the following facts: that on March 22, 1999, Michaela Conley was reported missing to the Bar Harbor Police Department, that she had left in the afternoon of May 31, 2018, to travel to South to pick up Jalek Keene and a woman named Natasha, that her mother, Danielle Timmons, reported her missing on June 3, 18, at around 1:04 p.m., that Danielle reported that her cell phone was found this morning on the grounds of the Connors Emerson School, that a school official gave Danielle a cell phone, which Danielle recognized as her own, that on June 2, 2018, an MSP canine search team discovered human remains in the wooded area between the Connors Emerson School and the intersection of Eden Avenue and West Street in Bar Harbor, Maine, that a video was uploaded to Snapchat from Michaela's phone on June 1, 2018, at 2:19 a.m., that a male named Jalek Keene was identified in the video, and that the video showed what was thought to be the playground at the Connors Emerson School. The remains were hidden beneath branches, bamboo, and other vegetation. The body had been dragged from the vicinity of the school, as evidenced by the obvious drag marks found upon closer inspection of the scene. Later, it was determined that the remains belonged to Michaela Conley, who was born on March 22, 1999. On June 3, 2018, State Medical Examiner Dr. Margaret Greenwald performed Michaela Conley's autopsy. Dr. Greenwald called me to share her initial findings. She discovered evidence of strangulation and blunt force trauma to the head and face after the autopsy. In addition, there were numerous abrasions and contusions on the torso and extremities, which suggested both dragging and intentional harm. Additionally, there was evidence of anal penetration with injury, including rectum contusions, anus lacerations, and contusions. She believes that strangulation and blunt force trauma are the causes of death. Homicide is the manner of death. Before MSP detectives Jason Fowler and Paul White discovered the body, Jalek Keene was interviewed on June 10. He acknowledged in that interview that Michaela had picked him up at Logan Airport and that they had driven back to Bar Harbor together. He claimed to have stayed with her until the wee hours of the morning at her house, and that while they were there, they both went onto the grounds of the nearby Connors Emerson School at around 2 in the morning. I was able to verify this claim by looking at surveillance footage that was obtained from the school. He claimed that they made out and had sex for approximately an hour while they were together on the school grounds, as will be covered in more detail below. Then she got angry. A physical altercation broke out. He displayed the scratches on his back to the detectives. "She had forced it upon me," he said. He claimed that he left at 3:30 a.m. and never came back. "I never saw her again," he said. Jalek and I had a walkthrough on June 3 before I interviewed him. He acknowledged that they had had vaginal sex at that point, and in response to my questions, he revealed that this was their first time having sex together, and that he had also had anal sex with Michaela. He went on to say that he never saw her again after leaving her on the school grounds at around 3:30 in the morning. He told me that he waited for her for 4 hours after walking down to the shoreline close to the Bar Harbor shore path. I was able to get the video surveillance footage from every camera at the school by collaborating with other detectives. By watching that video, I was able to see Michaela Conley and Jalek Keene strolling along the path that connects Eden Street to the Connors Emerson School at 2:17 in the morning. Jaliek and Michaela walk off camera toward the school's Eden Street side, which is where the playground is. After that, I watched more video from a camera mounted on the building's Eden Street side. Low light levels and cobwebs in front of the lens, which partially obscured the view, resulted in poor video quality. It was like taking pictures with night vision. However, I managed to see someone who looked like Michaela enter the scene and sit on the ground in what must have been a very dimly lit space. Then, at 3:36 a.m., I saw a man who looked like Jaliek approach her side. Following some sort of conversation, he picked her up over his shoulder and left with her while she was kicking her feet. I then looked at more footage from the same camera that was shot at around 7:05 a.m. the following day in full daylight. I saw someone operating a lawnmower, moving in and out of sight. Shortly afterward, I saw Jaliek Keene emerge from behind a line of bushes into the open, carrying an apparently dead Michaela by her wrists, pulling her over his back with her body stretched out on it, and quickly dragging her across the screen in the direction of the location where her body was eventually discovered. Jaliek had the same eye-catching tattoo on his left arm that I had previously noticed on the video, and I noticed that he was wearing the same black clothing that he had been wearing when they first arrived on school property. Additionally, when he is interviewed, the video footage blatantly disputes Jaliek's assertion that he abandoned Michaela at the school grounds at 3:30 a.m. and never returned. I did not see any other male or female than those mentioned above at any time while I was watching the surveillance tape. Jaliek Keene was taken into custody. Despite facing multiple charges, he entered a not guilty plea. About 50 of Conley's family members and friends packed the courtroom for the 2019 trial. A smaller group of Keene's relatives and friends were gathered on the opposite side of the courtroom, wearing black t-shirts featuring a picture of Keene and the words, "We all love you" in large letters. Meg Elam, the prosecutor, told the jury, which consisted of 6 men and 9 women, that on May 31, 2018, Michaela Conley drove Keene and 2 other people back to Bar Harbor after picking them up at Boston's Logan International Airport. Michaela was unaware that she would die within the next 18 hours, Elam reminded the jury. She also mentioned that Michaela Conley's genitalia and under her fingernails contained Keene's DNA. Since Keene was physically stronger than Michaela, she had very little chance of escaping after the police found and inspected her body. According to the website of the West Virginia University sports team, where Keene played collegiate soccer, Michaela was 5 feet 4 inches tall and weighed just 93 pounds. In 2015, he made a separate opening statement to the jury, stating that he weighed 180 pounds and stood 6 feet tall. Attorneys Don Corbett and Jeffrey Tutaker, who are Keene's representatives, stated that although prosecutors have circumstantial evidence against Keene, they are unable to prove that he killed Michaela Conley because there may have been another person on the school property who escaped being captured on camera. According to Corbett, police never tested objects discovered on the playground, such as cigarette butts and an empty alcohol bottle, in an effort to identify additional suspects. According to her, there is no evidence of Conley's cause of death or the identity of those present when she passed away. Circumstantial evidence, according to Corbett, does not prove anything beyond a reasonable doubt. It makes people guess. Before Corbett told the jury how Conley and Keene, who had known each other since elementary school, went to Conley's mother's home on Eden Street, which was right across the street from the elementary school, when they arrived in Bar Harbor at around 1 in the morning. Elam gave her opening statement. Her mother never saw or spoke to her again after Conley and Keene left. According to Elam, Keene returned to the house the following morning and claimed that he had left his cell phone there the previous evening. Conley's mother discovered that Conley was missing when she went up to her daughter's room to get it. Keene informed Conley's mother that he had last seen her on the school grounds at around 3:30 a.m. when she inquired about the whereabouts of her daughter. Conley's mother was notified later that morning by school personnel that they had located Conley's cell phone on the school's playground. Later that morning, after a thorough search involving Conley's friends and the police, they also discovered Conley's shoes outside the school. Keene persisted in telling people that he last saw her at the playground. Even the defendant took part in the search. Elam claimed that even though he already knew where Michaela Conley's body was, he feigned to search for her. Keene began as Conley's friend but ended up being a wolf in sheep's clothing. According to the victim's stepfather, "I am completely shattered. I am irreparably damaged. This is my life sentence without my girl. Keene has destroyed our family, Jalik." According to Danielle Timoney, Conley's mother, Keene made the decision to testify on his own behalf. A video that purportedly showed him carrying Conley's lifeless body and then washing himself in a water spigot was shown to him on the grounds of Connors Emerson School. Keene claimed he couldn't remember what was captured on camera. Prosecutors and defense lawyers questioned Keene. He claims that after an international flight from Serbia where he played football, he had been up for about 36 hours that night. Keene claims he didn't remember anything from that morning until he left his wallet and phone at Conley's house. As he spoke for himself, Keene informed Judge Murray that he disagreed with one aspect of the case, stating that although he loved Michaela, he was never in love with her. After that, Keene read a written confession in which he acknowledged that he was responsible for Connolly's death and stated that he wanted to exchange his life for hers. He appeared to request the death penalty rather than spend years in prison, saying he would never purposefully hurt any of his friends but would take a bullet for them. A jury found Keene guilty, but Keene added that no one knows what happened the night Michaela was killed in May 2019. During the sentencing on September 11, the verdict was declared. Despite the video evidence, Judge Murray said it was chilling that Keene refused to accept responsibility for Conley's death. Judge Murray also found it unsettling that Keene could appear to Conley's mother while pretending to care for her daughter, 22-year-old Jalik, only minutes after killing her. Keene received a sentence of 30 years and 58 years for murder. The two terms will be served simultaneously. The event covered in this video happened in January 2022, specifically in East Harlem, New York City. Cristal Bayron Neves, 19, was employed at Burger King on the night shift. As if sensing trouble, she was scheduled to work another shift on January 8, 2022. Even though Crystal didn't want to go to work, her sense of duty overcame her. The girl showed up for what turned out to be her final shift. North of the Upper East Side, East Harlem, also called Spanish Harlem or El Barrio, is a neighborhood in Upper Manhattan, New York City. It is bordered to the east and north by the East and Harlem Rivers, to the south by 96th Street, and to the west by 5th Avenue. Although it is one of the neighborhoods that are included in Greater Harlem, it is generally not regarded as being a part of Harlem proper, despite its name. The neighborhood is home to one of New York City's largest Hispanic communities, which is primarily made up of Puerto Ricans, Dominicans, Cubans, and Mexicans. In 2019, Crystal, her mother, and her 14-year-old brother relocated to New York City from Puerto Rico, where they gradually made their home. While their mother, Christy Nieves, found employment and tried her best to provide for her children, Crystal and her brother began attending school. Crystal received her high school diploma in 2021. She started looking for work, but since she lacked any skills, she was compelled to accept a position at East Harlem's Burger King in December 2021. Her home was only a few blocks away from her workplace on 116th Street. Her dreams were not limited to working behind the cash register at a fast food restaurant. Of course, she intended to attend college and pursue a career that would enable her to be eligible for a higher-paying job. But for now, Crystal's dream was a personal vehicle, and she set out to earn the money necessary to purchase it for herself. During her first few days at Burger King, Crystal encountered difficulties. She had to work the night shift because of the way the schedule was set up. Since East Harlem has a long history of social issues, including high crime rates, Crystal was understandably unhappy with the night shifts. She was afraid of the homeless people who would gather in front of the Burger King where she worked at night. Crystal asked her manager to adjust her work schedule after she started to worry about her safety. She requested to start working the day shift on January 14, 2022. As her final night shifts came to an end, Crystal was to start working during the day. She grew less and less excited to go to work. Before leaving the house on the evening of January 8, 2022, Crystal was heading to one of her final night shifts. She told her mother, Christy Nieves, that she was scared of the contingent that gathered there at night, and that was why she didn't want to go to work. But the mother insisted that her daughter must do the right thing. "You have to be responsible," Christy said. "You're already on the schedule, so you must leave." The last time Crystal's mother saw her alive, she left for work. Crystal changed her clothes when she got to work and started working. She worked at a Burger King location that was open 24 hours a day, but there was no security. A man wearing all black entered the building at around 1 in the morning. He had a gun in his hand and a black ski mask covering his face. The first person to obstruct the offender at this time was a patron who was seated at a table within the establishment. The handle of the gun struck him in the head. The 59-year-old female manager was struck in the face by the perpetrator after she was next in line. Then, the masked man threatened Crystal as he walked up behind the cash register. He insisted that she take the money out of the cash register and give it to him. Although there was only $100 in the cash register, Crystal opened it, took the money and gave it to the criminal in order to comply with the demands. The masked man pulled the trigger because he apparently didn't like receiving so little money. Crystal was struck in the chest by the bullet. The manager called 911 after the offender had left the property. Police and an ambulance showed up and took Crystal to the hospital, where the doctor tried her best to save her life but was unsuccessful. The location where everything occurred was cordoned off by police, but they were unable to track down and capture the criminal on the hot tracks. The female manager told the police everything they could recall after the customer was struck in the head by a gun handle. They claimed that Crystal followed the offender's instructions without question. However, he still shot her. Although the suspect's face was hidden by a mask, the New York Police Department released a picture of him in the hopes that someone would recognize him and report it for information that would result in the criminal's arrest. The $10,000 reward offered by the New York Police Department was quickly raised to $20,000. What took place? Additionally, Crystal's family suffered a severe blow. Funeral arrangements were now a burden for the family, even though her life had only just begun. Outside the Burger King building, a temporary memorial was set up, and worried citizens brought flowers and lit candles. According to Mayor Eric Adams, he met Nieves' mother and observed the anguish on her face. He expressed gratitude to the NYPD for their efforts in apprehending the suspect. Even though I don't attend arrest press conferences, it was extremely personal for a cold-blooded murderer to shoot a 19-year-old girl after she cooperated. There are far too many firearms on our streets, as we have repeatedly stated. Adams said that when a fundraiser was set up for the Nieves family, hundreds of worried people answered the call for assistance. In her native Puerto Rico, Christy Nieves made the decision to bury her daughter. When contributions totaled $45,000, the fundraiser was shut down. Crystal's family members received complimentary tickets to Puerto Rico from JetBlue Airways, which has its headquarters in New York. Police were working to solve the case in the interim. Throughout the city, leaflets featuring the offender's picture were actively circulated. The incident was discussed on television news programs, and the picture was also circulated on social media. There was no justification for shooting this young woman, so it's likely that very few people in New York are still unaware of Crystal's incident. The money had been transferred. She was making an effort to follow the gunman's instructions. She was killed for no apparent reason, according to NYPD Chief of Department Kenneth Corey. 5 days after Crystal's death, police spoke tearfully about the teen's last moments. After the culprit fled the scene, they declared that they had arrested a suspect. Detectives used surveillance footage to follow his movements. On Friday, January 14, Winston Glynn, 30, was taken into custody. The clothes the murderer allegedly wore the night of the attack were discovered in nearby dumpsters when police arrested Glynn at a Bedford-Stuyvesant, Brooklyn address. According to law enforcement, they found a phone that he had taken from the manager of the restaurant and thrown into a subway tunnel. They also used security footage to follow the attacker to a nearby bodega where, an hour prior to the deadly altercation, he made an electronic transaction. Among other charges, he was accused of first-degree murder. Surprisingly, Glynn, a Jamaican native, worked at Burger King for a while in 2020 in the exact location he chose to rob. He also resided in a homeless shelter. Furthermore, he probably went in disguise as a customer the day before the attack to take a look around. Because Glynn was familiar with the facility and knew there was inadequate security, investigators came to the conclusion that he planned the attack. He left before Crystal began working there, so he didn't know her. As officers led Winston, Glynn, out of the police station in handcuffs and shackles, he screamed at the irate crowd of onlookers. "Our reparations for 400 years of slavery are nowhere to be found," Glynn inquired. Then he yelled, "America is going to burn," as loudly as he could. As the suspect was being led from the station, A crowd of bystanders gathered outside and threw profanities at him. Glynn repeatedly accused the judge of lying during the courtroom arraignment. "You didn't see the judge, liar," the suspect yelled. "Liar." At a subsequent court hearing, Glynn was accused of first-degree murder and robbery and was not granted bail. He likened himself to Jesus Christ and Nelson Mandela. Nelson Mandela. What happened to him? What became of Jesus? They weren't guilty. "I want to be a leader in all of that, Glynn. Many people are envious." He asked why he would use a traceable payment so soon before the crime, and why it took days for a witness to identify him after the news had broadcast the robbery's video. "I used to work at a tip line, and I'm sure someone called it. That's all," he raged, alluding to the 8 months he worked at the East 116th Burger King in 2020, the location of Bayron Niev's murder. "This can only go in one direction. They let me go, and I sue the city for keeping me for so long," he continued. "The system treats the lower class as if we are unimportant," which infuriated Glynn, before asserting that the families of the wealthy and powerful truly profit from crime and chaos in the city. He also made strange references to Freemasons and the Illuminati. Glynn entered a not guilty plea in the death of Bayron Nies. Glynn's criminal history includes at least 4 prior arrests, including menacing with a weapon in November 2021 and criminal possession of a weapon in December 2020. Winston Glynn is currently awaiting sentencing. A conviction for first-degree murder carries a life sentence without the possibility of release. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. This was only the start of a call in which Derek Rosa, a 13-year-old son, would divulge information so startling and unthinkable that even the experienced dispatcher would find it hard to believe what she was hearing. Officers arrived at the horrific scene within minutes. Unaware that they were going to come across one of the most unsettling cases they had ever come across, the police carried on with their investigation. Derek shockingly called 911 on October 12, 2023, to report that his mother, Irina Garcia, was hurt at their apartment in Hialeah, Florida. The most horrifying crime they could have ever envisioned began with that unsettling 911 call. Derek appeared to be experiencing intense grief during the call, as he told the authorities that his mother, Irina Garcia, had been confirmed dead. A 13-year-old son reporting the news to the dispatcher would have been a heartbreaking moment, but everyone was about to be shocked by the horrible secrets concealed behind this call. "I shared some pictures with my friends," he told the dispatcher. What images would he have been able to show his friends? Derek quickly gave the answer when he disclosed yet another startling fact that caught everyone off guard. It was shocking to hear Derek tell the dispatcher that he killed his mother. Derek's motivations are still unknown, but he was going to divulge information that would only make matters worse. The apartment was occupied by 3 people. Given that Derek and the newborn baby were in the apartment, the dispatcher recognized the urgency of the situation right away. To protect the infant, the police had to move quickly. To find out what had happened, detectives raced to the crime scene. Everyone in the area was shocked when the police arrived and took Derek into custody. Derek was standing with bloody hands and no remorse at all. Without any delay, the detectives got to work on their investigation. They found Irina lying on the bed with her newborn baby covered in blood, and they also found a pool of blood on the floor of her room. Derek had committed the heinous crime of stabbing his mother more than 40 times. After attempting to collect all of the evidence discovered in room 201, the authorities were taken aback when they came across a crucial piece of evidence that left the entire team in shock. Just before Derek dialed 911 on the evening of October 12, 2023, they first discovered the doorbell camera footage. When Irina was last seen, she was nursing her newborn child, according to the footage from the doorbell camera. A moment later, Derek showed up and hurried off. Derek asked why Irina always told him to run slowly after she told him, in Spanish, not to run too fast. Then he walked out of the apartment and then came back in. What might have caused that horrific crime? Derek might have been annoyed by his mother's worry. But the question was still unanswered. In addition to remembering Derek's 911 call exchange with the dispatcher, the detectives needed to figure out how he was carrying a weapon. Furthermore, just as he was about to reveal yet another unexpected development, the dispatcher asked if he had any weapons at home. He soon disclosed a startling reality. He acknowledged that after killing his mother, he intended to use the gun he had to end his own life. The fact that Derek had attempted self-harm shocked the detectives. It exposed his unstable mental state at the time of the murder. They were uncertain, though, whether it was the product of mental illness or a deliberate act. The video of Irina's murder was the first important piece of evidence the detectives were about to see, and they were shocked to find it. The video clearly showed Irina lying on the bed with her newborn baby gently comforting her. However, in a subsequent clip, Derek was seen standing over Irina with his hand in motion, suggesting that he'd attacked her while she was asleep. The knife that Derek claimed he used to attack his mother was also discovered by the authorities. Luckily, he didn't hurt his sister, but these pictures were sufficient proof that Derek killed his mother. In addition, he admitted that after killing his mother, he had sent 2 pictures to his online friend, one of himself and the other of his mother, who had passed away. His hand was obviously covered in blood in the picture he sent to his friend, which amply demonstrated the gravity of the situation. The revelation of a 13-year-old son who not only murdered his mother, but also dared to show pictures of the crime to someone was startling. Once the detectives gathered sufficient evidence, they became certain that something was wrong with Derek. The investigators recognized the importance of comprehending the family's history, as it could reveal information about Derek too. Without any delay, the investigators began their investigation to ascertain the precise cause of his behavior. They focused on investigating Derek's background and his family. Derek Rosa, a former model student, consistently made the honor roll and excelled academically. According to the teachers, they described him as a good boy and an intelligent one. He was very close to his mother, Irina Garcia. In the family, the one who received the most caring attention from Irina was Derek. For his emotional life, the relationship was therefore important. But when Irina became pregnant with a girl in early 2023, everything changed. The newborn's arrival somewhat altered the dynamics of the household. Derek was left feeling defeated on the sidelines as Irina instantly turned her focus to the baby. Derek was more emotionally affected by the shifts in family dynamics, which made him more shy and envious of his younger sister. According to some people involved in the case, Derek might have felt abandoned and believed that the new baby was receiving the same amount of love that his mother used to give him. Adding to the emotional strain mentioned earlier, Derek's father, Frank Ramos, was a truck driver who was often away from home due to his rigorous delivery routes. Irina had to take care of all the housework and childcare because he only came home a few times a month. Even though there were no overt signs of severe family strife, the investigators later came to the conclusion that Derek might have felt lonely and emotionally deprived as a result of the lack of a father figure and a newborn child. Derek became more and more resentful as the months went by. Over the course of the evening of October 12, 2023, it became violent. The video from the baby monitor that showed Derek standing over his mother while she slept was found by the police. This terrifying incident occurred shortly before Irina passed away. According to the police, Derek acted out of jealousy, displaced aggression, and a desire to win back his mother's affection and control over the family. The investigators felt compelled to question Derek in order to obtain a more thorough understanding. The investigators took extra care when questioning him because he was only 13 years old and might be dealing with psychological problems. Detective Gonzalez started asking Derek straightforward questions so he wouldn't feel threatened. They began by posing straightforward queries to Derek regarding his daily schedule. In order to learn more about Derek's whereabouts and mental state before the incident, the detectives immediately focused on the events of the morning of October 12. As he interacted with the authorities, Derek seemed composed and helpful, demonstrating a solid grasp of his family's dynamics. He talked about spending weekends with his stepfather, Frank Ramos, and the family didn't seem to be having any problems. After that, detectives turned their attention to what had happened that evening. Derek appeared to hesitate before answering this question when detectives asked it. Derek had been giving accurate information up until that point, but the detectives were about to ask a crucial question when he gave them an unexpected response. When the detectives asked him what weapon he used to stab his mother, He gave them an unexpected answer. Derek casually brought up the size of the murder weapon. He seemed to be casually speaking with the authorities, displaying no remorse, and he was not aware of the grave consequences of his crime. The detectives carried on their discussion. He disclosed yet another startling fact. He had stolen the gun from his stepfather's closet and tried but failed to shoot himself. They were hoping to learn more about his friend, with whom he shared the crime photos, and the conversation was going well so far. It was important to mention that he spoke with Sweden, an online friend, virtually every weekend. Additionally, Derek confided in him enough to share pictures of the crime, suggesting that they may have discussed something significant. As a result, the detectives quickly turned their attention to Derek's conversation with his friend. Detective Gonzalez noticed something on Derek's shirt just as he was about to mention the 911 call. He remained unaffected, even though the officers were appalled by the evidence of his crime on his shirt. Rather, he calmly held up his bleeding hand. Derek was clearly emotionally detached as he explained what he had done. The investigators asked the crucial question, and shortly after, the graphic depiction of Derek's crime surfaced, frightening them. It was genuinely terrifying when Derek described the crime in detail, demonstrating each stage of his assault on Irina with hand gestures. Derek was obviously fully conscious when he committed the crime. He was clearly uncomfortable when the detectives questioned him about why he killed his mother, and he quickly came up with a reason to use the restroom. Still, the investigators persisted in asking the same question. Derek asked for a lawyer after becoming uncooperative. Without Derek Rose's confession to explain his actions, the case was still being investigated. Nevertheless, detectives gathered enough evidence, such as CCTV footage, a knife found at the scene, and photos from the crime scene, to create a case. Given that Derek chose the best time and location to carry out the murder, this evidence demonstrated that he was a premeditated killer. Derek was charged with first-degree murder and made his first court appearance on October 15, 2023. He showed no remorse for the charges against him and remained emotionless and icy throughout the hearing. Derek's defense attorney asked for a postponement of the hearing, claiming that they had not yet received the state attorney's notice of intent. They also asked whether psychological factors might have been involved and talked about the part that some mental health conditions may have played. Evidence quickly refuted this, demonstrating that Derek had searched for prohibited items on Google at 6 p.m. on October 12, 2023. At 6 p.m. on October 12, he did conduct Google searches. He entered the following search terms: is a small knife good for killing? What is the best place to stab someone? And the carotid artery image diagram. This search history revealed evidence of planning, which bolstered the prosecution's claim that the act was planned rather than spontaneous. Derek was moved from the adult jail to a juvenile detention facility at the request of Derek's defense lawyers. They claimed that Derek needed a psychological test that could only be performed in a juvenile facility because of his age. The prosecution, however, disagreed, claiming that Derek's search history demonstrated premeditation and that this offense was extremely serious. But the defense also brought up his mental health problems. He had been diagnosed with ADHD by a psychologist and on the autism spectrum by another specialist. They further supported their case for Derek's placement in a juvenile detention facility by highlighting the fact that he had threatened to hurt himself. It was evident to the psychologists who examined the case that Derek's actions on that fateful night were the result of a well-thought-out plan rather than an impulse. He had planned what he was going to do because he was captured on the baby monitor above Irina. The most concerning evidence of Derek's mental illness also surfaced after the crime, when he shared a selfie and a picture of his mother's lifeless body with a friend. This conduct revealed a lack of any fundamental humanity, which is a trait frequently lacking in psychopathic people. Throughout the trial, Derek's family steadfastly supported him in spite of the overwhelming evidence against him. One particularly poignant instance was when Derek's grandmother, representing his family's steadfast support, waved at him and blew him a kiss from the courtroom. At this point, more than 50 people were shouting Derek-supporting slogans while holding banners outside the court. On November 7, 2023, the organizers presented him as an innocent teen and a former honor student. Regardless of the offense, Derek's supporters argued for his opportunity to change. A hearing regarding the admissibility of evidence was held on December 15, 2023. Citing the premeditated nature of the crime, the judge decided after considering the facts that Derek would continue to be held in adult custody. His supporters criticized this decision, claiming it disregarded his age and mental health conditions. Derek's defense team keeps arguing for a lighter sentence as the case progresses, claiming that life in prison without the possibility of release would be unfair to a child of his age. The trial has come to represent the complexity of juvenile justice, bringing up tough issues for society to consider. Do serious crimes committed by minors deserve life in prison, or should they be given an opportunity to change? The court will further evaluate Derek's mental health and determine his ultimate sentence at the next hearing, which may be set for December 2024. Derek is currently being held in adult custody under 24-hour supervision while his family and the general public await the outcome. Traditional ideas of guilt, innocence, and rehabilitation in the legal system have been called into question by the case, which has had a long-lasting effect. What elements, in your opinion, might have contributed to Derek's choice to carry out this crime? His actions could have been motivated by a number of things, including jealousy, specific psychological issues, or the possible influence of his online friend. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Jasmine Block, a 15-year-old from Alexandria, Minnesota, had 1 month until the start of the new school year on August 8, 2017. She was having a great time boating with her friends during her summer vacation, but by nightfall, Jasmine was suffering from a headache. Sarah, her mother, suggested that she take it easy and wait for the pain to subside. Jasmine laid down after taking her mother's advice. Sarah had to leave for an urgent family matter at 10:30 p.m. Before leaving the house, she made sure Jasmine was okay and would attempt to get some sleep. Knowing that Jasmine's older sister and her boyfriend were at home gave her comfort. 3 hours later, Sarah found her younger daughter gone when she got home. To her surprise, the top portion of the pajamas she was sleeping in was on the floor, and Jasmine's phone, keys, and bag were all at home. She had also lost 2 pairs of shoes. At first, Jasmine's family thought she had just gone outside to get some fresh air in the hopes that her headache would go away, because she had never left a note before. She wasn't in the house, though. Because her daughter was terrified of the dark, Sarah was certain that she wouldn't flee, especially at night. This indicated that she had been abducted. Sarah became so worried that she called the police. Hundreds of locals and the police joined the search for the missing teen in the days that followed. Posters asking anyone who saw Jasmine to report her whereabouts were displayed everywhere. The young girl found herself in the worst nightmare imaginable as the hunt for Jasmine went on. A family friend named Thomas Barker visited them that evening on August 8th while she was trying to fall asleep despite having a headache. Since she was a young child, Jasmine has known Thomas Barker, the 32-year-old father of her best friend. The youngest of his 6 children was born only a month ago, and he was married. Jasmine believed him when he told her that his son was having a breakdown of some kind, and that he couldn't manage it alone. In an attempt to soothe his son, Thomas asked if she could accompany him to their house. Even though it was late, Jasmine was unable to turn down his request, but she had a hazy feeling of danger during the ride. Her instinct was correct. The story about his son's breakdown was really a pretext. Rather, Barker drove Jasmine 16 kilometers from her home to a remote mobile home in the neighboring town of Carlos. Barker attacked her out of the blue and used zip ties to bind her hands and feet. Jasmine's actual nightmare started inside the mobile home. Before attacking her, Barker threatened her with his gun. Once his craving was satiated, Barker told his victim why he had taken her hostage. He brought up the incident a few days prior when Jasmine fell while riding a bicycle with his son. She revealed a bruise on her body by slightly lifting her shirt. For Thomas, it was an innocent incident. The 32-year-old man's inappropriate thoughts were triggered by it, which ultimately led him to abduct her. Barker and Jasmine stayed in the mobile home for the next few days. After 3 days, Thomas's old friend Joshua Holby, 31, and his acquaintance Stephen Powers, 20, arrived at the house, decreasing Jasmine's chances of escaping. Jasmine was mistreated by all three men, but Stephen in particular was not ashamed to participate in the abuse. Although Joshua didn't try to hurt her, he also didn't try to free her or call the police. Jasmine was kept in a utility room most of the time and made an effort to keep quiet out of concern that they would hurt her or worse. At intervals, they fed her fast food and water, and all three of them tried to kill her several times. Barker tried to kill Jasmine twice in the 13 days she was left alone with him. His initial attempt to drown his captive was unsuccessful because Jasmine resisted and fought valiantly to save her life. On his second try, he came up with a darker scheme. He put her in a bag with the intention of drowning her in the bathtub. However, Jasmine was able to chew a hole in the bag, insert her fingers, then her hand, and eventually free herself when he left her in the bedroom to fill the tub. When Barker realized she was out of the bag, he became furious and hit her. He briefly gave up on trying to get rid of her, but he later went back to his evil schemes with the help of his cronies. Stephen helped Barker attempt to drown Jasmine on the third attempt. He taped a sock shut after jamming it into her mouth, but despite both men's best efforts, the young girl was fighting for her life with great vigor and they were unable to overcome her. Joshua, the heaviest of the kidnappers, sat on top of Jasmine after the criminals realized that drowning her would not work and sandwiched her between two halves of a sofa bed with a pillow over her head. They had a very clear idea. They wanted Jasmine to choke, but she persisted in struggling, kicking, and fighting, so this plan also failed. Jasmine's fifth and last attempt on her life took an odd turn. Threatening her with a knife, the men made her stand on a number of stacked buckets, tied a noose around her neck, and fastened a rope to the ceiling. However, Thomas told Joshua to untie the noose because she might die after he unintentionally knocked over the buckets, causing them to roll on the floor. Evidently, the men found it difficult to cross the boundary of taking a life, even after all their efforts to get rid of Jasmine. Thomas later told Jasmine, dejectedly, that he was only doing this to avoid being caught with her, because he was afraid of going to jail. The mobile home's door was unexpectedly knocked on almost a month after Jasmine was kidnapped. A policeman was circulating the neighborhood to ask about a theft that had nothing to do with the kidnapping. The policeman left after the three suspects, who were all inside the house at the time, declined to answer the knock. The criminals realized they needed to find another hiding place immediately following the officer's visit. After placing Jasmine in a sports bag and escorting her into their vehicle, they let her exit the bag. In an attempt to find a new place to hide the girl, they first went to a number of cornfields before setting up camp at an abandoned house in Grant County. Jasmine feared for her life at the hands of Barker and his cronies, and by this time she was certain that they had no intention of letting her go alive. But good fortune was on the girl's side. She had an opportunity because of the kidnappers' negligence and the forced relocation to a new location. The previous day, the men had come across a police vehicle while driving and quickly threw some illegal substances out the window. They made the decision to look for those substances at the new location and had to purchase supplies for both themselves and their captive. They left Jasmine sitting in another car, thinking she wouldn't go anywhere, and told her they would be gone for approximately an hour. Thus, Jasmine was alone for the first time in 29 days following her kidnapping. After waiting for approximately 5 minutes after Thomas's car had driven away, she plucked up the courage to get out and hurriedly jumped out. In the hopes of finding assistance, she hurried to the two closest homes, but they appeared to be deserted. She didn't even think twice before jumping into the water when she spotted a house across Thompson Lake. In order to swim more quickly, she removed her pajama pants and shoes. When she got to the opposite shore, she saw Thomas's car as she crossed a field and came out onto the road. Jasmine hurried to hide in the grass, keeping low and trying to control her labored breathing so she wouldn't be noticed. She was so relieved to discover that she had erred in putting someone she had never met before behind the wheel. Jasmine ran across the street and across the field to a house close by. On Tuesday afternoon, local farmer Earl Melcher was meant to be at work, but he had to go home because he had forgotten his tools. He saw something strange in the distance among the grass before he got into his pickup truck to return to work. He thought it might be a deer grazing his field from hundreds of meters away, but when he saw it was a girl, he turned on his car and headed in her direction. When Jasmine heard the car, she rushed to meet him. The man was astounded by what he saw when the girl arrived at Earl's pickup and opened the door. In a single breath, Jasmine exclaimed, "Call the police! I am Jasmine Block and I have been abducted." But Earl had already seen the girl's face on posters around town, so he knew who she was. For him, as a farmer and the father of 3 daughters, it was an incredible sensation. He turned on the car's heater, sat Jasmine down, and gave her a towel. He was going to take her to the hospital when he called 911, but the emergency dispatcher advised him to wait for the police. When the police got there, they saw an absolutely unbelievable scene. Jasmine yelled, "There's that car," as Earl assisted her in getting into the sheriff's assistant's SUV. That car is there. Incredibly, Stephen Powers was just by their house at that precise moment. The suspect was immediately pursued by one of the officers, who jumped into his vehicle. Powers was taken into custody following a comparatively brief pursuit. Shortly thereafter, Joshua Holby and Thomas Barker were captured. Jasmine's family thanked the brave farmer who just so happened to be home on that fateful day in the days after she returned home. Earl received a reward of $7,000 from the police for helping to save the girl. "Thank you, Earl," said the police chief, praising his actions. "This world is a better place because of people like you." To which Earl replied respectfully, "Anyone could have called 911. I was in the right place at the right time by chance." Earl already knew what he was going to do with the reward money. He gave the money to Jasmine and her family and invited them to lunch. He clarified that, although the sum meant a lot to him, Jasmine's family needed it far more than he did. Their family and friends were shocked to learn that Thomas, Joshua, and Stephen were the ones who had abducted the girl, even though they had previous criminal records. According to Thomas's sister, she couldn't fathom how her brother, who has cerebral palsy and uses a walker, could have managed to kidnap a teenager. She added that she helped with the search for the girl, and that Barker's wife and mother even went to the house where he was keeping her, but they had no suspicions. Thomas Barker was given a 25-year prison sentence for his actions toward his son's friend a year after the kidnapping. He will spend the rest of his life listed as a violent offender. He can, however, apply for civil commitment after being released from prison, and, if accepted, he will live out the rest of his days in a specialized facility. Stephen Powers will spend 8.5 years, and Joshua Holby will spend 8 years behind bars. Even though the girl managed to get away, the 29 days that the 3 men held her captive had a profound effect on her. Never again will she be the same. Her words, "None of us will be." She has trouble sleeping because she fears nightmares, and every time she closes her eyes, she sees the faces of the kidnappers. Jasmine finds it difficult to trust people these days, so she withdraws from them. "Fortunately," acknowledged Sarah, her mother, "the world is not without kind people." Jasmine had the chance to visit a post-traumatic stress disorder specialist in Texas to try out novel therapeutic approaches. She brought 2 gadgets home from the meeting that have been effectively assisting her in managing her PTSD symptoms, anxiety, and nightmares. In addition to these resources, Jasmine says she has found comfort in talking to friends and creating art as a way to express herself. She is getting better every day. In order to support other girls who might have gone through something similar, she made the decision to share her story. Jasmine smiles and responds that she just wants everyone to know that she is doing well when asked if she has anything else to share. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. 2 roommates, Lori Lister, age 21, and Melinda Aguilar, age 18, were the victims of a horrific attack in their Houston, Texas apartment on Sunday, May 23, 1982. They appeared to be the target of a man who was obviously trying to kill them. He restrained them and tried to drown Lori in the bathtub of their apartment. Melinda managed to get away, though, by feigning fainting and then plunging headfirst from her balcony. She asked for assistance, and she and her roommate were saved with the help of a neighbor. As he tried to escape, the offender, Coral Watts, 28, was taken into custody. Nobody could have predicted that he was suspected of killing nearly 100 other women, in addition to being involved in these 2 attempted murders. In 1982, he admitted to the murders of 13 women, and was sentenced to 60 years in prison. Then, in a startling turn of events in the early 2000s, This man, who had committed multiple murders, was about to be released from prison. He was reclassified as a non-violent felon as a result of a contentious court decision. Remarkably, well-behaved non-violent felons could have 3 days taken off their sentence for every day they served under Texas law. Model inmate Watts had accrued enough time deductions to be eligible for release on May 9, 2006. The public, police, and relatives of the victims were all in complete shock and terror. Everyone was plagued by the unanswered question, why? How could a murderer like him be freed against all logic? What possible reason could there be for releasing a serial killer who has killed numerous people? Richard Eugene Watts and Dorothy Mae Young were the parents of Carl Eugene Watts, also known as Coral, who was born in Killeen, Texas, on November 7, 1953. His mother was a kindergarten art teacher, and his father was a private first class in the Army. Watts was raised by his mother after his parents divorced before he turned 2. After they moved to Inkster, Michigan, Dorothy Mae married Norman Caesar, a mechanic, in 1962. The two of them had 2 daughters. Watts and his sister fought meningitis when Watts was 8 years old. He was held back in school for an additional year and missed the 3rd grade because of the illness, which almost took his life. Watts was temporarily housed at Herman Kiefer Hospital, where he required isolation from other patients and spinal taps. Journalists reported that Watts' body temperature rose to dangerously high levels, which raised questions about possible brain damage. His family observed a change in his personality after his illness. His memory deteriorated, his attention span was shortened, and he became shy, quiet, and introverted. Having been held back a grade and experiencing chronic insomnia, Watts struggled to keep up academically. His sleep cycle was disturbed by violent dreams in which he battled and killed the evil spirits of women. At the age of 12, Watts started to enjoy his sleep-induced fantasies of torturing and killing girls and young women. When asked later about his crimes and the reason he killed his victims, Watts explained that he wanted to free their spirits because they had evil eyes. Watts began stalking girls at this time, still a teenager, and it's believed he may have killed his first victim before turning 15. Police identified Watts as the attacker in the July 29, 1969 attack on 26-year-old Joan Gave when she was 15 years old. Watts knocked on Joan's apartment door while delivering his newspaper, and when she opened it, he attacked her severely. He carried on with his delivery route as if nothing had happened, with no remorse. Coral was arrested at his residence as a result of Joan's quick reporting of the incident to the authorities. He was then ordered to receive mental health care at a mental hospital in Detroit called the Lafayette Clinic. A psychiatric evaluation indicated a delusional thought process and a full-scale IQ of 75, indicating mild intellectual disability. He did poorly in school, but a police officer later said he was very, very intelligent and had a great memory. On November 7, 1969, Watts was discharged from the Lafayette Clinic. Watts received a football scholarship to Lane College in Jackson, Tennessee, after graduating from high school in 1973, despite having academic difficulties. After 3 months, though, he was expelled on charges of stalking and assaulting women. Watts' expulsion was also influenced by suspicions surrounding his ruthless killing of a female student. Even though there was not enough evidence to convict him, he moved to Houston, Texas after being expelled. Coral and his girlfriend Dolores Howard welcomed their daughter, Nikisha Watts, in 1979. Coral and Dolores, however, went their separate ways and broke up soon after her birth. Following that, Coral married Valeria Goodwill. Not long after they were married, Valeria saw that Coral was acting strangely. He broke candles, melted them on a table, rearranged furniture all the time, chopped up houseplants with knives, and strewn trash all over the floors without cleaning up after himself. Furthermore, he would abruptly depart after intimate moments, going missing for a few hours. Sadly, they were only married for 6 months. Although there are hints that Watts may have had more victims before this, his murders officially started in 1974, when he was 20 years old. After abducting his victims from their homes, he tortured them until he killed them. His victims were mostly slender, attractive white women between the ages of 14 and 44, and he struck in different states. Watts killed his victims by a variety of means, such as drowning, bludgeoning, stabbing, and strangulation. 10:45 a.m., Coral knocked on the door of Lenore Knizaki's apartment on October 25, 1974, saying she was trying to find Charles, one of his siblings. He carried on a conversation with Lenore. Coral asked if he could leave a note when she opened the door, the chain still fastened. He unexpectedly attacked Knizaki and strangled her until she passed out as she went to get paper. Lenore later called the police, but they couldn't find her attacker. Gloria Steele, 20, was thought to be Watt's second victim and was brutally murdered and tortured 5 days later on October 30, 1974. Gloria was a mother and a Western Michigan University student. She was discovered with 33 stab wounds to her chest from a wooden carving tool, as well as a crushed windpipe. Because there was insufficient evidence, Watts was not charged with direct murder. Diane K. Williams, an apartment resident manager and the sole witness, saw a black man looking for Charles throughout the apartment building. Coral grabbed her when she saw Williams, pried open her door and pulled her inside. Williams' phone rang during their struggle, so she knocked it off the hook and yelled for assistance. Williams saw her assailant getting into a tan Pontiac Grand Prix as he ran away. Both Williams and Knizaki recognized Coral in a police lineup. Coral had been arrested for stealing plywood from the campus of Western Michigan University. On November 16, 1974, he was arrested and charged with assault and battery in connection with the Knizaki and Williams cases. Watts was moved to the Center for Forensic Psychiatry in Michigan after being diagnosed with antisocial personality disorder and attempting suicide with a length of cord at the Kalamazoo Mental Hospital. When asked about Gloria Steele's death in 1975, he confessed to attacking about 15 other young women and acknowledged being close to her the day before she passed away, but he denied being the cause of her death. Under a search warrant, Detroit police searched Watts' home and found a wooden carving tool, but no evidence connecting him to Gloria's death. Watts was given a year in the county jail after entering a no-contest plea during his trial for the assault and battery of Knizaki and Williams. When Watts was evaluated by psychologists, they described him as incredibly dangerous, lacking regret for his crimes, reckless, careless, emotionally distant, and prone to relapsing. Following that, he killed 5 women in a series of attacks that took place in the Detroit area over the course of a year. One odd finding was that most of his crimes took place on Sunday mornings. An Ann Arbor newspaper gave the offender the sinister moniker, Sunday Morning Slasher, because of this peculiar pattern, which added to the mystery surrounding the timing of these horrific attacks, which all took place at approximately 4 a.m. On April 20, 1980, Shirley Small, then 17 years old, was fatally stabbed twice outside her Ann Arbor, Michigan home. On July 13, 1980, 26-year-old Glenda Richmond was the target of a similar attack. Although there was not enough evidence in either case to convict, Watts' traits were evident. On September 14, 1980, 20-year-old graduate student Rebecca Huff was discovered dead after suffering about 50 stab wounds, the first murder that can be directly linked to Coral. On October 6, 1980, a 20-year-old named Delpy survived an attack, but he suffered serious injuries, such as muscle weakness and partial paralysis. Agnes, a 30-year-old woman, raised the alarm on her way back from a Halloween party on November 1, 1980, and barely avoided being attacked by a hooded man who looked like Watts. She recognized Watts from pictures, but there was still some doubt because of the dark surroundings. When Watts became the focus of local homicide investigators in July 1980, a task force was established to investigate the Sunday slashings. Watts was intermittently monitored, and in November, a court order permitted officers to equip his vehicle with a tracking device. Around 5 in the morning on November 15, 1982, Ann Arbor patrol officers were near Main Street when they noticed a suspicious man in a car following a woman as she walked home. When the woman realized she was being followed, she tried to escape by hiding in a doorway. When the police stopped Coral's car for having out-of-date license plates and driving with a suspended license, they arrested him because he was upset about losing sight of the woman. When police inspected his car, they discovered a package with several screwdrivers and wood-filling tools. The most important item they found was a dictionary that belonged to Rebecca Huff and had the carved words, "Rebecca is a lover." Despite this, there was not enough evidence to connect him to her murder. Coral moved to Columbus, Texas in the spring of 1981 and found work with an oil company. On weekends, he would make the more than 70-mile journey to his next hunting location in the Houston area. Watts murdered scores of women, including dozens, between 1974 and 1982. Watts avoided being identified as a serial killer for almost 8 years in spite of the long list of victims. This elusiveness was caused by multiple factors. The fact that Watts operated in multiple jurisdictions and even states made it more difficult to link the crimes. His method of operation also deviated from the norm because, in contrast to many other serial killers who prey on women and girls, he never had physical contact with his victims. As a result, connecting the crimes was difficult, even after DNA testing was developed. Law enforcement did not recognize Watts as a possible criminal until his arrest in 1982, and those who knew him did not view him as a suspect. Watts broke into the Houston apartment of Melinda Aguilar, then 18, and Lori Lister, then 21, on May 23, 1982. Watts strangled Lori down the steps outside the apartment after she returned from work. He then went into the apartment and strangled Melinda, who feigned unconsciousness. Melinda was able to avoid being fully strangled. Watts intended to drown Lori, so he wire-tied her hands behind her back. He filled the bathtub with water and carried Lori's body upstairs to the bathroom, but Melinda took advantage of the situation and jumped out of the window to get assistance. Watts first attempted to elude capture, but was caught, and Lori was saved. Investigators began connecting him to recent murders of women while he was in detention. Texas prosecutors felt there was not enough evidence to convict Watts of murder despite the connections. After Melinda Aguilar and Lori Lister were attacked, Harris County Assistant District Attorney Ira Jones negotiated a plea deal in May 1982. Watts would be charged with burglary with intent to murder in exchange for his complete admission of guilt and immunity from prosecution for murder. For this offense, he consented to a 60-year sentence. After Watts agreed to the terms, investigators found the remains of 3 victims. At last, Watts admitted to assaulting 19 women and killing 13 of them. While he acknowledged that he killed some victims, he did not confess to the deaths of others. His cases in Michigan, however, remained open after Michigan authorities refused to take part in the agreement. When the Texas Court of Appeals decided shortly after Watts' prison sentence that he had not been told that the bathtub and water he used to try to drown Lori Lister were deadly weapons, the hope for justice took a tragic turn. Due to this ruling, he was eventually granted early release and reclassified as a nonviolent felon. This was due to Texas law at the time, which allowed nonviolent felons to have 3 days taken off their sentences for each day they behaved well. As a model prisoner, Watts accrued time deductions that resulted in his potential release on May 9, 2006. There was little comfort in the early release law's subsequent repeal, which was brought about by public outcry because the Texas Constitution prohibited its retroactive application. As Michigan Attorney General Mike Cox looked for evidence to convict Watts of murder and stop his possible release in 2004, a call for justice reverberated across the country. Westland, Michigan resident Joseph Foy courageously came forward to describe the horrific scene of Watts-like man killing 36-year-old Helen Dutcher on December 1, 1970. 12 stab wounds had claimed Helen's life. Foy recognized Watts by his eyes, which he described as evil and emotionless in a haunting way. Michigan had no such agreement, even though Watts was exempt from prosecution for the 13 confessed murders in Texas. Law enforcement officials begged the trial judge to admit the Texas confessions into evidence as the 2004 trial drew near, and he agreed. Watts was found guilty of killing Helen Dutcher and Gloria Steele, and he was given 2 life sentences without the possibility of release in a Michigan jail. He was given a sentence on November 17, 2004, to serve his time in an Ionia, Michigan, maximum security prison. But a few years after this sentence started, on September 21, 2007, he died in a Jackson, Michigan hospital from prostate cancer. Ultimately, his dark story came to a somber conclusion when he managed to avoid serving his entire sentence for the lives he took. A vicious serial killer named Coral Eugene Watts terrorized the nation with his numerous murders. Despite his confessions, he was nearly released due to legal loopholes that allowed for a reduced sentence. The extent of his darkness was revealed by his subsequent conviction for Helen Dutcher's murder in 1979. In April 2379, Watts' legacy is haunted by the fact that he left the Ann Arbor murders unsolved, a terrifying reminder of hidden evil. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Nashville, Tennessee saw a devastating event in March 2020 that had an impact well beyond its boundaries. In addition to upsetting the local community, Holly Williams and William Lanway's tragic deaths sparked a national dialogue on the widespread problems of mental health disorders, domestic violence, and the destructive effects of turbulent relationships. The horrific circumstances surrounding their deaths, the investigation that followed, and the story's wider ramifications for domestic violence awareness will all be covered in this film. More than just a narrative of loss, this one is a potent warning that emphasizes how crucial it is to spot the warning signs of abusive relationships and how urgent it is to get help. Come along with us as we work through the intricacies of their lives and the lessons this tragedy has to offer. 31-year-old Holly Williams was well known for her vivacious demeanor, contagious laugh, and compassionate disposition. She was characterized as a cherished friend, sister, and daughter who made everyone around her happy. Holly's life was full of possibilities, and she had goals and dreams. Beneath her cheerful facade, though, Holly battled relationship issues, especially with her ex-boyfriend William Lanway. Holly, who grew up in Nashville, has strong ties to the area. She was supported through thick and thin by her close-knit family. Friends remembered Holly's love of adventure and her enthusiasm for life. She loved being outside, traveling, and savoring time spent with those she cared about. Sadly, her connection with William would turn out to be a major obstacle, overshadowing her lively personality. Born in 1988, William Lanway had a tumultuous history filled with unpredictable and violent conduct. A few years before to their untimely deaths, he and Holly started dating. At first, their relationship appeared to be normal, full of the promise and excitement that come with youthful love. But as time passed, their relationship's dynamics started to change. Holly's family and friends observed that William had a history of jealousy and was possessive. There were several breakups and reconciliations as a result of their unstable relationship. Holly tried to put some distance between herself and William, but he found it difficult to accept their breakup, which resulted in increasingly troubling conduct. In their relationship, Holly's loved ones observed indications of emotional abuse. William repeatedly displayed domineering behavior by keeping tabs on Holly's social connections and demanding to know where she was. There were rumors that William was verbally insulting Holly, which made her feel even more alone and afraid. Holly frequently confided in her friends about her difficulties and her worries about William's instability and fury. Understanding the terrible conclusion of their story requires knowledge of the history of domestic abuse in their relationship. The pair had previously been the subject of multiple domestic disturbance calls handled by law enforcement. Holly claimed to have felt intimidated and worried about her safety in these situations. One significant instance occurred in early 2020 when Holly went to the police after William had followed her around and showed up at her house without permission. In violation of her attempts to establish space, he even made repeated attempts to get in touch with her via social media and phone conversations. As William's actions worsened, Holly's worries grew, and she started to worry more about her safety. Holly tried to put herself out of the situation, but she was entangled in a web of intimidation and emotional manipulation. Friends saw that Holly frequently felt bad about leaving William because she was afraid of his reaction and possible injury. She frequently battled the dread of reprisals, which is a typical occurrence for many people in violent relationships. Holly's circumstances become more vulnerable in the days preceding the disaster. Holly was reported missing on March 1, 2020, when she did not come home from a night out with friends. When they were unable to get in touch with her, frightened relatives became concerned for her safety and called the police. The police soon discovered Holly's turbulent connection with William, when they started their inquiry. Red flags were raised right away when friends and relatives shared information about Holly's anxieties and previous encounters with William. Given William's violent and domineering past, the authorities were aware of the possible threat Holly posed. Police were notified by a 911 call about a disturbance at a nearby hotel on March 3. According to witnesses, William and Holly got into a furious dispute. Even though the police were called to the location, both people had already departed by the time they got there. This interaction brought to light the growing strain in their relationship. Holly's acquaintances reported that she had been missing for a few days on March 4, 2020. Concern for her safety increased as alarm bells began to ring. In the past, Holly had shared her worries about William with her friends, which made them think that something horrible might have occurred. When a construction worker found an abandoned automobile at a Nashville construction site on March 5, 2020, the inquiry took a disastrous turn. The bodies of Holly Williams and William Lanway were found in the car, which was later determined to be Holly's. It was a somber and startling scene. It was soon established by the authorities that William had died from a self-inflicted gunshot wound, and Holly had been shot several times. The neighborhood was rocked by this finding, which prompted an investigation into what happened before this awful conclusion. It became evident during the course of the investigation that William had killed Holly before killing himself. The terrible effects of a dysfunctional relationship marked by violence and control were brought to light by this sad murder-suicide. Eric, a married man who had been linked with Holly through her escort service under the nickname Lila Love, was a major driving force behind the convoluted web of deceit, treachery, and violence that started the inquiry into the killings of Holly Williams and Bill Lanway. When Holly's boyfriend Bill broke into her escort account and discovered private information about her clients, Eric's life took a terrible turn. Knowing that disclosing his contact with an escort could ruin his marriage and standing in the community, Bill exploited this information to blackmail Eric. Instead of submitting to Bill's demands, Eric turned to Gil, his private security guard, for assistance. Thinking Lila Love was a fictitious name, he first assigned Gil the duty of determining Holly's real identity. But under the pretense of looking into a missing woman, Gil recruited Brian Brockway and his brother Chad, who worked in security as well. Thinking he was assisting someone in need, Chad researched Holly in great detail. As the inquiry went on, it became evident that Eric's problems were not being caused by Holly. He was being extorted for money by Bill. Another security contractor, Adam Carey, finally faced Holly head-on after recognizing the complex dynamics at work. Adam chose to convey messages to Holly and Bill after unraveling the network of blackmail, and on March 11, 2020, he followed Bill to a grocery shop. Eric made a crucial choice that evening after Bill called him, likely to demand more money. Eric gave Adam and Brian permission to murder Holly and Bill if needed. The murders occurred on March 12 in Nashville, where Brian and Adam flew to shortly after. They were seen departing together at around 11:40 p.m. on security footage taken from Holly's residence. Gunshots were heard shortly after departing, and persistent yelling suggested a parking lot ambush. According to the video, Holly was unintentionally shot during the commotion, and Bill was singled out for his blackmailing actions. When Brian and Adam realized Holly was still alive, they shot her once more to be sure she wouldn't live. The killers dumped Holly's car in a landfill after the killings, then drove to Memphis, where Adam dropped Brian off at the airport before heading back to North Carolina. As if the murder for hire were a routine service, Eric inexplicably left a positive evaluation for Gil's security company, Speartip. The FBI looked into Eric's finances more after this internet review raised suspicions, and found that he had paid the murderers almost $1 million, 0 cents. Detectives spent 2 years trying to make sense of a lot of dead ends in the case. Since Eric could easily argue that he had hired the security team to look into Holly and Bill's identity rather than to kill them, they were looking for concrete proof that would connect him to the killings. Chad Brockway, who had first helped collect information on Holly without realizing the scope of the investigation, was the person the police chose to speak with. Chad went undercover to get further information after discovering the truth and consented to assist the authorities. When Chad reached out to Adam in his undercover capacity, he was startlingly candid about his readiness to carry out murder for pay. After the conversation verified that Adam was aware of the murder-for-hire procedure, Chad and Brian met at a restaurant while Chad was wearing a wire. After being quiet at first, Brian later boasted about the killings, claiming that he had overpowered Bill and that Adam was eager to kill Holly. This startling discovery exposed the murderer's lack of regret and created a troubling portrait of them. To stop Brian, Adam, and Gil from escaping, the authorities planned their simultaneous arrests on December 10, 2021, but they held off on arresting Eric right away because they wanted hard proof that he planned the killings. Investigators offered Gil a proposal after the three guys were taken into custody. He could lessen his own charges if he assisted them. In order to get Eric to disclose his objectives, they came up with a scheme for Gil to phone him and pretend to ask for more money. In passing, Eric stated that he would prefer to completely remove Adam and Brian's threat rather than just pay them off. He gave the police the crucial piece of evidence they needed to charge him when he said they had to be sure they wouldn't be back in 6 months. Shortly after, on his way back from a hunting trip, Eric was arrested. Gil entered guilty pleas to murder for hire, abduction conspiracy, and kidnapping resulting in death by December 2022. He fulfilled his promise to testify against the other three while awaiting punishment. In November 2023, Eric, Adam, and Brian's trial was held in a tumultuous courtroom, with each defendant having their own attorney. According to their argument, Gil deceived Eric into hiring them, and the killings were accidental rather than the result of planned acts of violence. Gil's thorough evidence, however, refuted their assertions and emphasized that the first goal was only to frighten Bill and Holly. After deliberating for 2 weeks and 7 hours, the jury found Adam and Brian guilty of conspiracy to commit murder, conspiracy to commit kidnapping that results in death, and conspiracy to commit kidnapping. Eric was convicted of both conspiracy to conduct kidnapping and conspiracy to commit murder for hire. Hearings are scheduled for 2024, and each could receive a life sentence. Following this tragedy, the people of Nashville came together to support Holly's friends and family. To commemorate Holly's legacy, vigils were conducted during which family members told tales of her generosity, tenacity, and influence on their lives. The community's dedication to increasing awareness about domestic violence was demonstrated by the overwhelming support. By sharing her experience on social media, Holly's family pushed for increased understanding and assistance for victims of domestic abuse. They underlined how important it is for people in comparable circumstances to realize they are not alone and to get help. Discussions concerning the need for better support networks for victims of domestic abuse were sparked by the terrible circumstances surrounding Holly's death. This case was also used by advocacy groups to support training programs that increase public understanding of the warning indicators of domestic violence. To raise awareness of the value of identifying unhealthy relationships and offering assistance to those in need, they planned seminars and events throughout Nashville. Nashville's city government also took action against domestic abuse after Holly's death. They started efforts to give victims access to resources including hotlines, counseling, and legal support. The response from the community showed a dedication to stopping similar tragedies in the future and helping victims of domestic abuse. That concludes our in-depth analysis of Holly Williams and William Lanway's unfortunate story for today. We hope that this inquiry clarifies the intricacies and ramifications of the decisions taken. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Gazella Diode heard her phone ring at 2 in the morning on March 1, 2011. The screen displayed an unidentified number. A Valence police officer approached her and inquired as to whether she was Samira Bernard's mother. Gazella said yes, but she didn't understand why the police were searching for Samira, her 20-year-old daughter. It had been 3 days since she last saw her. The police response did nothing to calm the woman, who demanded an explanation of what was going on. According to the call, Samira's boyfriend, Mile Columbia, 22, had vanished, so they were looking for her. The young couple had been dating for 8 months, the police had found out, but Gazella had no knowledge of the man. Mile had met Samira at a party. Samira Ben-Sard was a stunning woman who knew she was beautiful. She enjoyed posing for pictures and aspired to be a model. In turn, Mile was a very pleasant and kind young man. Their attraction to one another was instantaneous, and they began dating. But at 9:45 p.m. on February 28, 2011, Miles' supervisor at the construction company called the police. Since he hadn't heard from his employee in 3 days, he was concerned. When the man arrived at work on Saturday morning, his phone rang. Without giving a reason, he hurried to his feet and disappeared, never to be seen again. His boss was taken aback when he still hadn't arrived on Monday morning. It was his first absence from work, and they regarded him as a responsible and punctual worker. After learning that Miles was not returning calls from friends and co-workers, his boss made the decision to call the police. The police first visited the man's residence in Valence's downtown, but their efforts were unsuccessful, as no one answered the doorbell, nor was his car at the house. The police spoke with Miles' mother that same evening. She mentioned that she hadn't heard from her son in 3 days and that he had acted strangely during their most recent meeting, acting tense and very emotional. The woman reported that her son, who had never done so before, gave her a hug, kissed her, and declared his love for her. The investigators found some very suspicious details. Samira and Miles vanished the same day without telling anyone why, and they hadn't spoken to their families in 3 days. It couldn't have happened by accident. Analyzing their phones yielded one hint. The investigators discovered that Samira and Miles did not simply depart simultaneously, rather they drove off together. According to the phone pings, they left for Nice in the middle of the day on Saturday and checked into a 5-star hotel on the promenade in the evening. After getting in touch with the hotel, the investigators discovered that 2 men and a woman were being recorded by security cameras. Samira and Miles fit the description exactly. By Sunday evening, they had traveled from Nice to Livorno, 400 kilometers east of the French-Italian border. It was evident that the young couple was moving deeper into Italy, so the French police asked their Italian counterparts for help. Miles had made reservations at a high-end Livorno hotel. A man and a woman who fit the description of the missing couple had stayed with the hotel, according to the staff. Thus, they spent Saturday night in Nice before traveling to Livorno the following day. Everything suggested that Samira and Miles had taken a haphazard romantic trip, which was not surprising given how popular the Riviera was for such excursions. Since Samira's mother had received a message from her daughter, saying that she had left, but that there was no need to worry because she would return soon, the detectives had no reason to doubt their belief that the young couple would soon return home together. Although it appeared to be another affirmation that the young couple was doing well, Gazella was positive her daughter would never vanish simply by taking an impulsive vacation. Samira never skipped work and was a responsible woman. Additionally, Gazella was troubled by a detail. She couldn't comprehend how her daughter, who loved being photographed and never left the house without wearing carefully chosen clothes, applying makeup and styling her hair, could leave for several days with a young man without taking anything with her. The fact that Samira sent an SMS also baffled her. The problem is that she would typically just give her mom a call. Since they were close and could talk for hours, getting a text message didn't make her feel any better. On the contrary, it made her anxiety even worse. The city of Imperia, which is about 80 kilometers from Nice in northern Italy, provided the next update on the case. Massimo Bessin was traveling to work on Monday, March 3, 2011, when he decided to take a shortcut and turned onto a small street. Something odd caught his attention along the road. When he opened the door, he saw that it was a woman, but initially he thought he saw a mannequin. Massimo yelled something but got no answer, but the woman was obviously on the move. He summoned an ambulance in a hurry. She was identified by Italian police as the French woman who had gone missing. Her skull was pierced by a bullet that had been shot in the back of her head. At this point, the romantic trip theory could be disregarded. The French police couldn't understand. They first believed it to be a romantic escape, then it was a suspicious disappearance, and now they were dealing with a girl who had been injured in an attempted murder. Despite being critically ill, Samira was still alive. Her mother was notified and she was taken to the hospital right away. At first, Gazella didn't even recognize her own daughter when she got to the hospital. The sight is hard to describe. Samira looked like a 9-year-old girl with her head shaved bald. The woman found it hard to accept that her daughter had been shot in the head and ended up in Italy. Since the bullet was embedded in her daughter's skull, the doctors informed the mother that there was little chance of recovery. Gazella refused to accept this and made arrangements for Samira to be taken to a hospital in Marseille. She was told directly by a surgeon there that although he would do the surgery, he would not give her false hope. The patient would never fully recover, even if she lived. Samira had surgery for 10 hours. Despite surviving the surgery, she was unable to speak and did not recognize anyone when she opened her eyes. Like a child, she had to relearn everything. Samira was unable to provide any information regarding the events in Italy, but without her testimony, the police had to look for the perpetrator. There were numerous signs that the crime was being planned. The Italian police were unable to locate any of her possessions when they discovered her lying on the side of the road close to a landfill. No passport, no phone, and no purse were present. This suggested that the criminal did not want her name to be revealed, but the investigators had a lead. Samira's boyfriend, Mile Cambia, was the last person they saw her with. According to the police, Mile fled after committing the crime by crossing the border into Italy, but after Samira was discovered, he erred by using his bank card in France. Only 35 kilometers from his Valence apartment, he used it at a first-rate hotel in Les Turrets. Mile had returned to France the day before according to surveillance footage. But why didn't he return home to his family if he was innocent? He chose to stay in a hotel a few kilometers away instead. Investigators soon learned that he had used Samira's credit card, which was another error on his part. In other words, Miles stayed in a hotel and used the woman's card while the young couple went on an impromptu trip to another country, where the woman almost died. The worst suspicions of the police were validated by everything. The detective talked to the young man's friends and family in an attempt to find a motive. Samira and Miles' relationship was evidently far from ideal. Miles was bothered by the fact that Samira was a very attractive woman and that many men were interested in her. Their disagreements frequently turned violent. In front of their friends, Miles had the authority to slap Samira, and once he even put out a cigarette on her. He was obviously not a particularly stable individual. However, the motive remained a mystery. Was everything prearranged, or did Miles act out of rage? Despite Miles' actions, all of their friends were aware that Samira was smitten with him. She'd just learned, though, that her boyfriend was married. He had cheated on his girlfriend on a regular basis after getting married to her when she was 18. He had many mistresses besides Samira. Despite being upset by the information, she didn't end their relationship because she trusted Miles' statement that they were divorcing and living apart. The investigator went to Miles' house after learning of this, but as soon as he stepped inside, he saw that Samira was wrong. The husband and wife were obviously living together. In addition, Miles would soon become a father. The name Combi was written on 17 ultrasound pictures of the apartment. A love triangle involving Miles, his wife, and Samira was clearly in place, and one of them was bound to vanish. Finding Miles was essential, and it was far simpler than the police had expected. 5 days after the disappearance, Mile Cambia turned himself in on March 4 at the Valence police station. The investigation was extremely fortunate to have this. Mile not only willingly arrived at the station, but he also came clean and admitted to shooting Samira. He went on to describe what had transpired. According to the young man, Samira was merely a friend with whom he could have fun. She knew there was no future in their relationship. Samira was unable to accept Miles' explanation that their romance was over. She never left him alone, calling him non-stop, and occasionally dialing his number 150 times in a single day. He showed the investigator his phone, which showed evidence of about 1,000 calls from Samira in a month. Although Miles acknowledged that Samira's actions might be categorized as stalking, would this be sufficient grounds to shoot her? The young man soon began to fear for his life as the situation worsened. He described the events of the Friday night before they left for Italy. He was kissing another woman in a nightclub when Samira confronted him. After leaving the club in a hurry and using her key to scratch his car, she got into a fight with Samira's cousins. Miles was frightened by this incident, since they threatened to kill him and claimed to have weapons. Miles was terrified. After deciding that he needed to find a way to protect himself going forward, he hurriedly got into his car and drove out of the nightclub. He considered purchasing a weapon for his personal protection. When he received a call the following day, he left without thinking and went to buy a revolver. Still, none of this clarified why he had shot Samira. Miles clarified that his intention in traveling to Italy was not to murder her or carry out any other heinous deed. All he wanted was for their tumultuous relationship to end. In an attempt to defuse their tense situation and give Samira an explanation, he took her to Italy, but things didn't work out. Mile got out of the car after they argued once more. Samira trailed after him. Mile claims that he did not intend to shoot when he grabbed the weapon, only to frighten her, but the revolver accidentally went off. Then he dropped her to the ground, climbed back into the car, and drove off. He claimed to be afraid when asked why he didn't call for an ambulance. He didn't know what to do, so he went into hiding for a few days after she fell. The police already knew the rest of the story. In general, the man asserted that what transpired in Italy was an accident, and that he was the victim of his compulsive lover's pursuit. The police weren't entirely convinced by his explanation, so he was arrested for attempted murder. A few things didn't add up. Why would someone go abroad and stay in a 5-star hotel only to break up with someone? Why did he use her credit card after stealing all of her personal items, and who used her daughter's phone to send Samira's mother the message? Although it was hard to prove without Samira's testimony, the investigator was certain that the young man was lying. Thankfully, Samira was able to testify after some time and therapy. First, though, Samira spoke very slowly and in a weak voice. She gave her account of what happened 8 months after the attack on October 11, 2011. Samira's statements ran counter to what her ex-lover had said. He said they needed to talk when he arrived at her house. He persisted, so she gave in, even though she didn't want to. She accepted Miles' invitation to a weekend retreat. When she asked him where he wanted to go, he said, Spain. The fact that this upset her made him take her to Nice, and then to Italy. Miles abruptly swerved off the road on the 3rd day of the journey, following 2 days of relaxation. He told her not to worry, saying he just needed to get rid of something, when she questioned why he had turned onto a road that led to a landfill. Miles halted the vehicle and exited. After letting her out through the passenger side door, he took out a revolver and aimed it at her. She was going to die, he said. She yelled, "Shoot if you're a man," and he pulled the trigger. The revolver was discovered by forensic experts on February 7, 2012, 1 year after the attack on Samira, and this finding totally disproved Miles' allegations. He claimed that the gun in his hand suddenly detonated. Ballistic analysis, however, demonstrated that such an occurrence was impossible. The shooter must carefully prepare before firing, pull the trigger back, and then fire. 2 separate actions, the expert explained. The revolver won't just fire when you wave your hand. In addition, the revolver must be held in one hand while a considerable amount of force is applied with the other hand to pull the trigger backward. There was no way such a gun could be accidentally fired. Miles Cambia lied because he intended to murder Samira. Detectives were finally able to piece together the murderer's plan after months of investigation. Miles left work on February 26, 2011 at 9 in the morning. He bought a weapon because he was determined to prevent a recurrence of the scene from the night before. He loaded it, tested it, pulled the trigger, and fired it as he made his way into the woods. Everything had been planned by him. Samira was to vanish across the border after spending a romantic weekend in Italy. Since he had no connections in Italy, it was the ideal place to carry out the crime. Miles pulled the woman out of the car, drove off the road, shot her, and threatened to kill her. In order to avoid identifying her, he then took her possessions. Miles tried to deceive the police by sending Samira's mother an SMS after returning to France. It was assumed that the woman had taken a vacation and was still alive. The man was sure he would never be caught and thought he had committed the ideal crime. You can only imagine how shocked he was to learn that his victim had lived. He hid for 5 days close to his hometown while the police searched for him, thinking about what he should do next. He came up with a new self-defense tactic since he lacked the resources and beneficial contacts to flee. Miles Cambia made the decision to tell his version of events to the police. The trial of Miles started in the city of Valence on February 10, 2014. For the victim and her family, the trial was a true ordeal. Miles stuck to his version of events, much to their astonishment. He maintained that everything that transpired in Italy was a regrettable accident, and that he was the victim in this instance, having been harassed by Samira. According to his friends, he had never been violent and bought the revolver out of fear after Samira's cousins threatened to kill Miles and destroy his car and apartment. He took his phone with him when he drove to Italy, keeping nothing hidden. He was emotionally worn out from Samira's incessant calls, and just wanted to take the woman on a trip to help her relax. It is also important to note that Mile charmed the jury with his exaggerated displays of civility and respect throughout the trial. His plan worked, and he received a 13-year prison sentence. The lenient sentence raised questions about whether Mile's actions in court and the jury's decision to impose a relatively short sentence were related. After all, it is hard for people to convict a charming young man with impeccable manners, and they frequently associate criminals with unpleasant personalities. Samira feels that this penalty is excessively light. She will always be confined to a wheelchair because she loved a man who chose to kill her, but by the time he turns 40, he will be free and able to lead a normal life. According to the surgeon, Samira recovered 80% of her abilities in a year of therapy, but the effectiveness of rehabilitation drastically decreased after that, leaving her reliant on assistance for the remainder of her life. She acknowledges that he paid her back in this way because she was prepared to do anything for love. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Today, we'll examine what happened in the U.S. state of Pennsylvania in 2017. Alina Shaikhet, 20, a University of Pittsburgh student, stopped returning calls and texts on October 8, 2017. Her mother and father were unable to get in touch with her, and she was supposed to meet them that morning. The Shaikhet family's life was forever altered by what they discovered when they visited her house. When Alina was 3 years old, her family relocated to the United States from Ivanovo, Russia, where she was born. Alina had extraordinary talent. She had a passion for acting, dancing, and singing. Many people were moved by her beauty and passion on stage. At a very young age, Alina became passionate about the performing arts. At the age of 4, she began her journey at the European School of Rhythmic Gymnastics. She started singing solo in out-of-state competitions when she was 5 years old. She attended the Tammy Lee School of Dance in elementary school, where she was able to secure prominent roles while showcasing her acrobatic dance routines. Alina quickly picked up dance techniques and styles that most kids would take years to master. She had the honor of performing with a group of much older, more seasoned dancers because of her extraordinary talent. Alina started going to the Broadway dance studio with Karen Prunzik in the 5th grade. She mastered a variety of dance forms, such as ballet, tap, and hip-hop. She even performed as the studio's prima ballerina, staying true to her Russian roots. She participated in Access Broadway and Onstage New York, where she received numerous honors for her exceptional performances over the years. Additionally, Alina performed at a number of local Pittsburgh events, such as Light Up Night, Macy's Christmas parades, and other gatherings in Idlewild Park, Robinson Township, and Kennywood. Alina was also able to find her singing talent thanks to the confidence she gained from dancing. Both in front of an audience and at home with her family, she moved audiences to tears with her exquisite performances of numerous well-known songs. Alina had extensive surgery after suffering a serious knee injury in a ballet class when she was 14 years old. Alina was devastated to learn that she would never be able to dance competitively or recreationally again after months of physical therapy. She was determined to find a way to get back on stage, in spite of this significant setback. Alina was able to safely express her love of dancing while attending Montour High School by participating in the musical theater program. As a talented actress, dancer, singer, and comedian, Alina made a triumphant comeback to the stage, illuminating the audience with her love and light. She brought tears, smiles, and a lot of applause to her roles in a number of plays and musicals. Alina continued to shine her light and make everyone happy while performing at numerous events throughout the city as a member of the chorus at Montour. Despite the fact that Alina's injury kept her from pursuing her love of dancing and performing, her experience receiving treatment motivated her to seek a career in medicine. She wished to assist those who had sustained injuries that hindered them from following their aspirations. Alina made the decision to pursue a career as a physical therapist. Alina and her parents had a close relationship. In 2015, she wrote on Facebook, "Happy Father's Day to the greatest dad out there. Thank you for always being there for me and having my back no matter what." I couldn't get through one day without you. I love you so much, Dad." She also wrote, "Happy birthday to my gorgeous mother. I can't wait for another year of countless laughs and more memories. You are my best friend and I love you with all my heart." After graduating from Montour High School in 2015, Alina attended the University of Pittsburgh-Greensburg for her first 2 years of college. While attending Pitt-Greensburg, she resided in the Outdoor Adventure and Community Service Living Community. She actually served as OACS's vice president for the spring 2017 semester. She enjoyed being a part of an organization that helped kids and animals. Once more, Alina shone her light, bringing her love and care to the lives of both humans and animals. After that, Alina moved to the Oakland campus of the University of Pittsburgh. She was ready to commit herself to becoming a doctor of physical therapy and shared an apartment with her friends. But on October 8, 2017, Alina, who was only 20 years old, was tragically and senselessly killed. Alina shared a home with other University of Pittsburgh students. Zach Brandner, her roommate, could never forget the night he last saw Alina alive. Zach and Alina took a Snapchat together at around midnight after returning home from a late shift at work to make fun of other students who were sharing night out selfies on Saturday night. A couple of minutes later, Alina texted me the picture we had just taken. That was the last I heard from her. The next morning she was gone, Zach said in an interview with reporters. "We all said goodnight and said I love you, like we did every night. And she went up to bed." A little more than 8 hours later, Alina's father, Jan, and mother Ellie arrived to collect their daughter. They were scheduled to take a charity walk in the park to raise money for breast cancer. Zach described the specific events of that morning in the interview. He stated, "Her mom came to pick us up at 8:45 a.m. Her mom rings the doorbell and says, 'Is Alina not awake? She isn't answering my calls. Let's go wake her up.' I thought she slept through her alarm. Her dad was still in the car with their dog at this point. We went up and her mom started knocking on the door with no answer. This went on for 5 minutes and it started getting really loud. She started shaking the door. You could tell she was starting to get a bit scared, like this wasn't normal. The dog was barking uncontrollably. That's when Ellie called for her husband Jan, who came inside and broke down the door, and then they saw what was inside. At this point, I was halfway up the stairs and all I heard was screaming. Her parents were screaming at the top of their lungs, saying, 'Alina is dead. Alina is dead.' It got hard to understand. They started speaking in Russian. It was horrible. They said it looked like her face had been cut off. Running up, Zach peered inside. Looking for more than a few seconds was too much for him. I went into the room and it was horrifying. There are no words to describe what I saw. She was just lying there with her arms spread out. The whole side of her face was unrecognizable. You could barely recognize it was a face, it was so bashed in. She was lying in a pool of her own blood. As though to remind us that someone's life was at stake somewhere nearby, a siren broke the stillness of the morning. The doctors hurried inside the house as soon as the ambulance arrived. At the door, Alina's terrified mother greeted them with shaking hands and tears in her eyes. Her daughter was lying on the floor, and she led the way to the room. Regretfully, the doctors were forced to announce Alina's death. The police had roped off the house. Police Chief Scott Schubert issued the following statement. "We do not believe at this time that this was a random act of violence. There is no continued threat to Oakland residents and the university communities. However, releasing additional details at this time could be detrimental to the investigation. Our primary interest is collecting sufficient evidence that can be successfully used in a court of law. The investigation is ongoing. I encourage anyone with information that could be helpful to call police headquarters and speak to a violent crime unit." According to Detective Schubert, the medical examiner determined that Shiket's cause of death was homicide and that blunt and sharp trauma to the head was the cause of death. The police actually already had a suspect. Investigators suspected 21-year-old Matthew Darby, Alina's ex-boyfriend, of committing the crime. During her time at the University of Pittsburgh-Greensburg, Alina Shiket got to know Matthew Darby. In 2015-16, Darby participated in basketball as a sophomore at the University of Pittsburgh at Greensburg. Darby was reported by Alina, who had broken up with him after she changed schools, for breaking into her house on September 20. She described previous abuse incidents in her police report, writing, grabbing, pushing, emotional abuse, jealousy, control. She also stated, "The defendant climbed up the gutter on the side of the house and broke through the second-floor window of my home. He did this because I left him and stopped answering his phone calls." According to Jan Shiketh, he and his spouse Ellie went to court with their daughter last week in order to get a protection from abuse (PFA) order. "For the last couple of weeks, she had told me she tried to stop talking to him," he said about Darby. On September 26th, the day he was arrested on trespassing charges, Darby was released on $10,000 bail in that criminal case. "She disconnected his phone number, Facebook, and all that stuff. I heard his name, but I never met him personally." Zach, Alina's roommate, recalled in an interview that he was constantly concerned about Alina and Darby's relationship. "Halfway through sophomore year was when I started finding out that he was abusive," he stated. Zach recounted an incident last month in which Darby stood outside their room and yelled at Alina, saying, "In the time I knew them, around 3 years, there was a lot of fighting. I'm not just saying this because she was my best friend, but Alina was extremely loyal to him. She never cheated on him, unlike him, and it went on for over 20 minutes, and he kept accusing her of cheating on him with this boy outside my window on the first floor. We heard Matthew screaming at Alina. She never did anything. This boy lives in North Carolina, but he was screaming at her. All she was saying was, 'Matthew, please, stop, stop.' He was uncontrollable." Zach clarified that this was just one of the many times Darby would lose his temper without cause. Zach claimed that Darby's demanding behavior carried over to her social media accounts. "We would go out for pizza and everything would be fine, and then he would just turn on her. He would just go crazy for the littlest thing. If she liked a picture of a guy on Instagram, he would go and unlike it because he had her social media passwords," he stated. This was before they broke up. She changed them when she broke up with him. He would never let her wear clothes that could be considered too sexy looking. He was extremely, extremely controlling. He was notorious for texting and calling. Matthew would call her upwards of 20 times if she didn't answer. He just kept on calling and it just wouldn't stop. She blocked his number after they broke up. According to the police report, Darby broke into their house on September 20 following the breakup. According to Zach, it was approximately 12:30 a.m. when he heard glass shattering outside that evening. He texted his house group chat and ignored it, assuming it was a bottle breaking at a nearby party. Then he heard a shriek coming from upstairs, followed by the sound of someone falling. Alina was yelling for assistance. Because Matthew Darby was in her room at that point, we weren't sure what his intentions were, but now we think it was a failed attempt at murder. We caught him and got him out of her room. Then the police came, and he was arrested. She was scared. You could tell," Zach continued. "She didn't feel safe at all." Call logs from Alina's cell phone, which was not at the apartment when she was discovered, revealed that between 4:15 a.m. and 4:15 a.m., she received 5 unanswered calls from a number that turned out to be Darby's, and 4:55 a.m., Sunday. According to the police, Alina's cell phone was last seen close to Irwin, where Route 30 and I-76 meet. The criminal complaint states that at 4:21 a.m., Darby was picked up by a commercial car service vehicle. According to the driver, he took Darby to Oakland's Semple Street and Ward Street, which are close to Cable Place. According to him, Darby asked him to wait 10 minutes after getting out of the car. The driver reported that 10 minutes later, Darby asked him to wait for 10 more minutes. About 5 minutes later, the driver got a call on his phone requesting that he wait an additional 10 minutes. He told the police that he could not wait any longer and walked out of the area. According to surveillance footage gathered by investigators, Darby is seen throwing objects into a sewer close to Semple Street, which is close to Alina's home. According to Pittsburgh Police Homicide Detective Edward Fowler, he and other officers discovered a hammer and 2 knives in the same sewer grate. The hammer's claw part seemed to have skin and hair adhered to it. Police asked for a warrant to arrest Darby based on the information above. He was accused of stealing by unlawful taking, burglary, criminal homicide, fleeing to avoid capture, and possessing criminal tools. Matthew Darby was taken into custody in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina, a few days after Alina passed away. A concerned citizen reported witnessing a male tampering with a window at a residence, according to Myrtle Beach police. Officers discovered a man who fit the description when they got there. It was discovered during their investigation that Darby was the male suspect. He was accused of loitering and giving police misleading information in connection with the South Carolina incident. Both of the new charges are punishable by up to 30 days in jail and a monetary fine. During the hearing, a judge in South Carolina refused to grant bond. Because of the pending Pennsylvania warrant, the judge deemed Darby a possible flight risk. The judge informed Darby that he could either waive his right to an extradition hearing or exercise it. Then Darby said he wanted his attorney. When asked to enter a plea to the charges in South Carolina, he also stated that he wanted his attorney. Alina's family and friends, many of whom were Pitt students, crowded the courtroom. Many carried signs raising awareness of domestic violence and Alina's Law, a bill that is currently pending in the state legislature and would give judges the authority to mandate electronic tracking of high-risk domestic abusers. The words, "Our Russian Princess," were written in Russian on purple shirts featuring a picture of Alina. The judge ordered Darby to stand trial on all charges, including homicide, flight, burglary, theft, trespassing, and possession of a criminal instrument. The back read, "Love shouldn't hurt." According to evidence presented by the prosecution, Darby spent the night of October 7 and the early hours of October 8 on the campus of Duquesne University, where he spoke with Raymond Marr, a university police officer. Darby wanted to know how to get to Brodart Hall. According to Marr, security cameras caught Darby at several locations on campus, including the student union, which Darby was permitted to enter so he could charge his phone. He claimed that Darby appeared apprehensive and had a faint alcohol odor. Prosecutors have presented a picture of a man they claim is Darby standing in a campus elevator that evening while sporting a striped shirt with the Miller Beer logo embroidered on it. When Darby was arrested, he had that shirt among his belongings. Days later, authorities said that on Friday, January 19, 2018, prosecutors presented evidence that showed Matthew Darby on an elevator at Duquesne University, just hours before he is accused of killing his ex-girlfriend Alina Sheket in her Oakland home. David Schrager, Darby's lawyer, contests that the video depicts Darby hours later. Darby ordered an Uber just after 4 a.m., and it drove him from Brodart Hall to a street next to Alina's house. The driver gave a statement. According to Schrager, the passenger could have been anyone using Darby's Uber account. 3 days after Alina's death, Darby was arrested by police in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina, after he had left the Pittsburgh area. 2 knives were seen in an Oakland sewer grate in a photograph taken by Pittsburgh homicide investigators. The knives were gathered as proof. After allegedly stabbing and beating his ex-girlfriend to death, Matthew Darby is accused of throwing the knives as he left her house. David Schrager, Darby's lawyer, stated that he was not shocked by the result because preliminary hearings had a low standard for evidence. "We have a lot of discovery. We have to do a lot of evidence gathering," he stated. He insisted that Darby was innocent, saying, "We're going to get to tell our side of the story at a later time. There is no forensic evidence. There is no testimonial evidence," he stated. "All we have is a lot of circumstantial evidence, and that provides a maybe." Using 4 required aggravating factors: that he was the target of a PFA brought by the victim, that she was a prosecution witness against him, and that he had a history of felony convictions involving violence or the threat of violence, prosecutors declared they would pursue the death penalty against Darby. In order to avoid the death penalty, Darby consented to enter a guilty plea to first-degree murder, which carries a mandatory life sentence. Alina Sheket was a bright, energetic college student who wanted to work with young children as a physical therapist. "It was her dream," her father Sheket stated, "and she worked so hard. She was the best person in the world. I lost my beautiful princess," he said while weeping. He said, "I don't know what else to say." He said his daughter was popular, friendly, and loved to sing and dance. His words, "She made everyone happy. She had such a bright future. He has taken Alina from us in an unimaginable way," Jan Sheket remarked of Darby. "He has stolen so much from us, including a future with our daughter. Without her daughter, there wouldn't be a wedding gown, a graduation, kids, or family vacations. My daughter died." It's a very short phrase, but it's strong enough to shock and paralyze every single cell of my body when I have to pronounce that phrase. Ellie Sheket claimed that because her brain was not designed to understand those words, her mouth was not intended for them. After Darby was accused of breaking into her house, she recalled sitting with her daughter in the courthouse. She applied for and was granted a protection order against abuse. She claimed that her daughter still harbored feelings for the man she feared. According to Ellie Shiket, she wanted to help him. She didn't want that PFA to go to jail, according to her daughter. She wished to shield and assist him. She expressed to her mother her desire for him to stop bothering her. She inquired as to whether Darby found joy in destroying her daughter. He failed, she informed him. Darby, wearing a red jumpsuit from Allegheny County Jail, with a white long-sleeve shirt underneath, only answered Judge Manning's questions. Darby was given the mandatory life sentence without the possibility of parole for first-degree murder, and when asked why he was entering a guilty plea, he responded, "Because I am guilty." In addition, Darby entered a guilty plea to charges of trespassing, burglary, theft, and possession of a criminal instrument in relation to the murder of Alina Shiket. Darby entered a guilty plea to trespassing in a different case where he had broken into Alina's apartment 2 weeks prior to the murder. But a year later, Darby filed a post-conviction petition claiming ineffective legal assistance with new attorney Joseph Hudak. Darby claimed in his filings that Thomas Farrell, his lawyer at the time, had not adequately explained the case or conducted a risk analysis. The Allegheny County District Attorney's Office responded that Darby's claims would not be successful, but it acknowledged that a hearing on the issue might be required. The decision is based on a precedent known as the Coordinate Jurisdiction Rule, which states that judges in the same jurisdiction should not overrule one another, rather than any potential merit for Darby's claim. Joseph Hudak, Darby's new lawyer, said, "This is the first step in taking back Darby's life sentence." He said, "I think Darby has been totally mischaracterized, and I believe Darby is guilty at the most of third-degree murder, and a jury might find him guilty of voluntary manslaughter." Hudak said Darby's lawyer should not have pushed him to enter a first-degree murder plea. Hudak stated, "I don't think the evidence ever supported a death penalty verdict," adding, "And there was so much mitigation, I don't think he would have received the death penalty anyway." Darby hasn't given up on his goal of being released from prison, but his attempts haven't been successful thus far. He is presently incarcerated for life. Alina was a remarkable young lady. She exuded vitality, love, and vitality. Everyone around her felt special because of her caring nature. Every room she walked into was made brighter by her amazing smile. Everyone felt like they were in on the joke because of her infectious laugh. She was living, not merely existing. The Shakets are proud of the legacy Alina has left behind and the light she has brought into the world, despite the fact that her family misses her terribly. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. The community was rocked in 2010 when several women's bodies were found along Gilgo Beach. While some victims were found that year, others were found in 2011, all of whom had evidence of ruthless murder. Despite conducting a thorough investigation, police were unable to find any leads or suspects, and the bodies were left in appalling conditions. The identity of the murderer and the full scope of the crimes were left a mystery for years. When a sample from a pizza crust that the suspect had thrown away was discovered to match hair on one of the victims, it was a breakthrough. Who was responsible for these horrifying killings, and how many victims remain unaccounted for? Let's investigate this matter. The hunt for Shannon Gilbert was the first step in the investigation into the terrible deaths of multiple women close to Gilgo Beach, Long Island. She was a 24-year-old woman who escaped from a client's house and disappeared in May 2010. Following the discovery of human remains along Oak Beach's Ocean Parkway on December 11, 2010, her disappearance became a crucial component of a more extensive and ongoing mystery. In a heartbreaking 23-minute 911 call, Gilbert said, "They are trying to kill me." After she vanished, Suffolk County Police Officer John Malia searched the gated community where Gilbert was last seen with his cadaver dog, Blue. But even after a rigorous search during the summer of 2010, they were unable to locate any leads. Malia carried out a fresh search on December 11 with an emphasis on the area around Ocean Parkway. They forced their way through a thin layer of snow and dense vegetation. The team discovered Melissa Barthelемy's remains, wrapped in rotting burlap, after the dog detected a scent. 3 more bodies were discovered by the police as they searched further. These victims were later identified as Amber Costello, Megan Waterman, and Maureen Brainerd Barnes. All of them were discovered within 500 feet of one another. Suffolk County Police stayed committed to cracking the case and increased their search and resources as the bodies were found along Ocean Parkway. Patrols along Ocean Parkway were stepped up after the discovery of the first set of remains in December 2010. To comb through the dense brush and marshy areas, police deployed cadaver dogs, forensic teams, and cutting-edge equipment. Police stepped up their search along the same highway in March 2011 after finding additional remains, including those of Valerie Mack and Jessica Taylor. They broadened their scope to include Nassau County and even inspected neighboring beaches. In pursuit of hints that might help them find the murderer, officers endured long hours, inclement weather, and challenging terrain. State police, the FBI, and local authorities were among the law enforcement agencies that collaborated on the investigation. They investigated all of the information that could be used to identify the murderer, investigated forensic evidence, and followed up on tips. Police provided the public with updates as the case became more complicated and even offered a $25,000 reward for information that might result in an arrest. Despite these tenacious efforts, the case continued to garner attention for reasons other than the discovery of new bodies. Unexpected developments in the investigation included the December 2011 discovery of Shannon Gilbert's remains, which sparked further inquiries about whether her passing was connected to the others. Some thought Gilbert's death was an accident, while others suspected foul play. Every lead was taken seriously by the police, who kept looking for answers. Gilbert's disappearance went unsolved for more than a year. However, a breakthrough happened on December 13, 2011. About half a mile from her last known location, her remains were discovered in a marsh. Her clothes and other possessions were also found close by. Gilbert's death was initially feared to be connected to the Long Island serial killer. Authorities concluded after a thorough investigation, however, that her death had nothing to do with the other killings. Mary Gilbert, Shannon's mother, publicly insisted that her daughter was a victim of the same murderer who left the bodies along Ocean Parkway in spite of this conclusion. The pressure increased as more bodies were discovered, but these were only dead ends. The police remained committed to providing the victims and their families with justice, in spite of the difficulties. Internal conflicts within the Suffolk County Police Department were one of the many difficulties the investigation into the Gilgo Beach murders faced. The department struggled for years with leadership, especially under James Burke, the former chief of police. As investigators ran into one dead end after another, these issues slowed down progress and caused frustration. With so few leads, how were they going to proceed? Only on December 10, 2015, did the FBI formally intervene to assist. Although they had helped with searches in the past, they hadn't taken over the case completely until now. How come the FBI didn't get more involved sooner? The investigation was difficult, even with the FBI's recent involvement. Police continued to encounter dead ends after years of frustration and little progress, when it seemed like there was no way to solve the case. How could they? Clearly something needed to change. Geraldine Hart, the Suffolk County Police Commissioner, took the risky decision to reopen the investigation in 2020. She released important evidence to the public on January 16 in an attempt to spark fresh leads. An image of a belt discovered close to the crime scene along Ocean Parkway was one of the items made public. Initials, either HM or WHF, were stamped on the belt, but none of the victims were identified by them. To whom did it belong? Is this the hint that ultimately reveals the truth about the case? In addition to releasing the evidence, the police department declared that they were analyzing current leads using new scientific techniques. They started the website gilgonews.com to keep the public informed, allowing anyone with information to come forward. Would the same mysteries that had plagued the investigation for years continue to stall it? Or could this fresh push finally result in an arrest? The need to find answers appeared to be greater than before. Researchers used genetic genealogy, a novel tool, in June 2019. Everyone was curious as to whether this novel approach would ultimately solve the case. The investigation had been at a standstill for years, with few leads and innumerable unsolved questions. However, genetic genealogy provided a novel strategy that proved effective. Authorities recognized Jane Doe number 6 as Valerie Mack in May 2020. Her remains had been found in fragments for years, but using this new technique, they were able to match her DNA to her family and finally give her a name. The identification of Jane Doe number 7 as Karen Vergata in August 2023 marked yet another breakthrough. Her identity had been a mystery for almost 30 years, but the case advanced further because of genetic genealogy. These developments provided fresh impetus for the inquiry. The puzzle was gradually beginning to fit together, but there was still a long way to go. The bodies of the Gilgo Beach murder victims, found in 2010, were quickly linked to a horrific series of killings that had plagued Long Island for many years. However, how did investigators make the breakthrough when they were confronted with so many dead ends and unclear leads? Melissa Bartholomew was the first casualty. In July 2009, Melissa, a 24-year-old Bronx resident, disappeared. Before going missing for weeks, she had tried to call an ex-boyfriend and made a deposit into her bank account. Someone using Melissa's phone made threatening calls to Amanda, her 15-year-old sister. The caller made fun of Amanda and even disclosed Melissa's death. Police were unable to identify the caller even after tracking the calls to multiple locations, such as Madison Square Garden and Massapequa. In December 2010, Melissa's body, the first of the Gilgo Four to be found, was discovered close to Marines. It was Maureen Brainerd Barnes who was the second victim. After telling a friend she was heading to New York City, 25-year-old Maureen from Connecticut was last seen on July 9, 2007. She became a mother of two and used sex work to help support her family, but she later went back to it after experiencing financial difficulties. Maureen never came back after setting up a meeting with a client. In December 2010, more than 3 years later, her remains were discovered. One of the leather belts used to bind her body was found to contain DNA that would later be connected to the murderer's wife. Megan Waterman was the third casualty. Megan, a 22-year-old Maine woman, posted escort ads on Craigslist and vanished in 2010. She was under her boyfriend's control and had fallen victim to sex trafficking. When Megan neglected to check in with her daughter, who was 3 years old, her family filed a missing persons report. In December 2010, her body was discovered close to the other victims. Investigators were unable to establish a direct connection between her death and her boyfriend, even though he was arrested on trafficking charges. Amber Lynn Costello was the fourth casualty. After meeting a client who offered her $1,500 in exchange for her services, Amber, 27, of West Babylon, New York, vanished on September 2, 2010. Through the Chevrolet Avalanche he drove, the client, a man who had called her multiple times, would subsequently be connected to the murderer. At first, Amber's family didn't know she was involved in sex work and thought she had entered treatment. Her heartbreaking tale brought to light the precariousness of those caught in the sex trade and addiction. 2011 saw the discovery of additional remains as the search for victims went on. The bodies of Jessica Taylor, Valerie Mack, and an unnamed toddler named Baby Doe were among 4 additional sets of remains found close to Oak Beach and Gilgo Beach. The mystery was only made more complex by the discovery of these extra victims. What other numbers were there? More unsettling remains were discovered when investigators extended their search into Nassau County to the east. Remains of Peaches and her child, Baby Doe, were among the most eerie finds. In 1997, the dismembered torso of an African-American woman named Peaches was discovered. She was later identified by investigators as the mother of Baby Doe after DNA testing linked her to the remains discovered in 2011. Both victims' identities are still unknown, and there are still unanswered questions regarding how they died. Then, in 2010, the remains of a young Asian person named Asian Doe were discovered close to the first 4 bodies. Although the victim's identity is still unknown, it was thought to be a transgender woman. Even with all of the technological advances, it was not easy to identify these victims. The case appeared unsolvable due to the lack of leads and persistent dead ends. How could detectives, who were already having a hard time identifying so many victims, ever hope to catch the murderer? The Gilgo Beach murder investigation took a dark and complicated turn with the discovery of new remains, leaving the public and police with more questions than answers. With no leads and numerous dead ends, the Gilgo Beach murder investigation seemed to be going in circles for years. Would the murderer ever be apprehended? John Bittroff, a suspect, was briefly regarded as a person of interest in 2017, but Bittroff had a history of killing sex workers and was a convicted murderer. His profile was suspicious because of the parallels between his crimes and the Gilgo Beach case. He hunted and was proficient with tools like hacksaws, which matched the way some victims' bodies were dismembered. Bittroff was never charged, in spite of these unsettling ties, because there was no concrete proof connecting him to the Gilgo Beach killings. However, everything changed in July 2023. Massapequa Park architect Rex Heumann, 59, was taken into custody and accused of killing Melissa Barthelemy, Megan Waterman, and Amber Costello. Investigators searched for Heumann for almost 15 years. However, that wasn't all. In January 2024, Heumann was officially charged with Maureen Brainerd Barnes's murder after being identified as the main suspect in her death. The murders of Sandra Costilla and Jessica Taylor, two additional victims who had not previously been linked to the case, were then charged in June 2020. After all these years of uncertainty, how did police manage to identify Heumann? The breakthrough occurred when investigators used multiple crucial pieces of evidence to connect Heumann to the case. In 2022, they located a Chevrolet Avalanche registered to Heumann close to one of the crime scenes. Then, it was discovered through cell phone records that Heumann had communicated with 3 of the victims prior to their passing. However, mitochondrial DNA testing produced what may have been the most damning evidence. The hair on one of the victims was discovered to match a sample taken from a pizza crust that Heumann had thrown away. The fact that Heuermann's wife's hair also matched samples taken from multiple victims only served to heighten the unease. Crucially, though, she and their kids were out of state at the time of the killings. Is it possible that Heumann was concealing his darkest secret from his closest friends and family members by leading a double life? Although Heuermann's arrest was a positive development, the investigation had been complicated. Although the case was a labyrinth of false starts and dead ends, Heuermann's arrest ultimately represented a breakthrough. Is he the secret to unlocking the whole mystery? Finally, the eagerly anticipated answers were at hand. Rex Heuermann was charged with 2 additional murders, which was a significant development in the ongoing investigation. After months of diligent work, investigators spent a significant amount of time searching a wooded area in Manorville, Long Island, and going through the evidence gathered from Heuermann's family home. The new charges are related to the 1993 murder of Sandra Costilla, whose remains were found in North Sea, Long Island in 1993, and the 2003 murder of Jessica Taylor, whose remains were found in March 2011 close to Gilgo Beach. According to court records, Heuermann is currently facing charges for both offenses. Prosecutors claim that DNA evidence, including a hair discovered beneath Jessica Taylor's body, connected Heuermann to the killings. Heuermann's link to the victim was established by this DNA match, which turned out to be a significant discovery. At first, it was thought that John Bittroff, a different suspect who had been connected to other killings in the neighborhood, was responsible for Sandra Costilla's death. Recent developments in DNA technology, however, have shed new light on the case and identified Heuermann as the real murderer. DNA evidence discovered at the crime scene has now been verified by prosecutors as linking Heuermann to Costilla's murder. The case has advanced significantly with these new charges, which broaden the scope of Heuermann's alleged crimes and raise the possibility that his murders may have taken place over several decades. The number of additional victims Heuermann may have been linked to is still unknown in light of this new information. Even more unsettling information is being revealed by the ongoing investigation. Since Rex Heuermann's criminal charges were revealed, his family is going through a very difficult time. In addition to fighting cancer, his wife is also dealing with the fallout from her husband's scandal. Due to their father's criminal history, employers are reluctant to hire Heuermann's children, who are consequently having difficulty finding employment. However, the relatives of Heuermann's victims are still in pain. The pain of losing a loved one never goes away, even though they might feel some relief when justice is done. As they look for closure for the lives lost, they find little solace in the ongoing legal process. The ramifications of this case are extensive and continue to cause great emotional suffering for the families of Huerman and the victims. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. On a calm street in the Grapevine Hollow neighborhood early on January 1, 2012, the joyous mood gave way to fear and terror. Ashley Fallis, a young mother who had been shot in the head, was being transported in an ambulance to the hospital, her life in shambles. When her parents returned from a brief absence, they were shocked to see paramedics and police encircling the house. Only a few hours before, there had been a lot of happiness and celebration in the house. What had transpired on this particular New Year's Eve? Her husband Tom, who was present in the room when the tragedy occurred, was the only person who could know the answer. However, his account of what happened left more questions than it resolved. Although Ashley's family was certain they knew the truth, investigators had to deal with a lot of inconsistencies and odd information. Nobody could have predicted the depth of the mystery that existed behind those houses' doors. Ashley Fallis, then 28 years old, was shot in the head and taken to the hospital early on January 1, 2012. Ashley's family thought they knew what had happened right away. It was clear to them that her husband Tom was the only possible culprit. When the gunshot was fired, he and Ashley were in the room. Tom was Ashley's family's main suspect because of his short fuse and domineer. For the police, though, the story was less straightforward. A detailed investigation was necessary because contradicting evidence was discovered at the scene. Ashley's past turned out to be as complicated as her present, and witness accounts continued to change. It would be years before fresh information surfaced that would provide a new perspective on what happened that night. The festive evening that started on December 31, 2011, was intended to be peaceful and centered around the family. At their Zinfandel Street residence, Tom and Ashley Fallis threw a New Year's celebration. They celebrated, danced, and drank. Ashley and Tom appeared to be a contented couple. To the delight of their guests, they had been dancing together and gazing affectionately at each other just an hour before. However, as midnight drew near, Ashley made the announcement that she was going outside with her family, which infuriated Tom. Ashley's family was the last group of guests left at the house when the argument broke out. Ashley and her family attempted to defend her, but Tom started shouting at them. Tom demanded that the relatives leave after their attempts at mediation failed. Tom withdrew to the bedroom and slammed the door. The couple was left alone when Ashley's parents also made the decision to move out. Tragic events occurred several hours later. Ashley's family's intrusion into their private lives irritated Tom. Ashley and her parents had been drinking all evening, so he thought it was inappropriate for them to go outside. He insisted Ashley's parents get out. Tension between the couple only increased after they left. The argument resurfaced in the bedroom after the guests had left, leaving Tom and Ashley alone. According to Tom, their argument stemmed from old grievances, but Ashley was adamant that she would live her life as she saw fit, regardless of what he thought. Tom claimed that her family had an influence on her. Tom claimed to have heard Ashley handling the gun stored beneath the mattress while he was getting into his pajamas and standing by the closet. Tom started to ask her what she was doing, but the shot went off before he could finish. On January 1, 2012, early in the morning, emergency personnel arrived on the scene. After Ashley's family made accusations, the police enlisted the help of Colorado Bureau of Investigation investigators. Jenna Fox and Joe Ridden, her parents, blamed Tom for the incident right away, pointing to his hostility and rage earlier that night. Ashley appeared to have committed suicide based on the evidence found at the scene, but investigators found information that cast doubt on the situation. Items strewn all over the floor and crooked picture frames on the walls suggested a potential struggle prior to the gunshot. Unsigned divorce documents discovered on a dresser appeared to support rumors of marital discord. An online dating site had brought Ashley and Tom together in the spring of 2007. Ashley was gregarious and energetic, and Tom fell in love with her right away. Their relationship progressed swiftly, and Ashley already had 2 daughters from a prior marriage. The couple married 2 weeks after the birth of their son, who was born a year after they first met. Ashley's daughters were adopted by Tom in 2010, and the family moved in together. But the family was becoming more tense by the end of 2011. Ashley's youngest son had just turned 3, and their 2 older daughters were 6 and 9 years old. The boy needed multiple surgeries after being diagnosed with hydrocephalus. Ashley, who was finding it difficult to manage her duties as a mother and the challenges in her marriage to Tom, was severely impacted by the stress of his illness. The tragic events of that New Year's Eve were predicated on the tense atmosphere created by these difficulties. Ashley Follis was let go from her job at North Colorado Medical Center in 2010. Aggressive behavior was cited as the official reason, which was insubordination. Despite winning a settlement in her wrongful termination lawsuit, the legal victory did little to address her other issues. She had a brief affair with a high school sweetheart the following year, which made her already shaky marriage to Tom even more strained. At the same time, Ashley went to a psychiatrist for assistance. Since she was having up to 4 or 5 panic attacks a week, she was prescribed medication to lower her anxiety and stabilize her mood. Her relationship with Tom was severely strained as a result of these difficulties. Even though Tom knew about her affair, he decided against filing for divorce. Ashley herself created the divorce documents that investigators later discovered in their bedroom in 2009 when the couple was thinking about divorcing because of their divergent work schedules. But in the end, they made the decision to remain together and improve their relationship. According to Tom, their relationship had begun to improve in the months preceding the tragedy. He had found a stable job as a corrections officer with the Weld County Sheriff's Office. Ashley, meanwhile, discovered her own method of handling life's challenges. She started giving talks at conferences, offering support to other parents facing similar challenges, and sharing her experiences of raising a child with hydrocephalus. Ashley tested positive for pregnancy at home a few weeks prior to New Year's Eve. This was unexpected because she had been sterilized to avoid getting pregnant again after the birth of their youngest child. Ashley thought she might be pregnant in spite of the odds. She stopped taking her mood-stabilizing and anxiety medications to protect the unborn child. However, Ashley started her menstrual cycle just hours before guests arrived on December 31, 2011, the day of the party. She and Tom were devastated when a second pregnancy test revealed a negative result. A conversation about the possibility of trying to conceive another child and undoing the sterilization process had started that day. Years before, Ashley's mother had proposed the procedure, but now they had complete control over the choices. Tom and Ashley both stated that they would like to have another child, so the abrupt change in circumstances caused a great deal of emotional strain. All of this served as the background for what happened that night. Even though the day was emotionally taxing, the party at Ashley and Tom Fallis's house was exciting. Ashley tried her hardest to look happy. She danced, drank, and gave her loved ones hugs. Ashley appeared content and resilient, as she always did, according to her parents Joe and Jenna. It was difficult for them to accept that she would have voluntarily abandoned her family. However, Tom asserted that Ashley's family was unaware of the intense emotional struggles that were concealed behind her apparent composure. Tom's account of what happened that evening was carefully considered by investigators. He started his interview by narrating the events of the day, including how Ashley's decision to go outside with her family members escalated a minor argument and how the negative pregnancy test result had set the tone. Ashley's propensity to follow her mother's advice too frequently became the topic of the argument. Tom stated that he just wanted things to calm down and didn't want to argue anymore. Investigators observed scratches on Tom's neck and chest during his police interview. Given that they might have been signs of a struggle, these marks sparked suspicions. Tom clarified that the red marks were caused by him scratching his skin because he was itching after shaving his chest for the first time. He claimed that stress might have been the cause of the scratches on his neck. As the interview went on, the level of questioning increased. Tom insisted on his innocence because he believed he was being accused of a crime. He insisted that he wasn't in the room when the gun went off and that he didn't shoot Ashley. Investigators were inspecting the house and interviewing neighbors in the meantime. Chelsea Arriga, a neighbor, claimed to have heard Ashley yell, "Get off me," just prior to the gunshot. This story ran counter to what Tom had said. Tom denied that he ever made Ashley do anything against her will when investigators questioned him about the yelling. He clarified that he only requested that she cease following her mother's advice because it was straining their marriage. Investigators pressed him further, pointing out that Ashley was unlikely to have shot herself because of the wound on the back of her head. To prove his innocence, Tom insisted on having his hands tested for gunpowder residue. In order to ascertain whether Ashley was capable of firing the gun, he also demanded that her hands be examined. Because of the peculiar circumstances and contradicting evidence, investigators remained doubtful despite his explanations. Ashley Fawless was in the hospital, where medical professionals battled to save her life, while Tom was at the station. Unfortunately, they declared her dead a few hours after she was admitted. Tom was devastated to hear of her passing. After the incident, he said, he saw her breathing and thought she might have a chance to live when he held her in his arms. Despite not getting a confession from Tom after 3 hours of interrogation, investigators were unable to rule him out as a suspect. Tom grew more and more upset, insisting on his innocence and saying over and over that he could never hurt his wife. Ashley's death was declared a voluntary act 4 days after the incident. The medical examiner came to the conclusion that she killed herself, even though lab tests were not yet finished. Ashley's family was shocked and incredulous when the case was closed. They felt that the investigation was hurried and that Tom's employment in the county's correctional system had given him preferential treatment, which they felt affected the investigation's conclusion. It was challenging to demonstrate that Tom had any ties to the detectives working on the case, though, because of his employment with a different law enforcement organization that was unrelated to the investigation. Almost immediately, the Colorado Bureau of Investigation was called in to guarantee impartiality. However, errors were made. In contrast to standard procedure, Tom was not kept apart from possible witnesses at the scene. Furthermore, he did not cover his hands to protect any gunpowder residue that might have been important evidence. Tom's interrogation was handled poorly, according to Ashley's family, who felt that 3 hours was not enough time for the main person of interest in a case involving a suspicious death. They felt that until Ashley's parents, Jenna and Joe, pressed for it, investigators did not take Tom seriously as a suspect. Detectives changed their strategy only in response to their adamant demands. Even so, the investigation was only cursory. In the end, Tom was free to go. In order to be nearer to his sister, Tom relocated to Indiana after the tragedy, taking the kids with him. He seemed to be attempting to start over when he enrolled in college to obtain a bachelor's degree. Ashley's parents, Joe and Jenna, on the other hand, were uncompromising. They made a plea for justice to the media. They stressed that Ashley loved life and would never have voluntarily ended it, and they talked about Tom's short fuse in interviews. Nick Glover, a 17-year-old neighbor of the Fawless family, was a crucial new witness who was discovered by reporter Justin Joseph. Nick disclosed that he witnessed emergency vehicles pull up to the Fawless residence on January 1, 2012, while he was at home with friends. Additionally, Nick stated that he told Detective Michael Yates in an interview that he had heard Tom tell Ashley's parents, "I shot my wife." However, the police reports did not include a record of his statement. New accusations against law enforcement were sparked by the lack of documentation, which suggested potential corruption and a cover-up. Detective Yates was suspected of purposefully ignoring this crucial testimony in order to keep Tom safe. The Evans Police Department reopened the case in April 2014, over 2 years after Ashley's passing. According to new accusations, Yates had changed a witness's testimony and left out important evidence to bolster the story that Ashley had committed suicide. The investigation was carried out fairly, according to law enforcement officials, who denied any favoritism. Tom Fawless was taken into custody close to his Indiana home on November 18, 2014. He insisted on his innocence even after being accused of second-degree manslaughter. Many questions remained about the case, which had received a lot of public attention because of Justin Joseph's investigation. Ashley's leg bruises, for instance, raised questions about a flashlight that was discovered at the scene and possibly used during a fight. It was eventually discovered, however, that the flashlight was not connected to the crime and had belonged to an officer who had tried to administer first aid. According to the prosecution, Ashley kept a Taurus 9mm handgun under the mattress, which Tom took during a confrontation, put to her head, and then fired. After that, he called emergency services and lowered her body to the ground. Jenna Fox, Ashley's mother, testified during the trial that Tom had used harsh language and behaved aggressively during the New Year's Eve party, resulting in a fight. Tom refuted these claims. Jenna revealed later in the trial that there was a family history of mental health problems. Both Ashley's uncle and grandmother had committed suicide. This evidence was used by the prosecution to bolster their hypothesis that Ashley might have taken her own life voluntarily. Ashley's psychiatrist, however, stated in her testimony that she did not exhibit any symptoms of depression as of December 2011. Ashley was receiving overlapping prescriptions as a result of seeing 2 psychiatrists and a therapist concurrently, according to information later presented by the defense. Testimonies from forensic experts regarding the crime scene were inconsistent. Tom couldn't have shot his wife, according to Dan Gilliam, who had devoted hundreds of hours to examining the evidence. People who fire weapons in a fit of rage seldom stop after a single shot, Gilliam said. Gilliam was called as a witness by the prosecution, despite his findings. Jonathan Priest, another expert, visited the crime scene and went over the case materials. He deduced that Ashley had been in close proximity to Tom at the time of the shot. There would have been more blood all over the room, Priest thought, if Tom had been farther away. The chronology of when Tom arrived at Ashley and started helping, as recorded by the first responders, served as the basis for his analysis. This argument was used by the prosecution to refute the defense's assertions. Ashley's failed attempts to conceive, according to the prosecution, added to her emotional problems. Although she was not pregnant at the time of her death, an autopsy showed that she might have become pregnant following a tubal ligation. Ashley's emotional distress was exacerbated by reports that she thought she was pregnant 3 times in the 9 months before she passed away. The trial psychiatrists emphasized how these conditions could have had a substantial effect on her mental health. A key component of the prosecution's case, particularly after Nick's friend Chelsea Arrigo provided her own account, was Nick Glover's testimony that he overheard Tom tell his parents, "I shot my wife," the night Ashley Fallis died. Chelsea also reportedly heard Ashley yelling, "Get off me!" according to Nick's mother, Kathy. However, Chelsea said during the trial that she was too drunk to remember the argument distinctly. Nick, however, emphasized that such a confession was unforgettable and insisted that he remembered everything that happened that night. Investigators took notice of his claims, and Detective Michael Yates, who had spoken with Nick the day Ashley died, was subject to internal review for neglecting to record this purported confession. Yates insisted that Nick had never said such a thing to him, but the investigation revealed no wrongdoing on his part. Defense lawyers pointed out various contradictions in Nick Glover's testimony during his cross-examination. They noted that Nick kept up a cordial relationship with Tom following his purported confession, taking part in family events like Christmas celebrations and camping excursions. Nick gave the same response more than 90 times when asked why he behaved in this manner. "I don't remember." Chris Graves, a former deputy for the Weld County Sheriff's Office, later came forward and said he had heard Tom confess. The defense cited contradictions in Graves's story, claiming that when he arrived at the scene he heard Tom yelling, "I can't believe I shot her, I can't believe she's dead," despite the fact that the crime scene was packed with neighbors, family members, and law enforcement officers. Nobody else claimed to have heard Tom's alleged outburst. Additionally, Graves did not arrest Tom on the spot, stating that it was outside of his authority. The defense also pointed out that for 3 years after the incident, Chris Graves had not submitted any reports regarding his statements. His credibility was further damaged when he was later fired for dishonesty from the sheriff's office. These elements call into question the prosecution's story. The prosecution's theory was also not supported by a large number of tangible pieces of evidence. Tests for gunshot residue on Ashley's 2 hands revealed residue, but tests on Tom's hands revealed no traces. Neither nail scrapings from Ashley nor scratches on Tom's chest, which could have been signs of a struggle, contained any evidence of Ashley's DNA. The idea that the couple had a physical altercation prior to the shot being fired was seriously called into question by these findings. In his own defense, Tom Fallis declined to testify. Over 40 witnesses were called to testify during the trial, which lasted for several weeks. Ashley's mental health and the major obstacles she had encountered in the months before her death, repeated pregnancy tests, her son's illness, prescription drugs, losing her job, and having an affair, were the main topics of the defense's closing arguments. The defense argues that these elements may have played a role in the tragedy. Ashley's purported farewell letters were introduced during the trial, which was a startling development. She wrote that she could no longer live, called herself a failure, and apologized to Tom in these letters. Since they were only made aware of these letters years after Ashley's passing, her family questioned their veracity. According to her family, they thought the letters were fake and had never seen any indication that Ashley might have written them. The jury deliberated for 3.5 hours, including an hour for lunch, before rendering its decision. Tom Fallis was acquitted of all charges, including second-degree manslaughter. Ashley's family was devastated by the decision. Jenna Fox and Joe Ridden, her parents, were adamant about Tom's guilt and sued the Evans Police Department, alleging that investigators had fabricated or hidden evidence. They contended that other officers who may have heard Tom's purported confession stayed silent and that Nick Glover's 2012 testimony had been disregarded. In the end, their cases were dropped. Ashley's family remained adamant about Tom's guilt and insisted on accepting the acquittal. Nevertheless, they were able to keep up a relationship with the kids and obtain visitation rights that let them continue to be active in their lives. As he works to rebuild his life and further his education, Tom Fallis is still struggling financially as a result of legal fees. Tom continued to look after the children after the tragedy. To start over and be nearer to his sister, he relocated them to a different state. He informed them that their mother had died in an accident, but he would like to give them more information when they are older. The case is still cloaked in mystery despite every attempt to find the truth. Doubt seems to grow with each response, and questions persist. Ashley Fallis's story is one of those instances where it becomes difficult to distinguish between truth and deceit, leaving only suspicion and unsolved mysteries in its wake. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. A plastic bag was discovered by a woman walking her dog along the shores of Deer Island, which is close to Boston, Massachusetts, on the afternoon of June 25, 2015. Her dog's incessant curiosity led her to a horrifying discovery: the dead body of a child. After she had initially written it off as discarded trash, she was so shocked and scared that she called the police right away. Because of the extreme stage of decomposition, the child's identity remained elusive despite their best efforts. 3 months passed before the child was identified. Who could have committed such a crime in their right mind? As soon as the child's body was discovered on Deer Island, the investigation into her death got underway. Authorities put forth a lot of effort to identify her despite her extreme decomposition. She was found with a zebra print blanket inside the bag, and only a pair of white leggings with a black polka dot design. Early skepticism resulted in fruitless efforts to use cadaver dogs to find more bodies or remains. The body had already started to decompose, making visual identification impossible, and fingerprints could not be collected due to prolonged exposure to water. The race and ethnicity of the child were unknown to the investigators. How her remains got to the scene was unknown. It was unclear if the body had been dumped on the beach or if it had floated in the water from somewhere else, possibly as far away as Canada. Because the body was not sufficiently decomposed, authorities thought the victim had been placed at the scene rather than washing ashore. On July 3, 2015, an autopsy was performed after the child's body was found, but the cause of death was not established. Authorities suspected foul play, but the remains showed no obvious signs of injury. Tests were then performed to look for alcohol, drugs, or toxins that might have contributed to the death. Eventually, it was discovered that the child had Hispanic heritage. According to the description, her hair was 14 inches long, wavy, and brown, indicating that it had been untrimmed for some time. She weighed about 30 pounds and was estimated to be between 3'1" and 3'6". There were no noticeable scars or birthmarks on her body. The blanket was thought to be from Cannon Mills, possibly sold at Kmart, while her clothes, which were estimated to be a size 4T, were made by the Serco company and might have been purchased at Target. There was also an elastic hairband. Despite her unknown status, she didn't show any symptoms of malnutrition and seemed to have had a good life. After earlier attempts to identify the body failed, the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children digitally recreated the child's face to help identify her. Adobe Photoshop was used to create the reconstruction, which included stock and mortuary photos to approximate her appearance in life. In an effort to gather more details, flyers with pictures of the child and her possessions were handed out. On July 4, 2015, information about the child's discovery and physical measurements were added to the National Missing and Unidentified Persons System, NamUs. Despite ruling out more than 200 missing persons, no matches were found. No one came forward to identify the victim or take responsibility for the crime, despite a lot of effort. The investigation relied heavily on forensic testing. Although DNA samples were taken from the body's teeth and hair, none of the profiles found in databases of known missing people matched. The University of North Texas received additional samples for more detailed profiling. Despite the lengthy process, it was concluded that she might have traveled to any of the 6 New England states, as well as possibly other places. She could have traveled across the nation, according to tests on her hair and enamel. In an interview, television host John Walsh discussed the case and encouraged viewers who have information to come forward. Authorities received a lot of tips, but many leads did not result in meaningful action. The establishment of a 24-hour hotline and fax hotline allowed people to submit information anonymously, and as a result, submissions came from all over the United States and beyond. The child was identified as Bella Nevaeh Amoroso Bond on September 18, 2015, following 3 exhausting months of ceaseless searching. On August 6, 2012, Joe Amoroso and Rochelle Bond welcomed her into the world. After Laura Springs, Rochelle Bond's neighbor, revealed a connection between Bella and the baby doe, Bella was identified. Michaela Springs, Laura's sister, was worried about Bella's ongoing absence from the home. She confronted Rochelle and Michael McCarthy, her boyfriend, who said the Department of Children and Families, DCF, had taken Bella away. This was later shown to be false, though. On September 17, 2015, Michaela called the police believing baby doe to be Bella. At Rochelle Bond's residence in Dorchester, Massachusetts, a search warrant was carried out. Joe Amoroso, Bella's biological father, had spoken to her over the phone but had never met her. Amoroso expressed skepticism about Rochelle's involvement and conjectured that her boyfriend might have given her heroin to sedate her. But Bella's paternal grandmother doubted the veracity of Rochelle's claims and thought she had a significant role in Bella's demise. Detectives dug deep into Rochelle and Michael's past, all the way back to November 2011 when Bella was conceived, in order to piece together what had happened. Her mother, Rochelle, was heavily involved in the local drug scene, had a strong heroin addiction, and used illicit means to finance her addiction. Joe Amoroso, Rochelle's partner, was also battling addiction in spite of the difficulties. When Joe learned that Rochelle had cheated on him, their relationship soured. He never saw his daughter and vanished before Bella was born. Rochelle was adamant about keeping Bella, even though her addiction had previously cost her custody of her other children. Bella was born at Boston Medical Center on August 6, 2012. Rochelle's determination to be a responsible mother was reinforced when she saw her daughter for the first time. However, allegations of neglect surfaced in spite of her efforts. She found an apartment in the neighboring city of Dorchester and made an effort to give Bella a secure home. Even though Rochelle loved Bella, she battled her addiction, and sometimes her old habits came back. Carelessness was still being reported, which was indicative of Rochelle's ongoing struggle with heroin addiction and how it affected her capacity to look after Bella. As the months went by, Rochelle received calls from the Massachusetts Department of Children and Families in 2012 and 2013 regarding the domestic situation. Feeling the pressure of being a single parent, Rochelle continued to speak with Joe on the phone. Although he re-established contact with the family, he never made it back to see Bella in person. In January 2015, Rochelle started dating Michael McCarthy because she was looking for a partner. Everything appeared to be normal at first, but Michael's behavior quickly began to become unpredictable. He lived with Rochelle and Bella and was obsessed with supernatural subjects. Their relationship rapidly deteriorated as they both became addicted to drugs. When the abuse was reported to the police, nothing was done, and things continued as they were. Rochelle had been lying to them, which is why no one noticed Bella's absence. After visiting their home, she made a false claim that Bella had been taken away by the DCF, saying that the situation was too difficult. People accepted Rachel's story without question because of the situation. Investigators obtained a search warrant and questioned Rachel and Michael because of their suspicions and Rachel's false claims about the DCF removing the child. Eventually, Rachel admitted to the terrible things that had happened that fateful night. She claimed that Michael had become enraged and had attacked Bella several times because he thought the child was possessed. Rachel tried CPR on Bella after she passed out, but Michael intimidated her and disposed of the body in the harbor. This supported the investigators' long-held suspicions of foul play in Bella's case. However, Rachel's participation sparked doubts about her competence. Some inconsistencies, like declaring Bella alive on a benefits form, raised questions about her intentions and degree of participation. On September 18, 2015, Michael and Rachel were taken into custody. According to medical evidence, Bella may have died from severe abdominal trauma. The chief medical examiner, Dr. Henry Niels, suggested that this trauma might have resulted in cardiac arrest or asphyxiation. When Michael was arrested, he denied knowing about Bella's passing in spite of these facts. Michael McCarthy and Rachel Bond each gave their own account of what happened during their June 2017 trials. Michael made an effort to place the blame on Rachel by depicting her as a drug-addicted and careless mother. Rachel, meanwhile, insisted she was innocent of the crime, but acknowledged that she assisted in disposing of the body under Michael's pressure. Because she kept claiming benefits for Bella after her death, she was also charged with welfare fraud. Although the court tended to accept Rachel's account during her trial, she was still charged with serious crimes, with cadaver dogs proving that a body had been found in the McCarthy home and bruises on the body that matched Rachel's description. The evidence against Michael appeared to be stronger. But there was no concrete proof that Michael was responsible for Bella's passing. Michael's defense team claimed that because Rachel had allegedly informed him that Bella had been taken away by the state's child welfare agency, he was unaware that she was missing. A complicated web of deceit, abuse, and addiction within Bella's family was exposed by the trials. Michaela Springs' testimony as a crucial witness, meanwhile, highlighted the emotional cost of pursuing justice for Bella. Following the untimely death of Bella Bond, Michael McCarthy was found guilty of second-degree murder on June 28, 2017, and given a life sentence with the possibility of release in 20 years. In the end, Rachel entered a guilty plea and was given a considerably reduced probationary period. Investigations into Bella's case, however, revealed grave mistakes and misconduct, raising concerns about how the Department of Children and Families handled her case. Prior to McCarthy's sentencing, Bella's biological father, Joe Amoroso, gave a victim impact statement in which he expressed his deep sorrow over the death of his daughter. Although Joe had never met Bella, he stressed the importance of her life and regretted not being able to be her father. The Office of the Child Advocate's investigation found significant mistakes in the child welfare system. Only a formal written warning was given by the agency to the employee who committed the misconduct. Bella Bond's case generated a lot of national attention, as evidenced by the activity on Facebook and Twitter. A funeral home promised funds for a dignified burial with a headstone, and other people offered to pay for her funeral and burial. Joe Amoroso disclosed that Bella would be buried in Winthrop, Massachusetts, with her family by her side, choosing to hold wake services and a public funeral. However, after both of her parents ultimately decided against holding a public funeral, Bella was finally buried in a private ceremony at Winthrop Cemetery on November 28, 2015. Her name and the date of her discovery were engraved on the headstone beneath which she was interred. Later, Bella's mother's Facebook page posted pictures of her. When we consider Bella's story, it becomes evident that her untimely death was caused by her parents' negligence. The acts of Rachel Bond and Michael McCarthy, both inside and outside of prison, were heinous. Bella's story emphasizes how urgently vulnerable children need to be better protected. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Doug Estes, then 33, went out that afternoon with his stepson and a buddy on November 17, 1990, a Saturday and the second day of firearms deer hunting season. The bodies were found by Estes's stepson. The ideal day for a hunt was November 17, 1990, but before they could catch a game, Jim Bennett and Doug Estes's lives were cruelly taken in Kalamazoo County, starting a domino effect that would last for more than 30 years. There were 2 hunters who were suspected, and 2 hunters who were killed. A concealed clue that held the secret to solving the mystery was latent amid the enigma. What was the hint that prevented its discovery earlier? Why did it take the investigators so long to find out the truth? The way of life in Kalamazoo County, Michigan, throughout the thriving 1990s, was characterized by a strong work ethic, solid interpersonal ties, and a common dedication to advancement. There were 223 of 411 people living in Kalamazoo County, Michigan. A diverse range of people with varying goals were present, with one crime defining its history. The 1990s unfurled as a transformational decade against the backdrop of this dynamic county. On November 17, 1990, a relatively warm day in Kalamazoo County, the fatal day occurred. The hunters were headed to the Fulton State Game Area in hopes of catching a good game. Bobby Brown and Doug Estes, his stepfather, were among them. The group believed that splitting apart was a smart move and went in different directions. In order to identify the deer's movement, Doug, Bobby, and the others were intent on listening for even the smallest noises. Due to the fact that winter days were usually peaceful, the group and the locals were alerted a few minutes later by the sound of 2 gunshots. Just down the street from her home, Helen Knopfs and her son heard a car scream into a ditch. Could this have something to do with the recent gunfire, or was it just a coincidence? The fact that gunshots were common in the vicinity did not change the fact that the timing and closeness could not have been coincidental. Knopfs and her son were inquisitive and worried as they walked up to the automobile and noticed a sweaty man behind the steering wheel. His expression was unpleasant, and he appeared anxious. She offered to call a tow truck for him because Knopfs believed he needed assistance, but he declined, claiming that a deer had unexpectedly crossed the road and left him in the ditch. There was something wrong, even though the justifications appeared sincere. After all, people used to come here and hunt deer. Knopfs believed he was being calm, which was strange, yet he seemed eager to go out. The man in the automobile wasn't even looking for assistance when she offered to call the cops. He said he didn't want to involve the police because he was sure someone else would fix his car, and then he drove off. However, the gunfire echoes were still audible. Since the sound originated from the direction he traveled, Bobby Brown assumed that his stepfather had captured the deer. He continued in the same direction, almost eager to congratulate him, and discovered Doug lying on his back in a pool of blood on the ground. It was such a strange sight that Bobby's initial reaction was whether Doug was pulling a practical joke. There had been 2 gunshots, but he could not believe what he was seeing as reality set in. Doug might have been shot twice as a result, but he was only wounded by 1 gunshot. The alternative was that someone actually attempted to kill him by firing 2 shots at once and missed one. However, while Bobby searched the area in a panic, he saw something else that was unbelievable. Another body was lying face down. He hurried over to the other man's corpse and rolled him over, but he was obviously dead. He had first checked for Doug's pulse, but there was no hope. Bobby was powerless to help. He promptly alerted the police and raced out to seek assistance. The police responded quickly to examine the disturbing events that transpired on that fatal day, setting the stage for a thorough inquiry. Bobby had previously told the officers about the 2 bodies and they confirmed their presence. Their first task was to identify the victims, and before long the police were able to identify them. Bobby had already identified his stepfather Doug as he had phoned the police, and the other man was Jim Bennett, a nature enthusiast who was hunting alone that day. Jim Bennett and Doug Estes were both struck in the back with their hunting licenses at close range. The males had been shot with separate guns, which was strange. According to one version, they shot each other because they thought they were the deer they were searching for. The first problem was that they were nearly impossible to strike because they had both been shot in the back. When ballistic testing revealed that Doug's gun was missing from the scene and Jim's muzzle loader was fully loaded, the second discrepancy emerged. However, that was just the beginning of the chaos. Detective Bruce Wiersma, who was now retired, and Sergeant Roy Ballett were given the case. Since the area had not seen murder cases in a long time, Wiersma was overwhelmed by it because he lacked experience in homicide cases, much less double homicide. But Wiersma made the decision to pay close attention to the specifics in order to guarantee correct protocol. As the investigation went forward, they discovered that Jim and Doug had never met before. It was just a coincidence that they were both slain at the same moment, because they had gone hunting separately. Already the detectives had no idea what might have been the reason behind the murder. It was more difficult to comprehend the case given since there was no relationship between the victims, although if they had been acquaintances, a mutual friend may have been found. However, there was still optimism, since they began to suspect Bobby Brown, one of the victim's stepson. At first, the detectives thought that Jim was the target, which is why the killings took place. They claimed that Bobby had intended to rob him, but the heist failed, and Doug was also killed in the process. Bobby had to call the police because his plan did not succeed, the police suspected. However, Bobby's intents and motives did not align with the crime, and Estes and Bennett's families felt that their loved one was not the primary target. The detective's suspicion radar was always on, regardless of what the families stated, in case they overlooked any evidence. In order to find out if the neighbors had heard or seen anything odd that day, the police proceeded to check the crime scene once more. The neighbors had indeed heard the gunshots, but Helen Knopf's statement added a fresh perspective to the tale. She assisted the officers in drawing a composite of the man whose vehicle went into the ditch. The detectives spoke with other neighbors because, although the mystery man was starting to be suspected, there was no evidence connecting him to the crime. Following extensive discussion and exploration of their narratives, a new name surfaced from the obscurity. Jeff Titus, who was born in 1952, owned the land directly behind the Fulton State Game Area, where it served as a boundary. Prior to joining President Richard Nixon's security detail, he was a police officer in the U.S. Marine Corps. He then got a job at a VA medical center as a security guard. He loved hunting and being outside in addition to his professional activities, but he was fiercely protective of his land. When hunters would wander into his lands, he would become enraged. Could Doug and Jim have crossed the boundary into Titus's territory and enraged him? The cops wanted to know where Titus was when the murder occurred. That same day, the investigators brought him in for questioning in the evening when he was free. It turns out that Jeff Titus was himself hunting deer. He had gone off with a friend to an elderly couple's home at Battle Creek, which is over 27 miles from the Fulton Game State area. Titus and his friend went to Burger King and then drove back home after a few hours. The narrative began to diverge at that point. It had finally been discovered that Doug Estes's lost rifle was fully loaded. Titus was involved. He claimed that after finding it some 30 yards from the scene of the crime, he decided to keep it clean so that no one could claim it and it could not be linked to another person. The revelation demonstrated that Doug and Jim had not killed each other and that someone else was to blame for their deaths, even though it threatened to seriously implicate Titus. Although it undoubtedly sparked concerns, Titus was cleared since there was no way to verify whether his tale was false. More importantly, he had a strong alibi. However, the investigators were aware that something was amiss. Despite their best efforts, the situation seemed to get more complicated. The investigation ultimately became cold in 2000 since there were no new leads or closures. A fresh team of detectives, led by Detective Mike Brown and now retired Sergeant Mike Workema, took over the case files and reopened the double homicide case of Doug and Jim. Re-examining the neighbors, re-examining the clues, and re-evaluating the previous suspects were the first steps in their investigation. It turned out that Bobby Brown was the object of their initial suspicion. He was cleared after much back and forth. Who had slain those men that day? Then, if the primary suspect was exonerated and there were no leads or clues. In retrospect, that would seem like a straightforward response. But the cold case investigators took their time and ultimately concluded that Jeff Titus had to be the murderer, regardless of what the original cops thought. Since the incident had occurred more than 10 years ago, people's recollections were hazy and their accounts varied. It was turning out to be harder than they thought. But the investigator quickly developed a tenable theory. It implied that Titus had left the hunting property where he had been at the time of the murders on November 17, 1990, and gone back to his own adjacent property close to the Fulton State game area. He took this move because he believed that someone might have entered his property without permission. Following that, it was thought that he killed the victims before returning to the Battle Creek farm and going home with his friend. Titus, a father and married man, was arrested in 2001 after his co-workers at the Veterans Affairs facility made reports. During the deer hunting season, they both revealed that Titus did not appreciate trespassing hunters. It was a good enough motivation, the cops said. Additionally, his colleagues claimed that he boasted and talked openly about the murders. The now retired Assistant Prosecutor Scott Brower of Kalamazoo County presided over Jeff Titus's trial in 2002. Unfortunately, Titus's alibi witnesses had become weaker with time and were no longer able to testify in his favor. The original investigators, who had completely exonerated Titus of any crime, were not called to testify during the trial, and his neighbor Helen Knopfs did not appear on the witness stand regarding the mysterious man in his car. Titus was found guilty and given 2 life sentences without the chance of release. Even though the prosecutors did not dispute the veracity of his alibi, he was imprisoned in Coldwater, Michigan, at the Lakeland Correctional Facility. However, this tale was far from over. Howard Swabash, a recently retired polygraph examiner from the Michigan State Police, was a noteworthy addition to the team during Titus's legal defense, which was led by attorney William Fett. It turned out that Fett had hired Swabash as a private investigator. According to court documents, Swabash's wife filed for divorce in January 2002, just 5 weeks after Titus was accused of murder. Even though the identity of the second woman involved was kept secret, the accusations of marital adultery led to the dissolution of their marriage. 3 months after Titus was found guilty by a jury, on the memorable Halloween day of October 31, 2002, his wife Julie visited him at Saginaw Prison with their daughter and private investigator Swabash. Since they had not gotten along for years, Julie told Titus that she planned to file for divorce. According to the public records, Swabash and Titus's ex-wife Julie eventually got married in Florida in April 2005, just 3 years after Titus was found guilty. This was a startling development that sparked speculation about their relationship and how it might have affected the case. The first inquiry that resulted in Titus's exoneration in 1990 was greatly aided by retired Sergeant Roy Belay of the Kalamazoo County Sheriff's Office. Shortly after Titus's conviction, Belay confronted Swabash, the investigator in the Kalamazoo County Courthouse, feeling confused and unhappy with the way things had gone. Belay was disappointed, asking why Swabash had not even bothered to get in touch with him to share his thoughts and feelings about the matter, especially if he had assumed the responsibility of conducting the investigation to prove Titus's innocence. Belay and the other initial detective would have given important testimony on Titus's alibi, but the defense did not call them as witnesses. The altercation became heated, and Swabash's response was combative and offensive. He left quickly, leaving Belay to think over the experience. During a phone interview from prison, Titus freely questioned if the private investigator for this defense team had been genuinely interested in his interests. Titus maintained his innocence throughout the entire incident, saying, "It's a shocker, and then I wonder, was he working for me? Was he working for an ulterior motive? I don't know." But when Bruce Wiersma and Roy Belay, the 2 detectives who worked on the original inquiry, publicly said that they were willing to testify in favor of Titus's alibi, it was a turning point. The University of Michigan's Innocence Clinic became interested in this development and became involved in the case. At the same time, an independent inquiry was launched by the Michigan Attorney General's office. As both organizations examined the evidence, an important discovery was made. A key aspect that had not been revealed to Titus's defense team during the initial trial was that they discovered that there were many hunter deaths in the area, and that it appeared to be the work of a serial murderer. Without a doubt, it cast suspicion on any possible link between Titus and Doug and Jim's untimely deaths in 2002. The Innocence Clinic filed a motion for relief of judgment and a new trial on Titus's behalf as a result of these findings and other strong evidence. The genuine turning point, however, occurred in 2019, when 47-year-old producer Jacinda Davis, who is well known for her work in the true crime genre, happened upon her most compelling narrative while traveling the highways to find ideas for her next series. The murderer's journey took her to the center of Michigan, where she was enticed by Jack White's renowned Third Man Records. She came over the intriguing case of Jeff Titus while browsing the internet. Susan Simpson, a 34-year-old former lawyer who is now a podcaster, shared a trip with Davis. Simpson, Rabia Chaudhry, and Colin Miller were the hosts of the popular podcast Undisclosed. After meeting, discussing, and finally deciding to work together, Davis and Simpson decided to combine their narrative skills to help solve the mysterious Titus case. On October 26, 2020, Simpson's podcast Undisclosed was set to debut its upcoming season. The audience was able to uncover some previously unknown facts and delve further into the complex issues of the contentious conviction after it was broadcast. At the same time, on November 1, 2020, fans watched the premiere of the gripping 2-hour documentary Killer in Question, which was broadcast on Investigation Discovery. During their investigation for the series and podcast, Davis and Simpson discovered that there was a problem with the story. The original detectives in this case absolutely 100% clear Jeff Titus and believe he is not guilty, and the cold case team is the opposite. They believe beyond a doubt that they have the right man. During their lengthy investigation, they discovered a significant breakthrough involving 2 key witnesses who had seen a car stuck in a ditch immediately after the gunshots, Davis said. I can't think of another case where there are 2 sets of detectives that don't agree. Further issues were raised by the fact that Titus's neighbor, Helen Knopfs, could have readily identified him if he had been in the car. When they discovered that the driver was not him, they began to question the stranger's motivations and the reason behind his hasty departure from the scene. Was he the elusive killer they were looking for? They were shocked to see that the composite sketch created using Knopf's testimony bore a striking resemblance to Ohio serial killer Thomas Dillon. Dillon has previously targeted outdoor enthusiasts, hunters, and fishermen. When he was finally caught in 1993 for killing other hunters, Knopfs herself had even recognized him from a police lineup, according to FBI reports. Both Simpson and Davis were full of optimism that their accounts might inspire others who might have important information about the Estes and Bennett killings to come forward. Simpson noted that the simple act of sharing these stories frequently has a cascading effect, encouraging people to come forward with insightful information that may be added to the ongoing investigation. Davis agreed with them. She admitted that memories might evolve with time, with little information occasionally disappearing. Original memories, however, usually survive on their own. Both investigators had their own judgments about Titus's guilt as they dug more into the case. After initially being dissatisfied by the evidence, Simpson found strong corroborations that supported the original investigators' conclusions. Simply put, the evidence against Jeff Titus was insufficient. The Michigan State Attorney General's Office's Conviction Integrity Unit has been thoroughly reviewing Titus's case since 2019. Since none of the motions filed by the Innocence Clinic had been approved throughout the ongoing inquiry into this potential erroneous conviction, Jeff Titus was forced to serve 2 life sentences at the Lakeland Correctional Facility in Coldwater Branch County, Michigan. Despite the challenges, the Innocence Clinic worked to get Titus released from the facility in 2021 because of the COVID-19 outbreak, which resulted in several of the Lakeland inmates testing positive for the virus. They requested a bond release under extraordinary circumstances. Regretfully, the district judge who administered their plea thought it was unjustified. The podcasters Davis and Simpson were the first detectives to discover a possible connection between Dillon, the serial killer, and the 1990 killings. Their natural curiosity brought them to Dillon's troubled history, since he had admitted to the gruesome 1993 killings of 5 hunters and outdoor enthusiasts. Dillon also told his cellmate that he was a main suspect in another murder in Pennsylvania, and that he was involved in the murders of 2 hunters in a county that he thought the police would never connect him to. Dillon's involvement in the investigation provided a strong lead, even though he passed away in prison on October 21, 2011. Motivated by their resolve, David Morin, director of the Michigan Innocence Clinic, set out on a mission and traveled to the Kalamazoo County Sheriff's Office. Morin spent a long 6 hours carefully going through the file room's archives. As each document was analyzed, the pieces of the puzzle started to fit together, revealing a potentially important development in the inquiry. Deep within the repository, Moran discovered a unique folder as he persisted in his quest for the truth. There were perhaps 30 interesting pages in the thin folder. It was gently penciled with the words "serial killer" on the outside. Moran grew increasingly certain as he perused the pages that these records held important details about Dylan and might hold the secret to their case's resolution. The knowledge that these crucial documents had never been given to the defense added yet another level of surprise. There was an uncomfortable void in the information provided throughout the trial, since it seemed that the prosecutor's office was still unaware of their existence. This revelation gave Moran optimism and strengthened his conviction that their fight for justice was headed towards success. Bruce Worsema, the original detective who put together the serial killer file, stated that he was convinced Dylan was the criminal responsible for the crimes and that the reports on Dylan were part of the case file. The retired cold case sergeant Mike Worsema, however, claimed he had never seen that specific file. He denied knowing about the alternate suspect, as did other detectives on the cold case squad. But according to a police report that turned up in court records, the file was known to at least one of the cold case detectives. Former Kalamazoo County Associate Prosecutor Stuart Fenton had a different viewpoint. He stated that he thought Titus was behind the killings. He was adamant that an innocent man had not been wrongly condemned and that the jury had made the right choice. Fenton believed that the new material would not likely have changed the first trial's outcome in light of the subsequent claims. Titus personally promised himself that he would not cut his beard until the day he was released from prison. On February 16, 2023, he finally received the long-awaited call telling him of his imminent release, and he was overcome with emotion. Titus recounted, "I just started bawling." He would frequently cry with happiness again when he started working on the cards, briefly covering his face with his hands. Jeff Getting, the Kalamazoo County prosecutor, stated that it is still unclear whether additional charges will be brought. He continued, "We're in the process of reviewing the case. It is a complicated factual and legal analysis that will take some time to process." After serving more than 20 years in jail for the 1990 murder case involving Doug Estes and Jim Bennett, 71-year-old Jeff Titus was released on February 24, 2023. His conviction was reversed. It should never have happened in the first place, according to Titus, who added that people had been waiting for this day for 22 years. The moment of being released from jail produced a wave of feelings that Titus found difficult to express. "I'm just ecstatic and overjoyed to finally be out where I can get out and do something. I want to see my grandkids. I haven't seen them. I want to see them." A supporting group of people who had been instrumental in his battle for justice greeted him as he entered the free world. Attorney Moran supported Titus during his newfound freedom, as did the sons of the late Detective Roy Ballet, investigative podcasters Jacinda Davis and Susan Simpson, and committed students from the Michigan Innocence Clinic. Although Detective Ballet, a steadfast supporter of Titus's innocence, had died in January 2022, his influence endured. Worsema, the cold case investigator, was still certain of Titus's culpability, even though he supported the judge's decision to free Titus from jail due to Dylan's ignorance. "I still believe Jeff Titus is the killer," Worsema declared. "Considering his character and the actions he took, I believe he is the perpetrator. He is a dangerous individual, and I have apprehensions about him. I hope that now that he has gained his freedom, he will use it responsibly and make the right choices." Titus used his newfound freedom to do things that he had not been able to do for 20 years. Enjoying the meals he had long missed while away, he rediscovered the pleasures of life and immersed himself in the presence of loved ones. He even obtained his driver's license and liked spending time with his grandsons whom he had never met before. He remarked, "I can't express enough how grateful I am to be free and have the freedom to simply live again." Titus continued to create and sketch greeting cards, and he enjoyed feeding songbirds and deer. Jeff Titus ultimately received justice after nearly 20 years, but the cases of Doug Estes and Jim Bennett remained unsolved until the passing of serial killer Thomas Dylan. Was the serial killer responsible for the crime, in your opinion, or was Titus? Who, in your opinion, erred during the investigation? The cold case team or the original investigators? And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. It can seem like everything around you is predetermined when the shadows of the past start to close in. Will anyone ever be able to fully avoid what fate has in store for them? The family that disappeared overnight, leaving a trail of unresolved questions and the eerie echoes of unfinished phone calls, is the subject of today's story. This is the tale of Melissa Wolfenbarger, whose abrupt and inexplicable disappearance sparked a true tragedy. On November 26, 1998, a peaceful Thanksgiving night at the Patton home was marred by a feeling of unease. Melissa called to wish her parents a happy Thanksgiving. Melissa is Norma and Carl's youngest daughter. It was a normal and familiar conversation, with topics including Christmas preparations, gift selection, and plans for the approaching holidays. As they did each year, Melissa wanted her kids to spend the holidays at her parents' house. She smiled and said, "Mom, don't forget that old picture of Grandma. I'd love to have it framed under the tree." However, there was neither a phone call nor a knock on the door on Christmas. Despite their concerns, Norma and Carl hoped that their daughter and her family would arrive at the last minute, which they occasionally did. No one showed up as the hours went by. There were gifts under the tree, sparkling with holiday lights, but the atmosphere was solemn, and the quiet became unbearable. It all began on a typical day, but after a few days passed with no communication from their daughter, Norma started to worry. This time it seemed different, but Melissa had always managed to get in touch, especially if plans had changed. When the parents tried to call, no one picked up. Additionally fruitless were attempts to contact their son-in-law Christopher. Melissa's parents continued to reside in their comfortable home in Last Grove, Georgia, while Melissa and her spouse and children lived in Atlanta. When the long period of silence became intolerable in January, Norma and Carl got into their car and drove to Atlanta. Their hearts sank when they arrived at the duplex on Brooklyn Avenue after following the well-known streets. Although the apartment doors were open, the interior felt eerily deserted and lifeless. It appeared as though their daughter and her family had never lived there because the rooms were immaculate and well organized. It appeared as if someone had purposefully removed every indication of their presence. Asking neighbors if they had seen Melissa or her kids, Norma went door to door. No one knew where they were going or why they hadn't left a message or forwarding address, but one man remembered seeing them packing things into a moving truck just before New Year's. It appeared as though they had made the decision to depart suddenly, without warning, and with no intention of coming back. It was intolerable to Carl and Norma. They were aware that Melissa would have contacted them if something had gone wrong. If plans had changed, their daughter would not have concealed it. She had always been forthright and honest. Norma concluded that this could not be ignored. Someone had to know something if Melissa and her family had left. They located the glass manufacturing company where their son-in-law worked, and the management verified that Christopher had worked there as a truck driver, but had recently been fired. He was fired because he was involved in an accident involving one of the company's vehicles. They were unable to respond when questioned about Christopher's future plans. Like his family, he had just disappeared. January and February saw no updates, but time went by. Norma continued to make an effort, but every day only brought more disappointment. Her February birthday was particularly painful. Despite her busy schedule, Melissa had always called to wish her well, but this time the phone was silent. At last, Norma started to understand that her daughter's silence wasn't a coincidence. There had been a horrible incident. What might have caused Melissa to leave her former life behind? Carl and Norma had a hard time understanding it. Their youngest daughter was always happy and affectionate, they recalled. She distinguished herself from her peers early on by actively competing in school pageants and lending a hand with her older sister Tina's projects. Their dreams of starting a veterinary clinic and helping as many animals as they could were dashed when Melissa's adolescent misbehavior landed her in legal troubles, running away from home and falling in love with Christopher for the first time. During those tumultuous years, when she was caught between her desire to discover herself and her parents' expectations, he became her only source of stability. She was altered by marriage. Everything appeared to be coming together at last. She and Christopher seemed to have a happy life together after they moved to the city and had kids. However, her parents continued to feel a subtle, unnerving feeling, as though there was a deep crack beneath the surface, the calm. Those uneasy feelings had now become a terrifying reality as I stood in that empty apartment on Brooklyn Avenue in January 1999. The questions continued to mount. How had their daughter and her family fared? Why did their searches for answers only result in dead ends? And why did all the leads go nowhere? Where had Melissa's kids disappeared to? And why hadn't any of the neighbors seen her since New Year's? What did that picture she had requested for Christmas represent? These small, unimportant details assumed a sinister tone, giving the impression that something much more significant was going on. It would have felt like betrayal to leave everything unsolved, so Norma continued to look for any information, clinging to the tiniest hints to figure out what had happened to her cherished daughter. Nothing could have prepared her for the truth that lay ahead, a truth that would completely upend their lives. And a story that had started out as a straightforward family vacation had evolved into a grim, desperate search for light in the dark. Melissa's disappearance also perplexed Tina, her older sister, who worked alongside her at a small bakery. Their co-workers said Melissa just stopped showing up, as if she had disappeared into thin air, and the management at Denny's where they worked reported that she hadn't been there for more than a month. If she had found another job, no one knew. All they said was that she failed to report for work one day without providing any prior notice. Even some of her co-workers paid her a visit, but it didn't help. The family had moved out, but no one knew where they went, the neighbors said with a shrug. Time went by. As the year 1999 went on, Melissa had not been contacted. Praying for their daughter's safe return, Carl and Norma were inconsolable. Their hope dwindled with every month, but they held on to it as if it were a lifeline. Since Melissa had always remained close to them, despite her turbulent upbringing, they were unable to think of a good reason why she wouldn't call. They thought they would soon awaken from the nightmare. However, reality only became more grim, and the nightmare continued. The Patton family had run out of patience by January 2000. Norma reported a missing person to the authorities. After starting an investigation, detectives quickly located Christopher Wolfenbarger, Melissa's husband. He had also been out of touch for some time at the time of Melissa's disappearance, but he eventually made a comeback. But there was no sign of his wife or children. Melissa had gone out on her own, according to Christopher. He claimed that one day she simply made the decision to fulfill her dream of starting over and relocating to California. Carl and Norma, however, knew their daughter. They were positive that she would never simply vanish without a word, and that she would never do that. The parents were adamant that Christopher was concealing something, but the police could find no reason to take any further action. Melissa was an adult, and she had every right to travel to California if she so desired. Without any proof of a crime, the police had no reason to declare her missing because her husband had not filed a missing persons report. The inquiry came to a standstill. According to Christopher, Melissa had been preparing the move for some time. In order to save money, she worked double shifts at the bakery. After long, exhausting days, she occasionally even rented a hotel room to avoid the lengthy commute home. He claimed that this was how she was getting ready for the next phase of her life. When she simply disappeared one day, Christopher assumed she had finally carried out her plan and departed for California alone. He maintained that it was nothing out of the ordinary, citing Melissa's wish to make a new beginning. By bringing up Christopher's past, detectives attempted to exert pressure on him. Wolfenbarger had a very turbulent childhood. "Melissa and I were like Bonnie and Clyde, just on a smaller scale," he grinned while being questioned. They did encounter some minor issues. Even before they were married, their lives appeared to be a succession of snap judgments. However, it quickly became apparent that Christopher was lying. Melissa filed complaints, according to the records. She had repeatedly reported instances of domestic violence. It wasn't just him lifting his hand against her, she said. He allegedly gave her illegal drugs and, despite her protests, pulled her down the street by her hair on one occasion. Christopher filed a counterclaim after learning of these reports. The court case became increasingly complex. Christopher requested authorization to speak with Melissa alone during one of the hearings. Melissa backed off from her complaint and went home with him after a brief, private conversation. That was all she said. "We have kids, after all." Following Melissa's disappearance, Christopher took an unexpected action. He left the house they shared and went to live with family. Christopher rarely paid them a visit. The children lived with their paternal grandmother. He appeared to be making an effort to put his former life behind him. Joy and little Christina adapted to life without their mother very fast, and they only ever thought about their father when he would arrive at his mother's house. Christopher had never been liked by Norma Patton. She thought that shortly after graduating from high school, Melissa fled her home because of him. She saw this marriage as nothing more than a source of heartache and disappointment. "He was never who he pretended to be," she would frequently say while gazing at pictures of her daughter. It felt like a terrifying prophecy now that Melissa was gone. Her parents found it hard to believe that their daughter had just up and left her life behind. Why were people who might have known the answer keeping quiet? And what actually happened to Melissa? A darker and more unsettling image of the Wolfenbarger family, where happiness was merely an illusion, began to take shape as the haze of the past gradually cleared. During an interview with detectives, Tina Patton recalled a previous incident. She had seen a handprint-like bruise on Melissa's neck. Normally calm and collected, Melissa started crying and pleaded with Tina to keep it a secret. Following that, one of Tina's friends attempted to speak with Christopher directly, but it was never successful. Things appeared to have calmed down, but this was a facade. The thought that their daughter had just decided to disappear without saying anything was unacceptable to Carl and Norma Patton. Melissa would have found a way to get in touch with her parents even if she had felt the need to leave them. However, days and months stretched into years, and Melissa was nowhere to be found. It appeared as though a young mother of two had vanished into thin air. Melissa's husband, Christopher Wolfenbarger, was constantly rephrasing his claims. When questioned in the spring of 2000, he abruptly revealed that he had seen Melissa on the street close to their house in March or April of 1999, despite initially claiming that he had last seen her in December 1998. This discrepancy did not clarify the case. Rather, it only increased suspicions. The Patton family returned to the public eye in 2003, 5 years later. This time, Carl Patton himself was at issue, not Melissa. They had taken him into custody. As it happened, Carl had already had a run-in with the law in the middle of the 1980s. He was released on parole after serving a brief sentence for theft. He had made an effort to avoid trouble ever since, but over 20 years after the crime, his past finally caught up with him. His participation was verified by DNA analysis. Carl was taken into custody on February 23, 2003, in connection with the death of Liddy Mae Evans, age 31. Her body was discovered in a river in 1977, chained to a concrete block and wrapped in a sleeping bag. A gunshot wound to the head was the cause of death. However, Carl was linked to other crimes as well. Carl's wife, Norma, made the startling declaration that she would testify against her husband in exchange for immunity as soon as he was arrested. After the agreement was reached, Norma started providing in-depth testimony that astounded everyone. She claims that Carl and his friend Joe Quint were involved in several crimes between 1970 and 1977. The murder of Carl's uncle, Fred White, and his lover was the beginning of it all. Carl persuaded Norma to assist in removing any possible witnesses because he knew too much. Norma described how Carl used a shotgun to kill his uncle and his uncle's lover after luring them to their house on December 17, 1977. After that, he and Norma placed weights on the bodies, wrapped them in sleeping bags, and disposed of them in the river. Carl burned the blood-stained couch in the backyard, while Norma cleaned the house and cleaned up the blood. However, their van's blood-stained trunk was not cleaned. Investigators questioned Carl and Norma after discovering blood traces in the trunk that matched the victim's blood type, but there wasn't enough proof to file charges at the time. Carl's involvement was not confirmed by DNA testing until 25 years later, and Melissa's father was arrested on February 23, 2003. Rumors about Carl's potential involvement in Melissa's disappearance started to circulate after his arrest. Her own father, who couldn't risk anyone in the family talking, may have been her victim, according to some theories. However, there was no concrete proof to back up this theory. "I would never harm my daughter. I only dealt with those who threatened my family." Carl denied any involvement, but everyone knew that there was a harsh reality behind those words. Carl was suspected of more than just Melissa's disappearance. Rumor had it that he was connected to criminal groups in the southern United States. He was known as a cold-blooded shooter as early as the 1960s, but he consistently denied any involvement. Carl acted out of greed, according to Norma, who made this revelation in 2003 during the investigation into the deaths of Fred White and his lover. In addition to hiring Carl to look after her unfaithful husband, Fred White's official marriage entitled his wife to an insurance payout. Detective Bruce Jordan handled these old cases. He managed to apprehend and convict Carl Patton after 25 years, but it was insufficient. Now, while incarcerated, Carl pleaded with Jordan, "Find my daughter, find Melissa." This was a surprising statement from a man who seemed to have no remorse. All of a sudden, his daughter's disappearance caused concern. This gave Norma and Tina hope, but it also sparked a wave of new anxieties. They were concerned that Melissa's disappearance was not an accident, and that the mystery that had been hidden for so long might become even more horrific. Detective Bruce Jordan became interested as soon as the reopened Wolfenbarger case made the news. The story appeared to be set in stone for years, but everything changed when a sudden lead came from the Atlanta morgue. Jordan was contacted by a forensic specialist who told him that they had been storing unidentified remains in their facility for 4 years. These remains were body parts discovered in various months of 1999 in the neighborhood where Melissa's family resided. A severed head had been found close to the Wolfenbargers' residence back in April of that same year. Legs and arms were discovered in a nearby wooded area 2 months later, wrapped in garbage bags. The remains were initially identified as belonging to a male because they could not be properly identified, and the torso was never recovered. These graphic findings were unrelated to Melissa's disappearance because she had not yet been reported missing at the time. Only later did the terrible truth come to light. Those were her remains. Bruce Jordan noticed important details when he got the information. Near the glass company where Christopher Wolfenbarger used to work, the head and limbs were discovered. Back then, experts had assured everyone that the remains were male, but Norma Patton remembered hearing about the unsettling findings on the news. Only years later, following DNA testing, was it determined that the mutilated body belonged to Melissa Carl Patton. While incarcerated, Melissa's father was informed. When he heard that her mutilated remains had been discovered soon after she vanished, but had not been identified, he was overcome with emotion. He was deeply saddened by the fact that the DNA test, which would have provided insight into his daughter's fate, was not carried out until almost 4 years after his arrest. Melissa's remains weren't identified until 2003, when Norma first reported her missing in early 2000. Important evidence that could have resolved the case much sooner was lost, along with crucial time. Experts initially thought the remains were male because Melissa's neck had been cut with a saw and her skull had been bleached. According to forensic analysis, it was impossible to tell if the injuries were caused before or after death because of the same chemical. It was almost impossible to find the perpetrator's car because her head and limbs were strewn along busy roads in trash bags. Her torso was never located, so it was impossible to determine the precise time or cause of death. Christopher was taken in for additional interrogation. He told investigators that he had always been cooperative and had given them all the information he could years before his wife was finally identified. He said he had no reason to hurt Melissa. There were no assets, no debts, and no insurance policy. He made it clear that, knowing that it would raise suspicions, he would never have disposed of the remains close to his place of employment. Even in interviews with reporters, Christopher insisted that he sincerely thought Melissa had changed her name and moved to a new place in the hopes that she would eventually come back, if only for their kids. He never submitted a missing persons report because of this. Melissa's older sister Tina was particularly affected by the loss. She saw it as a persistent, eerie pain, rather than merely an unsolved case. She even experienced nightmares in which Tina was unable to reach Melissa when she called out for assistance. Carl also changed while he was incarcerated. He couldn't help but want justice for his daughter. Losing Melissa appeared to be the first time he had ever experienced the depth of the suffering his own victims' families had gone through. The story's most startling element was that Carl, a convicted criminal, devoted his last years to pursuing justice for Melissa. Even though he seemed to love his daughter, her death was still unknown. Although her remains had been located, no one had been charged or arrested. Norma Patton made contact with Cheryl McCollum, a cold case investigator, once more in 2017. Norma and Cheryl first met at an official dinner. Cheryl is well known for her true crime podcasts and shows. A new investigation started when Norma came up to her that night and said, "My daughter was decapitated and I need your help." Cheryl McCollum, immediately recommended to Norma that they re-examine all of the evidence, because she knew the case would not be simple. In an attempt to put the pieces of the puzzle together and uncover even one new clue, she planned a fresh search of the forested area where the bags containing remains had been discovered years prior. However, thus far, the endeavors had failed. Norma was determined to persevere. She had faith that eventually the truth about her daughter's death would be revealed. Cheryl kept looking into Melissa Wolfenbarger's case in an effort to find the final piece that would complete the picture. Cheryl McCollum, the investigator, could scarcely have predicted how many shadowy corners she would have to light when she started her work. She was able to get in touch with Melissa's father, Carl Patton, right away. Carl wrote about his personal experiences and his ideas about who he thought was to blame for his daughter's disappearance. Her husband, Christopher Wolfenbarger, was the one name he kept bringing up repeatedly. In regards to his son-in-law, Carl had no illusions. From the first time they met, he thought Christopher had destroyed his daughter's life. Melissa used to be a bright, upbeat person, but after Christopher came into her life, everything changed. Carl claims that Christopher taught her how to steal, persuaded her to sneak out of the house at night to meet him, and twice attempted to take Carl's car so that she and Melissa could flee to California. He gained complete control over her after she became pregnant and gave birth to their daughter. Norma and Carl only ever saw their granddaughter Christina when Christopher was at work, because he made an effort to keep her away from her parents. In a terrified whisper, Melissa said that if her husband discovered that her parents had come to visit, she would be in serious trouble. Carl remembered how Melissa refused to heed Christopher's warnings. Even though he had repeatedly bruised her arms and neck, she thought she could turn her life around, but Carl realized something had gone horribly wrong when she failed to show up for Christmas. Although he was certain Christopher had something to do with her disappearance, proving it was a different story. Knowing that his grandchildren didn't comprehend that their mother had truly left to start a new life, but had instead gone forever, was the thing that tormented Carl the most. Carl wrote about how, despite being incarcerated, he attempted to help with the investigation. He suggested that whoever tied the knots might have left evidence, and he asked the experts to check the trash bags containing the remains for any DNA traces. Although he wrote, "There's no such thing as a perfect crime," the police were never able to find any evidence that connected Christopher to the case. Carl clung to the hope that the inquiry would eventually produce something. Norma detailed her suspicions to Cheryl McCollum during multiple meetings. Norma believed Christopher was responsible for the death of her daughter. Carl's desire to learn the truth was evident in his letters. Despite his reputation as a convicted criminal, he was prepared to assist. Detectives were still unable to link Christopher to Melissa's disappearance, though. Carl thanked Cheryl for her efforts at the end of one of his letters, stating that he had only realized the seriousness of his own crimes after losing his daughter. To understand the feelings of his victims' families, he had to go through that kind of loss himself. One day, he hoped, his grandchildren would discover the truth about their mom. In order to determine whether any family members might have had a reason for seeking retribution, Cheryl McCollum also looked into the possibility of enlisting the help of Liddy Evans' children, one of Carl's victims. The idea that someone involved in Carl's previous crimes might have sought revenge was entertained by the police, but it was soon disproved. Years passed after Melissa vanished before Carl's crimes were discovered. Despite the fact that her father was a criminal, Liddy's children felt Melissa also deserved justice and consented to be interviewed for a podcast about her story. Joseph Morgan, one of the forensic specialists, discussed the results of the autopsy. He surmised that Melissa might have been dismembered at the glass company where Christopher worked, rather than at home. All the equipment needed to carry out such an act was on hand, and the remains were discovered at a landfill close to the building. The police were unable to verify this theory, though, because they did not discover any blood or DNA traces at the facility where the crime had occurred, and more crucially, who was behind it were still unknown. Cheryl was careful to pay attention to every little detail. She reviewed all the case materials, brought in experts, and communicated with Carl on a regular basis. One thing appeared to be universally accepted by the experts: Christopher was still the most likely suspect. McCollum declared that she was prepared to risk her reputation in order to bring the offender to justice. When Melissa's podcast debuted in February 2023, her story was the first one she discussed. Then, in April 2024, she received a call from a listener who said she had seen Melissa and Christopher fight at a party. The case gained new life and momentum as a result of this information. With newfound vigor, investigators resumed their work. After over 20 years of uncertainty, Christopher Wolfenbarger was taken into custody on suspicion of a serious crime in early August. To piece everything together, detectives re-interviewed witnesses, followed up on old leads, and employed new technology. He attempted to hide behind a dryer when the police arrived at his house, which one of the officers remarked was not the conduct of an innocent man. Although Christopher insisted he was innocent, the charges had already been filed. Tina and Norma attended the press conference. When Norma heard the news of the arrest, she clasped her hands together and prayed in private. "Now he's behind bars," she said, in front of the cameras, "and I hope he stays there." Christopher's motivations remained unclear, and the police did not reveal all the evidence that led to the arrest. However, one thing was for sure. 25 years after Melissa vanished, her family was at last hopeful that justice would be served. I told you this story because the truth always finds a way to come to light, even after years have gone by and everything seems lost. Despite all the difficulties and public scrutiny, the Patton family persisted in fighting for their daughter, and their efforts were rewarded. This case demonstrates that misconduct cannot be disregarded. Families that experience abuse frequently find themselves in dire circumstances, but keeping quiet and concealing the truth won't help. Don't let yourself be broken. Seek justice. Melissa would advise you if she could talk to you right now. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. A girl went missing after spending the night at her friend's house. In the morning, the bedroom window was wide open, and all of her belongings remained in the room. Police began looking for her, but no one anticipated the dark secrets they would soon discover in the small town. Amanda Linke was born on June 7, 1991 in Tennessee. She grew up in a large, friendly family with many brothers and sisters. Later, they relocated with their parents to Spring Hill, Florida, where Amanda attended the local middle school. She enjoyed dancing, writing poetry, and playing multiple musical instruments, and she was a very happy child during school breaks. Amanda would always visit her grandparents in the small town of White Cloud. She enjoys spending time there because she has many friends in the town. White Cloud was a quiet and peaceful community of only 1,400 people. The majority of its residents knew each other. Amanda finished 7th grade of middle school in 2004 at the age of 13 and went to White Cloud for the entire summer without supervision or concern for their safety. Amanda spent time with her friends, went for walks, and enjoyed her vacation. On June 20th, she stayed overnight at her best friend's house. They talked, had fun, and went to bed late at night. In the morning, her friend woke up and found Amanda was not in the room. The bedroom windows were wide open. She went to the kitchen and walked around the house, but Amanda was nowhere to be found. Investigators spoke with Amanda's friend, who stated that she did not hear anything that night and that Amanda never told her she was planning to leave. The friend's parents, brother and sister, were present at the time of the disappearance and did not witness anything. Police attempted to locate witnesses who lived near the house but were unsuccessful. No residents noticed anything unusual on the first day of the investigation. Amanda's relatives were outraged by the police's version, claiming she had no problems at home and was happy to spend the summer in White Cloud. They also pointed out that Amanda had left all her belongings, including clothes, in her friend's room. The investigators decided to check the girl's computer for information that could aid in the search. They discovered correspondence with a specific young man, and based on this, the police assumed Amanda fled to meet him, but there were inconsistencies. There was no mention of a possible meeting among these correspondents, and the conversation was about ordinary and everyday issues. Nonetheless, the investigators considered this sufficient to reassure themselves of their correctness. At the time, they did not reveal all of the investigation's details, but information about correspondence with a specific guy spread throughout the city, leading many locals to believe that the girl simply ran away from home. Despite Amanda's relatives' efforts, the police did not fully utilize their resources to locate her. If the case had been classified as a kidnapping, the FBI and other agencies could have been involved in the investigation. On July 5th, mushroom pickers discovered a human body in a forest near White Cloud and reported it to police. Investigators identified the body as Amanda Lanke, who was wearing the same pajamas she had worn at her friend's house. Medical experts confirmed her identity and determined she had received multiple blows from a heave. They also decided to look into the young man with whom Amanda had communicated online. The problem was that his nickname included the word killer. Police considered the possibility that the victim went to meet him and he murdered her, but this version contained numerous inconsistencies. There was no reason to believe the girl would have gone to meet someone in her pajamas in the middle of the night, and their correspondence contained no hints of a personal meeting. The investigator was unable to identify this individual, and the version of his involvement was quickly abandoned in order to generate new leads. Detectives decided to investigate all of Amanda's belongings, which resulted in a breakthrough. They discovered her personal diary, which contained extremely disturbing information. Amanda wrote shortly before her death that a certain man was harassing her, and the following pages were torn out. Investigators suspected his name had been written on them. This diary quickly became the focal point of police investigations into the man's identity. They spoke with all of Amanda's friends and inquired whether the girl had mentioned anything about this. Several of her friends admitted that she had indeed told them about it, and even named the man Cecil Wallace, who was the stepfather of Amanda's friend, and she had stayed the night for detectives, so this was a huge surprise. They had been looking for the killer all over town and beyond, and in the end, the possible suspect was in the same house as the victim. But the friend's testimony was insufficient to arrest him. Investigators had no substantial evidence against the man. No DNA samples were found on the victim's body, and court documents did not state whether she had been abused. Detectives questioned Wallace, who denied any involvement in the crimes. The police were perplexed as to how the man could have done all of this without being noticed in a small house where his wife and 3 children were sleeping. The detectives were unable to detain Wallace due to a lack of evidence or confession. However, they discovered that Wallace's sister, Candace, worked in the police department handling Amanda's case. She actively assisted her brother and his family during interrogations, literally telling him what to say and how to behave. Other detectives were already handling Amanda's case and questioned the objectivity of the investigation by the local police. However, they could not confirm that anyone other than Candace could be helping Wallace. Investigators questioned the man and his family several times but did not yield any results. They continued to look for leads, but the case stretched on for several years. 4 years after the murder in 2008, detectives turned to the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children for medical help. They dispatched their investigators to White Cloud, where they reviewed all of the case materials, conducted new interrogations, and looked for new leads. Ultimately, they reached the same conclusion as the local detectives: there was insufficient evidence to make an arrest. 3 more years passed, and in 2011, the police received a new lead that changed everything. A 27-year-old Texas girl who grew up in White Cloud visited a news website from her hometown. There, she discovered information about Amanda's murder and began investigating it. After learning that the victim had spent the night at the Wallace house, the woman decided to contact the police and report something disturbing. In 1998, when she was 13 years old, she stayed overnight at Wallace's house because she was friends with his second foster daughter. In the middle of the night, a man entered their room and assaulted both of them, threatening them to keep quiet. The victims were too scared to report the incident, so they never told anyone. However, when the adult victim learned about Amanda's case, she decided to contact the police. The victims were then aged between 13 and 16 years old. In October 2011, police arrested Wallace, 43. After compiling all of the evidence, he was charged with molesting both of these victims and the man who was named as a suspect in Amanda's case for the first time. Detectives had no doubts about his involvement in the murder after hearing everything the other women had to say. At the preliminary hearing, he was granted bail of $150,000, which he was able to pay. Apparently, his sister and other relatives assisted him in gathering the funds. The trial was scheduled to begin in a month. While waiting for Wallace to return to work, the locals were upset that he had been released on bail. They repeatedly protested outside the company's office, demanding that the man be fired. On November 10th, the day of the first court hearing, an unexpected development occurred. Wallace did not appear at the scheduled time, and the police immediately declared him wanted. A few hours later, they discovered his car in the woods near the city. The man was also there. All he had done was commit suicide. Detectives who had not expected such a turn of events were forced to continue their investigation. After the suspect died, they could only rely on strong evidence linking him to Amanda's death. They obtained a search warrant for his home, hoping to find any evidence of her murder. The police searched every corner, tore down some walls and removed floorboards, but could not find any significant evidence. They turned their attention to the suspect's sister, Candace. Detectives were convinced she was covering up for her brother and wanted to know if she knew he had killed Amanda. Candace was arrested in August 2012, following the collection of necessary evidence. She was charged with intentionally misleading the investigation, but this was just the beginning. During the investigation, detectives discovered that Candace had been covering up for her brother when he was dealing illegal substances. She also taught him how to not leave any evidence at crime scenes, and she demonstrated how to properly wipe his fingerprints off surfaces so that experts could not lift them. Candace also advised him to always carry a cigarette containing someone else's DNA in case he needed to plant it at the crime scene. Detectives also concluded that at least 9 people were aware of Wallace's crimes but chose to remain silent. All were family members. The police were unable to establish guilt. Candace's involvement was investigated for 2 years before she agreed to a deal with the police in 2014. She admitted to lying to the investigators, and in exchange, 2 other charges were dropped. Wallace's sister was unable to provide consulting services on a case in which she was working as a police officer. Given that she was assisting her brother during interrogations, she violated this rule and was eventually punished. Candace, however, insisted that her brother was innocent, and the court sentenced her to 30 weekends in jail. This is a dubious practice in which the convict is only required to be in the jail building 2 days per week and is free to roam the rest of the time. Such sentences are a kind of half measure, and if a person has committed a minor offense, they can face several weekends in jail. As a result, they receive a punishment that has little impact on their lives. The convicted individual can continue to work and spend time with their family. Of course, Amanda's relatives were extremely dissatisfied with the decision. They were certain that Candace had assisted her brother in avoiding punishment. However, they were unable to fully approve it, so she received such a minor punishment. Amanda's family was forced to face yet another trial in 2004. Medical experts only handed over a portion of her remains so that they could hold a funeral. The remainder was to be kept by detectives during the investigation. However, following Wallace's death, it was decided to hand over the remains to his relatives. In 2013, the girl's family had to exhume her remains in order to bury him. Her mother is still hoping that investigators will find evidence to prove Wallace's guilt. She also seeks legislative changes to alter the police approach to searching for missing children. The woman insists that investigators should not conduct an investigation based on their subjective assessments, and that the disappearance was a voluntary escape from home. There is almost no doubt that Wallace murdered Amanda, but what was his motivation, given that there is no evidence in the court documents that the victim was subjected to violence? 2 assumptions can be made. He likely assaulted her, but did not leave any biological material, so the investigation decided not to reveal this information because it was unnecessary. Detectives could also keep this information secret for the sake of the investigation, hoping that the criminal would reveal previously unknown facts. His past crimes also speak in favor of Wallace being the killer. He assaulted at least 3 victims using the same scheme. All of them stayed at his house overnight. The question remains, why did he kill Amanda? Perhaps he planned to intimidate her, like the others, but the girl threatened to tell the truth to everyone, or she tried to run away from him, and then he panicked. Something else in this case is very alarming. Detectives suggested that all of Wallace's relatives who were in the house on the night of the murder knew about this crime, and even helped the man hide it. In addition to Amanda, his wife, son, and daughter were there. This could explain how he managed to attack the victim without waking any of his relatives. In any case, even without a final verdict from the court, Wallace will no longer be able to harm anyone. The fact that he settled the score with his life before the trial once again speaks in favor of his guilt, even though he took the details of this crime to the grave. Please share your thoughts on this story in the comments section, and thank you for watching. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. We examine the events that occurred in the U.S. state of Florida today. On October 16, 2018, 28-year-old Laura Peicher was last spotted having dinner at a bar in Sebring. An employee at the Tampa restaurant called 911 3 days later after noticing something odd close to a dumpster. The case was solved by detectives using surveillance footage. Laura Peicher was an extremely beautiful and consistently upbeat woman. She was gregarious. In remembrance of his daughter, her father, an art teacher, said this: "In 1989, Laura Peicher was born on a chilly day in Michigan. She had 2 nephews, one of whom she never met, a sister-in-law, an older sister, and a brother. She was born with 2 fingers and a thumb on her short left arm. Throughout her life, she struggled with discrimination due to her physical differences. She worked with individuals with physical and mental disabilities as a job coach at Goodwill. She was disabled, but that didn't stop her. It was a feature of her distinct character. Growing up, Laura lived in Michigan. She relocated to Sebring, Florida when she was 26 years old. Her grandmother was getting too old to care for herself, so she moved to Florida. With a big heart, Laura left her job to visit her grandmother in Florida. The incident started with a 911 call on the morning of October 19, 2018, when staff members at the restaurant reported discovering the woman's body hidden under a wood board and wrapped in a plastic bag close to a dumpster behind the establishment. In a restaurant parking lot, a woman reported a bad smell next to a dumpster by calling 811. She initially believed it to be a dead animal, but upon closer inspection, she discovered what she initially believed to be a dead woman. Investigators showed up on the scene. Face down, the victim was discovered. She was half naked. She was discovered wearing a dress, and a plastic bag was placed over her before the bed's headboard was placed over her body, but the gown was lowered beneath her breasts. Her hands were tied behind her back by the criminal. They discovered a wallet that eventually held an ID card and a clear plastic bag filled with personal belongings, the most crucial of which was mail, by using a purse strap inside the dumpster. Laura Peicher was identified as the victim. She lives in the city of Sebring, Florida, which is roughly 2 hours' drive from where she was discovered, and investigators concluded that she is not truly from Tampa. After more research, it was discovered that Laura owns a silver Toyota Tundra pickup truck. Her pickup truck was not in the parking lot close to where Laura's body was discovered, even though she may have driven it to Tampa. In case it was spotted anywhere, the truck was registered as a stolen vehicle and added to a law enforcement database. In the meantime, the restaurant manager was interviewed by investigators. The body was found on Friday morning, 2 days after the establishment's owners had cleaned the parking lot on Wednesday. This implied that the body had to have been there from Wednesday through Friday. Laura was strangled with a thin rope-like object, as evidenced by the obvious marks on her neck discovered by the medical examiner who conducted the autopsy on her body. Laura's death date was determined by additional indicators found on her body. It was obvious that the body had been on the ground for a long time because the skin was discolored. 2 days before she was discovered, on Wednesday, the medical examiner came to the conclusion that Laura had passed away. Meanwhile, police in Michigan, 1,200 miles away, informed Laura's family of her passing. Her parents were taken aback. In order to allow investigators access to Laura's trailer, Laura's parents drove 20 hours from Michigan to Sebring. Investigators sought to determine whether the trailer was a scene of a crime. They entered and searched the house to see if anything out of the ordinary had occurred, but there was nothing there. Everything had a place. No sign of a struggle had occurred there, which might indicate that Laura had been attacked elsewhere, nor was Laura's pickup truck present. The investigators were aware that reconstructing the timeline of Laura's final hours would be necessary to solve this case. They wanted to know who Laura had met, why she had come to Tampa from Sebring, and what had happened to her pickup truck. On Wednesday, investigators looked through Laura's cell phone logs. She stopped answering calls between 1 and 5 in the morning. It is a clear sign that something has occurred. According to the records, Laura called a man named Vidal Cortez twice on Wednesday morning. Detectives wanted to speak with a man named Vidal Cortez, who became the first possible suspect after Laura's friends disclosed that he was Laura's boyfriend. They needed to know if there had been any issues in their relationship and when he had last seen Laura. However, the police learned that Laura's pickup had been seen outside a Tampa convenience store before they could locate Cortez and speak with him. 3 miles from the scene of Laura's body, the detectives visited a convenience store. Laura's pickup truck was gone when they arrived. Nonetheless, the detectives hoped they could obtain some answers from the surveillance cameras that were placed both inside and outside the store. They saw a pickup truck arrive at the store and park after viewing the footage from those cameras. Although they attempted to zoom in, the video quality was subpar, making it impossible to identify the driver. A man exited the passenger seat of the pickup truck after it had parked. This indicated that the pickup truck had a driver and a passenger, or at least 2 people. It seems that the man who exited the pickup truck was aware that the cameras were recording him. He wore a baseball cap and kept his head down. He went into the store, but as before, detectives couldn't see his face on the videotape due to its poor quality. The picture was excessively grainy. The employees of the store stopped him from stealing the beer. The man went back to the pickup truck and sat in the passenger seat after leaving the store. Neither did the driver exit the pickup truck, nor did he appear on any of the cameras. Patrol officers found Laura's pickup truck about an hour later. It looked like it had been in a small collision and was parked in the street. At the time of his arrest, investigators noticed the same man sitting in the passenger seat on the surveillance footage. He introduced himself as Calvin Gary. He wore a tracking monitor on his ankle and was on probation. In the driver's seat was nobody. The pickup truck's driver had clearly run away, as only a pair of shoes remained. The detective started questioning Calvin Gary, while Laura's pickup was turned over to forensic so they could thoroughly inspect it for any evidence. He claimed that a man named Hot had given him the truck. They were going to steal beer from a convenience store, and Hot had just moved into the area. Calvin Gary was asked by detectives if he was aware of how hot the pickup truck got. "I don't know anything about Laura," he said, adding that he didn't know the answer to that question. "I don't know what happened to her," he said. He informed detectives that Hot was a short African-American man. Calvin Gary also provided detectives with Hot's location. When they spotted them, they proceeded to the designated address. The short man hid in a bushy grove. He was mistaken in his hope that the detectives hadn't noticed him. They invited him to approach them. The man had on a shirt and pants but no shoes when he came out of the shrubbery. He refused to give his name when detectives asked him to do so because he was uncooperative. The detectives then requested that he approach the car. They were able to quickly identify fingerprints thanks to specialized equipment. Detectives discovered a match in the database when they scanned the man's fingerprint. Gary Daniel was his real name, and he had a long criminal history. He was already a 3-time prisoner. The fact that Gary Daniel was from Sebring was another noteworthy detail. Be mindful, Laura was a resident of Sebring as well. Detectives assumed Danielle was the driver of Laura's pickup truck because he was shoeless. Remember how the police discovered shoes inside the pickup truck when they located it? Gary Danielle was therefore a suspect in the Laura Peacher case, due to all of these factors. Nevertheless, the detectives had to release him because there was insufficient evidence at that time for the police to bring any charges against him. Because Calvin Gary had an ankle monitor, they focused on him and the fact that he, Gary, and Daniel used Laura's pickup truck. But the police were able to follow him around. They learned that Calvin Gary had never visited Sebring where Laura lived, or the dumpster where her body was discovered. Following the discovery and interrogation of Laura's boyfriend, Vidal Cortez, detectives ruled out Calvin Gary as a suspect. However, he told detectives that Laura had gone to a Sebring bar on the evening of Tuesday, October 16, since she had been there the night before she died. Detectives were intrigued by this information and went to the bar to talk to the establishment personnel. Since Laura lived nearby, the manager told detectives that she frequently stopped by the bar for a bite to eat. Her most recent visit was on the evening of Tuesday, October 16. There was nothing unusual about her manner. She was smiling and friendly as usual. The existence of surveillance cameras within the establishment, which captured all events within the bar, was discovered by detectives. They viewed the video, which supported the bar manager's claims that Laura was wearing the same dress in which she was discovered. At the bar, she was seated. At the time, she was conversing with a waitress who was employed. She ate dinner. Nothing odd was going on, and she hadn't ordered any alcohol. Around 11 p.m., she left without meeting anyone and only talked to a waitress. Subsequent investigation revealed that the witness saw Laura with a man he described as Shorty at 2:45 a.m., approximately 4 hours after she had left the bar. She was spotted by the witness at a gas station outside a convenience store across town. At that moment, Laura was sitting in her pickup truck and appeared to be in good health. There was no sign that she was having problems or that she needed assistance. In addition, the witness stated that Laura and Shorty took off in their car. Since the gas station was the last known location where Laura was spotted alive, the investigators went there. At 2:54 a.m., when they began watching the security footage, they recognized a familiar face. Gary Danielle had entered to purchase cigarettes. Before he left, he chatted with another customer. Laura's pickup truck was seen backing out of the parking lot and onto the highway in footage captured by another camera. The footage supported an eyewitness's account that he unquestionably saw Laura Peicher and Gary Danielle together at a gas station near Sebring, but it was impossible to determine whether Laura was inside the pickup at the time, whether she was okay, or whether Gary Danielle was with her. Investigators searched the dumpster for clues that might connect Gary Danielle to Laura's murder early on Wednesday morning. Although the ATM receipt was partially torn, it contained information that helped law enforcement identify that it was a specific ATM at a Lakeland gas station. The receipt states that the transaction took place on Wednesday at 3:30 p.m., 12 hours after Laura was last observed in Sebring. In order to locate the ATM of interest, the detectives proceeded to the gas station. With any luck, the surveillance footage would help them solve the case. They could see Laura's pickup truck in the video, but they couldn't make out who was sitting in it. Fortunately, there were several cameras. The detectives watched Gary Danielle exit the pickup and go to the store after it had been parked. After taking out cash from the ATM and purchasing a soda, they departed the establishment. Detectives believed Laura was dead by this point because she was not seen and did not exit the pickup truck. Gary Danielle returned to the pickup truck and headed toward the location of Laura's body. They located him. For interrogation, Gary Danielle was brought to the police station. The only proof the police had at that point was that Danielle had used Laura's pickup truck, so they started interrogating him about it. The only thing he did, Danielle said, was to use an unlocked truck that had keys inside for that purpose. He didn't know who owned the pickup. The pickup truck's interior was fine, he said. He saw nothing out of the ordinary. After showing him a photo of Laura, the detectives asked him if he recognized the person in it. "I don't know the woman," Danielle said. He was asked if he had ever met Laura in Sebring by detectives. "No," he said. Then they told him that a recording had been made at a Sebring gas station. "He's on the tape, and Laura's pickup truck is on the tape." He refused to answer any more questions after Danielle learned that the police suspected him of killing Laura. There was no tangible evidence available to detectives at the time to convince a jury that Laura Peicher was murdered by Gary Danielle. A person has a set amount of time to stand trial. The clock begins to run as soon as the suspect is taken into custody. The detectives chose to release Gary Danielle because they were still awaiting the forensic findings. Naturally, there was a significant risk that Danielle would flee, but the investigators determined that the risk was warranted in this instance. Many questions were addressed by forensic analysis. Drops of Laura's blood were discovered by the experts in the rear seat of her pickup truck. This suggests that Laura's body was either in the back seat of the pickup truck when she passed away, or that the crime was committed inside the vehicle. A forensic report on the objects discovered close to Laura's body has been obtained by investigators. Gary Danielle's DNA was discovered under Laura's fingernails, and it matched the DNA on the strap that was used to bind her hands. Gary Danielle was taken into custody after the DNA evidence found in surveillance footage was sufficient to file charges. Danielle used his right to silence and remained silent when he was arrested. He was accused of carjacking, tampering with evidence, and first-degree murder. The investigators attempted to create a timeline of Laura's final hours based on the evidence. They were aware that Laura was in a Sebring bar. At around 11 p.m., she left the bar by herself and went to the town center, where she met up with friends. She met Gary Danielle that same evening. There was no connection between them, and they had never met before. Because Gary Danielle wouldn't answer questions, investigators think Laura agreed to give him a ride, perhaps in return for money. Investigators don't know how he and Laura met, but they do know that she was found alive and unharmed in a pickup truck by an eyewitness at a gas station, where she and Gary Danielle ended up. After they left the gas station, it seems that something happened. Laura was strangled in her own pickup truck, though it's unclear where the truck was when she passed away. Surveillance footage showed Laura's pickup truck at a gas station 25 miles outside of Tampa, where Danielle was taking out cash from an ATM, 12 hours after it was last seen in Sebring. After that, Danielle took a car to Tampa. 2 days after, he hid Laura's body in a restaurant parking lot next to a dumpster. It was discovered. The trial didn't happen until nearly 3 years after Laura's passing. The global situation was the reason for the delay. It took a long time for Laura Pietro's father to go to court and face the man who killed his daughter. Rather than condemning Danielle, the father used his words to discuss the lost young woman. A young boy once pointed out her short arm, according to a story her father told. She was told by another boy that he had asthma. "Don't you know there's something wrong with everyone?" she replied. Her father brought some of his daughter's belongings to court, including her journal, which bore the inscription, "Live the life you've imagined." Because she lived alone and no one was around to do the dishes, she wrote in it that she detested cooking. She expressed her distaste for littering in her writing. On August 24, 2021, she wrote about her 4 tattoos, the most significant of which was a black bird in memory of a deceased sister-in-law and based on a Beatles song. In a deal with state prosecutors, Gary Danielle entered a guilty plea to second-degree murder. Danielle, 50, agreed to a 30-year prison term in exchange for a guilty plea to second-degree murder. He also acknowledged committing grand theft of a motor vehicle and tampering with evidence. In the brief court hearing, Danielle, who was short, gray, bald, bearded, handcuffed, and wearing orange, stood silently in a jury box. To Laura Pietro's family, he remained silent. The case was punctuated by a guilty plea, but it left many questions unanswered, including how Laura met Danielle and why she was murdered. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. The funeral of 15-year-old Holly Newton, who was described as a popular girl who was loved by many, took place in Hexham, England on February 17, 2023. To honor the helpful and compassionate teen who was attacked in the sleepy country town on January 27, hundreds of people joined a procession towards Hexham Abbey. Some people are just too good for this world, and Holly was one of them. Michaela Trussler, Holly's mother, said to mourners at her service about her shy daughter who loved to perform for others. 4 black horses with purple jackets, her favorite color, pulled Holly's white coffin down the high street, with purple flowers and condolence notes adorning the top of the coffin. A single read, "Till we cross paths again, sweet Holly, in the sky, rest soundly. I will always love you." Therefore, we will examine events that occurred in England in 2023 today. When Holly Newton's story made the news on television, she was only 15 years old. Detectives obtained disturbing CCTV footage that showed Holly's final moments while they were looking into what had happened to her. Earlier this month, a verdict was rendered in the case. Holly Newton was regarded as a bright, kind person with a bright future. According to her family and friends, Holly was a kind and considerate young woman who had a positive impact on everyone around her. Holly, who was well known for her gregarious nature, enjoyed socializing and hanging out with friends. She was able to quickly establish common ground with others thanks to her amiable manner. Holly was a quiet girl with a strong moral compass who enjoyed dancing. According to her mother, Holly Newton and Logan MacPhail first connected through their participation in Army Cadets, a youth organization that offers military training and activities to young people. This setting frequently brings together individuals who share interests in outdoor activities, discipline, and teamwork. They started off as a normal adolescent couple. They spent time together in social circles and with similar interests. But as their relationship developed, Logan's domineering behavior made it more and more problematic. His insistence on always knowing Holly's location and his meddling with her social media accounts were just 2 examples of how this control showed up. According to reports, he altered her passwords to restrict her social interactions, which is a classic indication of controlling behavior in which one partner tries to control the other. Family and friends have observed Holly growing more and more alone. Holly initially continued to date Logan in spite of these warning signs, which is common among teenagers who might not completely comprehend or identify the warning signs of an unhealthy relationship. Holly's first and only boyfriend, Logan McPhail, was described by her mother, Michaela Tressler, as a typical adolescent relationship with ups and downs. Logan stayed with Holly's family on the weekends. When Logan visited Holly's mother and stepfather, they were unaware that he was acting like the good guy. But Holly and Logan's relationship issues escalated like a snowball. Logan's increasingly compulsive behavior finally led Holly to decide to break up with him. He did not like the breakup. He struggled to accept it and grew even more obsessed with her. Michaela Tressler claimed that, although it was obvious that her considerate and loving daughter had grown up more than McPhail, he had scared Holly and used emotional blackmail when she attempted to end their relationship. She added that McPhail had been obsessed with Holly and believed that if he couldn't have her, then no one else could, and that I was unaware of the magnitude of the turmoil Holly was going through at the time. She also claimed that she was unaware of the emotional pain Holly was going through when she attempted to end her relationship with McPhail, and that warning signs of his domineering behavior were not identified until it was too late. McPhail reacted angrily to the split. Holly made it clear that she wanted to move on, but he still tried to control her life and started following her around town. On the evening of January 26, McPhail showed up without permission outside her Halt Whistle home, and the police had to escort him back to his Bertley residence. In fact, Holly and her parents were scheduled to meet with the police to talk about their concerns regarding McPhail. However, a tragic turn of events occurred when McPhail showed up at their Halt Whistle home without permission and demanded to speak with Holly on the evening of January 26-noon-middle hour. Michaela Tressler, Holly's mother, called Northumbria police a mere. Holly pleaded for the meeting to be rescheduled so she could go out with her friends after school on January 27, which was originally planned for around 4 p.m. The police meeting was rescheduled for the evening, but Holly suffered a terrible incident just hours before the scheduled time. CCTV was used to reconstruct the events that transpired the day after McPhail unexpectedly appeared outside Holly's home. He was unable to come to terms with Holly's breakup. He left school early the next day, carrying a kitchen knife in his backpack, and took the bus to Hexham, where he waited for Holly to leave town. He was wearing all black, with a baseball cap and black face mask to hide his identity. For approximately 45 minutes, McPhail accompanied Holly and her friends as they explored a shopping mall and a recreation center. Additionally, he repeatedly called Holly's loved ones via voicemail in an attempt to persuade her to meet with him in person, while Holly went to a takeout place on the town's high street with the boy. Then he went up to her and asked if she would like to speak with him in an alleyway nearby. McPhail followed him and then attacked Holly violently, stabbing her several times. Her friend left the store when he heard Holly scream and stepped in to stop him from getting stabbed in the leg and shoulder as well. On Friday, January 27, 2023, just after 5:10 p.m., police received a call reporting that a boy and girl had been severely beaten in the town center's Priest Popple neighborhood. Despite the efforts of medical staff, they were both taken to the hospital after emergency services discovered them in a nearby alleyway with multiple stab wounds. Holly passed away after 36 injuries. 6 days prior to the attack, she ended her relationship with McPhail. After receiving treatment, the boy, who cannot be identified for legal reasons, was released. After being held in a bus shelter by courageous bystanders, officers quickly took 16-year-old Logan McPhail into custody at the scene. He identified himself and provided arresting officers with the victim's name, as evidenced by body cam footage. Then, talking to an officer in the back of a police van, he allegedly confessed, "She was being too horrible to me." Later, McPhail said, "I can't read or write, I know nothing," and refused to provide officers with his birth date. Following the assault, McPhail was accused of killing Holly Newton and wounding another 16-year-old. In police interviews, McPhail revealed his intention to kill Holly, stating unequivocally that he did so because she was terrible to him. He did this with a chilling lack of emotion. McPhail's legal team claimed that his autism diagnosis and learning disabilities rendered him ineligible to enter a plea, which caused the case to take 18 months to reach court. This would have indicated that he was unable to fully understand the criminal proceedings, but the judge decided that he was able to follow the trial's progression after hearing testimony from a number of experts. Jurors disagreed with the defense team's assertion that he was unaware of the repercussions of his actions because of his numerous problems. To give yourself the best chance of attacking Holly without anyone noticing, you told MacPhail that you wanted to get her into the alleyway, which was out of sight. I'm glad you chose to attack Holly because you could tell by her responses at the bus stop that she was not amenable to the idea of getting back together. Despite your feelings of jealousy and resentment, you were still able to figure out where you could attack her most effectively. So you waited for the right moment. After convincing her to move a bit further into the alleyway, you waited until one of the onlookers had left before pulling the knife from your pocket and attacking her in a vicious and brutal manner. According to the judge, Holly suffered severe knife wounds to her jaw, skull, backbone, and shoulder during the murder. It was a horrible thing to do to stab her head in that manner, Justice Hilliard continued. Holly was in such terrible shape that her mother was prevented from seeing her in the ambulance and alley. You applied so much force that the knife broke and the blade became distorted. It was extremely uncommon to see a knife so damaged, according to the pathologist. You knew how final death was, so I'm sure you planned to kill her. According to the judge, MacPhail probably carried the knife that day in order to intimidate Holly by hurting himself, and made plans to attack her once it became apparent that their relationship would not be continued. Justice Hilliard added shortly before the murder that she had the right to end the relationship if she so desired, and spend time with anyone else she wanted. As he concludes his sentencing remarks, Mr. Justice Hilliard states that he considers how significant MacPhail's relationship with Holly was to him, given the circumstances of his chaotic home life. Your speech impairment hindered your ability to form friendships and relationships with other people, so you placed a high value on your relationship with her. This made its ending all the more difficult for you to process and work through, the judge adds. He claims that although MacPhail has also apologized, he has attempted to place some sort of blame on Holly. The judge tells MacPhail that it was evident from your testimony to the jury that you had convinced yourself that Holly had mistreated you. She also notes that your initial response at the scene was to accuse her of being terrible to you. I believe that this belief lessens or moderates the amount of regret you felt prior to the verdict being announced. In a devastating statement, Holly's mother described the day she found out what had happened to her daughter. Despite having admitted manslaughter, MacPhail was found guilty of both murder and intentionally wounding the teenage boy. He claimed during his trial that he wanted to return some of Holly's belongings, including clothes, teddy bears, and slippers, but he had none of it with him when he was taken into custody. For willfully injuring a fellow young man who attempted to halt the assault, MacPhail received a life sentence with a minimum of 17 years and an additional 5 years. MacPhail was informed that he would only be released when it was safe to do so, even after serving the minimum sentence. Detective Darren Davies of Northumbria Police said following the sentencing that the case was truly devastating, and that MacPhail had cruelly taken away Holly's future. Naturally, nothing can undo the terrible things that happened that night. But I hope the outcome today will give her loved ones a sense of closure so they can try to move forward. Detective Davies added, the choices he made that evening have permanently altered the lives of countless people, and he will now have plenty of time in his cell to reflect on that. Given the suffering this incident has caused so many people, we would implore everyone to reconsider carrying a weapon of any kind. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. The nation was rocked by the disappearance of Adam Walsh from Hollywood, Florida, on July 27, 2981. He vanished from a nearby Sears store, and the ensuing investigation was beset by misunderstandings and errors, leaving detectives frustrated and with dead ends. Adam's family was left in despair when police were unable to piece together a clear timeline or motive, despite a plethora of leads. What serious errors occurred during this investigation, and how did the pursuit of justice come to a standstill? Let's examine the specifics. Reeve and John Walsh welcomed Adam Walsh into the world in Hollywood, Florida. He was a normal child who made his parents happy, loved baseball, and was quiet. But after going missing on July 27, 1981, when he was 6 years old, he became well known. Adam and his mother, Reeve, went shopping at the Hollywood Mall that summer afternoon. They went directly to the Sears store after entering the mall via the north entrance. Reeve was there with a specific goal in mind: to ask questions regarding a lamp that was for sale. She left Adam at a kiosk with Atari 2600 video games, where a number of other boys were gathered and playing the games, to keep him occupied while she took care of her business. Around 12:15 p.m., Rev finished her questions in the lamp department and went back to the kiosk where she had left Adam. Adam and the other boys were gone, and she was shocked to find this out. Rev was overcome with fear, as any parent would be when they lose sight of their child. She was told by a store manager that the boys had gotten into a fight over who would get to play the video games first. A security guard responded to the commotion by telling the boys to leave the store. The older boys responded that their parents were not present in the store when the guard asked them if they were. This implied that Adam, who was quieter and younger, probably lacked an adult companion to provide him with support at that time. Adam was a shy kid, and Rev later surmised that he might have been too scared to speak up when the security guard was questioning him. She thought the guard likely didn't realize Adam was alone, because he thought he was one of the boys. The security officer forced Adam to leave through the same door that the other boys had used to enter the store, the Sears West entrance. Adam's parents were increasingly worried about his safety after he went outside because they thought he had lost contact with the group and was now alone in a strange place. As the minutes went by, Rev frantically looked around the toy section for Adam, but was unable to locate him. Her panic increased in intensity with every second that went by. She asked the store staff to shout his name over the loudspeakers in a last-ditch effort to find him, hoping that if Adam heard it, he would come back to her. She kept searching the store, calling out his name and searching every hallway in the hopes of finding him while she awaited a response. She happened to run into Jean, her mother-in-law, who volunteered to assist in finding Adam right away. They searched the store together, asking staff and other customers if they had seen him. But after searching for more than 90 minutes and calling on Adam several times without finding him, Rev realized that time was of the essence. She had a growing fear in her heart that something horrible had occurred. She made the difficult choice to call the Hollywood police at 1:55 p.m. with a heavy heart and a sense of urgency. She had no idea that her worst nightmare was going to come true. A massive search for her son was launched in response to this call, with ground crews searching the area for any hints and helicopters hovering overhead. A horrifying find was made in a drainage canal next to the Florida Turnpike, close to Vero Beach, on August 10. On closer examination, two fishermen saw what appeared to be the head of a baby doll floating in the water, but it turned out to be a child's detached head. They called the police right away, horrified. The Indian River County Sheriff's Office sent Detective Ralphie Latimer Jr. and a deputy to the scene to conduct an investigation. Regretfully, no additional remains were discovered during the canal search conducted by divers from Indian River County and St. Lucie County. Adam's parents, meanwhile, continued to hope that their son was still alive. They were left to look for him by themselves, heartbroken and feeling totally powerless. The FBI's National Crime Database at the time allowed reports of stolen vehicles including horses, but there was no mechanism in place for missing children. Because of this, law enforcement was unable to communicate important details about missing children, giving the impression that Adam might be anywhere. Adam's parents made a public plea for their son's safe return on the Good Morning America television show on the morning of August 11th. In the hopes that their message would strike a chord with viewers and inspire anyone with information to come forward, they shared their anguish and desperation. Additionally, they promised a $100,000 reward for any leads that could lead to Adam's location. This outreach emphasized the gravity and urgency of the situation and was a component of their attempt to engage the community in the search. The medical examination was essential in identifying the recovered remains as the investigation progressed. Adam's dental chart and the severed head discovered in the canal were thoroughly examined by the coroner's office. One notable similarity that emerged from this comparison was a filling on the cheek side of a lower left molar. This distinctive dental feature verified that the remains were, in fact, those of Adam Walsh. The coroner then conducted an autopsy to ascertain the cause of death. Adam had died from asphyxiation, according to the examination, which indicated a lack of oxygen because of an obstruction of the airway. This suggested that the act was violent and planned. In addition, the condition of his remains indicated that Adam had most likely passed away a few days prior to his head being found. Adam's death was officially declared a homicide by the coroner, which horribly confirmed the worst suspicions. Despite thorough searches of the canal and the surrounding areas, the remainder of Adam's body was never found, which presented a major challenge to the investigation. The nation was shocked when Adam's head was found 130 miles from his Hollywood home. People were saddened and deeply disturbed by the heinous crime. The way the Hollywood Police Department conducted the investigation into their son's disappearance infuriated John and Reeve Walsh. They believed the case was not handled with the necessary urgency from the beginning, which resulted in a disjointed response that made them feel powerless. John took action to bring attention to Adam in those early days. He held press conferences, distributed flyers featuring Adam's photo, and contacted the local media to request information. In addition to finding Adam, they wanted to force a more exhaustive police investigation. They argued for a thorough investigation of every lead during their meetings with law enforcement. They persisted in trying, but the police's lack of cooperation demoralized them more and more. John became a vocal critic of the investigation as a result of his frustration, which eventually influenced his subsequent public policy work. Their message was further amplified by John Walsh's hosting of the 1988 premiere of the television program America's Most Wanted. The program developed into a potent vehicle for bringing attention to wanted criminals and missing children, in order to encourage viewers to pay attention and report any information they may have. Each episode included segments on current missing child cases. In addition to educating the public about the realities of child abduction, the series gave law enforcement a way to ask for community assistance. The life of convicted serial killer Otis Elwood Toole was filled with violence, abuse, and chaos. Toole was born in Jacksonville, Florida, on March 5, 1947. His early years were characterized by an abusive mother who dressed him in girl clothes and called him Susan, an alcoholic father who abandoned him, and a maternal grandmother who exposed him to satanic rituals and practices. His older sister and a neighbor next door were among the many family members and acquaintances who sexually assaulted him. With an IQ of 75, Toole was categorized as having mildly disabled intellectual capacity. Due to his epilepsy, he frequently had grand mal seizures. Toole visited gay bars and became a prostitute as a teenager. At the age of 14, he allegedly committed his first murder in 1961 after being coerced into having sex by a traveling salesman. In the 9th grade, Toole left school and started living on the streets of the southwestern United States, earning a living through panhandling and prostitution. Toole, then 17 years old, was arrested for loitering in August 1965. Although there is little evidence of his activities after this arrest, authorities believe he drifted around the southwestern United States between 1966 and 1973, making a living through panhandling and prostitution. Toole was implicated in the 1974 murder of Patricia Webb, a 24-year-old woman in Nebraska. He left Nebraska shortly after and briefly made Boulder, Colorado, his home. His stay was brief, though, as he quickly emerged as a leading suspect in the October 14, 1974 murder of 31-year-old Ellen Holman. Toole's private life was a mystery in the years that followed. He hitched a ride in the American South and drifted back to Jacksonville in early 1975 D. Toole married a woman 25 years his senior on January 14, 1976, but their marriage didn't last long. When his wife found out he was gay, she left him 3 days later. Later on, Toole disclosed that his marriage was an attempt to conceal his actual sexual orientation. Toole was taken into custody for an unrelated arson incident in April 1983, while George Sonnenberg, 65, was inside his house. He had set it on fire. For the horrifying arson attack, Toole was taken into custody, admitted to the crime, and was sentenced to 20 years in prison. Toole, however, stated at his trial for killing George Sonnenberg that he only signed the confession to be sent back to Jacksonville and did not set the house on fire. He was given a death sentence for first-degree murder, but it was later reduced to life in prison. Toole, who was already serving a prison sentence for 2 unconnected killings, shockingly admitted to killing Adam Walsh on October 21, 1983. John Walsh, Adam's father, was convinced that Toole had committed the crime despite the lack of hard proof. According to Toole, he promised Adam candy and toys to entice him into his white 1971 Cadillac sedan DeVille, which had a noticeable dent on the right bumper. At first, Toole said Adam was quiet and cooperative as they traveled north on Interstate 95 toward Jacksonville, but as time went on, Adam started to get anxious. In a shocking development, Toole said he struck Adam in the face. He claimed that when things became more heated, he hit Adam once more, knocking him out. Toole continued north on the Florida Turnpike to an abandoned service road north of the Raid Bar Road overpass in northwest St. Lucie County while Adam was hurt. Toole used his car's seatbelt to strangle Adam to death after realizing he was still alive. He then allegedly used a hatchet to decapitate Adam after dragging his lifeless body out of the car. Toole later stated that he destroyed Adam's remains in an old refrigerator as part of his disposal process. He claimed he wanted to adopt Adam after he got back to Jacksonville, but that plan wasn't seen as feasible. The blood-stained carpet from the car, the hatchet allegedly used in the murder, and eventually the car itself were among the important pieces of evidence that police lost during the course of the investigation. This evidence loss was a major blow to the investigation. However, Toole was never formally charged or found guilty of Adam's murder because there was not enough tangible evidence. Toole initially admitted to the crime, but later recanted his admission, casting doubt on the case. In addition to depriving Adam's family of the justice they were entitled to, this lack of accountability also raised grave questions regarding the efficiency of the investigation and the handling of evidence in such dire circumstances. There are serious concerns regarding Otis Toole's possible involvement, because multiple witnesses located him in the Hollywood region in the days preceding Adam's disappearance. Toole, who was serving a life sentence for other offenses, passed away in prison in September 1996 at the age of 49 from cirrhosis after a long and difficult life. According to his niece, he confessed to Adam's murder on his deathbed after he passed away. On October 10, 1983, the television movie Adam, which told the tragic tale of Adam Walsh's kidnapping and murder, debuted. When it first aired, it attracted 38 million viewers and significantly increased public awareness of child abduction. In 1983, 1984, and 1985, each broadcast included a hotline for tips along with images and descriptions of missing children. 13 of the 55 children who were highlighted were able to recover successfully as a result of this initiative. The American rapper Bizzy Bone was reunited with his mother after a babysitter recognized his photo during the broadcast, making it a noteworthy case. The Walsh family changed the way society views missing children by using Adam to transform their tragedy into a potent advocacy tool. Additionally, in 1984, the U.S. John and Reeve Walsh, along with other parents of missing children, tirelessly lobbied Congress to pass the Missing Children's Assistance Act. The National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, NCEMEC, an organization devoted to offering resources, support, and advocacy for missing children and their families, was made possible by this important legislation. The act sought to strengthen the response to kidnappings of children and guarantee that law enforcement had the resources and direction required to successfully handle these tragic situations. After John Walsh's book was published, Hollywood Police Chief Rick Stone conducted a thorough review in 1997, which sparked a renewed effort to look into Adam's case. Prior to being named Hollywood's Chief of Police the year before, Stone had 22 years of law enforcement experience, having worked for the Dallas, Texas, and Wichita, Kansas departments. Stone carefully examined the evidence, even going back to Toole's recorded interrogations by Hollywood detective Mark Smith, even though the crime had taken place 16 years prior. After reviewing, Stone came to the conclusion that Toole had killed Adam with proof beyond a reasonable doubt. Toole and Henry Lee Lucas, his partner, had admitted to or linked themselves to over 200 murders, many of which turned out to be untrue. The majority of Lucas's confessions were actually discovered to have been forced by the police, which further calls into question the veracity of Toole's statements. After Adam Walsh's father called the America's Most Wanted hotline to voice concerns about his son's pedophilia, Jeffrey Dahmer was named as a suspect in the case in 2007. At the time of Adam's kidnapping, Dahmer had resided in Miami Beach, which is close to Hollywood. Both recognized Dahmer from pictures following his arrest, and witnesses claimed to have seen a suspicious young blonde man at the Hollywood Mall on the day Adam vanished. Furthermore, just before Adam's severed head was found, a truck driver claimed to have seen a man driving a blue van close to a canal. However, police rejected his account. John Walsh voiced doubts about any link between Dahmer and the murder of his son, pointing to a dearth of evidence, even though Dahmer denied any involvement in Adam's case. Due to his 2-week absence from home in 1981 and the installation of a new seat cover in his vehicle soon after Adam's disappearance, Edward James, another suspect, sparked suspicions. Investigators cleared him after a voice stress analysis revealed no deceit. Only incomplete dental records were used to identify the child, and there was no autopsy report. Even though the Walsh family acknowledged Otis Toole's guilt, these unanswered questions cast doubt on the case's legacy. With John Walsh at his side, Hollywood Police Chief Chad Wagner declared the case closed on December 16, 2008. The police came to the conclusion that Otis Toole was the murderer following an outside review. Following Adam's tragic story, legislative efforts kept changing. On July 25, 2006, the Adam Walsh Child Protection and Safety Act was passed by President George W. Bush, who signed it into law a few days later. This historic act strengthened punishments for violent crimes against children, put policies in place to prevent human trafficking, and created a national database for convicted juvenile offenders. The Adam Walsh Reauthorization Act, which was introduced in 2016, made sure that programs established under the 2006 Act had the money they needed to continue their essential work. This law, which was a part of the Survivors' Bill of Rights, demonstrated a strong dedication to protecting children. Even though Adam Walsh's passing is a tragic chapter in American history, his narrative has sparked important change. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. A woman who was determined to return home safely to her children risked her life to get out of a predator's grasp. She had no idea that her courage in assisting in the kidnapper's capture would reveal a much more sinister force and save the lives of innumerable others. By working with the police, she was able to expose the rapist's true identity as well as that of a serial killer. Her testimony's credibility was called into question, though, given the process used to retrieve her memories of the assault. Shackled in chains, the prisoner paced the field, moving across the ground with deliberate steps. He lost himself in recollections, his gaze never leaving the tall yellow grass. The simple clothes he used to wear, jeans, a shirt, and a cap, had become luxurious, and his once dark auburn beard had gone completely gray since his last visit. He was now with police officers, the very people he had avoided for almost 20 years. The prisoner had recently broken his lengthy silence by confessing to the disappearances of multiple young women in the 1990s and agreeing to help the police locate their bodies, which were buried in a field outside of Houston, Texas. Families in Texas and Oklahoma had been tormented for years by the loss of their daughters, who had disappeared in the middle of routine situations, like going for a morning run, getting washed, or coming home from a theater group party. There were no answers for a long time. Finally, the man who had caused their pain, a 56-year-old Texas prisoner who was charged with violence and kidnapping but not murder, spoke. At least 7 victims, including 4 girls who did not survive their interactions with him, were connected to him by the police. When taken as a whole, these cases depicted a serial killer posing as a good Samaritan who preyed on a particular kind of young brunette who was discovered on the streets. although his surprising admission helped reveal the truth about what had happened to some of the victims. The family's most important question was still, why? Sandra Soppel, then 19 years old, completed her high school education and began working as an exotic dancer in May 1997. She was bringing up 2 kids and getting ready to have a third. Sandra's intelligence and determination, which would ultimately save her life and open a Pandora's box of horrific crimes, were characterized by those who knew her. And frightened young woman called the police on May 17, 1997. Sandra was the one. She described the nightmare she had just gone through. She had been abducted and had thrown herself out of a moving car in a last-ditch attempt to get away. She was taken to a nearby hospital after reporting the crime, and despite her severe injuries, she insisted on talking to detectives. Keeping the kidnapper from hurting anyone else was her top priority. But the fall from the car had messed with her memory, and she had forgotten important details of the crime in her subconscious. Later on, Sandra's recollection would prove to be crucial in cracking the case. After failing to find any early leads, the police changed their strategy and had Sandra put under hypnosis. She remembered specifics of the attack after the session. She remembered the kidnapper's face in addition to the make, model, and color of his vehicle. The police's suspicions about a possible suspect were confirmed by this discovery. Sandra was asked to choose her assailant from a lineup a few weeks following the hypnosis. A man named William Lewis Rice was indicated by her gesture. The police had seen Rice before. He had long been of interest due to his criminal past and actions. Although Rice had a challenging upbringing, he had a strong bond with his mother, who would stop at nothing to help him. Rice was born and raised on a farm in Yukon, Oklahoma. He left school to work as a horseshoer in the 9th grade. He married Judy Fleming, a shy girl he met in Anadarko, Oklahoma, when he was 19 years old. Judy remembered that if she didn't date Rice, he would shoot himself. She initially thought he had good intentions, but she quickly discovered he was capable of extreme cruelty. Their turbulent marriage was characterized by violence and adultery. After Rice broke into her new house, beat her, and put a knife to her throat, Judy finally filed for divorce. Even after getting married and getting divorced once more, Rice's violence spiraled out of control due to his growing hatred of women. Rice's first attack is known to have occurred in the spring of 1986, when her Mustang broke down on Interstate 35. The 19-year-old aerobics instructor, daughter of a sheriff's deputy, found herself stranded. Rice offered to help, but instead he kidnapped her, taped her hands together, and pushed her into his truck's sleeper cabin. After saying he loved her and that they would live together in Houston, he later attacked her. By calling her family from a payphone and feigning the need to use the restroom, the girl was able to get away. For the kidnapping and assault, Rice was taken into custody and given a 25-year prison term. However, because of prosecutorial misconduct, an appellate court lowered his sentence to 10 years in October 1996. Following his release, Rice went back to Anadarko to live with his mother, where he assimilated. His background was unknown to many locals, and he came across as modest and courteous. But by the spring of 1997, local young women were starting to go missing. Now in his late 30s, Rice had relocated to Houston, where he continued shoeing horses and working on construction sites. Although his actions raised suspicions, there was no hard proof that he was responsible for the crimes. When Sandra Soppel identified Rice, it was the last straw for the police. By connecting him to Sandra's attack and other unresolved crimes, they compiled evidence against him. Rice's trial took place in April 1998. In her testimony regarding her kidnapping, Sandra described how Rice had threatened her with a knife, cut her tire, and enticed her to his vehicle. She talked about how she thought her risky escape had saved her life. The defense, however, contested her testimony, claiming that Rice's name and photo might have distorted her memory and that hypnosis was unreliable. In spite of these defenses, the jury convicted Rice of aggravated kidnapping and gave him a 60-year prison term. The community experienced brief respite after Rice was imprisoned, but it wasn't until years later that he came forward with his most sinister secrets. Detectives were able to re-examine cold cases in the mid-2000s thanks to developments in DNA testing. In one instance, Tiffany Johnston, a 19-year-old recently married woman, was kidnapped in July 1997 from a car wash in Bethany, Oklahoma. Although her body was discovered the following day, The case wasn't resolved until 2015, when Rice was connected to the crime by DNA evidence. In order to avoid being executed, Rice consented to assist law enforcement, which helped them locate the remains of 2 additional victims, Kelly Cox and Jessica Kane, who were interred in the Texas killing fields. Although Rice's motivations were still unknown, his confessions gave his victims' families closure. Some saw his cooperation as a perverted form of pride, while others thought it was motivated by a wish to avoid the death penalty. In any case, his crimes left a path of destruction, and those he had harmed received some justice when he was ultimately sentenced to death. In addition to saving her own life, Sandra Sapal's courage and tenacity helped expose a serial killer who had been terrorizing communities for years. Her story serves as a testament to the tenacity of people who are not intimidated into silence, and her bravery made sure that Rice could no longer prey on innocent lives. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. The phone rang early on April 27, 2006, in a comfortable home in a small Michigan town. The homeowner's previous life was instantly shattered by the sound she heard when she answered the phone, but the second phone call she would have to take 5 weeks later was nothing like that conversation. Whitney Sarek, an attractive and outgoing 18-year-old student, was crossing campus to attend a lecture on Wednesday, April 26, 2006. Whitney attended Taylor University in Upland, Indiana, as a freshman. Both Whitney and her older sister were now students at the same university where her parents had previously attended. Whitney actually wanted to attend a different university, but her parents assured her that they would pay 2/3 of her tuition if she attended a Christian university. They wouldn't even cover the cost of her education if she chose to go to a non-religious school. Whitney's decision was clear-cut, given the high expense of higher education. Whitney became anxious as she made her way across campus, negotiating crowds of other students, as she realized how quickly the school year was coming to an end. She was thrilled to spend the summer vacation with her parents in the small Michigan town of Gaylord, but she was also saddened by the thought of bidding farewell to her new friends, whom she wouldn't see again until the fall. During her first year of college, Whitney had made a lot of new friends. She soon found that the older students were just as amiable as the freshmen and had gone through many of the difficulties of college life, so she also had a few older friends. They were willing to help if she asked for advice. Because she thought she might learn something useful, Whitney seized the chance to engage with older students whenever she had it during her studies. Whitney saw a poster asking for student volunteers to help decorate the banquet hall for a celebration honoring the new university president just that morning as she was making her way to her lecture. As she got closer, Whitney found that the majority of the volunteers who had signed up were older than she was. When she heard this, she also wrote her name down. The student had a typical rest of the day. After studying and hanging out with friends, she went back to her dorm room in the evening and fell asleep quietly. Naturally, she had no idea that the events that would alter her life would occur just 24 hours later, when she laid her head on the pillow that night. Whitney got up early the following morning, showered, brushed her teeth, and took her time choosing her outfit. Whitney wasn't conceited, but she wanted to look respectable because she knew she would be interacting with university employees and senior citizens all day. As she got closer to the parking lot meeting place, she noticed some students standing close to a university van. Despite not knowing them, she greeted them with confidence, introduced herself, and since she was the first person they had been waiting for, they all boarded the van. With ease, the car began traveling north on Highway 69 in the direction of Fort Wayne. It was the banquet hall, where the event was scheduled to take place, and it was only an hour away. Whitney immediately started talking to Laura Van Ryn, a 22-year-old who was seated beside her. Another student questioned whether Whitney and Laura were related, despite the fact that they were strangers. In addition to having similar appearances, the two stunning blondes who were tall and slender learned that they had been raised in small Michigan towns. Whitney's hometown of Caledonia, 2 hours south of Gaylord, was where Laura had traveled to study. In addition, they were both younger daughters of devoutly religious parents, and were involved in sports, playing football, basketball, volleyball, and running. The students went into the banquet hall as soon as the van came to a stop. It was their responsibility to get ready for the celebration. As they set the tableware, arranged the chairs, and arranged the tables over the course of the following few hours, Laura and Whitney remained together and spoke amicably. The volunteers ultimately determined that their work was finished at around 7 p.m. They took their seats on the van again, and the van drove back south. Laura and Whitney chatted for a few more minutes on the drive, but they soon felt the weariness from their work, just like the other children. They fell silent as they looked thoughtfully out the window at the passing landscape. When the van was within 2 miles of the campus, about 30 minutes later, a bright beam of light filled the van's interior. It quickly grew stronger, bouncing off the faces of those inside, and in a matter of seconds the whole interior of the van was blazing. After a horrified scream, there was total quiet. In a matter of minutes, distressed drivers on Highway 69 called the 911 hotline to report that something horrible had happened. Rescue personnel were shocked by what they saw, even though they had prepared for the worst when they got to the scene. Bodies, glass fragments, and wreckage littered the area. The headlights of a fully loaded truck driven by Robert Spencer were the source of the sudden light that filled the van's interior. While traveling north on the highway, the truck driver had dozed off behind the wheel. The truck didn't stop when it swerved off the road and onto the grassy median strip. After veering back onto the road, it struck the southbound van that was transporting the students. The truck literally tore off the van's back end when it hit it, sending it spinning uncontrollably. The pupils were thrown out and dispersed in all directions, since half of the vehicle was gone. Sadly, 5 of the 9 people in the van could not be saved. But when the rescue crews arrived, they discovered Robert still alive inside his truck. A few hours later, on April 27, Whitney's mother and Gaylord got a call early in the morning. Her husband wasn't at home because he was helping the church rebuild houses following Hurricane Katrina's devastating effects. The coroner, who was on the other end of the line, told the woman that her daughter had died in a terrible accident. The Van Ryn family also had to take a late phone call at the same time, 3 hours south of Gaylord in Caledonia, but they were informed that Laura had survived the same accident and was in critical condition. Early in the morning, the girl's boyfriend, Aaron, and her parents arrived at the hospital. In the hallway, Laura's classmates were already anticipating their arrival. The girl was in a coma, swollen, bandaged, and wearing a neck brace as she lay in a hospital bed. Laura's leg, elbow, collarbone, and ribs were all broken, the family was told, but the brain trauma was the most serious injury. The patient had been stabilized, but it was unclear if she would ever awaken from her coma. Even if she did, she would probably not be able to live independently because of the severe damage to her brain. Laura's family made the decision to move her to a Grand Rapids rehabilitation facility that specializes in brain injuries because they knew that her recovery would be a long one at best. Additionally, Whitney's sister and mother showed up at the hospital. Even though they were only a few feet from her body, the coroner reassured them that they didn't need to identify her and even discouraged them from going inside the mortuary. They were also given Whitney's handbag, which was filthy, stuffed with broken items, and smelled horribly of gasoline. When the handbag was discovered close to Whitney's body, the women knew that her body would be in an even more appalling state. They didn't want to remember her that way, so they couldn't bring themselves to look at the body. They merely returned their daughter's body to Gaylord, their hometown. Whitney's 19th birthday fell on her farewell, so her family chose to play a collection of videos from her past birthdays. More than 1,400 people, or roughly half of the town's total population, came to bid her farewell. She was laid to rest in a closed casket the following day. Meanwhile, Laura's family members, who alternated between sitting in the girl's hospital room, received a startling update. Brain scans suggested Laura would emerge from her coma, but it was not clear when. For the next few weeks, Laura stayed in a coma, but her injuries healed over time, and there were all indications that she would get better. After 30 days following the incident, Laura finally regained consciousness on Tuesday, May 16. At first glance, her brain appeared to be operating normally. It was a miracle, and her family was incredulous. The girl was getting better pretty quickly, and she soon had the ability to sit up and move her hands and legs. Laura's loved ones discovered a lot of new information about her at the same time. Laura's 3-year boyfriend, Aaron, whom she intended to wed after graduating from college, was astounded to see that her eyes had changed from being greenish to a much deeper shade of blue. Additionally, her sister discovered that Laura had a belly button piercing when she inadvertently lifted her shirt. Additionally, the girl appeared to have shifted her teeth to one side. All of this, however, seemed trivial. What mattered most was that Laura was still alive and making progress toward recovery. Or did she? Before long, she did something that caused her family, doctors, and others to question whether her brain was working correctly. A week after emerging from the coma, Laura sat on a hospital bed with her family and medical staff on Monday, May 22. She was given a pencil and paper by the doctor, who asked her to write her name. Laura took the pencil, nodded as though she understood the assignment, and began writing the letters slowly. But her scrawls didn't make sense when she was done, and the doctor saw what she had written. He requested that the girl repeat the action. She began writing even more intently, but the name was still wrong. Laura was mistakenly identifying herself as someone else, and the doctor had to acknowledge that her brain injury might be more severe than he initially believed. But that was not the problem, as everyone would soon discover. There was something far more serious going on. Her father was deeply hurt when Laura told him that they were fake parents. This was the next warning sign. Although it was impossible to accuse them of being bad parents, he took it to mean that she thought their relationship with her was phony. However, his wife also started to believe that if Laura wasn't who she claimed to be, after Laura's face stopped appearing swollen, friends who saw her also came to the conclusion that she was not herself. Compared to their parents, her sister Lisa found it a little easier to accept the truth. Lisa once paused as she was escorting the girl back to the room following therapy, knelt beside Laura, and expressed her pride in the girl's development. She then requested that she respond to a single question: what was her name? The girl said, Whitney. However, they clarified to her that people who have experienced brain trauma occasionally mispronounce their own names. Because of this, when Lisa inquired about the names of her parents, she replied, Sarah Newland and Laura and Whitney had only known each other for a short while, so Laura was unable to provide an accurate response. Despite her understanding, Lisa didn't want to frighten the poor girl who was seated in front of her. She summoned the courage to compliment her, carried her back to the room with composure, and told their mother and father everything. A horrible reality hit the entire family when their father discovered that his daughter had been identified only by appearance. The parents of the girl they had been caring for all this time deserved to know that Laura had been dead for 5 weeks. Rescue services began working at the scene on that terrible day of April 26, following the accident, attempting to ascertain who else they could assist and who was beyond saving. On the side of the road, they discovered a girl who was critically hurt and barely surviving. Medical personnel hurried to her, loaded her into an ambulance, put her on a stretcher with a nearby handbag, and drove her to the hospital. While treating the injured girl, the doctors looked at the identification in the handbag and recognized her as Laura Van Ryn. As the bandages were gradually taken off, it was clear that Laura's appearance had changed dramatically as a result of the accident. But her appearance didn't matter to her family. Her survival was a great relief to them. However, when they gave Laura paper and a pencil on Monday, May 22, and asked her to write her name, she wrote Whitney instead of Laura. It turned out that there had been a terrible error, but no one had been aware of it until that point. The medics thought Whitney's handbag was hers when they discovered her by the side of the road. They came to the conclusion that it was the same person after comparing the girl's photo with the one on the identification. Surprisingly, Whitney's purse had landed beside Laura at the same moment. The case of mistaken identity was formally confirmed 1 week after Whitney wrote her name on the paper. And once more, in the middle of the night, the Sarok family's house rang with an unsettling phone call. In order to spare Whitney's mother from hearing the news alone, the coroner asked her to bring a companion. She invited Carly, her eldest daughter, to accompany her. After that, the coroner started talking about the possibility that Whitney was still alive. They were terrified of what they would see on the way to the hospital. If Laura's parents were unable to identify that it wasn't her, how should the patient appear? However, their worries were unjustified. They knew it was Whitney as soon as they walked into the hospital room. For Laura's loved ones, the miracle for the Sarek family became a nightmare. They were afraid that Whitney's parents would be upset with them for preventing them from seeing their daughter for so long, in addition to learning that their daughter had been dead for 5 weeks. Nonetheless, the Sarek spouses realized that they shared some of the blame. Laura's family believed what they were told, and they didn't recognize Whitney's body. All the clues were compared to pieces of a puzzle, but how could they be certain that a puzzle needed to be put together? Since one family had already gone through what the other had not, they were able to empathize with one another. Laura's body was exhumed and shipped to Caledonia a few days later. Despite their brief acquaintance, Laura and Whitney's shared tragedy united the two families for all time. They respected each other's sentiments, emotions, and personal space by not talking about what had happened for 2 years. However, they later made the decision to write a book in which they detailed every incident and offered their own interpretation of it. It was discovered that the driver responsible for the incident, Robert Spencer, had been operating a vehicle for 9 hours beyond the permitted limit. He was given a 4-year prison sentence after acknowledging his guilt. He was incarcerated for 2 years in total. He recovered from the accident at the same hospital where Whitney was thought to be Laura. By asking Laura's parents what they would say and how they felt about the person responsible for the accident, reporters attempted to incite them against Robert. But Laura's family overcame it. Neither of the two families brought legal action against him, and they were kind and understanding. To make sure that such an error would not occur again, the state of Indiana modified the process for identifying incident victims. Whitney acknowledges that she only remembers the banquet preparations and the pizza they had as a post-work snack, not the actual incident. The time she spent with Laura's family is completely forgotten. She recalled waking up with her mother close by. She gradually recovered physically and finished her studies. She married in the same church where her funeral was held 4 years later. Her boyfriend Matt Wheeler was her pick, and he helped her get better. They are parents to 2 kids. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. A person's life can be completely transformed by the emotion of love. It can be tender and loving, or it can be hurtful and disappointing. Almost everyone has times in their lives when they meet someone who becomes special to them, but occasionally these relationships don't work out as planned. In this tale, a man and a woman fell in love, but their relationship ended because of a well-publicized investigation. What transpired between them? For what reason were their parents against their relationship? This video will teach you the answers to these questions. I want to start by saying that this is one of the most unbelievable stories I have ever posted on my channel. Why do those who are meant to protect and serve act indifferently? And everyone will be shocked by this story's conclusion. We will therefore talk about what happened in Kemerovo, Russia, in 2020. The administrative hub of the Kemerovo Oblast is the sizable Russian city of Kemerovo. It is located in western Siberia's southern region. It is one of the biggest cities in Siberia, with a population of over 500,000. On September 24, 1997, Vera Pekteleva was born in Kishtym, Kemerovo Oblast. She developed into a happy, imaginative adult. She won first place in several competitions because she loved singing while studying in school. Despite their divorce while she was in school, Vera's parents, Oksana and Yevgeny, remained friendly. Vera got along well with her mother's new husband and her father's new wife. She was characterized as a non-confrontational, upbeat, and kind individual. Vera's mother, Oksana, lived in Kiselyovsk, about 110 miles from Kemerovo, and Vera visited her mother whenever she had free time. As I mentioned earlier, Vera was a creative person, so her family was taken aback when she moved to Kemerovo after high school and enrolled in the State Technical University rather than pursuing a creative career. Vera met a man her own age, Vladislav Kanyas, during one of these trips in 2016. Vera was nothing like Vlad, as everyone called him. He was reclusive, irritable, and lacked life goals. Vlad was raised in a dysfunctional household and left school after the 9th grade. He lived with his father after his mother abandoned her family. But the challenges in his life did not stop there. In the end, His father committed suicide as a result of his legal troubles. Vlad was profoundly affected by everything that transpired in front of his eyes. Vera fell in love with Vlad despite the fact that they had little in common. Vera's parents opposed this relationship because they were aware of Vlad's identity. Although we sympathized with the man and understood that his life wasn't easy, we wanted Vera to have an entirely different life. We didn't agree with her decision. According to her mother, Oksana, we waited for her to break up with him. Vera's father requested that they break up after learning about Vlad. But Vlad and his daughter remained together. She simply ceased discussing him with her parents. Vlad never showed up for our family get-togethers. The pictures on Vera's social media accounts did not feature him. She seemed to be concealing him, Vera's mother recalled. It's important to note that in 2019, Vera and Vlad moved to Kemerovo to live together. Vlad, who was unemployed and did not want to change that, loved living with Vera, and her parents helped pay for the apartment. She always had some cash in her wallet and was intelligent and attractive. She gave him financial support. The couple's relationship was strained. It was obvious that Vlad would not stop abusing alcohol. In November 2019, Vlad allegedly beat her, according to her parents. When Vera finally made the decision to end this toxic relationship, her boyfriend was adamantly against it. As previously stated, Vera's parents assisted her in paying for the apartment where she and Vlad resided. Since Vera ended their relationship in November 2019, it stands to reason that Vlad ought to have moved out, but he refused to do so. He enjoyed living at the expense of others. This is a passage from Vlad's testimony. It will help you understand what transpired after Vera made the decision to break up with him. However, keep in mind that this is Vlad's testimony. Whether or not you believe what he says in his testimony is up to you. I got into a fight with Vera on December 15, 2019, he said. I wanted to go to a nightclub, but she said no, so we got into a fight. Vera started traveling frequently to Kislyovsk during our time together. Slowly, she started to distance herself from me. She informed me that she was speaking to someone else. Remember that. Vera had told Vlad she was ending their relationship a month prior, he went on. Our mutual friend also told me that she was seeing someone else. According to her, Vera was seeing Alexander, a man from Kislyovsk. I was not personally acquainted with him. I wanted to speak with Vera after finding out that she was seeing Alexander. During this period, we remained in the same apartment. Following our argument on December 15, 2019, she departed and took a few items with her. At the same time, I kept calling her to stay in contact. I offered to assist Vera in moving her remaining possessions to a different apartment when I called her on January 12, 2020. I offered to meet and move things, and Vera accepted. I would assist her with the move, we decided. We decided to meet in the afternoon on January 13. I was supposed to get her belongings. Vera approached me on January 13, 2020, at approximately 4 or 6 o'clock. I wanted to leave this apartment as well, so when she arrived, we packed our belongings. Without Vera, I didn't want to live there. We consumed beer, liqueur, and vodka while packing. Then I was intoxicated and Vera was intoxicated too. On January 14, 2020, we drank alcohol until 5 in the morning. We had no arguments while we were drinking, but when I brought up our relationship and suggested that we get back together, I revealed that I knew she was seeing another man, which caused a rift between us. It was not to her liking. She then began to curse, insult me, and hit me. Specifically, she kicked me at least 5 times in the groin and struck me in the face with her palm at least 8 times. When she slapped me, I felt no pain. Vera began hitting me first, but I felt physical pain when she kicked me between the legs. It infuriated me. She lied and claimed she wasn't seeing another man at the same time, which infuriated me. Vera kept insulting me, saying that I was intruding on her personal life because I was aware of every detail about her at the time. Vlad told the police that version of events. We'll talk about the opposing viewpoint next, which provides compelling evidence that Vlad was dishonest in his testimony. Take note of this phrase. On January 14, 2020, we drank alcohol until 5 in the morning. We did not argue while doing so. Vera had no intention of sharing the apartment with Vlad, much less partaking in alcohol. She requested a friend's assistance with the move. Vera left a voicemail for her friend at 5:08 p.m., stating that she was already in the apartment packing up her belongings. At around 6 o'clock in the afternoon, She promised to be at her new apartment. Vera requested assistance from a friend to move her belongings from the taxi to the apartment. Vera left another voicemail 3 minutes later. She asked her friend to assist her with the move by coming to the apartment where she and Vlad shared. But before Vera could finish, Vlad interrupted, saying, "No one's coming in here," and he objected to Vera's friend entering the apartment. 4 minutes later, at 5:15 p.m., Vera asked her friend to come in a low voice, suggesting that things had gotten out of hand. This message appears to have been a request for assistance. She purposefully spoke quietly so Vlad wouldn't hear her. Vera leaves another voicemail at 5:25 p.m., and Vlad's commanding voice can be heard once more. He advises Vera's friend to wait for Vera to text her and not to bother them. Vlad himself recorded the voicemail at 7:19 p.m. Vera was unable to use her phone from that point on. The monster and she were left alone. But we must explain what happened next. A witness described the horrific screams coming from apartment 738 as a massacre, and at around 3 in the morning, the neighbors on the same floor began to wake up. 15 people gathered in the hallway outside the apartment because the screams were so loud. Among them was Vlad's brother. Since his brother had previously threatened to kill Vera, he recalled Vlad's words and understood that they would have to smash down the door. Since the apartment's door was iron, the neighbors began searching for instruments to pry it open. People called the emergency service, and these calls eventually became part of a separate investigation, all the while hearing Vera's heartbreaking cries coming from the apartment. The police were still nowhere to be found 30 minutes later. During the 3.5 hours it lasted until 6:30 a.m., people called the police, but nobody arrived to help Vera. While Vera was fighting for her life, the witnesses called the emergency services 7 times, but no one answered. Vlad was the last person to speak to them from behind the door. "Forgive me, Vera," he said. "You have my undying love." Ultimately, the neighbors broke down the door using a crowbar they found in a nearby parking lot. Vlad was in the restroom by now, and Vera was already dead. He was inebriated. While Vera was suffering a terrible death at the hands of her ex-boyfriend, and the neighbors were futilely attempting to contact the police for assistance. Operators were drinking tea, laughing, and discussing life in 112, and they were quite upset about being bothered. It was only after Vera's death that the police showed up. They will later allege that one car ran out of gas and that no officers were available because everyone was attending to other calls. Consequently, the police officers who were on duty that evening and the 112 operators were also put on trial. The police station video was released while the investigation was underway, but translating it into English is pointless. I can sum it up in one word: indifference, and even without subtitles, it's obvious. Recall that Vlad stated in his testimony that he and Vera had no disputes until 5 in the morning, but the forensic analysis revealed that he had lied. 6 hours prior to her demise, Vera sustained her initial injuries. At around midnight, that is. It indicated that she had been beaten and injured by Vlad Kanyas for 6 hours prior to her passing. Her nose and ribs were broken, and she had approximately 100 injuries total, including stab wounds. Additionally, there were marks from strangulation on her neck. If you were surprised by the police's lack of action, prepare yourself. You won't believe what happened next. Over 1,000 people showed up for Vera Pexteleba's funeral, and the church was unable to accommodate them all. According to Oksana, Vera's mother, the funeral home tried to restore her daughter's face with makeup for 4 hours, but she was still unable to identify her. Her injuries were that severe. Vlad Kanyus was telling the investigators in the meantime his account of events. Naturally, he made an effort to minimize his involvement in this crime. He said as much about that evening. "I told her I knew she was seeing another guy and suggested we get back together when I first started talking to her about our relationship. We began to argue. It was not to her liking. She then began hitting me, insulting me, and using profanity. In particular, she struck me in the face with her palm at least 8 times and kicked me at least 5 times in the groin. When she slapped me, I felt no pain. Vera began hitting me first, but I felt physical pain when she kicked me between the legs. It infuriated me. She lied and claimed she wasn't seeing anyone else, which infuriated me. Vera also claimed that since I was well versed in her personal life, I was intruding on her privacy. She persisted in insulting me during this time, so I became enraged and struck her multiple times with my palms, roughly 4 times on the head, though the blows were not very strong. Vera fell to the ground and struck the closet when I struck her. On her stomach she lay. She struck me back too. Specifically, she used her fists and palms to beat my head. It hurt. She didn't stop even after I told her to. She scratched my back, I recall. I then made the decision to grab her by the neck. On the floor I noticed an iron. After grabbing this iron, I wrapped Vera's neck with the iron cord. Then I pulled the cord a little tighter around her neck. For 1.5 minutes or 2, I squeezed her neck. I didn't want to kill Vera at the time, and I was unaware that my actions could do so. I wanted to frighten Vera, so I was pulling the cord tighter around her neck. My goal was for her to faint. I hoped she would go to sleep. After I took the cord off her neck, she began coughing and wheezing for 15 minutes. When I took Vera's neck cord off, I placed her on her back. After she had been in the prone position, she was unconscious at the time. She wheezed and made noises at the same time. She seemed fine to me. I eventually began rousing Vera, but she was not responding. I then began to hear if her heart was pounding. I listened to her mouth and then her heart. Her heart wasn't beating. She was not breathing. I can't recall what came next. I recall that I eventually found myself in the restroom. I was holding a knife at the same time. I wanted to injure myself, so I brought a knife. I knew Vera was dead, and I didn't want to kill her, so I didn't want to live. After a while, my brother and a policeman entered the apartment through the open door. I was then instructed to put on my clothes. The police station is where I was taken. I apologize for my actions. I don't deny that Vera died as a result of what I did. I had no desire to murder her. I would like to express my regret to Vera's family. Vlad has a selective memory, as you have observed. He recalled strangling Vera, but he couldn't recall how he hurt her roughly 100 times. Vera was lying on her stomach on the floor during the interrogation, and it was unclear how she could have scratched his back and punched him in the face. It also became evident how Vlad's brother got to the crime scene. He lived in a different city, after all. This is what Vlad said to the police. I called my brother and informed him of the situation. My brother advised me to call an ambulance and perform cardiopulmonary resuscitation on Vera. After I informed him that she was not breathing, I attempted to administer first aid to her. I attempted to massage her heart and perform CPR. He called his brother around midnight and threatened to kill Vera, according to information uncovered during the investigation. When questioned again about Vera's injuries during the second interrogation, he said, "It was probably me who caused those injuries to Vera. Although I didn't keep track of how many blows I delivered, the expert discovered some injuries on Vera's body that might have been my fault. I can't recall how many times I struck her, but I believe it was the same amount as the expert suggested. I acknowledge that I caused her every injury listed in the report. I desired quiet. I didn't consider how she was suffering. During our argument, she yelled at me and insulted me. When I struck her, I didn't like it. I didn't enjoy her yelling. I wished she would stop talking. At the time, I didn't consider her suffering. Additionally, Vlad Kanyus claimed that he and Vera were intimate by consent. Since it was impossible to prove the opposite, the charges pertaining to this were ultimately dropped that evening. Emergency service operators and police officers were charged with negligence. It's difficult to accept, but throughout the investigation, they continued to give ludicrous justifications for their actions, and no one suspended them from their jobs. For each of the 5 defendants, the prosecutors sought actual prison sentences, but the judge made a different decision. They were given suspended sentences ranging from 1.5 to 2 years. Additionally, the court mandated that each give the victims roughly $350. The police department also had to pay about $11,000 at the same time. Although the ruble is the currency of Russia, I have converted all amounts to US dollars. The indictment claims that the police officers had gasoline, and even if they didn't, they should have taken the proper action to address the situation. However, they did not view going to the scene as an urgent task, so everyone can understand these numbers. According to them, neither police officer admitted guilt and refused to assist with the investigation. The investigation team was at another address where the man's body had been discovered earlier, when witnesses called to report the woman's screams and cries for assistance. Vera had no intention of staying in the apartment that night, so we'll probably never find out what actually transpired. She even asked a friend to assist her in moving. Thus, there is every reason to believe that Vlad poured alcohol into Vera's mouth while she was unconscious, or forced her to drink it. He had time to devise a story that would demonstrate that everything that occurred was accidental. Vlad Kanus was given a 17-year prison sentence by the court in the summer of 2022. He partially acknowledged his guilt. Additionally, he was mandated to make a compensation payment of roughly $45,000. Vera's parents were shocked by what transpired next, since they felt that 17 years was a very light sentence for what Kanus had done to their daughter. They intended to appeal the decision. But Vlad was not even imprisoned for a year. Pictures of Kanus in uniform were broadcast on the network in November 2023, and it was revealed in April 2023 that he had been pardoned by the president following 6 months of involvement in the war. He was also released from the duty to compensate Vera's parents in any way, and you are all aware of the type of conflict Russia is currently embroiled in. In Russia, the case of Vera Pektaleva has generated a lot of interest. Not less poignant was the news of Vlad Kanus's pardon. This is what the Russian president's press secretary had to say about it. Pardoning follows a specific process, which we have discussed on numerous occasions. The convicted individual should first confess his guilt before the documents are sent to the president for review. This decision is made at the level of the Federal Bureau of Prisons, followed by the regional level, the federal district, the Central Commission, and finally the president. This is one method. Another is for prisoners, including those incarcerated for major offenses, to atone for their crimes with blood on the battlefield. Blood under shells and bullets was how they atoned for their sins. When Vera's parents found out that the person who killed their daughter was free and could start over, it's difficult to imagine how they felt. Such a chance will never come to their daughter. She was denied another chance. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today, we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. After opening in 1954, the Fontainebleau Hotel quickly gained popularity among Miami's elite. Benjamin Novak founded it and oversaw the property until 1977. Bernice Novak, his wife, was a prominent figure in Miami's social life. In 1956, Bernice, a former fashion model in New York, and Benjamin welcomed their only son, Ben Novak Jr. Ben carried on his famous family's legacy while growing up in the glitz and glamour of this iconic American hotel, making use of his connections and power. Ben's life wasn't without its difficulties, even though his parents were famous and socialized with celebrities. He missed out on deep friendships with peers and frequently felt alone as a child because he was surrounded by adults. Many of his early experiences seemed to him to have been staged and fabricated by the adults in his life. He turned to comics as a means of escape, and Batman emerged as his favorite character. His early interest turned into a major passion as he grew older, and he eventually accumulated one of the biggest collections of memorabilia in the world, which included his very own Batmobile. Ben Novak Jr. inherited his parents' business sense in addition to their wealth. He was more than just a comic book fan. He was a clever businessman who loved what he did. He entered the convention industry with the intention of becoming well-known, because he was determined to establish his own identity apart from the family legacy. He continued to work in the hotel sector, organizing conventions with success and making good money each time. Unfortunately, he would ultimately meet a tragic end at one of these conventions. Ben, however, pursued a different interest prior to that depressing development. His life took a drastic turn when he met Narcissa, a stripper at a Miami strip club. He had a thing for strippers. In 1983, Narcissa Sierra Valise Pacheco relocated to Miami. Being the youngest of 6 children and the family favorite, she grew up in a rural part of Ecuador and was well protected by her older brothers. She married Angel when she was 17, and the two of them had a daughter, May Abad. The family moved to New York City when May was 4 years old, But Angel soon left Narcisa and their daughter after the marriage rapidly soured. Narcisa remained in New York as a single mother and put in a lot of effort as a seamstress, but she felt that a life of more luxury was her destiny. In her ideal world, she would be able to drive fancy cars, go to glitzy parties, own and flaunt expensive clothing, and take luxury yacht cruises. Driven by this aspiration, Narcisa imagined a life devoid of worries about money and rent. But in the end, this dream would take her in a problematic direction. Narcisa made the decision to move to Miami with her daughter in the summer of 1983 in order to start over. At first, she struggled to find work because of her poor command of English. Narcisa started working as a stripper in order to make quick cash and provide for her and her daughter. She saw it as a chance to meet rich men who were prepared to spend a lot of money. When Ben Novak Jr., a 27-year-old millionaire, entered her club shortly after she opened, she struck gold. She and Ben clicked right away after a lap dance. Ben gave Narcisa lavish presents, lavished her with lavish vacations, and gave her sizable sums of money. Narcisa's fascination with luxury only grew as a result. But this new relationship didn't exactly sit well with Ben's family. His mother, Bernice, who was very close to him, was unimpressed, and his father had died. Ben's mother's disapproval of Narcisa did not stop him, even though they spoke every day and she had a big influence on him. Instead of marrying a stripper, Bernice had hoped he would wed a reputable Miami socialite. When Narcisa married Ben in 1991, she accomplished her goal. She had a knack for it and was actively involved in his business from the start, managing bookings, attending conventions, and interacting with clients. Narcisa, however, favored a relaxed way of life, engaging in endless shopping and leading a carefree millionaire's lifestyle. While Ben followed his passion for Batman collectibles and became the second largest collector in the world, she developed an obsessive shopping habit. They enjoyed their gourmet meals, fancy cars, and mansion vacations. They also took in May Abad, Narcisa's daughter, who was in her late teens at the time. Ben became the father figure she had been missing for 18 years, and they grew close. May, Ben, and Narcisa led a lavish lifestyle, but on April 4, 2009, Ben's mother, Bernice, died suddenly, turning his life upside down. A neighbor found Bernice's body in her Fort Lauderdale residence. Her death was officially declared an accident, despite the suspicious circumstances. Blood was discovered flowing through the kitchen and into the laundry room from her car. According to the authorities, she must have fallen and hurt herself, striking her head on the car mirror, before bleeding as she entered the vehicle and eventually passing away. After his mother passed away, Ben was devastated by the loss and went into a deep depression. Narcisa pretended to be a helpful wife while attending the funeral. Ben threw himself into his work at Convention Concepts Unlimited as a way to deal with his loss. Ben and Narcisa arrived in New York on July 12, 2009, where Ben was in charge of a significant conference at the Rye Brook Hilton. More than 1,000 people attended the event, which was for the esteemed client Amway Global International. Around 7 a.m. on the morning of the 12th, Narcisa left their room to join her daughter for breakfast. About 30 minutes later, she came back into the room to find her husband bleeding and bound on the floor. He had already passed away. Another member of the well-known Novak family had been murdered only 3 months after Bernice's passing. Ben's death was promptly deemed a homicide by the authorities. Ben was discovered with his hands bound behind his back and his legs duct taped together below the knees, only wearing his underwear. He had been lying in bed, probably asleep, when he had been hit in the head by something. The attacker left his body face down on the floor after bludgeoning him to death. Police discovered the bed covered in blood that had spilled onto the floor around his dead body. Ben's eyes had been gouged out at the scene, which was a terrifying detail. Narcisa told the police right away that she thought the murder might have been a robbery, but the room didn't seem to be lacking anything. Not even a few $100s in an envelope was damaged. One would anticipate that valuables, particularly cash, would have been taken if it had been a robbery. Additionally, according to Narcisa, Ben had a recent heated argument about money with someone at a Comic-Con, and the other person had allegedly threatened him. Lead detectives swiftly rejected it, despite the fact that they could find no proof for it. Investigators briefly looked into the Novak family's prior ties to the mafia, but quickly concluded that this approach was fruitless because Ben Jr. had no affiliation with organized crime. Rather, Narcisa was the subject of increased police scrutiny. Even though she was in control, she asked strange and inappropriate questions, like whether Ben might have had a heart attack and died. Given the graphic and brutal manner of his death, his body was bound and his head bludgeoned. This question raised eyebrows. At the station, Narcisa was taken in for additional interrogation. Her answers cast serious doubt on her version of what happened. She said that after returning from breakfast, she stumbled over Ben's body and screamed as she called the operator. Despite the blood-soaked room, she also claimed that she didn't recall seeing any blood, which ran counter to the police's account of the scene. She also mentioned sitting next to Ben and rubbing his leg, which seemed strange given that his head had sustained the majority of the damage. Suspicions were heightened by her inconsistency in failing to notice the blood. Additionally, investigators were attempting to ascertain how the murderer entered the room. The hotel's electronic door locks tracked each key's usage by date and time, and Narcisa was the only one with a key. The last time the key was used, according to the hotel's records, was 11:30 p.m. the previous evening and was only used once more when Narcisa came in at 7:30 a.m. following breakfast. The key had no other applications. A hotel witness also claimed to have seen a woman who fit Narcisa's description strolling around with two men. When the police questioned Narcisa, she denied this. Detectives became more and more certain that Narcisa was responsible for Ben Novak Jr.'s murder as the investigation went on. Their suspicions were confirmed by May Abad, Narcisa's daughter, who disclosed that her parents' marriage was strained. She clarified that, despite being married, Ben continued to engage in stripper activities due to his struggles with infidelity. May implied that Narcisa's anxiety was more related to the possibility of divorce than jealousy. Narcisa knew that a divorce would cost her the way of life she had become used to, so she was terrified that Ben would leave her for another woman. This was a legitimate fear. Narcisa hired men to break into her and Ben's house in 2002 as part of a home invasion plot. For 25 hours, they held him captive while he was restrained. According to her daughter, Narcisa had a history of using drastic methods to keep Ben from leaving her and would go to great lengths to get what she wanted. Ben called the police to report the incident, but he later dropped the charges and the case was categorized as a domestic dispute instead. Detectives still did not have enough evidence to charge Narcisa, even with the growing suspicions and evidence against her. After questioning, they chose to send Narcisa and her daughter back to their hotel. May begged her mother to tell the truth during this time. In response, Narcisa reminded her daughter of their relationship but gave no other details. Police were called to the Novak residence for a reported domestic disturbance 3 days after Ben was killed. May Abad clarified that she immediately went to the house to look for evidence against her mother after returning from New York. Narcisa found her while she was looking through documents and used a crowbar to attack her, accusing her of betraying her country. According to Narcisa, she grabbed the crowbar in self-defense after May started the fight and attempted to start a fire. The Fort Lauderdale home of Novak was searched by police. They confiscated 5 rolls of duct tape, documents, computers, bills, and security tapes. May, worried that her mother might inherit her stepfather's estate, hired a lawyer to freeze the estate as the investigation surrounding Narcisa Novak became more intense. She also got in touch with the detectives in New York a few months later to offer more proof. Narcisa knew that Ben was having a serious affair with Rebecca Bliss, a porn star, in 2008. May claims that Ben's declarations that he intended to leave Narcisa caused her mother to become extremely alarmed. May thought that Narcisa's murderous intent was motivated by the possibility of divorce. Narcisa did not like the prenuptial agreement, which stated that she would only get $60,000 and give up any claim to Ben's millions in the event of a divorce. Ben's will left his mother the majority of his assets, so even if he died, Narcisa would still lose out. But there was uncertainty about Narcisa's possible inheritance, because his mother had only passed away 3 months prior. The police also questioned Cristobal Veliz, Narcisa's brother. He claimed that Narcisa's daughter May Abad was the murder's mastermind. Cristobal implied that there was a cover-up behind May's tardiness in disclosing Ben's affair with Rebecca Bliss. Narcisa told the FBI that she had found explicit love letters from Ben to his stepdaughter May, which further complicated things. According to Cristobal Veliz, he could demonstrate that May Abad had framed her mother and hired a hitman, Alejandro Garcia, to kill Ben. Garcia was taken into custody for an unrelated offense in November 2009. He was questioned about the Novak murder while he was in detention. When Garcia realized how serious his situation was, he made a deal and admitted to killing Ben Novak Jr. He asserted, however, that Cristobal Veliz, not May Abad, had employed him. According to Garcia, Veliz paid him $5,000 to commit the murder. Police were unable to locate any receipts from Cristobal's residence to verify the transaction, but surveillance footage showed Garcia retrieving a payment receipt from Cristobal. Garcia decided to cooperate further because he was already facing prison time, and he disclosed a shocking fact. This was not the first murder he had committed under Cristobal Veliz's supervision. Alejandro Garcia was hired in April 2009 to murder Bernice Novak as she went into her garage. Garcia viciously struck her face after attacking her with a monkey wrench. It was discovered that in order to inherit Ben Novak's wealth, Narcisa Novak had planned the murders of Bernice and Ben with the assistance of her brother, Cristobal Veliz. To take over the estate, Narcisa had to get rid of Bernice. Alejandro Garcia testified during the trial that Bernice was supposed to be beaten severely and struck in the teeth. While Ben was asleep on the morning of July 12, 2009, Narcisa opened her husband's hotel room to Garcia and Joel Gonzalez. They started attacking Ben after she led them to his bedside. Narcisa told one of the men to gouge out Ben's eyes and gave Garcia a pillow to muffle Ben's screams. Garcia's testimony aligned with the police-discovered evidence. A rumpled photo of Narcisa's daughter May Abad was discovered in Garcia's pocket upon his arrest, indicating that she was also a target. Cristobal and Narcisa had also plotted May's murder. Police questioned why Ben's burial was delayed after his body was kept at the Westchester County morgue for 2 months. The investigation found that Narcisa was preoccupied with rifling through Ben's Batman collection, embezzling funds from his business accounts, and swaying bank tellers to gain access to his safe deposit box instead of attending his funeral. Narcisa and Cristobal were taken into custody for the killings on July 8, 2010. They were officially charged with the murder of Bernice Novak. Their trial started on April 23, 2012, a year later. Despite his decision to testify in his own defense, Cristobal gave a terrible performance. During cross-examination, he contradicted himself several times. Both Narcisa and Cristobal maintained their denials of involvement, even after video footage showed Garcia and Gonzalez monitoring the hotel, and phone records showed a 2-year correspondence between the two that implied premeditation. Ben had been preparing to leave Narcisa, according to Rebecca Bliss, his mistress, who testified. Rebecca disclosed that Ben was willing to improve their relationship after expressing discontent with his marriage. Every day he assured her of his commitment to her and declared his love for her. Rebecca had previously been confronted by Narcisa regarding the affair, and she had turned down her offer of money to leave Ben. At one point, Narcisa even pretended to be Rebecca, which led to Rebecca's apartment losing power. Furthermore, Rebecca said that 6 months prior to Ben's actual passing, Narcisa had lied to her condo management by claiming that he was dead and therefore unable to pay rent. Narcisa threatened that no one else would have Ben if she couldn't, according to Rebecca. In an attempt to receive lighter sentences, Narcisa and Cristobal both tried to place the blame on the other during the trial. Cristobal was the main mastermind behind the killings, according to Narcisa's lawyer, who argued for a reduced sentence of 27 years. Cristobal continued to blame his niece May Abad as the main conspirator in the meantime. Narcisa was found guilty on 12 of the 13 charges against her, while Cristobal was found guilty on 14 of the 15 charges, even though detectives had thoroughly investigated and rejected these claims. Narcisa's conviction resulted in her losing all claim to the inheritance she had hoped to inherit. The 2 sons of May Abad will now inherit Ben's estate. Evidence provided by the prosecution showed that Narcisa had paid her brother to employ 2 hitmen. According to the murderer's testimony, Cristobal had enlisted their help and given them instructions from Narcisa on how to carry out the assaults. Binding Ben and gouging out his eyes were among the instructions. When the murderers reached the hotel early on July 12, Narcisa let them into her husband's room, led them to Ben, who was asleep, and gave him a pillow to stop him from screaming. Ben was severely beaten with dumbbells until he passed out, leaving him for dead. According to Garcia's testimony, the initial intention was not to kill Ben and Bernice, but rather to cause them severe injuries. Both Narcisa and Cristobal were found guilty at the end of the trial of murder, conspiracy to commit murder, stalking, domestic abuse, money laundering, and witness tampering. When the guilty verdict was read, Narcisa gave up her right to appear in court. Both were convicted and given life sentences without the possibility of release. As a result of their cooperation with the investigation, Alejandro and Joel entered guilty pleas to lesser charges and received sentences of 17.5 years. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. We'll explore what happened in 2004 in Scott County, Kentucky, USA in this video. Chris Lyons went in search of his younger sister Ashley, who was 18 years old, after she stopped returning his calls. Less than 1,000 people call Stamping Ground where the Lyons family resided home. Although it looked like a nice spot to raise a family, the events of January 7, 2004 permanently altered the Lyons family's course in life. On July 21, 1985, Ashley Renee Lyons was born. She was a Scott County native and the youngest of her parents' 3 children. She graduated from Scott County High School in 2003, where she was very involved in the FFA program, and she was a member of Cedar Grove Baptist Church. Future Farmers of America is represented by the letters FFA. Through agricultural education, FFA is a vibrant youth organization that transforms lives and equips members for success in the workplace, personal development, and premier leadership. Chris, Ashley's brother, was just a year older. They owned a modest auto repair business. They grew up fixing everything with an engine, even cars. Ashley enjoyed fast cars in particular. Ashley's best buddy, Bobby Gibson, however, was aware that Ashley had other interests outside cars. Roger Macbeth was the object of her affection. Although they remained close friends, the infatuated youngsters broke up soon after the prom. Ashley continued to believe that Roger was the greatest despite their breakup. When she graduated from high school, she was ecstatic because she thought a better life was ahead of her. Nevertheless, young people's lives don't always go as planned. Ashley discovered that Roger was the father of her unborn child. She told her relatives about it. Her entire family was behind her, anticipating the birth of the child. But January 7, 2004 was a life-altering day for many. Although the day began flawlessly, it ended terribly. Ashley learned she was expecting a son at her doctor's checkup. Sharing this news with her mother, Carol, made her joyful. She even decided on a name and intended to give her son the name Landon. Ashley was eager to tell everyone about this wonderful news. She showered and did her hair and makeup after giving her mother the ultrasound image. Ashley announced her trip to Lexington to her mother, Carol, and brother, Chris. Based on the map, Lexington is roughly 20 miles away from Stamping Ground, and it would have taken Ashley 35 to 40 minutes to get there. She mentioned that she was going to a restaurant there to meet Roger and his folks. Ashley was going to present the ultrasound image to them. That night was chilly, and snow was predicted for later. Carol, Ashley's mother, offered to use her car, but Ashley declined, stating that she would return before the snow started and that she wouldn't be gone for long. Sadly, that night altered the Lyons family's life forever. Carol recalled that day and stated that her daughter's final words to her were, "I love you, Mom. I'll be back soon." They heard their home phone ring after supper. When Chris responded, he heard Roger's voice inquiring as to Ashley's whereabouts. "She's already gone," Chris said. Roger informed Ashley that he would not be able to meet. He claimed to have called her, but she didn't pick up. Chris thought Ashley had gone to the restaurant and left her phone in the car. No one was able to contact Ashley during the course of time. She didn't pick up when her mother called her multiple times. Ashley still wasn't home at 8 p.m., but she indicated she wouldn't be gone for long when she left. Carol informed Roger's mother over the phone at around 9 o'clock in the evening that Ashley had not come home from their rendezvous at the restaurant. Carol was taken aback by Roger's mother's response and became even more concerned. She claimed that because the meeting had to be rescheduled, they did not see Ashley that day. Carol was appalled to hear this. Where was her daughter if she wasn't at the restaurant? Carol sensed something was wrong. Ashley wasn't picking up her phone after all. As she sought to determine Ashley's whereabouts and whether she was okay, a lot of ideas were racing through her head. Chris and his father decided they couldn't wait about 10 o'clock, so they went in search of Ashley. They were aware of the restaurant where Ashley was to meet Roger and his parents. They didn't see Ashley's car when they got there. After several hours of searching, they were unable to locate Ashley. Chris knew Ashley enjoyed Scott County Park, so he made the decision to check it out eventually. She frequently went there with Roger when they were dating, and she fed the ducks there all the time. Scott County Park is roughly 10 miles away from Stamping Ground according to the map. Chris and his father were traveling through the park when they noticed an automobile that looked like Ashley's. The lights were on and the automobile was moving. As they approached, they saw that it was in fact Ashley's vehicle. It's difficult to imagine what was going through their minds at the time. The driver's side window was down as Chris rushed to the vehicle. Ashley had her head down as she sat in the car. She was not responding and had on a seatbelt. Chris began shaking Ashley as he opened the door. Chris thought she was simply sleeping, but then he noticed blood on his hand. He dialed 911 right away. Unfortunately, Ashley had passed away by the time Chris dialed 911, and medical professionals were unable to assist her. Ashley's mother soon received the most devastating news she had ever heard. She was shocked that Ashley was no longer there. The investigators arrived at the crime scene while Ashley's family was in the throes of grief. Ashley's body was left in the car until the detectives looked over the scene for any evidence, because she had already passed away before the ambulance came, and it was clear that a crime had caused her death. The driver's side window was down, the radio and heater were on, and the engine was running when they initially arrived on the scene. Ashley's cause of death was promptly ascertained. On the ground beside the vehicle were 3 shell casings measuring 9 millimeters. Ashley suffered head and neck injuries from bullet wounds. Despite searching the area, the authorities were unable to locate the weapon used in the crime. It said a lot that Ashley was shot through her car's open side window. The window was down, which seemed suspicious because it was cold that night. She was sitting in a way that suggested she was not attempting to flee or defend herself. After combining all of this information, the investigators came to the conclusion that Ashley was acquainted with the shooter. Ashley slid down the side window when someone she knew came up to her car because it was cold and the heater was on. Beside the driver's door was the person who had shot her. The detectives instantly ruled out the notion that it was a robbery because her phone, wallet, and purse were all in the car. There were ultrasound images strewn all over the car, and it seems that Ashley was looking at them in her final moments. Ashley and her son Landon were killed by the offender while she was 5 months pregnant. Scott County had never seen anything like this before. As a result, the community called on the police to track down the person who killed 2 people so ruthlessly. Ashley's parents told the investigators that on the day of her death, she intended to meet with her child's father, Roger. When they spoke with Roger, he expressed his sadness over Ashley's and their unborn son's deaths. Roger said that he and Ashley experienced highs and lows. They were no longer a couple, though. Roger broke down in tears when he spoke to the investigators after Ashley said she was expecting. The man didn't know who could have harmed his ex-girlfriend and their unborn child in this way. He was hauled in to be questioned. Roger informed the investigators that he had to reschedule their planned meeting at a restaurant because he had other commitments when they inquired about the circumstances leading up to Ashley's murder. Ashley didn't pick up her phone when he tried to tell her not to come to Lexington. She didn't answer when he called her twice. As a result, Chris answered the phone when Roger called her home. Roger claims that he requested that Ashley call him back when she got home. What Chris had informed the detectives about his sister's plans for that night aligned with Roger's account. Carol did not think Roger could be connected to this incident until she learned that he had been questioned by the police. According to Carol, Roger was a kind man. Their families got along well. Roger always assisted in clearing the table after supper at their residence. When he and Ashley were dating, he was frequently at their house and got along well with Chris. As a result, Nobody thought Roger could have killed Ashley and Landon. Ashley's family attempted to determine who might have done it while the investigators looked for clues in a suspect. In her daughter's room, Carol discovered a diary. She documented her experiences in it. Carol read the diary and saw that one name appeared repeatedly: Dina Williams. Ashley and Dina were of the same age. They rode the school bus and went to school together. Because Dina was raised in a low-income household and wore the same outfits all the time, Ashley felt terrible for her. In talks with her friends, Dina confirmed the claims that her parents mistreated her and even physically assaulted her. Dina and Ashley were initially friends, but it soon became clear that Dina was envious of Ashley and desired everything Ashley owned, especially Roger. Ashley reported having multiple arguments with Dina in her diary. Carol discovered something new from this diary. She was unaware that Ashley and Dana were having issues together. Carol began to accuse Dana Williams of being involved in Ashley's death as a result. Dana dated Roger right away after Ashley and Roger split up, and maybe she was concerned because Ashley became pregnant with Roger's child. She didn't want to tell anyone else about Roger after all. Dana desired to have him exclusively. Perhaps this would have forced Dina to take an irreversible action. Ashley's diary was given to the investigators by Carol so that all of the entries could be examined. Carol was certain that the diary's pages held the secret to solving this case. Ashley's description of her friendship with Dina piqued the curiosity of the investigators when they looked through her journal. Dina Williams was subsequently brought to the police station. She denied having anything to do with Ashley's ordeal. Dina had an alibi because she worked at a bank and said that on the night of the crime they attended an office party. Dina made no effort to conceal from the investigators her animosity toward Ashley. The fact that Ashley was pregnant really annoyed her. Nevertheless, the detectives let Dina to leave after the talk because it was insufficient to file charges against her, because she had no feelings over Ashley's death. In the meantime, the ballistic examination findings were received. Ashley's wounds, the posture in which she was discovered, and the location of the casings were all examined by the experts. They were able to estimate the shooter's height based on the angle at which the bullets entered Ashley's body. They estimated the offender's height to be around 5 feet and 10 inches. Dina Williams was probably not the one who shot Ashley because she was only about 5 feet and 5 inches tall. Nevertheless, Thomas Williams, Dana's twin brother, was as tall as the accused offender. Rumor has it that Thomas had questioned multiple people about how to induce a miscarriage a few months prior to Ashley's passing. Additionally, it was reported that Thomas fulfilled all of his sister's requests. Thomas Williams was questioned by the detectives after they got interested in this, but he denied any connection in the crime and was freed because there was no proof of his involvement. Residents wanted to do something to help Ashley's family while the police compiled all of their evidence to identify the offender. They used candles, teddy animals, and flowers to make an impromptu monument. 2 crosses were presented, one bearing Landon's name and the other Ashley's. Ashley's family was getting ready for the funeral while the investigators searched for fresh evidence. Since they lost 2 persons at once, it is impossible to understand the suffering they endured. The fetus was taken from Ashley's body by the medical examiner during the autopsy. In the same casket, Ashley and Landon were laid to rest. The Lyons family was even more grieved because they needed information to assist apprehend the person who killed their daughter, but the criminal was still at large. The $3,000 0 cents incentive that Ashley's parents offered later increased to $5 0 cents. People began phoning the police and sharing information that they believed could aid in the inquiry. A woman who lived in a house with a view of the park where Ashley was shot called them shortly after. She claimed that she might have caught a glimpse of the criminal standing at the window. Next to the individual she saw, this woman observed someone sprint out of the park and jump over the fence. After sprinting up to a red pickup truck that was waiting for them with its engine running, the individual she saw climbed into the passenger seat. The truck drove off a few moments later. The witness described it as a red Chevrolet pickup vehicle. Investigators had to search for at least 2 criminals if the woman's encounter with the person was indeed connected to Ashley's death. After all, the driver of the red pickup vehicle might have been complicit in the crime. Everyone who knew Ashley knew who was behind the red pickup vehicle as soon as they heard about it. Such a car belonged to her ex-boyfriend, Roger, who was also the father of her unborn kid. Roger's truck was taken by the cops right away. Despite a careful search, they were unable to locate any proof. There was no proof against Roger, and he refused to speak to the investigators. However, the officers came to a clear conclusion because they knew that at least 2 people were involved in the crime. Ashley was liked by everyone. Who wasn't delighted that she was expecting? If Ashley vanished, who would be pleased? Dana Williams was the only person, aside from Roger, who could hope for this to happen. The rationale behind the investigators' decision to speak with Dana and her brother Thomas again. Thomas was the first person they questioned. Thomas initially denied everything to the police, but after finding out that an eyewitness had seen Roger's pickup truck at the crime scene, he started talking more. In response to the question of who shot Ashley Lyons, he said without hesitation that it was Roger McBeath. In the end, Thomas Williams agreed to cooperate with the inquiry in order to receive a less sentence. He admitted that he had handed the revolver to Roger, who then shot Ashley. Additionally, Thomas informed the detectives that Roger dropped the weapon into Elkhorn Creek after killing Ashley. Although the 6-hour dive search was successful, it took a long time for the police to locate the crime weapon. The police discovered a gun, which the ballistics analysis verified was the weapon used in the crime. Ashley didn't match the perpetrator's height. Therefore, the investigators understood that Dina wasn't the one who shot her. But when they asked her again, she admitted to being the getaway driver. Roger McBeath, Dana Williams, and her twin brother Thomas were taken into custody by the police on the night that Roger committed the crime. Ashley was pleased, but it soon became apparent that Roger did not want her to have the child. Her family encouraged her to have this child since she wanted to become a mother. Roger therefore devised a cunning scheme. To entice Ashley to Scott County Park, he asked her to join him and his parents at a restaurant. After being driven there by Dana Williams, he approached Ashley's vehicle brandishing a revolver. Ashley rushed into her purse to retrieve the ultrasound images after noticing the father of her unborn child. She was surprised that he shot her. Ashley and Roger's own son were killed when Roger pulled the trigger 3 times. Subsequently, he hurried out of the park, climbed into the pickup truck, and instructed Dina to press the throttle pedal. They came to a halt and threw the firearm into the river. The people of Stamping Ground were astonished to learn who was responsible for this tragedy. They were surprised that someone they knew could commit such a heinous act. The fact that other persons were participating in this was equally disturbing. A not guilty plea was entered by Roger McBeath. The authorities erred in their preparation for Macbeth's trial, which eventually affected the outcome. However, I'll explain this to you at the conclusion of the video. Thomas Williams was given a 7-year prison sentence by the court for his role in this crime. Williams acknowledged in the plea deal that he took $1,000, 0 cents, from Roger McBeath, Jr. to harm Ashley Lyons in a way that would result in her miscarrying. Williams then consented to provide McBeath the gun used in the murder, but the act was never completed. In 2005, Dana Williams entered a guilty plea as part of the plea deal according to court documents. According to the prosecutor's requested sentence of 20 years in jail, Williams will be eligible for parole after completing 17 years, or 85% of her sentence. Prosecutors would call a number of witnesses during the trial who stated that Williams had desired Ashley Lyons dead, had conspired with McBeath to poison Ashley, and had offered $1,000, 0 cents to beat Ashley up in order to induce a miscarriage. Prosecutors claimed in the court filing that after their initial plans failed, Williams and McBeath turned to more extreme means. Williams claimed that public defender Rodney Barnes, her lawyer, informed her that a jury would likely have convicted her guilty. "I'm hurt and I'm scared because I pleaded guilty to something that I didn't do," she stated. Williams admitted that she drove McBeath around the Colony community when they first met and then came to pick him up, but she also admitted that she took him to the park the night of Ashley's murder so he could see the ultrasound images of the couple's unborn son. During her trip, she heard 3 gunshots, but she was unaware of their nature at the moment. At McBeath's trial, the jury listened to a recording of Roger calling Ashley Lyons on his phone and telling her that he loved her and was sorry he had missed their meeting at the park. Williams said that Roger had involved me in the plan without me knowing. Williams claims that McBeath never informed her that Ashley Lyons had died when they were leaving the park, and she refrained from reporting the incident to the police out of concern that McBeath would act abusively toward her. When Williams added, "I was scared to death of that boy. He even threatened to kill me." Williams expressed her sorrow for the Lyons family and her grief for everything that transpired. Williams said, "I am so sorry," while sobbing. However, McBeath's parents, Roger Sr. and Rita, said that Williams was lying and described her as a chronic liar who frequently acted in the heat of the moment. "I wish I could go back and change this." According to the pair, Williams accepted the plea offer in order to take the easy route out because he was envious of Ashley. "She was obsessed with my son," Rita McBeath claimed. Roger McBeath Sr. claimed his son was shocked when they received the news of Ashley Lyon's death, but Williams remained unmoved. "She was the one who had the motive," he said. "It didn't bother her," in reference to Williams. "It didn't bother her a bit." Dina Williams was given a 20-year prison sentence by the court in August 2005. In 2021, she was granted parole. Williams claimed in the written motion that she was too young and susceptible to being influenced by her ex-boyfriend McBeath. Williams added that she was unaware of McBeath and Lyons' relationship. Williams added that she had already completed about 70% of her sentence for her involvement in the crime, and that she was not the primary perpetrator. In the court document, Williams stated that she had taken classes on anger management, resident legal aid training, landscaping, horticulture, and being a certified Braille transcriber, among other programs while inside. Roger entered a not guilty plea to the murder allegation after being taken into custody. Although the jury found him guilty, he was able to get his conviction reversed by the Kentucky Supreme Court because the defense was not permitted to examine the jail informant, who had overreached himself by questioning McBeath about the shooting while he was in custody. Police ordered jail informant John Romano to refrain from questioning Roger McBeath about the alleged crime. The informant was given permission to speak with McBeath about common topics like movies and sports. Without using leading questions, the detectives anticipated McBeath would begin discussing the crime on his own. In 2009, the Kentucky Supreme Court reversed the verdict, ruling that prosecutors had utilized unlawfully obtained evidence. Roger was retried and entered a guilty plea to tampering with physical evidence and involvement in murder. After that, the court sentenced him to 42 years in prison with a 16-year parole eligibility period. Alongside his prior sentence, the court also sentenced him to 5 years in prison for involvement in evidence tampering. In December 2023, McBeath's parole hearing was held. "She was my high school sweetheart. She was the mother of my child. She was someone I loved," stated McBeath. After declining his parole eligibility, McBeath told the parole board he was not interested in parole. "I'm not here to convince y'all to grant me parole. I know I don't deserve it," McBeath said. "But I do want to use this time to say that I'm truly sorry for what I did. I want to tell Ashley's family that I'm truly sorry for what I did. And there's not a day that goes by that I don't think about it." He is still incarcerated as a result. The Angel Garden at Scott County Park, where Ashley Lyons passed away, now features ceramic angel statues in her honor. Following Ashley's passing, Carol and her husband Buford Lyons assisted in enacting a state and federal statute against fetal homicide. A pregnant woman who is abused is charged with 2 offenses under the bill, one against the lady and one against her unborn child. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Consider your knowledge of violent relationships, particularly if you were raised in a loving household where your parents never yelled at you. It's likely that what you comprehend is based on what you've read online or heard from friends or colleagues. Abuse, however, is far more than you may imagine. It all comes down to limiting and controlling someone else. The limitation of human freedom is one of the most heinous forms of aggression, and we will return to it repeatedly throughout this debate. Abusive individuals frequently believe they have the right to dictate every element of their partner's life, including who they speak to, who their friends are, where they go, what they wear, and when they return home. It sounds terrible, doesn't it? Even terrible, though, is that these individuals believe they are being giving. By letting their partner do things that wouldn't even be debatable in a healthy relationship, they are granting their partner independence. Our heroine lost her life as a result of her refusal to follow the restrictions that were imposed upon her. Let's begin the investigation to determine whether the public merely sought to portray the husband as an abuser in order to hold him responsible for the murder of his wife, or whether there was actual abuse in this household. For a peaceful family life, Cary, North Carolina is the ideal town. People quit securing their cars, or even their front doors, after years of living there since it's so safe. Great schools, open highways, amiable, smiling neighbors, and little racial friction or crime are all present. The Coopers decided to establish a happy life and create a family in this town. Outside of their house, Brad and Nancy Cooper appeared to lead the ideal life. Brad was a successful and intelligent IT engineer. Nancy was the best mother to their 2 young kids and was athletic, attractive, and entertaining. They lived in peace and quiet. Nancy looked after the girls in the house, while Brad worked. As a former competitive runner, Nancy took good care of herself and made sure she kept in condition. July 12, 2008 began as any other day would. Nancy never returned after going for her morning run. The events that followed are complex and unsettling, leaving you to question what actually transpired. The narrative is so heartbreaking that the only things left for Nancy and Brad's family were doubts and a glimmer of hope for justice. Jessica Adam reported her close friend Nancy Cooper missing to emergency services that afternoon. Jessica told the dispatcher, her voice trembling, that Nancy had left for a run at 7 a.m. but had not come home. Nancy never showed up for the planned meeting between the 2 pals. Even worse, Nancy's house phone and mobile phone did not answer when Jessica tried to call her for hours. Brad didn't give his wife's disappearance much thought because he was at work. Even in the evening, Nancy had not returned, so he figured she had simply gone for a longer walk than usual and would be back shortly. To determine Nancy's possible whereabouts, perhaps some answers will come to light on their own if we examine the Cooper family's past more closely. Harry Renz and Donna Audrey, both graduates of the University of British Columbia, made the decision to formally enter into marriage in the 1960s. They had 3 girls, Krista, Jill, and Nancy, who all lived in Edmonton, and a son, Jeff, during the course of the following few years. They provided a warm and nurturing environment for their kids. Harry and Donna founded an employment firm in 1988 that provided employment assistance, job training, and life management to persons in Alberta, Canada. On October 25, 1973, Nancy Renz was born as her sister's identical twin. In 1998, Nancy was only 24 years old when she met Brad Cooper in Calgary. Nancy was instantly drawn to Brad's height and black hair. She was drawn to his steady, composed demeanor more than his attractive appearance. He was as dependable as a rock. Nancy fell in love. It was a reciprocal emotion. In addition to being tall, blonde, and in good shape, Nancy exuded a subtle charm that won Brad over. Their romance progressed swiftly, and when Brad received a high-profile job offer from Cisco Systems in Raleigh, North Carolina, he wanted Nancy to follow him there in order to stay together and facilitate his immigration to the U.S. The fall of 2000 saw the marriage of Brad and Nancy. The pair had previously been arranging a wedding for the fall of 2002 once they moved to North Carolina, despite the first impression that they were married for immigration purposes, so Nancy could move with Brad. Nancy was compelled to become a stay-at-home mother, while Brad began establishing his career at one of the biggest corporations. Brad's career at Cisco Systems took off. As a VoIP engineer and architect, he specialized in fusing phones with internet technology. Brad was one of only 152 networking technology professionals. The family had a comfortable home. Nancy became a prisoner in her own house, even though each of them had a BMW in the driveway, to be in the United States. You can travel as a Canadian citizen, but you need a permission to work. The couple produced 2 lovely kids over the following several years, Bella in 2004 and Katie in 2006. Nancy, according to her neighbors, was a devoted and active mother who enjoyed spending time at the playground with her children. However, she was unable to work since she lacked a work visa in the United States. Nancy aspired to have a profession and be more than just a wife and mother, even though she was still a Canadian citizen and might have found some illegal work to supplement her income. Let's now discuss Brad Bradley. Graham Cooper was born in Medicine Hat, Alberta, around the beginning of the 1970s. Following high school, he graduated from the University of Calgary with a Bachelor of Science in Computer Science. He was hired as a network engineer at TransCanada Pipelines after graduating. He met Nancy Renz in 1998, and they clicked right away. He became close to Nancy's family over time, especially her parents, and impressed them with his technological prowess by participating in all of their family gatherings and lending a hand with their computers. He soon received a job offer from Cisco Systems in Raleigh, North Carolina, thanks to his skill and knowledge. Brad started pursuing an MBA at the College of Management at North Carolina State University in 2005. After that, he finished the degree with a focus on product innovation. Nancy became Brad's shadow as his career took off and he continued to expand his skill set. She was forced to sacrifice both her work and her goals. Nancy used to be a runner who dreamed of going to the Olympics. She continued to run marathons and other races, despite having a damaged knee, which irritated the more reserved Brad, because she brought new people into the running group and made new acquaintances. Their relationship quickly began to disintegrate. Friends claimed that although there were rifts in Brad and Nancy's marriage from the start, Nancy never publicly discussed them, and instead tended to romanticize her husband. Although they still appeared to be the ideal family, Brad's manipulation and control over Nancy increased as he rose through the ranks of the company. She appeared to him to be a dull housewife who had lost her spark, spending her days taking care of the children and cleaning. When Nancy discovered in the spring of 2007 that her husband had been having an affair with her close friend Heather, things became even worse. After months of denial, Brad finally came clean on New Year's Eve, acknowledging the affair but claiming it had only occurred once, as if that somehow made it okay. So it's not a one-time thing? In order to improve their marriage, the pair began attending couples therapy, where Brad acknowledged lying to Nancy about his long-term affair with Heather. Following the revelation of that fact, they made the decision to divorce and sell the house. In retaliation, Brad canceled Nancy's credit cards and ensured she was unable to follow forward with her plans to return to Canada with the children. Brad refused to relinquish custody of the girls or allow them to move there. Nancy, her two small children, and no one else were left alone in a foreign country. Let's return to the disappearance of Nancy. Nancy's friends and officials accused Brad Cooper of being involved in her disappearance as soon as they heard about the couple's troubled marriage. When Nancy's parents, Harry and Donna Renz, learned that their daughter was missing, they became even more concerned and promptly organized a trip to Cary to assist in the hunt for her. When Nancy failed to appear, when police arrived at the Coopers' house in the late evening, Brad was asked about his wife. He informed them that she got up earlier than normal on Saturday morning and went for a run with a friend. Brad added that Nancy never brought her keys or cell phone with her. He added that she didn't drive to her running partner's coffee shop as she usually did. It seems that this seasoned runner, who had been preparing for a half marathon, altered her course that day and skipped one of her typical runs. When the police heard Brad's account, they were obviously taken aback, because Brad was the only one who had seen Nancy that day. Brad said that she left the house at 7 a.m., but the police needed concrete evidence to support this claim. Other than her husband, who witnessed her leaving, getting into a car, or even just strolling down the street that Saturday morning, where were the other witnesses? None existed. Nancy had been at a friend's house across the street on Friday night, and no one had seen her since. Later that day, Brad said she was going to meet up with a friend, who was actually her regular running companion. In order to locate the missing runner, a search party was created. Was it possible for her to flee her unhappy marriage? Her friends would have said not without her children. Nancy Cooper's body was discovered approximately 3 miles from her home, outside her usual running path, following many days of frantic searching. She was found face down in a drainage ditch by a man who was out walking his dog. In a stormwater drain, he discovered her body. She had a single diamond earring in one ear and was simply sporting a sports bra. Her hyoid bone was shattered, and the medical examiner concluded that strangling was the cause of death. Her body showed no further wounds or evidence of sexual abuse. However, the police had to identify the motive behind every murder. Brad was the most obvious suspect and was quickly blamed by many once Nancy's body was discovered. Investigators determined that Carrie's death was a homicide shortly after she passed away. As part of their investigation, police searched the couple's house and took many items. Although Nancy Cooper's friends told the authorities that she always brought her phone and keys with her, they reported that they were discovered inside the residence. Brad Cooper had some minor red marks and scratches on the back of his neck when he was interviewed by police the day his wife vanished. Although this was mentioned in the police report, no formal justification was provided. After Nancy departed the Friday night party at a neighbor's house, which she went alone, it also became evident that no one had seen her save Brad Cooper. Around 10:30 p.m. that same evening, a friend did talk to her on the phone, but no one else had seen her. Following that, investigators continued to look for proof of Nancy Cooper's killing and moved swiftly to identify their top suspect, which they soon discovered. The investigators were interested in the couple's relationship, but more significantly, Brad was the last person to see Nancy alive. The husband is typically the first person ruled out in homicide investigations before additional candidates are considered. Police used the evidence to get overnight warrants to search Brad Cooper, the Coopers' home, and both of their vehicles. The police were obviously eager to treat the automobiles in the family home as possible crime sites. They looked for additional evidence in the house or one of the cars and used luminol to examine for bloodstains. Brad's hair, fingerprints, and DNA were also gathered so they could compare them to whatever evidence they might uncover at the crime scene or the body's whereabouts. Additionally, they intended to examine Brad's hands and torso for any cuts, scratches, or other markings and take pictures of them. Any physical evidence linked to the crime would first need to be explained in terms of typical family life because the Coopers were married, shared a home, and frequently drove a car together. And strange information did surface. Investigators discovered that Brad had spent the morning vacuuming, mopping the floors, and doing laundry on the day Nancy vanished. The police thought it odd that he was thoroughly cleaning the house the morning his wife vanished, even though he acknowledged that he had purchased bleach and other cleaning goods the day before. Naturally, we don't know if Brad Cooper had any evil intentions when he purchased the bleach. The Cooper residence did yield a number of boxes and bags of possible evidence, all of which had to be examined to see whether they were related to Nancy's passing. According to the police's written evidence, what we learned from interviews with people who knew Brad and Nancy during their marriage doesn't match up with the information Brad Cooper provided about the extensive cleaning of the residence. Additionally, according to the authorities, Brad had cleaned his wife's car's trunk but not the inside. Although Brad claimed to have spilled gasoline in the trunk, neither the gas nor the cleaning fluid smell was detected by the police. The couple, who were both Canadian citizens, were divorcing at the time of Nancy Cooper's murder, according to the prosecution, and Nancy had intended to return to Canada with their children. In order to stop Nancy from leaving, Brad changed his mind in April 2008, confiscated the children's passports, and deleted Nancy's name from their credit cards and bank accounts. Brad's computer was examined for documents that would include instructions on how to murder someone or dispose of a body as part of the investigation. During cross-examination, Detective Adam Dismuck stated that when Nancy came home from the neighbor's party, several parts of the couple's house, such as the front hallway, suggested a potential battle. In an attempt to convince Detective Dismuck that Brad was innocent, Brad's attorney, Howard Kurtz, questioned him as they went over dozens of pictures taken at the Cooper residence when the matter was still being handled as a missing persons inquiry. The detective thought a struggle might have occurred in the foyer because of the missing bamboo sticks in a vase and decorative ducks that had been on the credenza in one of the pictures, which revealed that some items had been moved or altered between the afternoon of July 11, 2008, when Nancy was home, and the following day. However, Howard Kurtz maintained that a light and other objects in the hallway were unaffected. He emphasized that the cops never looked for the lost items and that the floor had no scuff marks. Kurt added that other items in the house, such as a computer in the home office and a glass coffee table and lamp in the living area, had also not been harmed. According to Dismuck, Brad Cooper stated in a subsequent interview that he believed the detectives had already identified him as a suspect when they searched their house. On the drive home, Brad Cooper strangled his wife in their car and left her body a few miles away, according to police testimony. Detective Adam Dismuck stated, "I think Mr. Cooper killed Nancy Cooper when she came home early on the morning of July 12. More than 3 months after his wife, Nancy Cooper, was discovered dead 3 miles from their Cary home, Brad Cooper, 37, was taken into custody in October 2008 after sufficient evidence was gathered. But it wasn't until March 2011, more than 2 years later, that his trial began. The jury heard arguments from the prosecution and defense during the 36-day trial. Brad was given a life term in jail after the jury judged him guilty of first-degree murder, despite his insistence that he was innocent. According to the evidence used in court, Brad had been having an affair, and was acting more and more violently and controllingly toward his wife. According to the prosecution, he killed Nancy in order to get rid of her and carry on with his affair. After a while, Brad disconnected Nancy from their joint bank accounts, and she had expressed her desire to move back to Canada with their 2 children. Andy Gilbert, the jury foreman, claims that the jurors entered the trial with an open mind. Until he was proven guilty, Brad Cooper was innocent. 2 FBI agents specifically testified that Brad's laptop had internet searches on it, including maps of the area where Nancy's body was discovered. According to Andy Gilbert, the case's conclusion was impacted by the evidence that Special Agents Chris Chappell and Gregory Johnson provided. It gave much of the other circumstantial evidence greater weight and legitimacy. Brad first consented to the divorce and the division of their assets, but he later had second thoughts after learning how costly it would be. The defense attorneys contended that the prosecutors had bribed the couple to keep the couple from going bankrupt because they were having financial difficulties. They also said he had reconsidered his decision to go to Canada after realizing he wouldn't be able to spend as much time with his children as he would have liked. Brad entered a not guilty plea in 2011, but when the jury considered the evidence, he was found guilty. On May 5, the jury, which consisted of 2 males and 10 women, took almost 10 hours over 3 days to render a decision. After Wake County's longest non-death penalty murder trial, he was given a life sentence without the possibility of parole. Over the course of 36 days, nearly 100 witnesses gave testimony as prosecutors attempted to establish that Brad Cooper, who was fed up with his wife, planned and executed her murder in the early hours of July 12, 2008. Nancy's parents petitioned the court after the verdict. They claimed that Brad had verbally attacked Nancy, yelled at her, and had been engaging in an affair. Additionally, they asserted that Brad was dangerous to the children and emotionally disturbed. Brad had made several attempts at suicide as a youngster and more recently the previous winter, according to court filings. He filed an appeal in 2013 to have his conviction reversed, and a retrial was considered. He entered a guilty plea to second-degree murder while awaiting trial and was sentenced to 12 to 15 years in prison, including time already served. Brad, meanwhile, persisted in battling Nancy's family for custody of their 2 daughters. Nevertheless, his guilty plea resulted in the forfeiture of his rights, so granting custody to Nancy's twin sister. Since the jury was never given access to the evidence indicating Brad's laptop had been tampered with, defense attorneys think they have a good chance of appealing the conviction. Additionally, they said that the police only looked into their assumption that Brad was the murderer of Nancy, ignoring evidence that would have pointed to the real murderer or murderers. Theory: who is Brad Cooper then? A ruthless despot or a victim of the circumstances? Although Brad Cooper's youthful suicide attempt and winter 2008 threat are well known, suicidal thoughts and behaviors frequently indicate manipulative motivations, a means of proving something to someone when disagreements and the will to fight are gone. Throughout the trial, Bradley insisted he was innocent, but in 2015 he admitted to killing Nancy, saying he strangled her during a fight and disposed of her body in a drainage ditch. In Wake County Superior Court, Brad Cooper, then 40, entered a guilty plea to the murder of his wife, Nancy. He was first found guilty of first-degree murder in 2008, but the North Carolina Court of Appeals reversed that decision in 2011. Cooper was subsequently given credit for the 5 years he had already spent when Judge Paul Gessner sentenced him to 12 years in jail. After successfully appealing the first-degree murder conviction in 2011, Brad Cooper pled guilty to second-degree murder and stayed in the Wake County Justice Center under an agreement that reduced his life term without parole. He was given a minimum 12-year sentence instead. Only a few years after disposing of his wife's body in a drainage ditch while only wearing a bra and reported her missing following a run, did the unfaithful husband admit to killing her. When the judge questioned Brad about whether he had murdered Nancy, the mother of their 2 children, and concealed her body at a building site in Cary, North Carolina in 2008, Brad replied in the affirmative. He has never before confessed to the crime in court. As part of the agreement, Brad, who is now in his 50s, had affairs with other women including a neighbor, while his wife attempted to dissolve the marriage and return to Canada, according to the prosecution. Cooper also relinquished his parental rights to their children, Bella, now 10, and Katie, now 8, so that Nancy's twin sister Crystal Lister may adopt them. When we started this process many years ago, I said I wanted the person responsible for this crime to come forward, admit guilt, and acknowledge their actions. Harry Renz, Nancy's father, said following the hearing. That has finally occurred. Nancy was a 34-year-old mother of 2 little kids and an athlete. She had begged her husband to move out and allow her to leave their home because she was in a bad marriage, but he refused and handled the situation his own way. On November 23, 2020, Bradley Graham Cooper was released from the Mountain View Correctional Institution in Spruce Pine, North Carolina, following the completion of his 12-year term. U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement detained him as soon as he was released in order to start the deportation process back to Canada. According to reports, he currently resides in Canada but is not authorized to speak with either of his daughters. It appears that he would rather remain anonymous and out of the spotlight these days. Individuals in Brad Cooper's shoes must discover how to satisfy their wants in interpersonal connections. To be honest, kids need to learn how to listen, communicate, and compromise, as well as how to create relationships where they feel heard and understood. Although it's more difficult than using manipulation to acquire what you want, it's much more fruitful and presents a genuine opportunity for intimacy, self-awareness, and release from the crippling burden of loneliness. I strongly advise anyone in a challenging relationship at the moment to take the appropriate precautions to protect themselves, as Nancy's murder is an example of domestic abuse at its worst. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Have you ever pondered how a typical day could become a complete nightmare in a matter of minutes? Consider this. On this verdant tropical island, the sun is softly warming your skin, while the murmur of the waves assures you of tranquility. However, what if there is a darkness lurking around every peaceful corner, simply waiting for the ideal opportunity to emerge? A young German tourist named Miriam Bielt went on a walk to a temple on the island of Koh Si Chang on April 7, 2019. She hadn't returned by the evening, even though it was supposed to be just another quiet day of her vacation. She was seen smiling and unconcerned as she walked up the trail on security cameras. However, nobody could have predicted that that smile would vanish forever in a few hours. Koh Si Chang is renowned for its calm, relaxed atmosphere and is rarely disturbed. White sand beaches, deep green jungles that hold mysteries that date back millennia, turquoise oceans, and slow-moving natural beauty are all abundant on this island. Miriam Bielt, a young German woman who chose to combine a business trip with a long overdue holiday, arrived at this remote paradise in the spring of 2019. But her adventure would quickly devolve into a complex and unsettling mystery that still has a lot of unsolved questions. Initially, nothing appeared abnormal. Miriam was successful and driven. Her career as a design engineer with a big corporation had actually been advancing quickly since she graduated from the University of Hanover. Even though she was accustomed to lengthy workdays and frequent travel, this one felt unusual. Miriam finally got to witness the white dunes and pristine waters she had heard so much about when she decided to spend a few days on the remote island of Koh Si Chang after finishing her business commitments. However, when Miriam failed to appear for breakfast on the morning she was scheduled to depart, everything changed. Hotel employees were worried and attempted to call her, but her phone was inaccessible. It took hours before local officials were notified of her absence, but nobody had yet recognized how serious the situation was. Official documents indicate that Miriam had traveled to Thailand for business purposes, and her encounters with suppliers had gone well. According to her co-workers, she frequently enjoyed combining professional travel with some downtime, even if it meant traveling alone. She might have stayed on the island while the rest of her team went home because of her curiosity. Miriam enjoyed exploring the locations she went to. However, her acquaintances claimed that she had never planned on making impulsive relationships or going on dangerous trips. Nevertheless, other residents recalled that Miriam had demonstrated a strong interest in the island's less visited areas. She inquired about secluded coves and secret beaches, where one may feel completely cut off from the outside world, according to tour guides. To many who knew her, Her interests seemed a bit out of the ordinary. Usually she liked to stick to a set strategy, making sure that every little aspect was well considered. Miriam had a well-planned itinerary and was no stranger to travel. She organized a day excursion to Pattaya after concluding her work in Bangkok, and then she traveled to Koh Si Chang. Similar quick trips are taken by many tourists to take in the sights and beaches. It was different for Miriam, though. She looked for locations where she could be alone herself, with nature and her thoughts, locations that weren't listed in the typical travel guides. She started her journey by traveling to the island via ferry in the morning. In keeping with her meticulous disposition, Miriam immediately leased a motorcycle and embarked on a pre-arranged journey. One of her planned destinations was an old stone temple on a hill that only the most tenacious and resilient tourists could access. Locals regarded this shrine as a remote location for introspection, tucked away behind thick vegetation. Quietly, the day began. She saw the traditional indicators of a peaceful island morning as she drew closer to the temple. A vendor was setting up fresh bouquets of calendula and jasmine at a little flower booth nearby, and she had left her rented motorcycle parked at the foot of the slope. After greeting him and purchasing a few flowers, Miriam ascended the stone stairway. She was seen on surveillance cameras carrying a little rucksack and a bottle of water as she boldly ascended the stairs. She had a slight smile on her face, as though she was looking forward to something lovely and significant. However, time went by and she never came back. Her motorcycle remained parked next to the now closed flower stall in the evening, a silent reminder of her disappearance. The fact that no one had witnessed her return down the stairs immediately alarmed the townspeople. The first person to realize something was wrong was the flower salesman, Miriam's motorcycle. She hadn't been seen all day and was still there, unaltered. He told the police about it the following day, and what had begun as a straightforward case of a missing individual quickly turned into something far more sinister. Investigators soon discovered that Miriam would never have remained on the island for very long when they started tracking her path. She had only one day in mind: lunch, a quick excursion, a few pictures, and then a trip back to the mainland. Miriam was well organized, cautious, and always did everything according to her own rules. She kept her valuables close to hand, stayed away from strangers, and checked in with her family on a regular basis. For her loved ones, the first warning sign was when she stopped sending messages. She stopped answering by noon on April 7, and by nighttime it appeared like she had just disappeared. Miriam was traveling to a temple on a mountaintop, which isn't your average tourist attraction. Even locals seldom go there, and no official trips do. The trail is lengthy and challenging, and it is encircled by dense jungle. The climb is made more difficult by the moss-covered wet stone steps. Security footage shows that no one else was around when she was hiking alone. The police repeatedly watched the camera footage in the hopes of finding some clue, but all they saw was Miriam climbing toward the temple with a steady gait, a composed countenance, and a faint smile. This little movie, the final recorded account of her existence on the island, seemed to freeze time. Police discovered a new lead as they started questioning residents. She had been spotted with an unknown male at a cafe by the dock a few days before. Although it was impossible to identify him, he appeared to know her well enough to sit with her over coffee. No one else said they saw them together, but they might have met at her hotel or on the ferry. Following that interaction, a number of unanswered issues were raised by Miriam's disappearance. What transpired on her way to the temple? Who was the stranger she was spotted speaking to? And why did she never descend again? Koh Si Chang Island woke up to a terrifying discovery on the morning of April 8, 2019. A Thai visitor was on the verge of a nightmare while hiking to the temple in the early morning in the hopes of taking in the refreshing air and peaceful surroundings. He was enjoying the silence of the jungle as he ascended the steep, stone-covered trail when he observed something strange, close to the edge of a tiny ravine, just off the path through the dense vegetation. A whitish form attracted his attention, a sight remarkably out of place amid the deep green. It became evident to him as he approached that he had discovered a young woman's body, as though someone had attempted to hide her. She was stuck between two enormous rocks that were covered in leaves and branches. There were visible bloodstains close by, and the woman's body showed evidence of physical violence. The tourist was so shocked by what he had discovered that he alerted the local emergency services right away. Concerns swiftly spread like wildfire throughout the island, as police on Kosi Chang attempted to comprehend the situation, and within an hour cops were navigating the convoluted route to the location. Back in Germany, Miriam Bielta's loved ones were becoming increasingly anxious. She was known to be responsible and cautious, therefore it was very unusual for her to stop answering on the evening of April 7. Miriam was always in contact, particularly when she was traveling alone abroad. When they realized they hadn't heard from her the following morning, her parents, who were accustomed to her frequent calls and texts, started to worry. They reported a missing person to the local government. Investigators on the island were beginning to piece together the specifics of this concerning case in the meanwhile. Miriam Bielti, a 20-year-old German tourist, was identified as the body discovered in the ravine. Hotel staff stated that she was expected to return from the island on the evening of April 7. However, her rented motorcycle was still parked at the foot of the hill, where she had left it before heading to the temple. Authorities first thought that Miriam might have had a terrible accident, slipped, or lost her balance on the slippery path, but they soon ruled that notion out. Her injuries were too many and too terrible to be attributed to a mere fall. She had obvious cuts and bruises on her head and face, and evidence of violence and malice indicated that her death had been violent and deliberate. Furthermore, there was evidence that she had been abused prior to her death, which further clouded the case. Reviewing surveillance footage from cameras placed along the trail in the parking lot at the foot of the hill marked the start of the inquiry. Miriam was seen on camera carrying a tiny rucksack and a bottle of water as she ascended the stairs. She seemed peaceful, but she walked with purpose. Investigators were still troubled by important details. Moments after she vanished around a corner, another person was captured on camera. A man in black clothes was pursuing her from a distance. When he finally came back, his clothing were wet and filthy, with obvious light-colored stains. The day's events were further investigated. The vendor at the flower stall at the trail's base recalled seeing this individual. He had seen him pull up on a motorcycle, buy a bunch of marigolds, and then follow Miriam up the route. Aside from the strange conduct of the man on his way back, it appeared to be harmless enough. According to the merchant, he appeared anxious, constantly looking around, and dismissed the question of whether everything was all right by saying he had simply slipped. His manner struck the merchant as odd, so he made the decision to write down the motorcycle's license plate as a precaution. This enigmatic man swiftly rose to the position of top suspect once the police found Miriam's body and the first hints appeared. The authorities were able to identify the bike thanks to the recorded license plate, the vendor's description, and surveillance footage. Ranakorn was the registered owner. Ramruan, a 24-year-old local, lived alone in an old house on the island's fringes and worked as a beach cleaner, cleaning the waters along the coast. Officers went to his house right away, but he was not there. They started looking in the hopes of discovering something that would reveal his possible relationship to Miriam. Underlying conflicts that had not been identified before then started to surface. Though few knew of his darker impulses, Ranakorn was regarded by the villagers as a reclusive and perhaps eccentric man. His neighbors characterized him as reserved yet inhospitable. He rarely confided in anyone and kept to himself. However, those who knew him well had noticed hints of odd, nervous conduct and unpredictable anger. Some even said that they had seen him pacing the island as if he was looking for something or was waiting for someone. What motivated him to follow Miriam that day? And who was this man who seemed to have materialized out of thin air to ruin a young traveler's vision of a tropical paradise? When Ranakorn Run woke up in his tiny house on the edge of Kosi Chang early on April 7, 2019, the island was still shrouded in quiet. There had been little respite from the night. His mind was still whirling from visions and lingering thoughts that had been enhanced by a haze of illegal drugs. Empty bottles littered the table, and the smell of cheap alcohol filled his home. Ranakorn was aware that he needed a way out of this state, something to divert his attention, even for a brief period of time, in order to prevent him from going any deeper. He made it a habit to have a few beers and several shots of heavier alcohol, which helped him temporarily block out his thoughts, if only for a few hours. However, his typical procedure wasn't sufficient that day. He immediately entered an altered state after taking another dose of a different substance, since he was desiring something more. Once the effects of the controlled substances took effect, his mind started racing, incoherent, and a feeling of eagerness and restlessness swirled inside him. In need of a release, he made the decision to ride his motorcycle any place in order to get away from his inner turmoil. Following the road, he finally arrived at the hill's base, where a trail led to a temple on the island. He had first seen her there, a young European tourist, well-dressed, walking up the stone steps with a light, carefree gait and a laid-back look, totally oblivious to the eyes on her. Ronicorn was roused from his daze by the sight of this elegant, carefree young lady. He was unable to turn away and, giving in to his hazy emotions, chose to follow her. Ronicorn entered a neighboring stall at that time and bought a bouquet of marigolds in the hopes that this would make him seem pleasant and enable him to speak to the young lady. The man's peculiar behavior caught the vendor's attention. His eyes were vacant, yet they were filled with an odd intensity. The vendor became uncomfortable, but Ronicorn left quickly. Miriam vanished around the turn, and he soon started up the trail. Miriam, meantime, climbed slowly toward the shrine, oblivious to the shadow that followed her. She was taking in the scenery from the route and the refreshing morning air. She saw it as just another day of her eagerly anticipated vacation, a short reprieve following many days of toil. Even though she was an experienced traveler and understood how to protect herself, she was unable to predict what would happen next. Ronicorn's capture was caught on surveillance footage. Up until the bouquet was in her hand, he initially made an effort to talk to her, acting friendly. Miriam was courteous yet wary. To her, the act of presenting flowers appeared more perplexing than hospitable. He kept after her after she thanked him and went on her way. The following events were not captured on camera, but they were later revealed by witness accounts and Ronicorn's own admission when under the influence of alcohol and other drugs. He was unable to control his urges. He offered frankly that Miriam join him at a remote location nearby, but she responded right away. She declined, and with a hint of panic in her voice, she tried to get away, accelerating, but Ronicorn insisted on keeping up with her swift steps, eventually bursting into a run. Then he felt a wave of rage welling up inside him, a rage not only at her but at himself, and a life that, in his eyes, had long since been meaningless. He was irrational in this changed mood. He raced up to her, took hold of her arm, and yanked her roughly in his direction. They were in a remote location, so no one was present to hear Miriam's screams or attempts to escape. He pulled her off the trail and into the dense undergrowth. Despite a fierce battle, she ultimately lost the battle. What started off as a conflict on the trail came to an end when her shouts faded into silence in the tree's shadows. The cops knew right away that this was no random assault when they got on the site, hours after her body was found. It was obvious that there had been a struggle from the start, as evidenced by the marks on Miriam's body and the disturbed dirt. Following the encounter, Ronicorn most likely went back the same route that the flower stall proprietor had spotted him walking by. Once more, his clothing was soiled and appeared wet, and when asked whether he was all right, Ronicorn trembled and said he had just slid. The vendor's suspicions were only raised by this odd response, and the motorcycle license plate he had taken note of turned out to be crucial to the case's resolution. Ronicorn went home that night. Even though he washed his clothes fast, the stains remained. As if nothing had happened, he turned on the TV while lying on his couch. Maybe he believed he could move past it all by behaving normally. However, that was untrue. He didn't try to hide when the police arrived at his home. He seemed to realize that this was it and was just waiting to be discovered. He made an effort to be composed during his arrest, but it quickly became apparent that this composedness was only a front for anxiety and perplexity. The cops were not surprised by his final confession during questioning, but it did expose a degree of startling cruelty that nobody had anticipated discovering during the interview on this tranquil island. Ronicorn lost it. He initially tried to deceive investigators, but his story unraveled, and he finally began to describe the events in great detail. Even the most experienced investigators were taken aback by his admissions. The events described played out like a bad dream, with a tropical paradise in the backdrop. However, a straightforward confession was not the end of the case. Every detail of what happened was necessary for the authorities. To learn exactly how the events transpired, they made the decision to perform a reenactment. They brought Ronicorn back to the scene. With his head shielded by a bag to keep the public at bay, he walked through his movements step by step, going back and demonstrating each motion. The officers intently watched every movement he made, looking for any information he might have left out of his confession. Ronicorn successfully reenacted his unsettling part, turning the recreation into a gruesome scene. By the end of it, investigators had a comprehensive picture of what had happened on that fateful day. Ranakorn Ruins trial was seen as a litmus test for the Thai legal system as a whole. Both the local community and others beyond were shocked by the crime committed against young tourist Miriam Bielte. Authorities had to show that justice would be served, and concerns about foreign visitors' safety on islands like Koh Si Chang grew increasingly urgent as the public watched every day of the trial and closely monitored recordings of the flower vendor's testimony. The court procedures attracted the attention of both domestic and foreign media, and Acorn's confession was unquestionably proof of his guilt. These pieces clearly depicted what had transpired, including how he followed Miriam, tried to talk to her, and then followed her along the trail until she reached a remote location where a horrible act was perpetrated by him. All the questions seemed to be answered by Ranakorn's confession. However, the hostile mood persisted in the courtroom. Even the most seasoned court reporters were clearly troubled by the circumstances of the crime and the cruelty and indifference with which he acted. But the true drama took place outside of the courtroom. Ranakorn's mother was the only one who made an effort to comprehend or at least explain his behavior. Everyone was caught off guard when she appeared in court, and her impassioned speech caused a range of reactions from those in attendance. Instead of defending her son, she apologized to Miriam's family and the community and attempted to understand how something like this could have occurred. She revealed that she had not been aware of her son's difficulties with controlled substances and that they had been separated for years. Though by no means an excuse, her statement seemed to be an attempt to find some justification for his behavior. She ultimately begged the court to punish him to the fullest extent possible, admitting that her son had lost control of his life and was a threat to others as well as to himself. Ranakorn made the admission without regret. He made no effort to provide an explanation for his actions or to apologize to the victim's family. As though narrating someone else's story, he merely described the events with a chilly, distant tone. 3 months after the disaster, a verdict was rendered, and authorities acted quickly to prevent the trial from going too long. Ranakorn Ramruan received a death sentence. His lawyer's attempts to obtain leniency were unsuccessful. There was no place for clemency, given the seriousness of the crime, the graphic details, and the public outrage. His mother's speech was one of the most emotionally charged parts of the trial. Everyone in the room was profoundly affected by her sobs, desperation, and understanding that she had lost her son, both physically and morally. She acknowledged that she was afraid he might carry out such a horrible deed as her parting farewell if he were ever freed. Perhaps the most devastating moment of the trial was witnessing her kid being taken into prison. The hardest shock of all following the verdict was realizing that he had lost his humanity forever. Koh Si Chang had a hard time getting over the shock. It was once renowned for its quiet, peace, and scenic beauty, but it was now enmeshed in a horrifying tale that shook the whole nation. The residents, who took great pride in their hospitality and culture, were severely affected by this catastrophe. It damaged the island's reputation as a whole, and they thought that this would be a one-off event rather than a reflection of their cherished homeland. The victim's family received support from the entire community. People came to the location where Miriam was discovered, bowed their heads in silent respect and grief, and left flowers and candles. In addition to expressing their sympathies, their gesture demonstrated their resolve to oppose cruelty and make sure that such atrocities would never occur again. However, the incident revealed more serious problems. This article highlighted issues that many people would rather not talk about: visitor safety and the negative aspects of island life, where easy access to illegal drugs and a feeling of impunity might result in such consequences. Recognizing this, authorities acted swiftly to resolve the matter and reassure inhabitants and visitors that the islands were safe, but not everyone was persuaded. Police issued a statement after the trial, reaffirming that Koh Si Chang would continue to be a safe and friendly place to visit and that such incidents would not occur again. But could anyone really forget that this site had once been the scene of something so horrible? One of the most significant and memorable events to have happened on our island will always be the tale of Miriam Bielte. Although Hanover University created a fund for aspiring engineers in her honor, guaranteeing that her name and enthusiasm for education would go on in spite of the tragedy, Miriam's loved ones will always feel the anguish of her passing, and those who knew and cared for her will never be able to forget her. So, here's something to think about. What or who can ensure that a catastrophe like this won't occur again? Even paradise can conceal its evil side. So, how can we be sure that our next trip won't become a nightmare? The next time you arrange a trip to a far-off destination, keep this in mind, because occasionally there are things that are best kept unseen behind the curtain of beauty. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Mary Agnes Maroney vanished out of thin air from the bustling metropolis of Chicago on May 15, 1932. For nearly a century, the world was captivated by this enigmatic incident. Despite false trails and multiple DNA tests, the location of the young child remained unknown for 93 long years. In 2023, however, the disparate parts of the puzzle began to come together after more than 90 years. After all those years, what might have happened to Mary Agnes? After all these years, how did the eagerly anticipated breakthrough finally come to pass? We'll examine Mary Agnes Maroney's oldest unsolved case today. This is the oldest cold case in Chicago's history, and it's also extremely complex and scary. This case brings to mind Lisa Jackson's oldest unsolved case that we have already discussed. Let's get started on the case right now. Chicago, sometimes known as the Windy City, is the location of today's case. Located on the southwest side of Lake Michigan, it is the biggest city in the U.S. state of Illinois. Chicago is well known for its striking skyline, recognizable buildings, and lively culture. While Wicker Park and Pilsen are teeming with artistic expression, the Magnificent Mile is home of premium shopping. Let's go back to the beginning, when Catherine Maroney fell in love with Michael Maroney, a 21-year-old guy at the age of 13. With the hope of a better life in America, Michael had traveled all the way from Ireland. Catherine and Michael chose to get married in 1923 because their hearts were united despite their different ages. Living on the second floor above a busy grocery shop at 5200 Wentworth Avenue in Chicago, Illinois, they established a comfortable little life. Michael was renowned for his diligence and will to improve his family's quality of life. On May 9, 1928, Catherine celebrated her 17th birthday and gave birth to a stunning baby girl with fascinating bright blue eyes, whom she called Mary Agnes Maroney. Another bundle of happiness arrived the following year in 1929 and was given the name Anastasia Maroney. Catherine became pregnant again in 1930, just a year later, and was looking forward to the arrival of her third child. The Maroney family, who have Irish ancestry, had a difficult time during that time due to financial difficulties. This occurred during the Great Economic Depression, which started in the U.S. and had tremendous impact on the entire world. The Maroney family, like many other families and businesses, experienced financial troubles. The father, Michael, was unable to support his family of four after losing his job and earning only $15.00 a week from hand billing. Michael put an ad in the Chicago Daily Tribune in a last-ditch effort to acquire assistance and a better job. In order to help his family through those difficult times, he hoped that someone would offer him a job or other support. Newspapers at the time had specific sections where families and individuals could seek help from organizations, philanthropic groups, or kind-hearted persons. In the hopes of receiving a response, the Maroney family put their need for assistance in the press. Regretfully, 3 arduous weeks went by with no assistance yet. However, a good-hearted man called Edgar Gilpin, a male nurse and philanthropist, saw their ad and replied on Wednesday, May 13, 1930, shortly after young Mary Agnes's second birthday. He was prepared to lend the poor Maroney family his support. Giving Michael a suit and shoes to help him get a better job was his way of offering him some assistance. The Maroney family was ecstatic and appreciative of this modest but significant help. Their address was made public to other needy families after they accepted the offer through the organization. Unfortunately, a mystery woman ended up with the Maroney family's address, which had some unanticipated repercussions. On May 14, 1930, Catherine was at home with her children, Anastasia and Mary Agnes, washing the floor and preparing to clean the house. A tap on the door abruptly prompted her to open it. The sight of a young, well-dressed woman with gorgeous blonde hair caught her off guard. The woman's cap was decorated with gray lace, and she wore an elegant gray suit with blue trims. The woman's exquisite pearly necklace and jewelry caught Catherine's attention. Catherine had never seen this woman before. The woman informed her that Mrs. Henderson, a social worker, had sent her to assist the family with their predicament. Although Catherine had never heard of Mrs. Henderson before, she reasoned that perhaps they were reacting to their request for assistance that they had put in the newspaper. The woman was there to provide help, and Catherine sincerely thought so, so she let her inside to talk. Fresh vegetables for the Maroney family, which she had purchased at the grocery store across the street from Maroney's home, were among the many groceries the woman delivered. She commended Catherine for her ambition and her cleaning prowess. They talked for a while, after Catherine offered her to sit. The woman listened intently to Catherine's story of family troubles and appeared amiable and willing to assist. Knowing that someone was at last available to assist her family brought Catherine peace and relief. The woman was sweet and compassionate, and she spoke with kindness. She appeared intelligent and educated. The woman's face instantly lit up with delight when she saw young Mary Agnes playing on the floor while they were conversing. Even though Catherine's two children, Mary Agnes and Anastasia, were at home, the woman's attention was fixed entirely on Mary Agnes, demonstrating her admiration for the charming and endearing youngster. During their conversation, the woman revealed that she had tragically lost her own daughter the previous year. Catherine felt sorry for her, but then the discussion took an odd turn. It was a strange request from the woman. She requested permission to bring young Mary Agnes to California for a brief visit. Mary Agnes will return, looking quite different, as chubby as a little butterball, she promised Catherine. Since California was a long way away and the woman was someone she didn't know at all, Catherine was uncertain. Thus, Catherine made the decision to forbid her young daughter from going with this stranger. The woman then promised to return the next day and offered Catherine a $2.00 note. Despite her confusion, Catherine was persuaded by the woman's demeanor and finally permitted Mary Agnes to accompany her. Catherine asked the woman for her name before she departed, and after a brief silence she said, "My name is Julia Otis." Catherine enthusiastically told Michael about Julia Otis's visit when he got home from work. Michael soon discovered, though, that Mary Agnes was not home. Catherine informed him that she had permitted Mary Agnes to travel to California with Julia Otis when he inquired about the whereabouts of their young daughter. Although Michael started to worry about their daughter, they made the decision to hold off and hope that Mary Agnes would return the following day. The Maroney family enjoyed a satisfying dinner that evening, something they hadn't done in a long time. When Julia Otis brought Mary Agnes back the following day, on May 15, 1930, Mary Agnes immediately ran into her mother's arms and gave her a hard hug. Julia brought some great news for the Maroney family along with extra food. In addition to carrying a bag full of clothing for the impending baby, she disclosed that she had been able to get Michael a better job. It made Catherine very happy. They seemed to be getting the assistance they required at last. Because of Julia's generosity and seeming genuine concern for their family's welfare, Catherine began to trust her more. Julia then asked for something else. Since the small girl's clothes and shoes looked worn out, she asked Catherine if she might take Mary Agnes shopping nearby. Appreciating all of Julia's help, Catherine accepted the suggestion, considering it a considerate act, but Mary Agnes didn't seem to want to accompany Julia. Unwilling to leave her mother's side, she began to cry and clung to her. Nevertheless, Catherine trusted that things would work out and gave her daughter to Julia. The shop was only a short distance away, so they headed there. Catherine thought they would return shortly. Sadly, neither Julia nor Mary Agnes were ever seen again after they departed. Catherine grew more worried about why they were taking so long as the hours passed. It shouldn't have taken so long, but initially she suspected that Julia might have taken Mary Agnes out to lunch. As time went on, Catherine started to sense that something wasn't quite right. She began to regret allowing Julia to go with her 2-year-old daughter. When Michael got home from work later, Catherine told him everything that had happened. They looked everywhere for Julia and Mary Agnes, but they were nowhere to be found. They decided to call the Chicago Police Department and report their daughter missing because they felt powerless. Catherine was only able to give a few specifics about Julia, but the police demanded a thorough description. She said the woman weighed around 125 pounds, was about 5 feet 2 inches tall, and looked to be in her 20s. The woman's noticeable teeth were the most distinguishing characteristic Catherine could recall. Around 8:30 p.m. on May 16, 1930, the Maroney family got a letter the following day. This letter contained a notation indicating that it was sent out at 4:30 p.m. and was written on a unique paper. A $5.00 bill was enclosed in the package, which was dispatched via a special delivery service. The letter said, "Please don't be alarmed. I've taken your little girl to California with me. I have hired a special nurse to care for her. We'll be back in 2 months. By that time, you will be on your feet again and will be able to care for her." She didn't even cry. "She is outfitted like a princess. In the meantime, I'll do everything in my power to get you on your feet, and don't worry about anything else. When you receive this letter, we'll be headed to California." Catherine quickly described the letter to the police, fervently hoping they would be able to find Mary Agnes. In search of Mary Agnes boarding a train with the lady Catherine had described, the police searched every area of Chicago's train stations. However, they seemed to have vanished like a cloud of smoke. A small girl with blonde hair, who may have been Mary Agnes, was discovered by the authorities on a train headed toward Kansas with a woman and a nurse. However, it appeared as though all three had vanished when the train arrived in Kansas. None of them could be located by the police. Witnesses shared their accounts of a woman who appeared to fit Julia Otis's description as more people became aware of the letter. An employee of Goblet's department store, which is situated on Ashland and Chicago Avenue, about 8 miles from the Maroney residence, came forward. She said a woman like Julia had used a brand new $50.00 cash to purchase a number of baby clothing. It's interesting to note that Julia had given Catherine these exact identical outfits for her impending baby. Another woman came forward and told the authorities that she had seen an odd thing happen at a downtown Chicago business on May 15, 1930. She caught sight of a mother with a small child who appeared nervous as she dictated a letter to an elderly woman. This was remarkable because she might have written the letter herself. The older woman's identification was discovered by the police. It's unknown if Julia had a relationship with the older woman or if she used her to write the letter, perhaps to hide her handwriting. Another letter, this one from Mrs. Alice Henderson, was sent to the Maroney family on May 19, 1930. She said she was Julia Otis's cousin. Julia had suffered a great deal of grief lately, according to Alice's letter. Both her husband and her child had died within the past year. Julia was emotionally straining and possibly on the edge of a breakdown, according to Alice, who also expressed how lonely she felt. To improve her mental health, her physician suggested a trip to California. Because Julia considered Mary Agnes as her lost kid, she had made the decision to bring her along. Alice believed that this would relieve Catherine of some of the childcare duties so that she could concentrate on the new baby. She promised that after Julia recovered, she would return Mary Agnes safely. Additionally, Alice stated that she would keep helping the Maroney family. In addition to providing the authorities with this letter, Catherine described an incident that occurred on the day Mary Agnes was abducted. An old man who claimed to be a social worker stopped by after Julia had departed. When Catherine mentioned calling the police and begged him to wait, he hurried off and disappeared, despite Catherine's suspicion that he could have information regarding Julia. Amid all the concerns regarding Mary Agnes, Catherine had forgotten about this perplexing encounter. This unexpected disclosure intrigued the detectives, who questioned why Catherine hadn't brought it up earlier. She stated that she had forgotten this strange meeting with the enigmatic man, since she was under so much stress. Something strange was also discovered by the police. On consecutive days, 2 distinct women sent 2 letters that appeared to be written by the same individual. The police were intrigued by this. They started to worry that the Maroneys might be concealing something more sinister. They believed that the family might be fabricating tales to hide a more sinister reality. They even entertained the idea that Mary Agnes's parents may have accidentally injured or even killed her. Catherine and Michael were arrested by the police on May 20, 1930, and questioned over the potential murder of Mary Agnes. But the pair never wavered from their account of their daughter's abduction. They were questioned for an hour before being permitted to return home. Mary Agnes was not found by the police, and as time passed and no fresh leads were found, the case's development slowed. But a year later, in 1931, in Rockford, Illinois, something important occurred, just when the town could have begun to forget about Mary Agnes. The case was seen from a new angle after this finding. In Rockford, Illinois, on Thursday, July 23, 1931, approximately 14 months after the kidnapping, a girl who resembled Mary Agnes was spotted. An elderly Native American woman called Martha Thompson was seen wheeling a cart. A 3-year-old white child was in the cart and they were both traveling west. For this reason, the police chose to question Martha. She clarified that she intended to become a member of a circus. The young child appeared content and plump, and she didn't appear to mind the attention. Like Mary Agnes, she had blue eyes, blonde hair, and a tan skin. According to Martha, the young girl was abandoned by her mother, Florence Fuller. The authorities refused to let Martha care for the girl until they were able to verify who she really was. To find out if the baby was their lost Mary Agnes, the authorities contacted the Maroney family. In the hopes that the young girl would become their cherished daughter, Michael and Catherine traveled 89 miles to Rockford to meet her. However, Catherine started to have her thoughts after seeing the young girl. Something didn't stack up when Chief looked closely at the girl's body and teeth. Something seemed lacking to her. Catherine gave it some thought and decided that this girl was not their daughter. The fact that Mary Agnes had a red mark on her arm, while the girl they met in Rockford did not, was one of the identifying characteristics. She was obviously not their daughter because of this disparity. Michael and Catherine were devastated by this news once more. The police searched extensively but were unable to locate Mary Agnes. Numerous newspapers carried articles about the case over the years in the hopes of finding fresh leads, but regrettably, as time passed with no fresh information, the investigation stalled and the case cooled. Mary Agnes had been missing for 22 years. Michael and Catherine had grown a large family during this period, with 5 boys named Michael Jr., Patrick, George Harold, and William. Additionally, they had 2 daughters, Catherine and Anastasia. To preserve Mary Agnes's name in the public eye, the media would periodically report on her, particularly when other kids vanished. Edna Wright, a writer for the Chicago Daily News, was working on a routine piece about missing persons in the city in 1952. She discovered the case file pertaining to Mary Agnes's disappearance while conducting her investigation. Edna chose to visit with the Maroney family to obtain a recent photo of their kids after reviewing the paperwork. She saw something significant as she glanced at the pictures. Every member of the family looked alike. She was drawn to this resemblance. In an attempt to locate a woman who looked like the Maroney children, Edna then forwarded copies of the family photos to a California newspaper. At this point, the woman would be about 24. Edna thought that this woman might be Mary Agnes, who had gone missing. On February 24, 1952, the story appeared in the Oakland Tribune in California. Everett McClelland, a teenage auto mechanic in San Pablo, California, read the narrative and noticed something in the 7 children's photos. His attention was constantly drawn to Anastasia. He started to question how much he looked like Mary Beck McClelland, his own wife. It was interesting to note that Mary Beck, who was likewise 24 years old, had been raised in Martinez, California since she was 16. Following her marriage, a family acquaintance unexpectedly revealed to Mary Beck McClelland that she was adopted. Regretfully, her father had already died. She proceeded to ask her mother, Nora Beck, about it by that point, but she denied it. They discovered Mary Beck's adoption documents while searching through courtroom records for answers. According to these documents, she was adopted in the 1930s, which is when Mary Agnes vanished. Everett became certain that his wife might be the lost Mary Agnes as a result of this revelation. He was so excited by the prospect that he wrote to the Oakland Tribune in California to express his opinion that his wife might be the long-lost Mary Agnes and that she looked a lot like the Maroney family. They had to rely on other techniques that were primarily theoretical in nature, since they lacked the technology to perform DNA testing as we do today. Michael, Catherine, and Mary Beck's families provided blood samples, which were subjected to over 124 tests. Additionally, they examined and contrasted their face traits. To compare them, they even created models of Mary Beck's teeth and those of the Maroney family. They examined their dental impressions carefully. The palm prints and fingerprints of Mary Beck were also compared to those of the Maroney family by fingerprint experts. It was likely that Mary Beck was Mary Agnes, because all of these tests and investigations revealed that she shared numerous family characteristics with the Maroney family. Mary Beck visited the family she had been estranged from for a long time in Chicago on September 4, 1952. Catherine, at 40, had hoped that Mary Agnes, her eldest daughter, would return home. Mary Beth and Catherine's eyes welled with emotions when they met, and a photo was snapped of them giving each other a close embrace. After waiting for 22 years, it appeared that the enigma had finally been solved, but Mary Beck's adoptive mother Nora was adamant that Mary Beck was adopted rather than abducted. Nora clarified that she had known Mary Beck for a long time prior to their formal adoption, having served as a foster mother. Through a Californian physician, another individual, Dr. E.W. Mary, asserted that he had given birth to Mary Beck on November 17, 1927, and that she was adopted after spending the first 2 years in an institution. In addition, a crucial fact that had been overlooked was revealed. Mary Agnes had surgery to repair a hernia on her belly button, leaving a scar. Mary Beck did not have this scar. The Maroney family accepted Mary Beck as a member of their family in spite of all the ambiguity and misunderstanding. Because of their striking resemblance, Mary Beck and Anastasia became fast friends. They even shared the same shoe size and wore identical outfits. Although Catherine had a favorable opinion of Mary Beck, she had concerns about whether Mary Beck was actually Mary Agnes, her lost daughter. Catherine was adamant in a newspaper interview that Mary Beck was not the daughter she had been hoping for. Having never been able to accept Mary Beck as Mary Agnes, Michael died in 1957 at the age of 58, his heart heavy with the loss of his beloved daughter. Catherine also suffered from a debilitating depression that persisted for years. She tragically passed away in 1962 at the young age of 49, capping a path that was full of uncertainty and sadness. Mary Beck remained in touch with the Maroney family over the years. She lived her entire life with them until dying in 2005 at the age of 77. But in her life, she was never sure that she was actually Mary Agnes. Her family then made the decision to conduct a DNA test 3 years after her death in order to definitively resolve the issue of their relationship to the Maroney family. According to the test results, Catherine and Michael's DNA did not match Mary Beck's. This demonstrated that Mary Agnes was not Mary Beck McClellan. The lawsuit continued to be open for the following 14 years. In spite of all of this, Jose Rodriguez, a detective from the Cook County Sheriff's Office, was finally assigned to look into the Mary Agnes case on June 10, 2023. All of this was a component of a missing persons search initiative headed by Sheriff Tom Dart. Together, Dart and Rodriguez set out to solve this century-old riddle. In Chicago's history, it was the oldest missing person case. They sought their original police reports to start their investigation. They made the decision to track down as many Maroney family members as they could in order to compile a family tree. Rodriguez revealed that he began looking for Mary Agnes's relatives who weren't listed on the family tree. He soon came into an online forum where someone had described themselves as a Maroney and made contact after they conducted their search online as well. An intriguing lead was discovered by the investigator. They made the decision to request DNA samples from several Maroney family members who had accounts with DNA testing services such as Ancestry. The family surprisingly consented and voluntarily provided the DNA for analysis. Detective Rodriguez searched the test results for any unknown names that might be related to the Maroney family. Curiously, he found Lori Hart, who was later identified as the Maroney family's third cousin. When he contacted Lori, she told him that Terry Arnold was the only survivor of her grandmother's 3 children. Detective Rodriguez presented Terry with the DNA findings and all of the information he had collected that demonstrated her ties to the Maroney family when they first met. Terry was incredulous. She had always believed that her grandmother's family was Polish. The detective must be wrong, she felt certain. But after giving it some thought, she consented to have a DNA test to learn the truth. Terry was genuinely shocked to receive the DNA findings. It was surprising to learn that she was primarily Irish. The results were even more surprising since they revealed substantial genetic ties between Terry and many of the Maroney cousins Rodriguez had found, indicating that Terry was, in fact, a Maroney family cousin. According to Terry, her mother's name was Jeanette Burchard, born on April 14, 1928, when Detective Rodriguez asked her who might be the true Mary Agnes. There were some unexpected changes in Jeanette Burchard's life. She was raised with strong Catholic principles by her stepfather, Frank Darris, and mother, Jeanette Solar Darris Anderson. After receiving a good education, Jeanette worked as a committed nurse for more than 50 years. In the 1940s, Jeanette wed Edward Jennings, and the two of them had 3 kids. After going through the highs and lows of life for decades, she fell in love again and wed Earl Bouchard. Since then, her daughter Terry Arnold and both of her husbands have died. Another terrible element to Jeanette's life is the fact that she was the mother of Edward Clifton Jennings Jr. and Barbara Joan Jennings, both of whom tragically died. Because she occasionally traveled to Chicago, where her life's puzzle was half hidden in an intriguing twist, Jeanette always had a special connection to the city. There was a persistent question that was never fully addressed when Jeanette's stepfather, Frank Darris, made a suggestion that the lady who reared her wasn't her original mother. Throughout her life, Jeanette was puzzled by this enigmatic remark. She tragically passed away in 2003 at the age of 73, never getting the opportunity to reunite with her departed family. The cold case unit finally declared that Mary Agnes Maroney's oldest case was closed after 93 years of waiting. There were several conversations between the Maroney family and Arnold, Mary Agnes's daughter. They both emphasized how much they enjoyed getting to know one another. Arnold even showed her new cousins photos of her mother. She is adamant that her mother would have welcomed the opportunity to be a member of this large family and enjoyed the feeling of inclusion. Arnold is certain that her mother would have jumped at the chance to join the Maroneys and experience the happiness that comes with this new relationship if she had been living today. How do you feel about this case? What was the true identity and motivation of Julia Otis, the person who abducted Mary Agnes Maroney? And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. On January 24, 1991, at 4:45 p.m., 13-year-old Paula Ilera came home from school in East Harlem, New York. As she stepped into the elevator of her apartment building and made her way to her family's 30th floor apartment, her mother buzzed her in. But on that little trip, she unexpectedly disappeared. Paula's lifeless body was found half a mile from her home 3 hours later, at 7:30 p.m. by a man walking his dog. The community was left with unanswered questions as the sun set on that terrible day. What happened to Paula, and who might be responsible for her death and disappearance? East Harlem, sometimes referred to as El Barrio, is a neighborhood in the center of Manhattan, New York City, where Paula and her family lived. This enclave of diverse cultures is well known for its vibrant blend of customs, artwork, and camaraderie, as shown by its vibrant festivals, restaurants, and vibrant murals that line its streets. East Harlem is home to a varied population with a strong Hispanic and Latino background. The renowned Museum of the City of New York, which displays the history of the city, is located in the area. Our narrative started in East Harlem, where the odds of becoming a victim of crime are roughly 1 in 22. In the late 1970s, Paula Ilera was born in Colombia to Cesar and Olga Ilera. Alexandra and Julio were her older siblings. In search of a better life, Paula, her mother, and 2 siblings relocated to East Harlem, New York City, in June 1990. They stayed with Paula's uncle Guillermo Ospina at 420 East 111th Street, on the 30th floor of an apartment complex. In order to finally join them in New York, her father, Cesar, continued to work as a taxi driver in Colombia. Paula enrolled in junior high school once they arrived in New York. Paula was a bright student who spent her free time studying math and English, according to her sister Alexandra. She wanted to be a lawyer to help people in need, but she only had a few friends, most of whom were classmates. She was quite smart and advanced for her age, thinking above her years, according to her uncle Gilmo. He added that Paula's passion for the English language was the reason she was so content in New York. As a young girl, she had a lot of plans for the future. According to her uncle Guillermo, Paula and her family seemed to be living a happy life until a tragic incident abruptly altered it. Paula was only 13 years old when she left school on the chilly afternoon of January 24, 1991, and returned to the comforting confines of her apartment complex. She reached the building's entrance at around 4:45 p.m., and called her apartment via the intercom. Olga, her mother, responded and pressed the button to open the lobby entrance, allowing her in. This mundane exchange would be the last Olga would have with her cherished daughter. Sadly, Paula never reached their flat on the 30th floor, even though the door was now open and she went into the lobby and into an elevator. When Paula hadn't returned home after 10 minutes, her brother and uncle became concerned. They decided to go look for her because they sensed something was wrong. They rushed down to the lobby and saw it was deserted. They started frantically looking throughout the area for Paula, but she seemed to have disappeared. Around 7:30 p.m., 3 hours later, a man walking his dog discovered a terrifying find. On a sidewalk beside the East River, he noticed a dead body. Drug objects such as used lighters, syringes, and vials were scattered across the area. Sadly, what he discovered was Paula's thin body, and she was dead. She lived in an apartment building roughly half a mile south of the location where she was discovered. Detectives were confronted with a rather depressing situation when they got there. Upon closer inspection, it was discovered that she had a ligature around her neck and that the stab wound in the middle of her chest was barely bleeding. No hints were found to suggest the identity of the perpetrator. The only items they found on Paula's body were a piece of chalk in her pocket and a new Kids on the Block watch on her wrist. The murder of Paula had a significant impact on the area as a whole, in addition to her family. Olga, her mother, was distraught and had a hard time accepting that her daughter was gone. Following this incident, both teachers and students at Paula's school were in shock. In order to help those close to Paula deal with their loss, teachers met with pupils to offer support. For safety considerations, they also cautioned every student against going out alone. The principal and district authorities refused to meet with media after the incident, and reporters were denied access to the school. Many questions remained unresolved for detectives. In an attempt to locate witnesses who could have seen Paula in the vicinity where her body was eventually found, they visited door to door throughout the 32-story building. Unfortunately, no one who had seen her there could be found. Furthermore, the detectives were clueless regarding the identity of the culprit behind this catastrophe. Whether Paula was murdered at the remote location, surrounded by crack bottles where her body was discovered, or elsewhere, was still unknown. The detectives were able to piece together some crucial information during their investigation. They learned that Paula frequently stayed after school on Wednesdays and Thursdays to attend her journalism program. She had been writing an article on her father on the day of her terrible murder, with the intention of sending it to him as a Valentine's Day present. The detectives also learned that Paula and a buddy traveled north along First Avenue on that fatal day, after Paula left the school after the workshop at about 4 p.m. At 106th Street, they split off, with Paula going on to her family's apartment complex. The cops discovered during their investigations that Paula had entered the same elevator as another kid, Aaron Walford. When they spoke with him, though, he stated that Paula went higher while he got off at the 19th level. Consequently, the detectives stopped considering him as a suspect. The totality of Paula's horrific ordeal was made clear during the autopsy. She had been stabbed 3 times close to her heart, strangled, and molested. Her thighs also had odd, lengthy markings that the medical examiner saw. Paula had obviously fought off an attack with courage, and her assailant had yanked her legs away with such force that the bruises on their thighs resembled the curve of their fingers. Male hair was also taken from her body by the examiner. This was kept as proof. Paula's remains were interred at St. Michael's Cemetery in East Elmhurst, Queens on February 2, 1991. Victim Services, a private group that supports victims of violent crimes and their families in Flushing, New York, provided assistance to Paula's family when they moved to Flushing 4 months after her sad murder. Through counseling at Victim Services Families of Homicide Victims program, Olga found comfort. The family clung to the faith that justice would be served for Paula while they dealt with and recovered. But, as time went on, Paula's situation progressively got less interesting, and finding the solutions became more difficult. In any place at any time, the murder of a 13-year-old girl ought to have made headlines, but this horrible incident in East Harlem went mostly unreported in the violent New York of 1991. Over 2,000 murders were reported in the city annually between 1990 and 1992. with an average of 6 bodies found every day throughout New York City's 5 boroughs. Regretfully, the majority of these took place in underprivileged, primarily minority communities, including East Harlem, the South Bronx, and East New York, Brooklyn. Unfortunately, the media paid little attention to any of these situations. Instead, free from political or media pressure, the media frequently covered more affluent, white victims of more expensive crimes in gorgeous settings. A low-priority homicide was assigned to Paula's case. As a result, her murder was mostly forgotten and unsolved for the most of the 1,990s. New York City's crime rate was declining by the middle of the 990s. Nonetheless, a troubling pattern continued in East Harlem's housing buildings. Regardless of whether they were Hispanic or Black, a string of seemingly unconnected cases started to happen, all of which involved the assault and killing of young, attractive youths with thick skin. In 1994, a 15-year-old girl was attacked by a person with a knife and was the victim. This case exposed a pattern that the attacker would use again throughout the course of the following 4 years. He would come up behind the teenager and lead her to a remote spot. There, he would force her to undress, blindfold her with a piece of her own clothing, and then attack her. The 15-year-old survivor was remarkably able to describe her assailant. He was a muscular, well-groomed young man who exuded an overabundance of self-importance. Incredibly, he even informed the woman that she was lucky to have been attacked by someone as attractive as him. Firefighters responded to a rooftop fire at the George Washington houses on East 104th Street on September 10, 1997, a few years later. Following this, they found the dead corpse of a woman who had been severely abused, hit by a blunt weapon, and severely burned, rendering her unrecognizable. Johalis Castro, a 19-year-old who had relocated to New York from the Dominican Republic with her family, was subsequently identified as the victim. Johalis, a young woman with a daughter, had been attending a Bronx community college to study computer science. The second victim in the same neighborhood was a 13-year-old girl in April 1998, 7 months later. Fortunately, the little victim was able to flee unharmed. Rashida Washington, 17, died tragically 2 months later on June 2, 1998. She had been robbed, beaten, and strangled when she was discovered in a stairway on the 15th floor of a housing project on East 112th Street. Like the previous victims, her dead body, with its bare chest hidden by a shirt, had been placed in a sat position against the wall. Rashida, a 100-pound fashion student who worked at a clothes boutique, was small in stature. Unfortunately, 3 days after celebrating her 18th birthday, she was slain. 2 further young teenagers were assaulted in the same region in the fall of that year. On September 21, 1998, a 15-year-old was attacked, and on November 16, a 14-year-old. Fortunately, these 2 teenagers made it out alive, probably because they were blinded before they had a chance to see the assailant. The likelihood that a serial killer was targeting teenage females in East Harlem was not openly acknowledged by the authorities, despite the growing number of similar incidents. However, the police ultimately made the decision to move quickly in response to the victims' parents' concerns. Since widespread testing of convicted felons had not yet started, the database of DNA samples on file in the 1990s was very tiny. But in the fall of 1998, there had been a major development about the East Harlem cases. Experts in forensics from the New York Police Department reviewed bodily fluid evidence from the murder of Rashida Washington, with evidence from 2 other nearby instances that were comparable. The same offender was unmistakably connected to all 3 crimes by these tests. One rape victim was first thought to be a part of a distinct pattern. However, it turned out that the homicide victim, Rashida Washington, and this rape case had produced a new pattern instead of being part of the previous rape pattern. At last, investigators had concrete proof that a serial killer was preying on kids in Harlem. Police authorities responded by forming a specialist task force of investigators whose only goal was to capture the suspect. In response, the authorities distributed a wanted poster with a sketch of the serial killer. The victim's description served as the basis for this sketch. A tipster who called in shortly after the flyer was posted in East Harlem recommended that the investigators look into a 25-year-old man named Ace, who lived on the 19th floor of the same building Paula had occupied. Ace was promptly recognized by the cops. His true name, Aaron Key, evoked a recollection. In the course of investigating Paula's murder, the name Aaron had first come to light. Aaron Walford, a youngster who had been spotted getting into the elevator with Paula and claiming to have gotten out on the 19th level, was remembered by detectives. In the 1997 murder inquiry of Johalis Castro, the unusual first name Aaron had also resurfaced. According to phone records, Johalis had called a man named Aaron Key multiple times in the days before her death. Police interrogation revealed that Aaron's girlfriend, Jacqueline, had been friends with Joe. He explained his repeated phone calls by saying that on the day of Johalis' death, the two women had been organizing a shopping excursion. Jacqueline, who was also questioned by the police, corroborated Aaron's account. The authorities didn't discover that Aaron Key and Aaron Wofford were the same individual until much later. His mother's surname name was Key, while his father's was Wofford. Two of the three victims in the alleged serial killer case were linked to Aaron Key as a result of this finding. He had a lengthy history of phone conversations with Johalis in the days preceding Paula's passing, and he was the last person known to have seen her alive. These links couldn't have happened by accident. Investigators made the decision to learn more about Aaron's past. They discovered that he was a reasonably well-spoken and intellectual person. He was raised primarily in East Harlem and was born on September 18, 1973. He was sharing the same building as Paula, with family members when she vanished in 1991. Aaron was seen as a gregarious individual with a talent for computers. Despite the lack of evidence, he claimed to be involved in the production of rap music. He was only 5 feet 8 inches tall and rather attractive. He had only been arrested once for robbery in 1990, according to his criminal record, and he had served little to no time in prison. But neighbors saw Aaron in a different light. He has a troubling side, they said. He frequently roamed around with a portable video camera, trying to get improper footage, and he had a habit of looking through the peepholes of women in his building. Despite the lack of strong evidence against Aaron at this point, the police recognized the value of a comprehensive investigation. They concentrated on the attacker, who had left behind a gray hoodie and a black boo-boo cap in the September 1998 incident. In search of leads, the investigators made the decision to examine these articles of clothing more closely. When they discovered a laundry tag on one of the clothes, their efforts were fruitful. The cops soon found a dry cleaner close to Aaron's building thanks to this tag. The fact that Aaron's mother, Cynthia, was on the dry cleaner's client list added even more significance to this revelation. Law authorities grew more certain that testing Aaron's DNA would prove his involvement in the crimes, since all the evidence seemed to point to him as a major suspect. There was a major obstacle, though. Since DNA testing for convicted felons in New York would not be required until 2000, Aaron's DNA was not on file. It wasn't as simple as bringing a suspect in and requesting a swab to get a DNA sample in the 1990s. The acquisition of a sample required judicial authority based on reasonable suspicion, and DNA tests were still seen as intrusive procedures. Detectives knew that even while there was a lot of circumstantial evidence suggesting Roan was involved, the laundry tag, phone calls, and elevator ride wouldn't be enough to convince a judge to require Roan to give a DNA sample. As a result, the cops had to come up with another strategy. Their first strategy was to follow Roan Key in the hopes that he might inadvertently leave a sample of his saliva behind, such as when he spit or disposed of chewing gum, but this strategy soon looked like a failure. Detectives finally got a break on February 8, 1999, when Aaron was taken into custody for his role in stealing a computer hard disk. In order to get a DNA sample, the police had to use some deceit, because there were no regulations in New York at the time requiring DNA testing for anyone who were arrested. They came up with a scheme in which a female detective dressed in white hospital attire and pretended to be a doctor. She went up to Aaron and requested a sample of his saliva for what she said was a standard test for tuberculosis. She hoped he would sign a release form as she handed him the documents. Aaron, on the other hand, studied the text carefully. He refused to participate when he saw a line that mentioned DNA analysis. He asserted that he was a devout Jehovah's Witness and that he was not allowed to receive any medical care because of his beliefs. Aaron knew what the cops were looking for, and he was not going to give it to them. He tore his paper cup into pieces and flushed them down the toilet when he finished his supper that night. He switched his cup with his cellmates to further perplex investigators. But the cops were ahead by one step. Aron had been in a holding cell with a number of other inmates shortly after his detention. They had been given cups of water by attendants while they were there. These cups were found in a waste paper basket by detectives, who then sent them for DNA analysis. A sample taken from the lip of one of the cups discovered in the police holding cell matched the East Harlem criminal's DNA, according to the results, which were returned in a matter of days. Since Aron was merely charged with a misdemeanor computer theft offense, he was already free without bail by the time the DNA test results were available on February 12, 1999. The New York Police Department, meantime, promised to pay $11,000, 0 cents, for any tip that would result in his apprehension. Aron's parents thought they were going on a Valentine's Day date, but authorities quickly found out that he had gone to Brownsville, Brooklyn, and met up with his 16-year-old lover, Angelique. But rather than following their plans, Aron and Angelique got on a bus from Newark, New Jersey, that was bound for Florida. Investigators began to worry that Angelique might be in danger and would end up like the other victims. Aron called a second woman in New York twice after he got to South Florida. His notoriety as a suspected serial killer on the loose had made headlines by this point. When the second girlfriend saw what was happening, she immediately called the police and gave them a tip that Aron was staying at the Miami Sun Hotel on Northeast 1st Avenue in downtown Miami, which is only 2 blocks from the beach. 2 detectives from New York hurried to the hotel in response to this report and started monitoring it. They summoned a Miami-Dade SWAT unit for help when they saw Aron and Angelique moving about inside. Aron and Angelique were found hiding beneath the bed on the 6th story of the hotel as the SWAT team attacked the building. Additionally, Aron was captured and taken into custody on February 19, 1999. Detectives tried to question Aron about the crimes in East Harlem, but he refused to talk and gave no information. But the police had a strategy. Later, they let Angelique into the interview room while they watched and heard from behind a 2-way mirror. Aron and Angelique thought they were saying their goodbyes in solitude. Angelique pushed Aron to give an explanation for his misdeeds during this exchange. Aron's answer was unclear. He claimed to have been ill and said that he had bugged out. Aron was finally extradited to New York to stand trial on 22 felony charges pertaining to 4 assaults and the killings of Paula Hilera, Johalis Castro, and Rashida Washington, following a protracted 4-month legal fight. Aron was linked to 6 of the 7 cases by DNA evidence. Prosecutors John Irwin and Richard Plansky made a strong case against Aron at the trial in the fall of 2000, using a flurry of witness statements and DNA evidence. 2 of Aron's victims were among the 130 prosecution witnesses they called. Aron himself demanded to testify as the first defense witness. Aron showed a variety of emotions during the 2 days of her testimony, from wailing like a baby to grinning like a schoolgirl. He also talked about how angry he was to be charged, pop culture, narcotics, rap music, jail cuisine, and his thoughts on the criminal justice system were just a few of the subjects he spoke in his monologue, which was mostly unhindered by the judge, prosecutors, or his own lawyers. Aron constructed a peculiar narrative to explain why he was charged with horrific serial assault against young women, while many of the relatives of his victims were in the courtroom. He said that a dishonest medical examiner who was involved in the harvesting and sale of human organs had arranged for the police to frame him as a participant in a cover-up. He even asserted that what he called genetic shuffling had been done to his DNA. But his long story did not convince the jury. The courtroom erupted in applause on December 16, 2000, the day the guilty verdict was given. During the sentencing, Aron swore at the family members in the crowd as he was escorted past them. In January 2001, a month later, Aron's victims' relatives had the chance to speak with him face-to-face. Paula's mother, Olga, spoke to him, wishing that he would comprehend the agony of restless nights, appetite loss, being unable to walk or breathe, and the lack of tranquility, while simultaneously reflecting on her daughter's suffering at the moment of her passing. Having brought her kid to the country to pursue the American dream, Olga talked of her ongoing pain. During the sentencing hearing, Aron broke down in tears and apologized when it was his turn to speak. Johalis Castro's male cousin became enraged at this and tried to get over the barrier to attack Aron. The sentence was then pronounced by Justice Jones Sadonic. For the 3 murders, she sentenced Aron to 3 life terms without the chance of release. He was also sentenced to 400 years in prison for 4 counts of abuse. Aron was a prisoner at Dannemora, New York's Clinton Correctional Facility. Legislators in New York and numerous other states had passed legislation mandating DNA testing for anybody detained in relation to serious crimes by the time Aron was convicted. Since then, the majority of felony arrests for both violent and nonviolent offenses are now included in this testing. Additionally, some jurisdictions have started testing people's DNA when they are detained for the pain of losing Paula is still very much there for Olga. She is all too aware that the pain caused by the unexpected and needless death of a loved one never goes away, especially when there are still so many unanswered questions. We are left with the memories of Paula and the other victims. As we get to the end of this heartbreaking trip through her awful narrative, we are left with difficult issues after considering Aron's activities and the repercussions he encountered. What motivates someone like Aron to carry out such atrocities? And how can society recognize and deal with the causes of such behavior? And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video.